It's, oh my
It's just about pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. From that shit.
All that onto a Mungus. Is that enough to dance? Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Ochua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wizcast when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left? I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Guten Morgen allerseits. Once again, we are here for what is Phase 2 of the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships, the first major event of the new 2026 season. And oh boy, has the competition been absolutely fire. I am Kostadai Dimos, this is David Partington, that is Zoe Liu, and of course, Lee Provost. And what a Phase 1, Day 1 we had yesterday, going into what is such a highly emphatic, advanced level of competition today.
Oh yes, we've got a lot of hype action and a lot of really interesting teams going into Phase 2 today. I'm really excited for all the different weathers that have been going on as well. We've had a lot of Ninetales, we've had a lot of Pelipper, but out there in the crowd, I think there is definitely a little bit of sun that I'd really like to see as well.
There was definitely just so much weather yesterday, and every time a Ninetales came onto stream, went for the blizzard, something got frozen. So
yeah.
Blizzard 100% freeze chance confirmed.
Yeah.
Well, we won't be surprised to see more of that today. We had a lot of RNG rolls yesterday. Let's just say we had those for sure incidents where they hit 4 out of 5 times.
4 out of 5, yeah.
80% accurate.
Yeah. Very strong.
Incredible.
But yeah, the blizzards. But there is, like you say, David mentioned it, there is a lot of sun in the field. So whether that sun can overcome the snow and the rain and make its way to the top will be yet to see, but it'll be exciting to see some of those teams yesterday. We saw a lot of Annihilate and Mousehold yesterday. That seems to be a very strong combination that our players are leaning on and having a lot of success with. But can some of the other teams that we might not have been able to feature yet overcome these comps and make their way to the top of the boards?
Yeah, it does definitely feel very popular going into this, and it makes so much sense because it's such a potent duo. But this is just the first event of the season. We have got a lot more available where you lovely people at home as well can participate. Frankfurt, of course, will be ending today, where we'll be crowning a champion, but we have got Lille Gdansk into the follow-up of what is our first international championships over in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
And then plenty more regional level events to come as well across the entire season, with a couple of new events as well, one in Prague and in Turin as well. Place we've been before and we're definitely heading back to as well. So plenty of other events across the European season that we can definitely look forward to.
A lot of new locations and also a lot of old locations. And of course, we've also got those large ICs in London and then followed up in New Orleans and finally leading up to Worlds.
It's so exciting, isn't it, when you look at the plan of the season and what we've got to look forward to at the very start of the season. We're going to be crowning our first champion this weekend, but we've got so many other events where the opportunities are there for our trainers to attend these events and show us what you got.
Yeah, exactly that. And if, of course, you do want to compete, make sure you are keeping track of when the tickets go live as well. Make your accommodations. And just generally speaking, a good plan is, you know, if you can go ahead and find a team building group, you want to go ahead and split costs, whatnot. It's such a great idea as well. So we're looking forward to seeing you in future events, but we have still got this event. And what's up for grabs, you say? It's championship points, of course, where in order to go ahead and qualify for the World Championships over in San Francisco later this season. You need a couple of these, but you need to make sure that you're in the race for it, as we've got the newly updated 80 threshold for the NA EU region over in the Masters Division, followed by 60 in LA in Latin America. Oceania's got 20, and of course Mid and Eastern South Africa have the 5.
Yeah, so as you can see on that right side, as Costa mentioned, you need to be in the, say, top 80 people in the EU region to actually get into that World Championships. There's no one amount of CP that you specifically need, or rather, it's only going to be known right at the end of the season. So the race really ramps up right at the end into NAIC, and it gets really, really exciting.
And of course, in that top 80 placement in your region, that doesn't include the players who win a regional or come in the top 2 of an IC. You get a direct invite there, so there may be slightly more than 80 players, but rest assured the competition is going to be so fierce into Worlds.
Yeah, it really is, and I think you saw the World Championships this year in Anaheim, where the competition was just so fierce throughout. Every match that we had on the broadcast was just absolutely to the highest level, and it's because of this qualification system. The best of the best are only at Worlds, and it's what it should be like, you know, and that the competition is just extremely hard. But the only way you can get there is by going and attending events and putting your skills to the test, getting yourself as many points as you can. Points mean prizes, and prizes are getting to the World Championships.
Well played, and what a transition as well, because we've got those prizes available. Just a reminder for you lovely folks as well at home. First place when it comes to Master Divisions gets 6,000 USD, which is oh so high. Accompanied by lovely 108 booster packs. My lordy, there's so much up for grabs.
Plenty to be had here. Not only just the fun and the friends that you make along the way, but a little bit of a bonus for our players who do particularly well this weekend.
Yeah, I personally absolutely love opening booster packs. It is so much fun to open a pack and then find that really, you know, secret rare or holo rare, and it's just such gorgeous artworks in those card packs.
The packs are great, but I mean, really, let's not gloss over the prize money. That is an incredible amount of money that you can win. So, you know, the prestige of winning an event itself, I think there's so much value in those medals that you get for a regional, the trophies at an IC, and of course, if you can manage to get one of those huge trophies at the World Championships, that's great. But to help you get there, you need to be able to kind of pay for flights, pay for accommodation, and this really does help out a lot, and the prize money is something that is just a real big appeal to our players, and a nice bonus along with the accomplishments of getting that first, second, or whichever high placement you do get.
Yeah, exactly that. And we have actually got confirmed 107 players that have been able to qualify into Phase 2 of this event. And what an array of those trainers we have as well. We've got a great way to be able to highlight them with a couple of graphics that will be coming up very shortly. But amongst those, we've already got so many regional champions available. We've got a EUIC finalist from 2022, Oliver Estelin, that's been able to make their way through. So, and even Davide Miraglia from last season was able to go ahead and get that first place in the first German EU event, which coincidentally was the first event of last season.
Amazing accomplishment to have them already there in our top amount of players here at Phase 2. And could they even win it again? That would be amazing to see. And obviously, on your screen, we can see some of the players that have indeed made it into Phase 2 and some players who we definitely know a little bit about.
Yes, look at Shohei Kimura from Japan coming all the way over to Europe. And that's former world champion, an incredibly powerful player. The question is, can Europe successfully defend our championship and keep it in Europe?
Yes.
they can.
They definitely can. I think they've shown over the last couple of seasons, you know, how strong a region Europe is. You know, the players we've got here, we've had recent world champions as well. So we've got the quality to make it as hard as possible for Shohei to win this event. But at the same time, you can't take away with how good Shohei is. And you know, as I mentioned yesterday, I think got to be one of the favorites to come in and win this whole event.
Yeah, exactly that. And they're not the only trainers as well, as there's so many more that have been able to reach this next section too. That, you know, for example, we've got Luis Fontvale, which has actually been doing really well. They've been a great representative of the French region to being able to go ahead and bring some really creative teams. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they are running balance this time. However, you know, it's just one of the team archetypes that are so prominent in this current format.
And of course, we've got another world champion there, Eduardo Cunha, as well, of the 2022 season. And he is definitely seems to be on a tear this weekend as well. And plenty of others that we've also seen on stream yesterday as well. Julio Tarlau up against Jamie Boyd in the very start of our day as well. Despite that loss versus him, he seems to have sailed through right into phase 2 too.
A lot of really well-known and recognizable names up on the board there. I must say, I'm very happy to see that Jacob Margaret from Australia has made it after quite a RNG-filled game.
Tumultuous
he
stream
got
match, yeah.
hit 4 times by Fissure, but goes to show that, you know, sometimes you may not get very lucky in one match, but if you play consistently well, you can keep advancing through to the next phase.
Yeah, exactly that. I think it's a good example of kind of just gathering yourself after an event like that and then carrying on as you did before the event itself. But yeah, so great to see Jacob in amongst the pack. We've got David Carrera as well, another player there who's actually running a very interesting team that some of the Italians are running with that Espathra and the Hisuian Arcanine. Hopefully
what was that, Espathra?
Espathra.
Did I hear that correct?
Costa, let's not send you. This is it's morning.
But Espathra clearly being like a niche pick, though, right?
Anyway, here's a few more names for us.
There we go. David saving the day.
Good call, David, thank you.
That we can take a look at here as well. So next to each other there, Victor Medina and Michael Kelsch, who both got top 8 at the World Championships that just a few weeks ago, and still here both in day 2. Such consistent players and incredible ones too.
You can see just the level of play that we've got here at Frankfurt. And of course, because this is the first regional of the season, a lot of players are wanting to come in here and dive in and get the head start into the 2026 season.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think if you come into this event and you actually end up winning it, it really sets you up for a brilliant rest of the season. You know, you couldn't ask for anything better, right? And it also gives you a little bit of peace of mind where you know you've got the world's invite, so you can approach the rest of the season without that stress of thinking, I've got to chase this, I've got to chase all the points I can for the rest of the year. You can kind of relax into it, and that might benefit you in a lot of ways in performing at other events where you haven't got the stresses and strains that you would normally have to think, I've got to get as many points as possible, I've got to win, because sometimes that can be a little bit overwhelming and make things a bit more difficult than it would otherwise.
Yeah, 100%. And I do want to give a special shout out as well to Niels Dunlop, our 2024 EUIC champion, and also last season's Lille regional champion. And then also to Urine Rhymakers, who was the finalist of that 2024 EUIC versus Niels Dunlop. So great to see both of those trainers as well doing so well straight away in the first event. But that being said, we've discussed a bit about, you know, who has been able to qualify into phase 2, but also a bit of the highlights from phase 1. Now, I think we had a couple of caster predictions going on.
There was a lot of Malamar on stream yesterday.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Every stream game had Malamar on it. Every player was a Malamar as well.
Fish Malamar, Bird Malamar.
Exactly.
Wait, what? Sorry, have you been converted?
There was a Moth Malamar.
There's no conversion.
Every single Pokemon we saw on stream was David, you saw this. You can back us up.
I'm not sure really.
Yeah, you are, David.
No.
I can back David.
I'm telling you, you saw this.
What's happening?
I don't think so. I don't think.
What's going on?
This.
There's nothing going on there.
This is
I don't think.
awkward. What's going on? No, stay away.
Help me here, David.
Just relax into it, David.
And Malamar.
No, don't do it, David. It's all right. I'll try to win him back. But no, caster predictions. Stop, please stop. Caster predictions. Yes, thank you, production. So, Bastia Legion, and I'm gonna have to say, Mert Pro, Lee, what's happened there? You have converted.
Of course I have.
Why do you have Malamar?
My friend Malamar.
Where was your sand composition?
It's right there. Malamar. Malamar with Sandstream.
No.
Malamar with Sandrush.
You're joshing.
Malamar with Diaclaw. And
Okay.
Malamar with just Malamar. My friend Malamar.
They're all Malamar. David's also got 4 Malamars.
I have no idea
Bird
what he does
Malamar,
that, yeah.
Coin Malamar, Croissant Malamar, Moth Malamar.
Oh my god, those stretches are so good. What about mine? Go, Zoe. What about mine?
Fish Malamar, Duck Malamar,
Okay.
Fish Malamar, Big Fish Malamar, Bear Malamar.
Okay. All right.
I thought you said I thought it was a fish malamar.
No.
A second, yeah. 75 there.
Okay, all right. Well, the delusion man went a bit quite far there. But okay, David, talk to me about your serious picks.
Okay, so obviously aside from Malamar, I'm hearing being quite good. Golden Go with Murkrow, I think is a really strong call. I don't know if we've seen a lot of it in day 2, basically on the teams, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I still think it's a really strong option, especially when you want to get that immediate tailwind, which you've seen a lot of players in day 1 actually use to quite good effect to be able to get the jump with their own Annihilate, for instance. So we've seen like Whimsicott and Annihilate, for instance, is a really good combination to outspeed the opposing threats that could KO your own Annihilate after it's already gotten those boosts.
Okay, all right. That sounds like a proper good breakdown.
Thanks.
I'm not going to go over to Lee and Zoe
Why?
because they have lost all
Malamar.
credibility in my eyes.
Tell us about your
And
picks,
respect.
Costa.
Thank you,
Pokemon.
David, for asking. So, Bastia Legion, we see quite a
Malamar.
few of them.
Yeah.
They don't need to run in
Malamar.
rain necessarily because you could go ahead and utilize the sets of adaptability, choice scarf, treat it as an early sort of chip dealer, but
Interesting.
also a late game sweeper. Then you've got Pelipper because it can be accompanied onto our Chaladon
Malamar.
and Bastia Legion. Dondozo because it is a very annoying Pokemon in terms of matchups because it can just win games. It doesn't necessarily need Tatsugiri. It could be solo dozo composition is what we saw, like, for example, Juan Garcia brought yesterday with the infamous Fisher stuff. And then Blood Moon Ursa Luna because it's really good. Because there's not much to
Blood
say.
Moon
It's
Malamar.
literally the best Pokemon of the generation. So, yeah, that's my breakdown.
Okay.
I saw them trying to conspire, by the way. Did you see them on the side?
Blood Moon Malamar.
Didn't actually know. I think
Blood Moon Malamar.
We'll take.
David will back us up here.
No.
David will back us
David's-
up. Why you, David?
Malamar. Honestly, guys, you need to.
Okay, CTA
we need to
website,
talk
let's
about
go.
Malamar.
So, if you want to make sure you are involved as well and not missing any of the action, Pokemon.com/broadcasts is where you want to go. It is the hub with all info. I am feeling very disturbed right now, but we've also got YouTube and Twitch. Please, production, help me here. We have got those lovely media platforms for you to go ahead and check out our live streams, our just recorded stuff afterwards, and you're able to just also utilize the social media platforms. We've got X, we've got YouTube, we've got Facebook, we've got Instagram, and it's just all around really, really good. Make sure that you actually catch all of the action there too, because you don't want to miss it. So with that being said,
friend Malamar.
I'm going to make a very
Malamar.
quick exit because we are going to start the next round. So thank you very much all, and see you in a bit. Bye-bye. Whoa!
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'ma go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. And I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships, and I am trying to be hypnotized, but stay away. Your hypnosis will not affect me, young man. At least not for now. So, yeah, we are here for Phase 2, and what a day to be here in Frankfurt. We've seen, basically, the birth of Regulation Set H 2.0 in play here, of course, at the first global major event of the season. Of course, there is still Monterey concurrently going on over on the other side of the pond, but for now, we state the claim of the first event.
We certainly do. We're very, very proud of that. As long as our players obviously keep on playing and get to the end of this day, of course. Yeah, interestingly, actually, in Monterey at the moment, I feel like at the end of the Phase 1, I think it was Marcus Dion actually was the only undefeated player, I believe.
Yeah, I did see
which is very impressive, and such a consistent Canadian player too. I think top 32 at the World Championships also a few weeks ago. So who knows, he may be able to take it all there.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past him, in all honesty. I know that he's traveled to Mexican regionals as well, like cross-regional events when he's able to. So he's clearly just one of those great trainers that's been able to develop over time, but also just put in the grind, put in the work, and clearly getting some really good results from it.
Yeah, I think same as you mentioned that, Costa. I think he got runner-up.
Finalist, exactly.
He got finalist as well, I think.
Yep.
And to a rather unlucky final turn, I believe, as well.
A bit, yes.
Which is very unfortunate. But obviously, he's definitely back to do that yet again.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a look at our stats for the day 1 that we had. And obviously, compare them to our day 2 at some point. What our conversion rate is. What's been a little bit more popular in day 2 compared to day 1. What are the top players using right now? So first of all, this is Phase 1. This is what people was using yesterday. The double bear in the corner there, and the monkey in the top right.
Yeah, I mean, well placed as well, because I'm kind of surprised it's not, to be completely honest, further up the ladder, but you never know how that's going to convert into the Phase 2 section. But like you said, Diaclaw is so powerful on Sneasler. It is first. It's got some great abilities and I would say a move pool coverage as well, but there's some Sneaslers that aren't even running Diaclaw. We saw yesterday on stream acrobatics, close combat, sword stance, sets with Grassy Seed in order to be able to proc the Unburden.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Multiple times as well. It's a really good effect, honestly, as being used as a setup sweeper, where it's so used to being actually the support, usually with the fake out as well. So we saw it paired up with that Rillaboom and really popping off that Grassy Seed to be able to have so much speed, so you can kind of afford to invest in all of those more bulks sort of options. Yeah, exactly. But there are also other Pokemon too. Golden Go in firm second, followed by the infamous duo of Incineroar, Rillaboom. And then you've got double Ursaluna forms, 25.2% for the Blood Moon, best Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and then 20.2 for the regular form of Ursaluna. But the fact that they're both there just goes to show they're absolute powerhouses, whether on the special offensive side or the physical. 100%. There's a lot of options you can choose from there to build an entire team. And we've been able to have a look at which Pokemon individually from there are, like, you can build a team of 6 around. There's a few different components that you could build around.
Yep.
We've seen multiple teams with a selection of 6 from here. So you could pick up, say, Sneasler, Golden Go, Incineroar, Rillaboom, Dragonite, and honestly, Annihilate. Obviously, that top 6 is just a team, isn't it?
It quite literally is.
I was going along. I was like, at some point, I'm going to have to skip once to make a decent, coherent team, but I didn't.
You didn't need to, mate.
It is just those 6.
Yeah, I think because the safety goggles Annihilate set has been quite prominent because I think we saw it with Alex Gomez and Eric Rios bringing it to NAIC last season. And essentially, you've got the Final Gambit, Close Combat, Rage Fist, and Taunt as a 4th. You don't even need Protect necessarily. So there are different ways for you to actually run Annihilate, not necessarily with the mouse hold, which is its good old buddy pal partner.
100%. Now let's have a look at those Phase 2 stats as well. See how things have changed up a little bit for our players in the top rung.
Oh, hello.
Whoa, okay. So Golden Go shoots straight to the top from 38.1 to 45.8, being almost on 50% of teams.
Wow, that is a crazy stat. And what a way to go about it, because Golden Go, I think, is one of the most powerful Pokemon in the current format. It's just got so much going for it. Steel type, Ghost type, which is such a unique combination. I think Aegis Slash from previous formats is one that follows it, but what it's got is good as gold as an ability. It's able to deter any statuses onto itself, which is so cool, as well as any supportive moves, like, let's say, for example, like a Taunt or even a Helping Hand. They will not work on this Pokemon. Nothing can touch it, and especially when it's got Nasty Plot set up, it is just teed up for absolute damage potential.
Oh, yes, it is. And some of the really key swap outs we've had is, in Phase 1, there were no kind of immediate weather setters, whereas suddenly, Ursaluna Hisuian form at 20% has just completely dropped off the floor. Yeah. And in its place, we've got Alolan Ninetales, we've got Pelipper, and we've got Basculin Legion, which I think is really telling us to the sort of, well, the sort of climate we might be going into for today.
Yeah, I know. And it goes to show that these Pokemon, I think we've seen quite a few of them, if not all of them actually, in all of our stream matches at some point yesterday. And it makes sense. There's just so much consistency, especially when it comes to sort of various compositions that are going around. Alolan Ninetales is such an easy Pokemon to attach to your composition. If A, you want to have some sort of weather of your own, B, you want to have additional bulk via Aurora Veil, or C, you can go full offensive, don't care about anything, and go for choice specs. Essentially, just go purely for the double target damage of the Blizzard. You've got Freeze Dry, you've got the Moonblast, of course, because it's unique Ice Fairy typing, and Gabriel Agachu from last season actually started running Misty Terrain as an option. So I'd be quite curious to see if there's any Alolan Ninetales going around today that follow a very similar set.
Yeah, it has a bit of that 4 move slot syndrome, doesn't it? It has so many great options that it really wants to use. And items too. You want to run Light Clay to extend your Aurora Veil. Yes. You want to run Focus Sash because its defenses aren't amazing. And sometimes you just want to run Life Orb to deal out a load of damage as well. So there's so many options that our trainers can really pick to put on these Pokemon. Yeah. And in a way that makes them so strong here, and why they're so often used, because often it's not just the one set that we're going to see. So as soon as we see that a Ninetales, we're like, right, we don't actually know what set it's going to be.
Exactly. And there's just got a lot going for it, essentially. But, you know, that has been the Pokemon. We have got the trainers that have already been battling today. And, of course, we got Fabian Braun still at the top, undefeated, might I say, with that Elizabeth composition from the Japanese player that actually introduced that in the last season. Victor Medina was able to pilot it through to the finals of LAIC 2025.
Yeah, and that's a really strong team. I was talking about that specific Ursaluna, how it completely dropped off the graphic, and despite that, not for Fabian. He is definitely piloting it all the way here. And I think maybe the MVP of a lot of people's teams was that Sinister, actually, on some of their Annihilate kind of setup teams, being quite the linchpin, basically. Having that ability to switch in and not have an Intimidate, but have instead heal your own Pokemon instead. So with the Trick Room, you can counter any sort of Tailwind options as well. You've got Redirection, and being Ghost type, you can't even get faked out. So it's a really nice Pokemon.
Yeah, 100%. And we've got some other notable players. Michal, Joan, Leonardo, Victor, Emanuel Briganti from Italy too, and none other than our, at the moment, highest ranked international player outside of the EU region, Shohei Kimura, our previous world champion, of course, saying, you know what, this may not be my region, but this is my game, and I am here to bring it. And he has done exactly that. 8 wins. Fire.
Oh, 100%. Like, he's just doing so well, honestly. And each time I see Shohei, he's not necessarily running some team that's completely out of the blue either. It's quite a fairly standard 6 Pokemon, but that just goes to show what a strong player he is. Everyone is probably preparing for some version of that 6 that he's got, but he just plays it so well that he just seems unbeatable despite that.
Yeah, I mean, he actually brought a very similar archetype, but it was more reliant on the Archaludon back in LAIC, where he did go up against Michael Gelsch, which was a sort of replay of that World's Finals in Japan. It was really cool to see Shohei did come out on top. He did have Archaludon at that time, but it seems like he sort of varied up his different team compositions in a very good way that you would expect from a world champion to be able to adapt to.
And now we've got some of our notable matches here as well for this first round of our Phase 2 that we're going to be broadcasting to you as well. So some of the pairings that we think are going to be really hype and potentially who we might be seeing. And that is who we're seeing right on top there. It is Fabian, who we were talking about, who is undefeated up against Emanuel.
Yeah, and what a way to kick us off. We have got essentially what is a weather war to an extent, but then the accompanying partners, which are going to be quite integral to the matchup. But those are not the only Pokemon we're going to be seeing and teams. Unfortunately, we are only going to be able to stream one of these. The next one that is notable is Michal versus Victor, Leonardo Bonanomi versus Shohei, and Davide versus Oliver. Oh, you know what? This is top. This is like, these are top players at their game with such great teams and really good innovation, especially in that last pairing. You've got so many niche Pokemon that I just didn't expect to see.
Yeah, I was having a chat with Davide Moralia actually yesterday, who obviously is using the same team as Davide Carrera on the bottom left there with that Espathra and the Hydreigon. The Hydreigon being a Pokemon that Davide Moralia actually won the Dortmund Regional Championship last year with as well. So bringing it back again, and he's also in day 2 as well. So there's two Davides, both of the Hydreigon and Espathra team that could still take it all.
Yeah, exactly. But these trainers are at the top of their game. We have got IC finalists, we have got world champions, we've got regional champions, the whole lot. But we will be featuring Fabian versus Emanuele. And what a way to kick off Phase 2 on the broadcast.
100% there. And there was one pairing of Dondozo Tatsugiri, which
I was.
I was getting worried. Yeah.
It wasn't planned. Or was it? It was obviously planned.
What are you saying?
No, I had to say.
Yeah.
But no, exactly. Well, you know, maybe a bit of a hint of what we may see later on down the line if, you know, it keeps on doing as well as it does. It's sort of like that duo that everyone kind of expects, but there are sort of lull moments in the meta where most of the average teams are more optimized for other threats as opposed to Dondozo, because sometimes you find that in order to improve another match, which is more prominent and popular, you may have to let go of another matchup in the end. It's sort of like a trade cost, essentially. And sometimes Dondozo finds a way to break through in those very key moments. And the trainers that identify that, you know, they get big results for a reason.
Yeah, it is probably why we see a lot of Dragonites and Amoonguses that have maybe just those token little moves to kind of deal with it, like Clear Smog and Haze, just to kind of absolutely quash that option. But we are focusing on the match right ahead of us at the moment. Fabian Braun versus Emanuel Briganti. Two pretty accomplished players and already in their own right in this day 1 here, doing so well, and still being able to afford a loss for both of them and still have contention for that top cut. So they're probably feeling pretty comfortable, but obviously there's still a lot on the line. You want every single win you can get, because if you get an extra win, you could potentially skip a round of top cut as well. Go straight into that top 8 instead of having to play through that top 16. So both players are really wanting this right now.
Yeah, exactly, because this is what is essentially a win and in for top cut. If you're able to get that victory right now, at least you're guaranteed straight into the top cut. That's amazing. But like you said, you want to try to keep that going no matter what. More wins, understandably, equals great success. So that is the formula you need to follow. And both of these trainers so far have been doing just that.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they've gone up against so many players along the way too. Imagine Fabian was maybe not expecting necessarily to go undefeated to this point, but who knows? We haven't had a chat to him this weekend quite yet. But obviously he's feeling very confident in his team here. And we had obviously a little bit of a snapshot with it on the notable matches page there as well. He's obviously running that Ursa Luna, which not a lot of other people are running here. So combined with that signature, being able to set up the trick room for it, it could really make a nice option to just kind of go full on the offense, sweep under Trick Room and take out the rest of Emanuele's Pokemon. Yeah,
and it's a good way to be able to do it. And I think identifying when you need to be able to bring that, at what point of the game, anticipating the lead from the other side is so key here, especially at this high level of competition. But generally speaking, when it comes to the trainers themselves, their achievements too, we have seen Fabian do incredibly well. Last season, he was able to get Stuttgart Regional top 4. We were able to feature quite a few matches of him. He did also bring a rain composition, but that's not the only success he's found. 2022, Milan special top 8, Prague special top 4, maybe an indication he might attend later this season, and 2 times EUIC top 32.
Yeah, some really good picks there, actually. And I think based on those, we can probably think there's probably a little few more as well.
Oh, yeah.
Too, as well. Picking out some top 8s and top 4s there. Now, focusing on Emanuele on the right-hand side there. Again, a good few top cuts there. Top 32, top 32 on EUIC, and top 32 at Turin as well. All, again, within the last few years as well. So these players are no strangers to playing these events in the last few years, and especially on the Scarlet and Violet era.
Yeah, and I think there's been a lot of change in terms of the mechanics that are being utilized, adaptations and variations over the different seasons. And generally speaking, being able to adapt to that is so key and find your spot and comfortability in the current format. But we do have Fabian's 6 on the graphic, and that's going to be Dragonite, Golden Go, Archaludon, Pelipper, Ursaluna, and Sinistra. So definitely that Elizabeth composition team that did reach the finals of LAIC. I'm trying to look for any differentiations there. I'm not entirely sure if I do see any, because we have that notable Terra fighting on the Archaludon, which further boosts the body press, and no other typical move that it would use in that 4th slot. It's actually going to be Snarl in order to maybe control a couple of team composition that may be a bit more offensive against this.
Yeah, especially when you've already got a Dragon type in that Dragonite. You don't have as much use for Dragon Meteor / Dragon Pulse there. So it's obviously just a very strong team there. You've got a lot of tools to be able to do exactly what you want. No, like, you got the Tailwind in the Dragonite as well as the Trick Room and the Sinister, so you can kind of go on both modes.
Right.
So it's going to be up to Emanuele's team here to really show off how he's going to respond. And there's a lot of tools here to be able to do that as well. We've got the Rillaboom and Incineroar for a really strong fake-out core here. We've got that boosting Sneasel that we've seen twice of in day 1 alongside that Rillaboom, setting off that Grassy Seed, activating the Unburden, doubling its speed stat, and then as soon as you just get a Swords Dance off, Acrobatics, especially with that Terra Flying, does so much damage. I think we even saw that yesterday pick up a KO, a one-hit KO on an Annihilate, like even when it had Terra out of its flying weakness.
Yeah, that's incredible. And I mean, goes to show that maybe it's actually a sort of set that's overlooked, but it's not the only thing. We've got the Ninetales Focus Hash variant that we were briefly talking about, having the Terra Ghost in order to be able to forego any fake outs, but Fabian does not have any of those on his side. And the Assault Vest Rillaboom, in order to be able to have just a good glue composition kind of Pokemon piece there, you've got the fake out, you've got the grass terrain for terrain control, and it's just generally such a good support alongside Incineroar for any Pokemon, especially the sort of combo of the Golden Ghost setup option alongside that Sneasler.
And of course, we've got that weather war that's going on as well. So there's a lot that we're going to be kind of really getting into on this game. Oh, this is so many different leads that we can potentially come out here. Like, you've got the Pelipper, obviously, which if is led versus a Ninetales, you've got to get your weather up. But if Ninetales is in the back for Emanuel, they can just switch it in. We'll have to see. Here are our leads, Costa.
All right, so it's going to be Incineroar and Ursaluna over on Emanuele's side versus Double Dragon on Fabian's. Going to be the Dragonite and the Archaludon. Dragonite will be susceptible to an Intimidate because, of course, it is the multi-scale ability.
Okay, so Emanuel obviously has a little bit of momentum in the driver's seat at the moment thanks to that fake out. But Fabian's team is faster currently right out of the gate. Archaludon doesn't have Protect, so it is a really safe slot to target your moves into, both with a fake out and with Ursaluna's attacks. However, if you're faking out that Archaludon, it's going to be getting a defense boost, which you may not want to give it too much of, but it's definitely threatened by the super effective Earth power that this Ursaluna has. Dragonite can obviously still protect from either of these slots, but a Yawn from this Ursaluna could cover either a Terra or not in either case, and also force this Archaludon to potentially switch out if it doesn't want to take the sleep, even if it takes a plus defense boost from a potential fake out that comes out from this Incineroar.
Yeah, and it does actually seem to be the Terra option that you called out, that you want to make sure to be able to just allow sustainability, survival for this Archaludon. It works so well for the more times of turns it's on the field for, essentially. Fake Out has been able to break the multi-scale on the Dragonite, and Body Press, there's no Terra option from Emanuele's side, which means this is such a powerful attack, guaranteeing a two-shot on the Ursaluna, which does opt for the Yawn. So wanting to start getting that disruption going, and the fact of the matter is, Emanuel is going to have to make a decision here. Does he allow the Ursaluna to be susceptible to a KO, or does he want to switch it out? Because you want to keep the Yawns going if you've already got one set up, essentially.
So Archaludon does have the ability to switch out here to stop itself from being yawned, but then potentially misses out on the opportunity to get some really nice body press damage out here because it's not being threatened by any sort of one-hit KO. On the other hand, Ursaluna, even if Archaludon switches out, is probably in range of a scale shot coming out from this Dragonite here. Intimidate might make a little bit of a difference depending on the bulk, but maybe with 5 hits it might be able to nab it here. So I'm expecting a little bit of defensive play here from Fabian. He doesn't want to get his Archaludon to sleep just yet, and Ursaluna might also want to kind of protect, maybe switch out a little bit of rounds into those more defensive pieces that Emanuele has so much of.
Yeah, it actually seems Emanuele is going to be switching the Ninetales in favor of that Incineroar, bringing the snow with it. And at this point, maybe just a good repositioning here alongside the defensive protect from the Ursaluna. You don't want to go down just yet, and maybe you could even go and get some... Oh, I'd say speed control in effect, but we've got support of a different kind from the Dragonite, going for the scale shot, self-scale shot into that Archaludon. We've got +3 going of the stamina boost into the defense. That's a +4. Let's see, is there going to be a 5th one? Yes, there is. This is a very, very scary Archaludon that is ready to beat on the opposition. The question is, will it be into the Ursaluna's protect, or maybe anticipate the defensive play? Go for the Ninetales, go for the other slot. It would have been an Incineroar. The Ninetales, because of the Focus Sash, has had enough in the tank to survive on 1 hit point.
Okay, so this is really interesting because obviously Fabian's Dragonite has got a scale shot speed boost, so it now outspeeds this Ninetales, but it doesn't actually have any attacking moves to hit it because it's only has scale shot. So Ninetales is free to kind of do what it wants going into this next turn here. It potentially go for an Icy Wind, start slowing some things down, and also just get out that Blizzard. Start getting some damage on this Archaludon, otherwise it's going to run away with this game at the moment. Yeah. Because Fabian is in a point where it really needs to kind of take down this Ursaluna because it's special attacking damage that Emanuele needs to really break it.
Yeah, but the Dragonite's going to go for the defensive, wanting to make sure that he tries to burn as many of the sleep turns onto the Archaludon as possible, but this does mean it's left in a susceptible spot, especially because of that Ursaluna. Actually, quite notably now at +6, even though it is still asleep because of the Icy Wind. And here's the Blood Moon from the Ursaluna. Blood Moon, critical hit, picks up the KO. See you later, Alligator, or should I say Dragon in this case. Archaludon is out of game 1.
So critical hit probably mattered there. This Assault Vest Archaludon is really, really bulky. But saying that though, because the Archaludon last move it used was Body Press, and it was still on the field, it was still asleep. Yep. The Ninetales at any point could have just disabled that Body Press to stop it using those moves going forward and keep their Pokemon just relatively safe still going forward. So I don't think it made too much difference in that point, especially when Dragonite isn't really threatening any damage. Like, now Leftovers has kind of healed Ursaluna to the point where Scale Shot's probably not KOing either way. But of course, a crit is always nice, right?
Yeah. I mean, you would not say no if you are, you know, the one dealing it, essentially, not on the receiving side, perhaps. But we've got the Ursaluna now in effect. This is most likely Fabian's way to be able to either A, get the Tailwind set up, if possible, for the Ursaluna to start sweeping.
Exactly. So it's going to be how Emanuel can really capitalize off this point, because we've seen Fabian now commit the Terror and now lose it completely as well. And it's still in Emanuel's court, not only having 4 Pokemon, but also having that Terror option available as well. So how do they capitalize at this point? Ursaluna's there. You've got an Ice-type coverage to be able to dish out a lot of damage, but it looks like Emanuel's going to save it a little bit for the back, not wanting it to go down too soon yet.
Okay, and it's also a good consideration as well that Blood Moon has already burnt its 1 turn of use. So now, essentially, it's sort of like a pseudo recharge. You're not allowed to use it in consecutive fashion, as we've got the Dragonite Tailwind, and I think that's Fabian's indication. They're going for an ever-so-free Earthquake that is essentially going to, A, pick up that Ninetales if it was still in, but in this case, it's actually dealing really good chip damage onto both the incoming Incineroar and the Ursaluna, and a special defense drop means that the Ursaluna Hisui on Fabian's side is susceptible to a Fake Out and Blood Moon KO if there's a double focus into it.
Or just another Earth Power now, you've got that special defense drop as well, because you don't, Blood Moon obviously has that downside of if you once you click it, you can't click it again, but now Earth Power is just really safe into it, which allows you to just save your Blood Moons for the Dragonite slot instead, and having had that multi-scale chip is going to be taking a lot of damage too. So Emanuel is in a really nice position here. Dragonite -2 attack, really not doing a lot of damage, probably not able to pick up either KO, but what it does have access to is Haze. It could go for it right this turn, reset those attack drops on both of their Ursaluna and the Dragonite, and then hit another Earthquake, which could now, with the Guts boost, get a KO on either side. But of course, Emanuel does have Fake Out this turn, likely going to be slowing down the Ursaluna and therefore buying a little bit of time, stalling out that Tailwind.
Yeah, and it's such a good play because it goes to show the synergy of it. However, it's susceptible to this Fake Out, which Emanuel has, of course, targeted onto the Dragonite. Facade, though, is enough to get rid of the Blood Moon. It will not be able to dispatch any sort of damage this turn, but in the subsequent, most likely, unless there's a Fake Out user coming in from Emanuel's side, it's going to be able to do it, but no, there it is, Rillaboom. Some would wonder maybe it could have been a choice to bring in earlier in the game in order to be able to reduce the damage output of any sort of Earthquakes, but it'd be a relatively risky when you've got the Dragonite there as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little bit risky. I mean, the Dragonite now does have an opportunity to still go for that Haze, but again, Fake Out #2 is on the field this time. So Emanuel is doing a really good job of slowing things down. Emanuel needs to think about what their last option is. What is their win condition? And at the moment, Ninetales is looking really strong. It's 1 HP.
I know.
But Dragonite can't touch it. And as soon as it's got that speed advantage, especially versus an Ursaluna, which it might even have even in the Tailwind, it's going to be really nice. But of course, Fabian has given us a little sneak preview as to what's in the back, and that Golden Go is definitely something that Ninetales does not want to see.
Yeah, but it's going to have to see at least from the bench this time round, because it will be switching in favor of the Dragonite. Clearly, actually preserving it for a future turn to be able to maybe get that Tailwind set up yet again in order to activate the Ursaluna once more. But just a safe protect from the Ursaluna. Wants to stay on the field for as long as possible, and this is why Golden Go is such a good switch in here. Good as gold, the ability will be able to completely nullify the Incineroar's parting shot, which actually awkwardly for Emanuel leaves the Incineroar on the field, doesn't allow that rotation of the Ninetales coming back in.
Yeah, such a good point, Costa, because an Incineroar is great when it's switching in or when it's switching out.
Yes.
If it's on the field, it's not doing what it wants to do. So it's now kind of just a sitting cat, honestly, with this last turn of Tailwind, and is just at really risk of going down like very, very quickly. Yep. The saving grace for Emanuel, obviously, though, is that we have a very healthy Rillaboom, and it does have high horsepower to be able to hit this Golden Go, and Grass Terrain is also weakening the damage of Earthquake that this Ursaluna could go for here.
Ooh, all right, but Grassy Glide is enough to pick up the KO. It was just put within range to be essentially quelled there, and that may have been the additional ticks of the burn, but Power Gem does the exact same. So a bit of a trade from both Fabian and Emanuele, but The question is, who's going to be the true victor here? The Golden Go is locked into a Choice Scarf Power Gem slot as the Dragonite comes back in, but the Ninetales, it is still going to be a threat naturally because of its speed and because the Tailwind has subsided on Fabian's side.
Yeah, the Golden Go with that Choice Scarf, though, is going to ensure that it can always outspeed that Ninetales and nab that KO. The only thing that's going to be able to stop that is if Ninetales gets a Protect, Rillaboom then goes for a high horsepower and then somehow does enough damage to KO the Golden Go. I don't even know if a critical hit is enough to get it, but it does depend on the trading of this Golden Go. It might be a little bit frailer because you often want to run just lots of speed and special attack in your base points. So yeah, here is that Protect, and here is the Rillaboom's chance to get that damage.
Yeah, I think you need to get a crit into another crit the subsequent turn with the Grassy Glide, but it's going to be very close because, like we said, the typing is so key here. Scale Shot will connect onto the Rillaboom, will actually put it within range where at some point, just another Scale Shot or a Power Gem will be more than enough to actually take that piece off the board. It hits 5 times as well, max damage output potential that it could do because of the loaded dice ability. Is there a critical hit? Oh, that does so much damage. Critical hit definitely would have picked up the KO, but I think this may be the case where can a Grassy Glide critical hit do enough damage? I think it might be a bit close there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really close. I don't like, even if you get it, I think it's going to be a bit of a roll whether you actually get it or not here. So, but obviously, we could see maybe a double Protect attempt for the Ninetales. I think you have to go for it here. There's no other choice, to be honest, and because the Power Gem is so safe into that slot at the moment. But if you do get it suddenly, Rillaboom then takes you down. Suddenly, it's looking very, very nice because obviously Dragonite can't touch you. So, I mean, the question is, does Fabian then actually predict the double Protect just to secure that Rillaboom slot? Because that Dragonite just definitely will not want to be up against it.
Here we go, double Protect has failed, but the Grass Glide will come out, trying to go for a critical hit. No critical hit to be seen. Golden Go's going to be able to survive, goes and focuses into the Ninetales, is able to pick it off, and the Dragonite will most likely be able to capitalize right now with the Scale Shot being faster, and whether even if it does hit 5 times, I don't think it's necessary. The 4 will suffice.
Yeah, I think so here, and there's no way this Rillaboom wins the Dragonite in the 1v1, so there it is, Rillaboom being felled, and Fabian, still undefeated, takes game 1 of Swiss round 10.
Yeah, and what a way to be able to go about your business. It was sort of like a back and forth between both of our trainers here, but the fact that Fabian preserved the Golden Go in the back only until the end game is sort of key to his strategy here. He wanted to be able to get some initial KOs or threats dealt with, chipped, etc. with the Archaludon, bring in the Ursaluna mode under Tailwind conditions. You have that haze support like you mentioned, and then if your Tailwind's over, you've got Golden Go. It's an additional sort of layer to be able to check certain pieces that naturally outspeed the benchmark of his own Pokemon.
Yeah, it was a really lovely pick, honestly, to bring here. Like, just having that natural speed in that Choice Scarf, being that end game win condition, able to just dish out that Ninetales when it would have been a little bit of a problem otherwise. So, Emanuel, though, still lost that game, even despite, say, the Blood Moon critical hit on Archaludon as well. So still a lot of things going in their favor and still not being able to kind of break through this amazing core that Fabian's team offers. So there's got to be some sort of switch-ups here. Now, we obviously saw the Incineroar have that really unfortunate turn where Golden Go came in and Parting Shot went into that slot. Yeah. Suddenly, if that goes a little bit differently, if you switch it out, or if you just knock off or Flare Blitz that slot, suddenly that game is so different. So I can see Emanuel bringing the same 6, but maybe playing slightly differently, knowing that Fabian most likely has a Golden Go in the back because it worked so well for him in that game, and just having a little bit more of a respect for it, basically. Saying, right, at some point that could come in, I'm not going to be so brazen with my parting shots, and if I can get around that, then knockoff is looking really strong into so many of those targets, especially if you knock off that Choice Scarf, then your Ninetales outspeeds and you can actually start threatening those Dragonites.
There's also an adaptation that you can consider with the Sneasler if you're at Emanuele, because of the speed interaction of bringing the Golden Go that outspeeds everything after a certain point when Tailwind's out. That could be a consideration because of the Unburdened proc. However, we've got a change-up from Fabian's side. The Pelipper will now escort the Archaludon as a lead versus Emanuele's Incineroar and the Ursaluna yet again.
Yeah, so really good spot for Pelipper at the moment. So the water move on this Pelipper is Muddy Water, actually. So it's not that traditional Weather Ball. So it's not like Ninetales can come in and make that move an Ice type move. It's always going to be Water type. And a nice spread type move to have versus both of these Pokemon as well. So a really good swap out here. And it's also the safety goggle, so not Focus Sash, meaning Blood Moon may be potentially enough to actually KO this Pelipper, which otherwise has pretty paper-thin special defense. We'll have to see.
Oh, Fake Out will be focusing down on it, getting a cheeky little critical hit, but the most crucial thing here is the flinch. Body press, no Terra from the Archaludon this time round. Will not even be able to deal the 2-shot that it previously did, but in a similar fashion, goes for the Yawn onto the Archaludon. Wants to start getting that disruption going early on, and because there wasn't a commit of the Terra fighting and you've got additional leftovers recovery, has found itself outside of the range of another follow-up body press.
It certainly has. There's a lot of offensive potential from the Archaludon. Having that Assault Vest also means it still is going to be able to take that Earth Power, likely from an Ursaluna that doesn't have as much special attack investment as other Ursalunas, giving it's that more kind of bulky leftovers, Yawn sort of set. But we do obviously have that Incineroar in at the moment, being a little bit threatened by a lot of damage from a Body Press and Muddy Water, likely wanting to be able to switch out here, maybe even just a hard switch and not even that parting shot at the moment, but because that Pelipper is definitely in range. We may even want to see an Ursaluna Terra into that electric type to be able to get around that Muddy Water and that Body Press double up, so you know you're getting something off.
All right, the Archaludon's going to be switching out for the Golden Go, so nice way to be able to essentially take advantage of the pressure that your Pelipper is exuding, forcing that Incineroar out for the Rillaboom. Instead, you want to be able to have a Fake Out available in order to slow things down. But it's quite nicely placed against this Golden Go, at least, following suit with the obvious Protect that we were expecting. You've got leftovers recovery, but you've also got the grassy terrain now to up your HP even further. Muddy Water does avoid or should I say the Rillaboom does avoid the Muddy Water there too. Even if it did get hit, it at least would have been able to take it very well. It's a resist, it's got a Assault Vest, but there always was an option or a chance for the accuracy to drop.
So now the Golden Go is in at the moment now. It's obviously a great Pokemon before, but it's not in the best of positions at the moment versus these really healthy Pokemon that it can't really pick up a knockout on. But what it does have access to is Trick. Putting a Choice Scarf on either of these Pokemon could really kind of hamper what they want to do, particularly that Rillaboom that you want to hit with a Hurricane and your further special attacking moves on that Golden Go. So removing that Assault Vest could actually be really nice, particularly putting it back onto your own Golden Go, and then suddenly you can take some more Earth Powers. Even if Incineroar switches in, putting a Choice Scarf on that is going to definitely stop it from doing what it wants to do as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that, but we're not.
No, we are not, my friend. We did actually see the Dragonite being brought in instead. You're going to be able to better place yourself against the Rillaboom, which has such a good matchup into via the Scale Shots, via its natural resistances against the Grass types, and of course immunity to that round. And what a lovely double switch there. Archaludon is actually going to be able to benefit from that. Gets +1 in its defense because of the Fake Out. My lordy, this is such a masterclass of a double switch in there. Be able to sort of bait and take advantage of your opponent's expectations. Earth Power going into the Flying type. Pure spice.
So we're still in a position where, like, both teams really haven't taken any damage still. Like, not any meaningful damage either way. Ursaluna's already healed up that Body Press pretty much anyway. So it's just a positioning game to get into the position that Fabian really wants. So he does have that option of going for Scale Shot plus Body Press that he did before as well. That looks pretty strong right now. That would likely get a one-hit KO on that Ursaluna too, unless it, of course, goes for that Terra option, which does look quite strong in this matchup, given there's no kind of ground-type coverage that can really counter it either. And then, of course, Rillaboom is definitely in an awkward position, not wanting to get any more defense boost on that Archaludon, which already has one as well. So let's see. Definitely Rillaboom switching out makes a lot of sense.
Could be a Ninetales in order to anticipate the Scale Shot, but it's going to actually be the Incineroar getting that Intimidate onto their field, like you said, and also being able to break the multi-scale the following turn, especially when accompanied by this Protect. So this is a very common strategy, 1-2 switch outs of the Fake Out users, accompanied by the Protects on the other side of the field. But Fabian saying, right, whilst you do that little nice trick, I'm going to do a nice trick of my own, and I'm going to yet again set up my own Archaludon to go to astronomical heights of its defense via the Scale Shot to the cheeky little critical hit, Archaludon's stamina.
Yeah, poor Archaladon needing to take those hits, to be honest, to deal out the rest of the damage that Fabian needs it to do. But I'm sure it's all worth it because that body press is going to be looking, oh my goodness, so powerful. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Whoa, big KO right there.
Was there any doubt? There was not. One hit KO. Emanuel has actually now been brought down to 3 apologies of his Pokemon. And this is the integral thing for Fabian's strategy. You need to start breaking down all of this support, like the legs to what is a supportive system of the Blood Moon. Fake Out is only now available on Rillaboom. Sure, it does have it present right now, but it's not going to be able to be in a good spot and may force a switch in of the hidden Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, definitely could. I mean, probably that Ninetales, honestly, wanting to kind of preserve it to be able to dish out the rest of the damage needed onto these dragons and onto that Pelipper as well, and not have its rain countered again once it kind of switches, or that snow countered once it switches in.
Yeah.
So this Ursaluna is definitely going to be the main piece that Emanuel needs to kind of break these massively powerful dragon types here. But it's looking really tough at the moment. Emanuel is been very safe with that Ursaluna. Lots of protects that Fabian's been capitalizing off every single time. So he really needs to make a play right now to be able to get around that. And it looks like Dragonite switching out. There could be an opening here, especially if it survives the body press, assuming it goes for a Terra Electric.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to find out. No Terra Electric. Fake Out will go into the Archaladon.
That works.
Well, that does very much work. It will be able to stop it right in its tracks. And you see it's already reached +6 of its defense. There's no other proc. But the crucial thing here is the Yawn. It has been able to target down that Archaladon and now forces Fabian into a scenario where do you go ahead and switch out in order to avoid the sleep in the follow-up turn? Or do you just stay in because nothing's directly threatening you, aside, of course, from that Ursaluna Earth Power? Do you commit with the Terra?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Obviously, this is another really obvious protect from Ursaluna to kind of stall out that last turn to put that Pokemon to sleep, and also to see what Golden Go locks into as well.
Yep.
But equally for Fabian, because there's no protecting option on the Rillaboom, it's such a safe, consistent target if you do just want to stay in and attack.
Yep.
So Emanuel kind of definitely on the back foot here, being a Pokemon down, may need to kind of go on the offensive here and really make the most of this turn where Archaladon was not likely to target into it here. Saying that, though, that does mean it takes a lot of damage from a Golden Go potentially, but does he need to do it? We'll see.
Oh, we're going to find out. There it is, the terrestrialization. It's going to be on the Golden Go. It's going to be the Terra flying in order to forego any sort of funky business of ground-type moves being focused into it. And, yeah, it's a great way to be able to get around that slot. Ursaluna not going on the offensive just yet, wanting to make sure it better positions itself, maybe anticipating the body press going into that slot, as Make It Rain will deal respectable damage onto the Rillaboom, but because of the Assault Vest, it's going to be taking that quite handily. But the Archaladon, where are you going to go? Fabian, are you going to anticipate the defensive play? Oh, but there's actually, before then, the high horsepower, like we said, is going to miss, but the body press does not. It finally picks off the Rillaboom, and this is so key here. Emanuel is forced down to his final 2 Pokemon. You no longer have switches, and the trade cost was the Archaladon going to sleep.
Yeah, but it could well be worth it. Fabian is obviously up so many Pokemon at the moment here, 4-2. So being able to afford that and know you're just getting the rest of your body press damage off here that you've spent a lot of time setting up is probably going to be worth it. And yeah, now Ninetales being in here, Pelipper knows it's going to win the Weather Wall once it comes in, making those Blizzards really inaccurate and lowering the defense of the Ninetales as well, which is otherwise boosted by the snow. So going to the next turn, Ursaluna's obviously just protected here, and it now knows the Golden Go is looking pretty, like, not very, well, intimidating, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because it's got my one special attack, it's not a Life Force, it's not a Choice Specs, it's Terra Flying. It's a really obvious slot to hit. But you need to be aware, Archaladon will eventually wake up, and you need to start dealing damage to it at some point. So an Earth Power into that slot will definitely not go amiss at some point here. Obviously, there's 3 flying types in the back to you. Not going to Earth Power there, but a Blood Moon there is also pretty safe. So at least Emanuel has a chance to try and start crawling back.
Yeah, but he really needs to lock in right now and get those reads as much as possible, because like we said, the KOs right now, they have to be right now. You need to go for it, and you need to capitalize off of it, as we do finally have the reveal of Terra Electric Blood Moon Ursaluna, wanting to make sure that it is going to be able to resist any sort of Pokemon attacks that would have been able to deal damage. Blizzard will be coming out. No freeze on either side for Fabian, or at least from the Pelipper's side, but the Earth Power is not enough to pick up the KO. You would have thought, oh, Ninetales, thank you so much, A, for connecting under rain conditions, but then it wasn't able to deal as much power as it needed to.
No, it doesn't. And now the Archaladon, it has the potential to wake up this turn. And that's really key, because even though the Ninetales outspeeds, it only has spread attacks, and this Pelipper has Wide Guard, which can block either of those moves. And on top of that, even if it doesn't go for it, the Blizzard might just miss anyway. So there's a critical point here where Archaladon could wake up and dish out a lot of damage. Saying that, though, it is unlikely. It is more likely to take a few more turns than not, but Ursaluna doesn't want to take that chance.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It goes for the Protect, and I think it's going to be really key here. What the Ninetales go for is going to anticipate a Wide Guard, go for the Disable in the following turn to be able to allow a lot more navigation for the following turn, which is susceptible. There it is! The Disable goes on to the Pelipper, but this is key now. Does the Archaladon wake up? It really needs to in order to get rid of it, but it does not. And this will allow an additional chance for Emanuel to still go through, get on the offensive once again with that Ninetales in particular, and hope to pick up a KO on the Archaladon.
Now, unfortunately, an Icy Wind is probably still not going to be enough, honestly. Well, this is Assault Vest Archaladon, so we need to see those Blind Blizzards connect. That 70% chance to hit this Archaladon. Whether it gets it or not is anyone's guess, to be honest, but it looks like this Pelipper cannot support this Archaladon any longer. It's up to Ninetales. Obviously, if it misses, Archaladon could still have another turn of sleep here. So that would definitely buy some more time, but Ursaluna...
Oh, the commit! Icy Wind, is enough? It's enough! Oh, my lordy, all right. Well, Assault Fest clearly not being able to allow the Archaladon to survive in that particular situation, but the Pelipper will not be able to outspeed that Blood Moon that goes for the KO just to make sure there's any sort of cheeky switches that come in. You want to capitalize off of maximum damage output, and this could be a turnaround, but we're going to have to find out. It's going to be quite awkward. We've got the Dragonite and the Golden Go coming back in 2 versus 2, but I think the speeds and the interactions are going to be so key here.
They definitely are, but crucially now, Ninetales does still have that Focus Sash intact, which allows the Golden Go to, like, obviously still go for a move, but it cannot get a KO at least this turn. So Make It Rain does look very nice here, but nicely for the Ursaluna, Terra Electric will mean it can resist that. But at least this turn, Ninetales can go for an Icy Wind and slow down this Golden Go to potentially outspeed it for later turns. But Dragonite can still go for Tailwind as well to kind of still keep up that speed into the following turns. Ursaluna's also just used Blood Moon, so it can't use Blood Moon again. You can't use Earth Power on these sites, so you have to just yawn Dragonite at this point.
Yeah, and I think that is the play we may actually be seeing unfolding ahead of us, I would say, but it's just going to be a double protect here, maybe wanting to capitalize off of A, more lefties recovery, B, wanting to see what that Golden Go does lock into. It seems to be that Shadow Ball, trying to target down the Ninetales, followed suit by the Scale Shot into the Ursaluna. So, kind of makes sense with the targeting there, but the Ninetales is something that will really run amok if you allow it to, and the Scale Shot, like we said, it's not going to be able to touch it.
No, it's definitely not. Like, it needs to be this Golden Go that takes it down. So, and with a Shadow Ball, it may not even be enough for a 2-hit KO. Let's see.
Yeah, well, Shadow Ball is going to be focusing down on it. I think...
How much?
It should just be, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Just barely. And, well, there you go. Guaranteed next turn. But the crucial thing here is there's no commit of the Blizzard in order to capitalize off as much damage as you can onto the Golden Go, but the Icy Wind is now in effect, so the Choice Scarf is essentially nullified at this point. But is there going to be a commit from the Blood Moon?
Cool.
There is! And it's going to be targeting the Golden Go, and it picks up the KO, and the Dragonite is on its own, because you know what this means? The Dragonite cannot touch the Ninetales. There is no way for it to win unless it tries to go further down the line with struggle turns, but even then, the Ninetales is going to be checkmating Fabian. Fabian seeing the writing on the wall. We've got game 3.
Woo! Okay.
Woo!
Wow. That was quite the comeback from Emanuel there.
Big time.
He was 4-2 down and like just brought it back so well, making the calls he needed to make. And obviously, I was kind of saying, oh, he's being a bit too safe with the protection of Ursaluna. He's kind of doing it every opportunity, and Fabian's calling it. But actually, getting down to that position, even with that final protect at the end as well, it still really paid off. We had the Archaladon obviously take 2 turns of sleep, but that's generally what you want to expect going forward. So it made a lot of sense. And the Icy Wind's connected enough, it did enough damage as well. And that beautiful play at the end after disabling the Wide Guard. Icy Wind, plus that double KO as well. And then just scouting out what you're going to do for the next turn. Safe KO into the Golden Go. Oh, really, really well played from Emanuele.
Yeah, and what a way to be able to identify essentially what needs to be done. Following the lines that you need to in order to be able to guarantee just the win condition. And that Ursaluna, the amount of protects we saw, I swear, every other turn, we saw it go for protect. And it always had that accompanying partner by its side, which was either fake out support, it was either the Ninetales in order to essentially whittle down the HP to the point where Ursaluna's allowed to do its thing and picks up the KOs. But the Yawn, so valuable on it.
Yeah, really, really valuable. You can see how it's so effective at just really shutting down any sort of setup. But not only that, it also is going to be effective whether your opponent goes for the Terror or not either. So it's just, you know you're going to get whatever you want from it at that point.
Yeah.
So, and you're always going to get something off as well because it always hits as well. It's kind of, it's basically Spore, right? But it's sort of delayed perspective too, and you get a benefit either way. Even if your opponent switches out, it's been the threat either way. So it's a really nice option that we've been seeing a little bit more of, and obviously that set was on the Grand Challenge winner team's Davide.
It was, and it's such an innovative sort of set as well, one that you wouldn't anticipate, but we're going to be seeing it yet again because we've got the leads. This is game 3, the same leads actually, with game 2 from both of our trainers. Intimidate, of course, essentially not having any sort of use in this case, but the fake out is something key here.
Yes, very key at the moment. And we've seen, a similar leader to game 2 as well for both of our players. And Perlipa is able to dish out that muddy water as it was before here, but it is being threatened by a fake out plus Blood Moon play, which could just KO at this point. Emanuele did play it safe though. Went for the fake out, went for the Yawn instead, which makes a lot of sense because our Talon cannot protect.
Yep.
And it's also not threatening any KOs this turn either on either slot too. So Emanuele is definitely in the driver's seat at the moment. I think what was really nice about game 1, though, is that Fabian actually went for the instant terror on our Chaladon, and so then threatened the 2-hit KO on Ursaluna with a body press.
Right.
And so going into the following turns to be able to do that might put enough offensive pressure to be able to KO it later.
All right, but it seems like Fabian wants to be able to preserve all HP that he can on the Pellet, but goes for the protect there. Fake out actually being the correct target. Body press, though, a raw one, guarantees a 2-shot on that Incineroar, and not actually targeting the Blood Moon this time round, still falling susceptible to the Yawn. So most likely going to be seeing this Archaladon try to attempt some sort of switch yet again, unless Fabian thinks the trade cost effect is worth staying in this early on.
Yeah, I don't know if it is at this point because you don't have any boosts particularly to speak of, so you don't lose too much by switching out, especially if it's to something like the Dragonite, which can take an Earth Power really nicely. And you still have Pelipper now to be able to threaten a Muddy Water, which is definitely going to KO this Incineroar and chip this Ursaluna really nicely too. Obviously, Rillaboom can come back in, but then you're still threatening Hurricanes going into the following turn. And that's what we saw Emanuele do. Incineroar did switch out into Rillaboom, so we can see maybe the hover of Fabian over that Hurricane going, ooh, shall I predict it? Because the Hurricane might even get the KO anyway.
It's true. Oh, this is going to be close. And he does go for the switch. It's going to be the Dragonite coming in now. So he's going to have to try to connect with both of them. And the Incineroar, very respectful of the Pelipper. It's going to be switching out. Most likely going to be the Rillaboom. Yes, confirmed. You have the grassy terrain. You've got the fake out online yet again. But most crucially, you're going to be able to resist the water type moves.
Yeah, so I'd also take a Hurricane as well, but not very well, and you're not going to be very happy if you did. So,
no, very much not, especially if there's a confusion there too.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Ursaluna go for that Terror instead. Into the Terror Electric. Obviously, it works so well. It's a really consistent Terror. You might as well go for it now, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be able to resist any sort of Hurricanes if they do come up. But no, it's going to be the Muddy Water commit. Ooh. Oh, all right. So it's going to be dropping the accuracy of the Rillaboom, but the Blood Moon returns in favor with the Blood Moon. Picks up a raw KO. There's no way the Pelipper is going to be able to survive. Its special defense stats are not the best, let's just say. And in this scenario, already, we've got a first KO, but not in Fabian's favor.
No, this time it is Emanuele's turn to be definitely on the up this time. Rillaboom now also being freshly new on the field is going to be able to threaten a fake out into either of these slots to boot. And so Ursaluna's still looking really, really strong, not being threatened by anything right now. I mean, yeah, look at the moveset on Fabian. You don't want really Electro Shot here, or Body Press isn't boosted right now, so there's a lot of like moves that you want to go for but aren't going to be super effective. But what we do know Fabian has gone for in both games is that Scale Shot into this zone on Chaladon plus the Body body press to suddenly get all of that boosting damage and potentially get that KO. Because our Sheldon, we know outspeeds like at least that Ursaluna, which is definitely the big threat.
Yeah, it is, but it's going to get a cheeky boost in favor of that fake out targeting into the slot. Now at +1 of his defense, but no terrestrialization commit, which means it's going to be susceptible to an earth power. But the real key here is, I think Fabian was trying to identify whether Scale Shot is actually going to be enough to pick up a K on the Ursaluna, and definitely not at this range. This is a bulky bear, especially indicative of the leftovers set or item that it does have in store. But the Blood Moon, is it going to try to commit with the earth power, try to start chipping away at the Archello? No, it opts to go for the Yawn, maybe anticipating a sort of switching to that case and wanting to sort of lock Fabian's adaptation.
Yeah, it's a good call there, Costa, honestly. I think it's something that could have potentially come out there, but we didn't not quite see. But Archelon's still in a position where we can see Dragonite go for that self-scale shot yet again and get that body press damage off. Rillaboom does outspeed the Archelon, but if you've already got the defense boost by that point, then it's going to be doing absolutely nothing. And Ursaluna now is really heavily threatened. Either way, a scale shot or potentially any sort of move from this Archelon right now is going to be enough to KO it. So Archelon probably wants to maybe switch out here. You've got another Pokemon. You definitely don't want it to go asleep at this point, especially if you're not threatening too many KOs. Unless you maybe scale shot plus body press Rillaboom right now, that could potentially get your KO, but obviously you're saying, right, that is worth it for me to go to sleep.
Yeah, exactly that. But seems like Emanuel is saying, you know what, I would much rather keep my Rillaboom for a later time in this game. It's going to be bringing the Ninetales in, and no longer is the rain in effect. It is instead the snow, and the Archelon following suit. It's going to be able to bring in the Golden Go right now, but what they had in common was their weakness to the ground types. Not this turn, though. A threat from the Earth Power, that is. Just going to be a very defensive protect from that Ursaluna, wanting to gain recovery not only from the leftovers, but also from that grassy terrain. We saw Dragonite trying to pick it off there. It is probably in contention of the fastest thing on the field alongside this Choice Scarf Golden Go, depending on the training.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of interactions here that could still come out. This Dragonite is being so good at just supporting Fabian's team so well. And now with all of those speed boosts, it's going to be really quick to be able to dish out that damage before Ninetales even gets an opportunity to throw out that attack. But with the Intimidate coming in, is that going to be enough to actually KO the Incineroar if you're scale shotting this turn? And Golden Go is not going to be able to KO this Ninetales either. It's got that Focus Sash, so it's always going to be able to get something off this turn.
All right, Dragonite going for the Terra Fairy at this current point, wants to make sure it's not going to be susceptible to those very strong Ice type moves. Looking at you, Blizzard, of course. Make It Rain, though, is going to be moving first and dealing so much damage. Bring the Ninetales down to its Focus Sash. Incineroar is in the red at this point, so all we need to figure out is where does the Scale Shot go? If it's into the Incineroar, this is such a strong play, and it is. You're able to pick up a KO right now and force Emanuele to have his resources dropped even further. Rillaboom, most likely candidate to come back in unless Emanuele wants to try to get some sort of mileage with that Ursaluna that gets brought back in instead.
Oh yeah, there's a really good KO from that Incineroar. You've knocked out so many options to be able to fake out and parting shot, but there's the Blizzard not doing a whole lot of damage at all now that that Terra Fairy has been committed onto the Dragonite. So a really nice play to maybe save that Terra for later, then kind of commit it onto that Charizard a little bit earlier too. So nicely done. Ursaluna though is looking a little bit healthier now, and especially if it sticks around a little bit longer, keeps protecting, it's going to heal off that damage even further. And so it's in a nice position now that a Make It Rain's already been spent. This Dragonite's intimidated. There's not a lot of damage that's going to be able to come out.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite key here because at this point, the Ninetales isn't dealing that much damage at all to either Pokemon from Fabian's side, but it always does have that risk, should I say, of actually putting Pokemon essentially frozen in a frozen state. But then you could go on the other side of the supportive with the Icy Wind in order to be able to prioritize speed control.
So it's going to be on Emanuele to kind of see where Fabian is going to be targeting here. Because if you predict a Golden Go switch out here, you might get a lot of mileage, but it looks like Fabian's staying in with both here. Is Ursaluna going to go down?
It might, but we're going to have to see. It's going to be so tantalizingly close. -1 special attack on the Golden Go, but the Scale Shot hit a 5th time. That is so crucial against this electric typing, which will allow further, or should I say less damage to be dealt onto it, but it does not survive. It's not enough. Emanuele Emanuel has lost both of his Pokemon in this one turn, leaving Rillaboom on its own against not one, not two, but three Pokemon from Fabian.
That is honestly incredible play, because honestly, Emanuel has been like protecting Ursaluna at almost every single point in this game that he could.
Yeah.
And that's the time he still could have and didn't. And Fabian calls it, just going for straight away into that double up. And like could have protected, could have waited for Rillaboom to come in, support with a bit more of a fake out and then survive the turn. But no, Fabian undefeated, and we could see why.
Yeah, and for good reason. He's been so meticulous with understanding the board states. We saw Emanuel do such a great job in that game too, but Fabian saying, right, I've gone back to the drawing board, I know what I need to do, and he's been able to really have such great resource management in his Pokemon, utilizing the Dragonite Terra Fairy. We saw 0 damage from, essentially, from that Ninetales in the prior turn. I think Emanuel just had to hope for the freezes, at least with how aggressive he was playing that Ursaluna.
Yeah, but now this Rillaboom is not in the greatest of positions right now. It doesn't have a great matchup into Golden Go here. Okay, and yeah, there's the really nice haste to get rid of all those special attack drops even.
Yeah, what a great way to have some really high level synergy with both of your Pokemon that you wouldn't expect there to be that much synergy instead. And we've seen a high horsepower not be enough to pick up a KO in the previous turn, but it's not even going to go for that. It's going for the Woodhammer, which isn't even enough to be actually picking up a KO on the Dragonite. Fabian has all of the tools to be able to run this through, stay undefeated going into Swiss round number 11. And what a great job he's been able to do. And what a great show he's been able to put up for us. Fabian still undefeated.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Fabian Brown there. Amazingly well played, and with such a strong team with so much success behind it too. And going into top cut already, still with further Swiss rounds to go, makes it even more incredible. This seems like this could be a real contender to win the event.
Oh, big time. Like, I mean, with those plays as well, I wouldn't put it past him. And clearly he's been working very hard. Like ever since even last season, he just kept on upping his game consistently and just being able to run, what is it now? 10-0? If I'm not mistaken,
Yep.
10 wins. That's it, 10 wins going into Swiss round number 11. You've not only guaranteed top cut, my friend, you've pretty much like absolutely made a statement there on that saying, right, guys, I'm here, so you gotta really be cautious. And he's clearly on form in what was a previously addressed composition, the Elizabeth team essentially, but he's been able to absolutely own it to his own playability and comfortability.
Yeah, and obviously it has a lot of practice behind it. Then you can see one of our replays there. Yeah, Incineroar and those Rillaboom, those really critical, supportive pieces that Emanuel had to really enable this Ursaluna going down at every opportunity that Fabian had to do it. Because neither of them had Protect, they were easy targeting slots for those big damaging attacks.
Yeah, and Blood Moon just able to clean up the Pelipper. I think that was sort of the role of Emanuele's Blood Moon. You want to be able to position it to the point where you can play around with the Protects and the Blood Moon interactions. You've got Leftovers recovery as well as the grassy terrain, and you've got so much support to it. But it just seems like Fabian was able to essentially take his ticket from that game to comeback essentially and just absolutely capitalize in that game 3. You've got the Golden Go being brought once again mid-game to that point in order to be a sort of sweeper in essence. You beat those speed benchmarks that Emanuele's Ninetales can't reach because it's just a focus sash variant.
Yeah, exactly. It was able to kind of get into the position it wanted to, but yeah, you've only got ice moves really.
Yeah.
And versus a Golden Go, you can't even use your status moves either in that disable, which you really want to use versus particularly choiced Pokemon with a choice scarf or a choice band, because it means they can't do anything. But yeah, you can't even do that. And so it was a really uphill battle, honestly. And when your Ursaluna is also the Yawn variant, you also can't Yawn Golden Go.
I know.
So like, you could argue, is that a bad matchup for Golden Go, which is almost 50% usage in our day 2? But with an Ursaluna, it's still pretty good. But then at that point, you just need the right support to be able to target those counters, and then your matchup's fine.
Yeah, I think like the fact that there were so many different interactions of when to Yawn, when to Earth Power, when to Blood Moon is just, it creates so many layers of mind games between both of our trainers. So if you're able to catch that one moment out, it builds up the confidence and sort of allows you to anticipate your opponent's play style or anticipation, because one action speaks of intention and then might lead to the next action's intentions, if that makes sense. And you know, Emanuel did a really good job in handling it so well in that game too in particular. And I think there was that one play that we were talking about with the wide guard. Do we have the disable coming out from the Ninetales into the Pelipper in anticipation of it?
Yeah, exactly. I think there was a lot of interactions here where you were suddenly able to shut that down completely, weren't you? Because you had the Ninetales' ability to only go for those spread type attacks.
Yeah.
But when you know that, you can just like disable your opponent's options because they know that you're going to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Because like then we've got, if you don't go for the wide guard with the Pelipper, you go for the offensive. At that point, I don't think Ninetales was within range of being KO'd, so there could have been a case where, okay, will that matter? But that wouldn't because of the priority and the speed interactions. We saw the Blood Moon, for example, was faster than the Pelipper at that point, and it was always going to be able to checkmate it in that scenario, so you might as well go for wide guard if you're Fabian's side. But then that's so easily trademarked, let's say, and the telegraph, should I say, from Emanuele's disable. But that allows the Ninetales then, immediately after the following turn, to just go unencumbered, basically. Unencumbered, to pick up the KOs where it needs to. And we saw the Icy Wind commit rather than the Blizzard, which was enough, actually. I think, like, what was it, like, was it around 40 hit points?
Less than that, I think.
Less than that, was it?
Yeah, I think it was like maybe, I want to say 22.
22, yeah. So, you know, like, if it weren't for that really high-level play of just going for the disable there, locking in, pinning, essentially, the Pelipper, then I think there was a lot more room for Fabian to be able to navigate around that.
But this looks like a really nice play, but obviously it could have gone like so wrong as well. Yeah. If you've got Fabian into a point where you can just counter that as well. You call out the disable instead, and then you just target into the Ninetales instead with your child on, assuming if you wake up, obviously.
Right,
which we could have seen. We could have. And instead, the Pelipper then goes for the attack instead into that Ninetales as well, with a Muddy Water or a Hurricane. It's chipped that Focus Sash, and then suddenly your Golden Go in the back can just clean it up instantly. So this turn, it actually could have ended completely for Emanuele.
Yeah, it did. And I mean, he did such a great job in being able to force that game 3. But then we just saw that Fabian handled that so well the early game, essentially, where he was able to just capitalize off of the build-up, the story, the narrative of Game 1 and Game 2, because this, let's not forget, VGC is an information game. It's not only just like RNG and stuff and whatever, whatnot, but like it's just following the lines that you need to, gathering the information that you can based off of the damage calcs, based off of your opponent's play style, and trying to capitalize off of it. Because then at some point you start building up a path, a visual sort of mental path of anticipating what your opponent would like to do and what they wouldn't. Depending on the board state.
Yeah, depending on the board state, obviously, yeah. So, but Emanuel made the play, though, obviously, that they needed to make. And that was great. And that is the mark of a good player, when you can correctly establish what that correct play is going to be right there, depending on what your opponent does. So, but obviously, well played to Emanuel, honestly. To be able to bring it back in that game 2 was amazingly well played. But, of course, Fabian, being the undefeated player that he is still incredible.
Yeah, it was incredible, but we have got more action for you lovely folks at home. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you a moment's time to get some refreshments before we're back with the next round, Swiss round number 12. Don't go anywhere.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments, and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so like counter teams, so that I can see if I can like strategize a way to like play around that and like kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are like my main ways of practicing, and then of course just like reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
Pokemon trainers, we all know that Pokemon battles are essentially about knocking out the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. So the temptation is to do that as fast as you can. But what if you want to take things a little bit slower? I'm Charlie Merriman, I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou, and today we're going to talk about Trick Room.
It's one of those strategies that's been so prevalent in VGC over the years, and with good reason. Most trainers, when they're picking their team for their coming into competition, they're picking between power, bulk, and speed. All of those things are really crucial to any team. Now, most teams, without the advent of Trick Room, have to pick maybe two of those things to be able to have an effective team. Maybe they're trying to be fast and offensive. Maybe they're trying to be, a little bit bulky and powerful. But you always have to sacrifice something. Under Trick Room, though, you can be the fastest Pokemon on the field and be the most powerful and take a few hits as well.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting strategy. And I think also when you set up Trick Room, and especially when your opponent isn't expecting it, if maybe they're running a more hyper-offense team, a very fast team, those teams, as you've been saying, Ben, tend to be frail because they can't also have that bulk. And so quite often won't have the resources necessary to weather that storm when Trick Room is set up.
Especially over the 4 turns of Trick Room that these teams really have available to them. So, looking at this, it sounds all sunshine and roses for Trick Room teams, but it's not quite that simple. Trick Room's a really difficult move to be setting up because it's so slow. It almost always goes last in a battle. That means that 2 Pokemon can double up to knock out the Pokemon trying to set up the Trick Room, or moves like Taunt or Roar could even force the Pokemon trying to set up Trick Room to not be able to act that turn. And that's really, really tough. If you don't have that dedicated Trick Room setter and the support for it, you can really have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's quite high risk, high reward, isn't it? But I think it's also worth saying that even if you are running a faster team and Trick Room is set up, there are still ways around it. There are still ways you can try and stall out those turns before you can achieve something when the Trick Room is expired. Going for a priority move, for example, extreme speed, grassy glide, those sorts of things, those are ways to get some damage down and make sure you're still acting first, because those moves will still go first in Trick Room. And of course, protect, the move that's so common throughout VG, trying to keep your Pokemon safe until they're in a position where they can act decisively.
Protect, defensive switches, they're all well and good though, Charlie. You can always, though, count on Pokemon like Torkoal to be able to, use those really powerful spread damage moves to get around those sort of defensive plays. And as you were saying before, it's those more fast and offensive teams that really struggle to be able to deal with Trick Room threat. So, trainers, if you're at home thinking about what strategies that you're going to be looking to take to a tournament in the video game, Trick Room definitely should be high up on your list. But that's all we've got time for at the moment. Thank you, Charlie, for discussing this with me. We're going to be getting back to the action, though, very soon.
Pokemon trainers, we are here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, and we have a little bit of time out on the floor. We're going to be able to do a player interview and with a very special player. So let's introduce them. Victor Medina, how are you doing? It's great to have some time with you.
Thank you.
Can we just find out first how your tournament's going this weekend?
Well, it's going well. I'm 8-2. It started a bit rough. I was 2-2 at the start. But to be honest, I'm feeling good. I faced really difficult matchup. I faced really great players, so I'm feeling excited for these last 2 rounds, and hopefully I'll make top cut.
Awesome. And talking about top cuts, before we get into this event, we've got to talk about the World Championships in Anaheim. You had an incredible run at that event, managed to get top 8 in the end, which is just a phenomenal achievement. How was the overall experience for you?
It was amazing. It was so cool to go to Worlds, to meet all my friends. Also, the winner was a really close friend of mine. Shout out to Gio. And yeah, like my experience in Worlds was amazing. I managed to top 8 once again. It's my 3rd top 8 in World Championship, 1 in seniors and 2 in masters. So I'm feeling very proud. It's an amazing experience always to play these tournaments, honestly.
This year is going to be your year, yeah?
I will try my best. I always say I want to do better than my best result, that is top 8. So at least top 4 this year.
Well, we have a lot of us that are rooting for you, so we'll hope to see your progression this season.
Thank you.
But on to this event, you said you had a bit of a shaky start, losing round 1 and then round 4, right?
Correct.
So from round 4 on, you've been on that kind of cusp of potentially going out of the tournament. How do you kind of manage that through those latter rounds to kind of get into that day 2?
It's so difficult. I'm so nervous. Every round, I'm on the edge of my seat, but at the same time, it's why we play, you know? Like, we want to do as best as possible. And yeah, like, I'm feeling very nervous, but I'm feeling amazing. It's so cool to play. I played Niels, I played Florian, I'm playing very great players, and it's horrible that one of us couldn't make it because I'm next 2, so who loses it's X3. But at the same time, it's very nervous. But yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, but you're doing everything you need to get to these latter stages of the tournament. Hopefully, we'll see you in top cut, of course. Can I ask you about your team a little bit?
Yes.
What Pokemon have you decided to bring to this event, the new regulation?
I decided to bring Rain. I've played Rain the last 2 tournaments of Frog Age. I started with Ninetales in this regulation, then no weather at all, and then I'm with Rain. But this time I opted for a very balanced Rain. I'm playing Instinct, I'm playing Goose, I'm playing Basculegion. So yeah, that's pretty much my team, and it's working right now, so let's hope it keeps working.
That's awesome. Victor, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time out of the tournament to come and talk to us. Good luck in the rest of your rounds. We'll hope to see you on the broadcast more later today.
Hopefully.
And we'll throw it back to all of the action.
We heard from Victor Medina there, one of our most prominent players that has ever touched the EU region. Still vying for his opportunity, of course, on going ahead and being able to get more trophies, or should I say a trophy this season. Victor, I love you. So I am Costa, this is David, and we are going into Swiss round number 12 here at the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships. And what a day it has been. We are in phase 2. Which, yeah, there's been a lot of action, and there are also a lot of notable matches.
There certainly are, because so many of our trainers have done so well already that every single match is probably going to be notable at this point, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well played.
So let's take a look at all of those really interesting players that have made it all this far to Swiss Round 11. And you can see on the top of your screen who we will be featuring. It's Roberto Parente versus Victor Jimenez.
Yeah, and yeah, what a battle it's going to be between both of these trainers. They are no strangers to getting very, very high accomplishments over the past couple of seasons in particular. So being very familiar with Regulation Set H, no doubt about it. But there are other lovely matches. We've got Shohei Kimura versus Juan Garcia, which we have been able to have the pleasure of featuring both of those trainers yesterday during phase 1. Alex Moreno versus Nikolai Hoy Nielsen, and Niklas Schorsch versus Luis Pontvel.
You skipped over the Frostmoth that's on Alex's team.
I did not want to look at it.
See that? Frostmoth there. That is so cool.
That is very cool. Not gonna lie.
In what would be like a Golden Ghost typically slot, right?
Yeah.
You're like, no, I don't want Golden Ghost, I want Frostmoth.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah.
What, one ice type? I want a second ice type. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But, and I want more weaknesses as well. Even
more rock-type weaknesses,
Yeah,
please.
that would be great.
That would be fantastic. But no, he's been doing a great job of being able to bring it to this stage. So aside from joshing, I think being able to actually have a Frostmoth this high in the competition, phase 2, well played completely. I'd be curious to see what kind of set it runs, but we are going to be featuring the match of what I'd say is going to be a very, very highly anticipated matchup between two trainers we have definitely seen on this stage, especially last season. We've got Roberto on the right-hand side there, just getting a bit more zen, focus, trying to have a bit of a breather, saying, right, Mewtwo, do your thing, give me the luck that I need. You're so powerful, I need to channel that power.
Oh yes, there is a lot on stake here for both of these trainers right now. It is Swiss round 11, so there is going to be a lot on the line. Both are 9-1 at the moment, so they can both kind of afford maybe a little bit of a loss still at this point. But obviously that win is going to feel so sweet and get them into that top cut.
Yeah, exactly, because it is essentially what is a win and in order to progress to the next stage. And yeah, Victor on the left-hand side, still feeling quite relaxed, also having a bit of a zen moment there, just deep breaths. It really does help and put in a mile and your mind at ease. But their accomplishments, like we said, both very recent, very in form. Sevilla special top 4 for Victor, EUIC top 32 in the same season alongside another top 32, but at Birmingham Regionals. And then finally, a couple of seasons ago, Bochum Regional top 4.
Yeah, some really nice accomplishments there, to be honest. And on Roberto's end, the top 8 at Liverpool Regionals, top 16 at Stockholm last year as well, or rather, even a few months ago, to be honest. And a top 16 at Worlds is amazing as well. So, like, plenty of other accomplishments I'm sure that are on there as well. So, both players that are no strangers to this stage. But I'm sure Roberto is vying for maybe a top 4 somewhere, maybe this season, and Victor maybe even to be a finalist at that point. But of course, a win wouldn't go amiss either.
No, definitely not, especially at the current stage of the tournament that we're at. But in order for them to have reached here, they have brought 6 trusty partners alongside them, and we've got a preview of Victor's at the moment. Dragonite, Annihilate, Sneasler, Male Indeedee, Tatsugiri, and the Dondozo. A relative sort of 2-2-2, I would say, although the Dragonite and Annihilate, they don't commonly go hand in hand to one another, but then again, there is coaching on the Annihilate, so that may very well be the case.
Yeah, exactly. It is one of those really interesting Annihilate sets that goes well with the Dondo Toad Hatsugiri mode. Yeah. A really flexible lead is Annihilate and Dondozo here, where you can either coaching and start boosting up your Dondozo, even if you just go for the Protect, but you can also just immediately switch Annihilate out into Tatsugiri and start going on the offense. Yeah. And so so the Annihilate isn't really a slot you want to be targeting because of that. But then if you keep staying with Annihilate, you can do whatever like it wants, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. And then as the Dondozo Protect, so it's a really threatening lead. And that's just 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. But that's sort of like why 2-2-2 compositions are so, I would say, great to be able to bring, because they force scenarios and pins depending on the matchups. But then we go Roberto's side, a team that we've been sort of talking about a bit earlier on in the couch section. Espathra, Arcanine, Hisuian form, Sneasler, female Indeedee, Kingambit, and that Hydreigon. And yeah, Espathra, I would have thought maybe a Focus Sash variant, but no, this is going for full damage potential, Life Orb, Expanding Force, and the signature move, Lumina Crash, that we don't see that often. It's able to essentially drop the special defense of the opponent by 2 upon contact.
Exactly. So once you've got that speed boost going, you're going to be the first Pokemon to be moving if you're a Spathra, and then your following up special attacker normally to make the most of those special defense boosts goes next. Namely, say Hydreigon, or that Indeedee with that Psychic, making it really powerful, or just boosting up a Spathra's damage into the following turns.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of having such an offensive set with a Life Orb. You want to be able to hit the essential sort of damage calcs that you normally wouldn't have, and then because we've got essentially a Psy-Spam core here, Expanding Force is a great way to be able to have a much faster way to have so much damage with an Expanding Force user, which is commonly like a Hatterene, for example.
Exactly. So this is a really good spin on the traditional set where you're just going so fast. You don't need to set up Trick Room first. You could just go for it with your, like, fancy chicken of a Pokemon, which is a Spathra. Ostrich? Yeah, one of those
Ostrich,
anyway.
Ostrich.
But either way, such a cool team coming out for Roberto.
Honestly.
And I think we're going to see the leads right now.
Yes, we are. We're going to be seeing Roberto with the female Indeedee, Sneasler, versus its counterpart, male Indeedee, and the Dondozo on Victor's side. So already we've got a scenario where the Sneasler's got its item procced because, of course, it is holding that Psychic Seed, meaning it is the fastest thing on the field due to the Unburden.
So I really like this lead from Victor here because obviously Indeedee female offers all those follow me moves, but you've got that spread move in that expanding force from the Indeedee threatening this Caesar with a one-hit KO, may I say, because there's no focus sash on that Caesar, even past that Psychic Seed boost. And so if you want to do anything with Caesar this turn, Roberto will need to consider going for that Terra Dark.
Oh, but this is most likely going to be that Tatsugiri that comes in order to be able to help its partner, command its partner, should I say, all the way through with an Omni boost of +2 across all stat stages. And this is a great way to be able to bulk your Pokemon up instantly to be able to take attacks, but you do remain susceptible to Dire Claw potentials because of this, and I think Roberto might try to go and target that whilst getting his own switch out from his side. The female Indeedee in favor of the Espathra, which means at the end of this turn, it will be getting a speed boost, followed by a Protect of the Sneasler.
Oh, so there is the Protect, yeah, which is possibly called out there. And so the Dondozo gets to just go for the attack instead, which looks like it's going into that Sneasler's Protect there, but it is that Earthquake. Okay. So, oh my goodness, this Spathra is going to be taking a decent amount of damage from that, and it does. But Speed Boost, interestingly, does not get that Speed Boost at the end of the turn if you've just switched in. Right, yeah. It needs to spend that extra turn actually going for that Protect. So the question will be, does it have enough speed to outspeed a +2 speed Dondozo after that is the question. It really needs to. I imagine it probably does if you've brought it to this matchup, because that is so crucial. If you start lowering that special defense, you are going to be doing so much more damage with what's in the back.
Yeah, you would think that is the case, but we're going to have to find out. Some Dondozos just try to hit the sort of mark just above Garchomp, but we're going to have to find out as it is confirmed. Protect from the Espathra makes so much sense. You want to be able to capitalize off of Lumina crashes as you can in the Tire Claw. Oh! It gets the sleep! 50% chance of 3 statuses. In this time, it was bingo sleep time. And the Dondozo takes its mandatory sleep. It will get leftovers recovery, and because it's so bulky, it's going to be put outside of threat anytime soon. But like we said, the interaction of Unaware from the Dondozo, you ignore your opponent's stat stages, but not your own. So that means a Spathra getting multiple Lumina crashes will indeed have an effect.
Yeah, and crucially, Unaware doesn't ignore the speed boosts on the Espathra either. Yes. So Espathra is going to actually still outspeed, if it, assuming it does based on its training here. Yeah. So Hydreigon coming in here is really nice. Yet we do see a confirmation of the Lumina crash being quick, and Hydreigon might follow up with some more moves to really make the most of that.
Yeah, and it makes so much sense as Dondozo will be asleep for yet another turn, turn number 2. And of course, with each turn that it still remains asleep, so do increase the chances of it being able to wake up. Spathra now at +2 of its speed, but I don't think that matters at this point. Hydreigon is such a great partner to be able to bring in here since we've had Dondozo's special defense brought back to neutral.
So obviously we saw the Sneasler not go for a Terra most crucially, perhaps saving it for this Hydreigon right now, because otherwise it's very threatened by the order up potential from this Dondozo, which probably outspeeds it. So you really want to start getting off those dragon type moves if you want, and so we could be saving the Terra for the Hydreigon if you're Roberto, which is that Terra Ghost, and if it's got just enough bulk, it might be able to survive a Dondozo attack.
Oh, we're going to have to find out, as the Expanding Force is the move of choice here, dealing so much damage, but not enough. However, the Hydreigon, it's not going to be able to follow up just yet because the Dondozo's asleep. It really needed to wake up in that scenario, but we have got the Sonaro move of choice there, guaranteed at least 95% of the time to connect, and which it does. So clearly Roberto, knowing his damage calcs quite well, opting to go for the Expanding Force. You want to capitalize off of as much damage potential as you can because of the Psych Terrain effect, further bolstering the damage output of that move in particular.
So now the Sneasler comes in for Victor here. So obviously Dondozo, being this boss of a Pokemon to kind of deal with, is still just one of your 4.
Exactly.
So Tatsugiri's still here. We've got Sneasler that's really boosted now with that Psychic Seed. So it's still definitely not over at the moment. But crucially, Hydreigon did actually not go for that Terra, and therefore not making itself weak to a throat chop from this Sneasler, but still has the potential to. And that's what's really key. Having that option means that Victor is not safe to necessarily go for a close combat into that Hydreigon or a throat chop into it either. Yeah. And crucially, this Espathra is looking really quick right now, and most likely outspeeds the Sneasler, even with that Unburden boost too. And with a Psychic type move, it's looking very threatening into it. But of course, it does have that Dazzling Gleam.
Oh, exactly, and that's such a great way to be able to cover any sort of weird typing that the Psychic wouldn't like. Looking at you, of course, Dark type, because of being its natural enemy and immune to it. But we're just going to be seeing a double protect from the Espathra and the Sneasler, and of course the confirmation that the Espathra is indeed faster and will indefinitely be faster as long as it remains on the field. Trying to see a focus of the Hydreigon into the Sneasler there in order to be able to get outside of that scenario, followed up by a Muddy Water of the Tatsugiri. Does of course connect onto the Hydreigon, but because of its Dragon typing, just basically does near to nothing. Doesn't get an accuracy drop as well, most notably.
Yeah, really key, like really great turn from Roberto there. Basically calling out the protect of the Sneasler, or even a Terra either way, so that they could keep the Espathra around, predicting Victor to want to try and get rid of it so the Sneasler could be free, and it is not. That second protect is definitely not going to be a great play, especially as it's not going to be like very likely to occur. Yep. But now Roberto can pretty safely target into it, most likely with a Dazzling Gleam. You're going to get so much damage off this turn onto both of those targets. And you've got that Life Orb. Yeah, no special defense drops, but either way, you're already up. You don't need to over-predict necessarily. And so you can kind of cover for that Terra by going for those really consistent attacks.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no real reason for you to be able to just try to go for any reads, like you said, but we're going to be seeing a terrestrialization of the Tatsugiri. Not a Terra Fairy that we commonly see, but it tends to be more stellar, but seems like clearly type advantage here is something key in defensive scenarios. As talking about defensive, Hydreigon does opt to go for the protect. Dazzling Gleam confirmed to be the case here. Not going to be very effective, or should I say neutral hitting on the Sneasler, but as well as the Tatsugiri now because of the terrestrialization. And going to be actually seeing that Muddy Water come out from the Tatsugiri, trying to target and connect with the Espathra. If it can pick up a KO, yep, it does connect. That is actually quite big right now because it was the fastest thing on the field. The fact that Sneasler did not turn into the Dark type via the terrestrialization is quite key here as well. And it makes sense from Victor because then you'd have both of your Pokemon susceptible to the Fairy typing.
Now, Sneasler does come back in here for Roberto, but it already had its Unburden activated earlier in the game, so it doesn't get it this time, whereas Victor's definitely has the advantage right now. So that's Hydreigon is looking really vulnerable now to a close combat, but we still haven't seen Roberto actually go for that Terra. We've seen him just kind of, like, very confidently just attack with Hydreigon without Terra in front of it. So still prepared to really risk it all. But is this the turn he Terras? That's the question. And it still makes it really difficult for Victor because he's been avoiding it so far, hoping to just catch a Terra at some point and make his day a little bit easier. But Roberto's not giving in yet. But it does need to do something at this point because the protect is off the board.
Okay, there it is. That something has come to fruition. It's switched out in favor of that female Indeedee, which will be getting the Psychic terrain on the field via its Psychic Surge ability once more. And most notably, being a damage sponge is the key here. Dire Claw from one Sneasler to another will offer up a paralysis status onto Roberto's side, now having a chance of not even being able to move, has its speed halved. Draco Media does connect, bringing a female Indeedee down to half, but the Dire Claw in return from Roberto able to break through the paralysis, pick up the KO because of that Fairy terrestrialization, guaranteeing that piece being removed, forcing Victor to bring in his final Pokemon, which is, of course, that male Indeedee Focus Sash.
Yeah, and now the male Indeedee was actually looking really strong as kind of a late-game sweeper in a way, especially with the Focus Sash. Now that paralysis was on the Sneasler, you can get a KO there and on the Indeedee, but actually Hydreigon and still the Sneasler or Roberto's end can still both Terra into Dark and resist or even just be immune to the expanding force that could come out from this Indeedee male. And with the Psychic Surge set up again, it's still going to be that spread attack that this expanding force user definitely does have. So Victor is definitely in the driver's seat right now, particularly Sneasler to get a full paralysis, because Hydreigon doesn't have the speed advantage versus the Sneasler in particular. If it is that max speed, it does have it against the Indeedee itself. It does have that just a tiny bit more speed than Indeedee, but given the more supportive set, we don't know if it actually does have that maximum speed. Could well be slower, and therefore does definitely not want to tear it out of that dark and take a massive expanding force.
Well, we'll be finding out straight after the Terastallization. Finally coming out from Roberto's side. It is, of course, going to be that dark typing. It wants to make sure that it is not susceptible to that male Indeedee expanding force. Such a great way to have such a super solid immunity, especially when supported by that helping hand. But it is going to be susceptible to a read from the Sneasler if there was from Victor's side, but there isn't. It actually opts to go for the protect, which means the male Indeedee actually follows suit. It goes for protect of its own, maybe in anticipation of trying to scout out what Roberto's play is right here, because Victor does have the speed advantage, but he wants to make sure with A, if there's going to be a Terra commit, or B, if there's even going to be a redirection play coming out.
But this is what Victor wants now. That Terra has been spent, and that makes things so much easier for him to kind of navigate around. So obviously now, the Indeedee on his own end is not going to be entirely that useful, but it means that the single targeting attacks from the Sneasler can only come out into either of the targets, and Indeedee can safely keep their own Sneasler like alive, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, the Terra Fairy has also come out on the Tatsugiri on Victor's end, so he's definitely still got to keep the Sneasler safe from any psychic moves from the Indeedee, but it's could be going down here.
Yeah, from one Indeedee to another, we're going to be seeing a helping hand, at least from Victor's side. Just going to be assisting the Sneasler. At this point, because we've got the follow me, it's essentially going to be able to pick up the KO onto the female Indeedee, but Roberto's side still has a chance to actually get paralyzed at this point. It needs to be able to break through, and it does with the close combat, which isn't enough to pick up the KO. Maybe with the helping hand it would have, but the female Indeedee had to go for the redirection in order for that Sneasler to stay on the field. But Hydreigon is now here. We have got, on Roberto's side, 2 dark types. Male Indeedee cannot touch them at the current point. Sneasler is the one that has to be able to dispatch of them, but does it have enough resource in the tank to do so with single target moves?
Well, it certainly could do. I mean, Hydreigon's the safer slot, right? Because even if Caesar tries to protect, he could get fully paralyzed as well, or even attack. And so Hydreigon is more of the threat here that can still kind of dish out a lot of damage and KO the Sneasler in return. And yeah, there's not a whole lot this Indeedee can do right now. It can helping hand, but it probably doesn't even need to here.
Okay.
But there it is.
All right.
Close combat into Hydreigon is enough. No protect from Roberto here. His brazen tactics have not paid off at the moment. But unless this Sneasler does break through the paralysis.
Yeah. Oh, is it going to be able to do it? Yes, it does. And it's going to... Oh, my lordy, wait. No, sorry, that was the expanded force, but it still does. Yeah, don't ignore me. It's still there. The Sneasler is out of course. This does mean it is now down to a 1 versus 1. Roberto's Sneasler will be able to dispatch of the male Indeedee and get that game 1 for Roberto. What a back and forth affair from both of our trainers.
Yeah, absolutely huge there. Like, and to be able to just go for either attack makes a lot of sense there, doesn't it? Like, you assume one will go down and the other can get the attack off as long as it breaks through Caesar's shenanigans. That paralysis that was there before. So Victor going for the protect here. There isn't really any options, to be honest, for Victor to kind of take this game, but giving himself a little bit more time to maybe think for game 2.
Yeah, and it makes the most sense because at this point, there's no way you're going to be able to force your male Indeedee into a scenario where it could go for struggle and deal damage. But well, before that time, the Sneasler will be able to absolutely dispatch of that male Indeedee. So this is quite crucial. You want to be able to start formulating a better game plan, in all honesty, going into that game 2. We have seen that Victor did rely on the Dondozo with this game 1. It did get subjugated to that sleep status via the Dire Claw. So could sort of bring the question to Victor, do I just lead the same way? I feel like that's my best strategy going into this, as long as I don't fall victim to the statuses.
Yeah, that's the question, really. I mean, like, if you've got a poison there, yeah, that's workable. You can still move some moves. If you get paralyzed, yeah, you might get a full paralysis at some point, but it's still workable. Yeah. But sleep is guaranteed do nothing. And then potentially again.
Yeah.
which also happened as well. So it just enabled this Espathra to do exactly what it wanted and just do as much damage as it could. Really interesting to see how much damage it did, though. We had a Lumina Crash plus a Psychic boosted Expanding Force, not quite being enough for a KO.
No.
And that is critical information for Victor going into future games.
Yeah, and I think I've seen Dondozos in the past actually run Sleep Talk in the scenarios where they do fall victim to the sleep in order to at least have some sort of option, but no, that's not the case with Victor's. And yeah, going into this game too, like you said, Espathra put in so much work. It's actually such a good way to be able to sort of slow down or at least force a direct threat way onto the Dondozo. So definitely going to be seeing that most likely from Roberto's side. Victor though, do you rely on the Dondozo or try to change things up? Maybe there's room to bring a Dragonite in order to get a Tailwind set up if you're really concerned about speed control affairs. But then again, Dondozo just offers so much usability for yourself. You just need to be able to get your moves off.
You do, exactly. Like, as soon as you start getting off those Earthquakes, those Order-Ups, all of that extra damage that wasn't there in that game one, we can see would have really added up because of how close it actually came down to in that last game there. Like, it was... Weather paralysis was broken through. There was a few turns where Victor could have really got enough an attack off where a Protect came out instead, or like didn't take the opportunity to take a KO where there was no Protect. So it still really came down to the wire there. So the question is, Roberto can... What's Roberto's strategy if he doesn't get that sleep, right? Like, he's going to need to play a little bit more risky, maybe a little bit more kind of brazen with his Protects and his Terrors to kind of get around that, because obviously Victor still had a really good game plan with that back in Sizzler.
Yeah, it just was quite awkward where Male and Didi was essentially led down the path of having to face not one, but two Dark types, which it cannot touch at all with its Expanding Force move. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit of an interesting one in terms of the anticipated changes to the lines that you can see coming from Victor. But yeah, both of our trainers are going ahead and trying to get the next game set up, so we will be highly anticipating that very shortly. But in the meantime, is there a case where you do not bring the Dondozo? David, what would you do? Genuinely. Do you have to bring it?
I think the Dondozo needs to come here. I think if you've got a Pokemon that's like hard loses to maybe Haze, for instance, that's not here. It's Espathra is the main thing that can deal with Dondozo, reducing those stats. Everything else, it's Diaclaw. Hydreigon can't really touch it too much either. You can maybe taunt it to slow it down, but otherwise there's nothing really. It's just Espathra it being the main problem that can really slow it. So yeah, Dondozo needs to come, I think, to every single game here. It's got so much going for it. It's got all the moves you could want on it as well to just really hit hard. There's no Focus Sash either on Roberto's end too. So as soon as you've got enough attack, which you can get more of if you order up with your Tatsugiri, which is the curly form, you can get one-hit KOs in theory on absolutely everything on Roberto's team.
Yeah, maybe then do we think that in order for you not to be subject to a Diaclaw status, you lead with your own Sneasler? But do you want to go down that path? We saw the mind games towards the mid and end game of that game one, where you are having Sneasler versus Sneasler. Which one moves first? Is there helping hand? Is there redirection, etc., etc.? But that might have to be the path that Victor may have to choose, and then bring Dondozo after the initial threats have been dispatched of, like, let's say, an Espathra, if that's anticipated as a lead or maybe a switch-in.
Yeah, I think it's a really good call. That could definitely shut it down. And I think we saw a bit of that in game one, honestly, when we saw the Indeedee male lead threatening a Sneasler lead, right? But basically, Roberto didn't fall for it. Didn't terror the Sneasler, just kind of went on the offensive instead. And it really paid off, as we saw. Even though it could have literally just gone down like that to an Expanding Force. That risky play, that high-level play, arguably, was really paying off for Roberto there. So yeah, like, I mean, in theory, you could maybe say bring the Annihilate, which could be quite interesting. It resists a lot of those attacks, doesn't take much damage. You can Final Gambit the Sneasler quite effectively to kind of get rid of it if you really just want that thing gone. But, or you could like coaching into your Dondozo, start setting it up, but then that still doesn't save you from Diaclaw.
No. Well, that's the awkward thing. You don't have a Covert Cloak Pokemon available to yourself from Victor's side in order to be able to absolutely ignore it. But our trainers are getting prepped. This is game two. Espathra and female Indeedee lead over on Roberto's side versus the Annihilate and Dragonite. Wow, complete change-up. Maybe a bit of an indication of one of the two other core duos being left back.
This is a really interesting lead, yeah, because like Psy Spam, as we call it, in its seems to be modern form here within a Spathra, is really like offensively oppressive here. But this Dragonite is Terra Steel, actually, so actually has a quite decent matchup into all of the attacks that Espathra and DD have here. So like you may not need to go for it immediately because you've got that multi-scale, but going forward, it's still really nice.
I like it.
Setting up that Tailwind as well, you might be able to keep pace with this Espathra, at least for the first couple of turns or so, but Annihilate is definitely on the back foot right now.
It is, because it doesn't have any way to defend itself aside from switching back out or maybe committing with a Terra Normal in order to forego its weakness to the super effective Psychic typing, as we do have our first Terastallization of Game 2. It is going to be the Espathra going purely for damage.
Here we go.
This is going to be an Expanding Force, no doubt about it. I mean, maybe even a Helping Hand boosted one at that. There are so many multipliers, and then you've got the Life Orb to factor in. It is an outrageously powerful move, but there it is. Annihilate does opt to go for the Terra Normal, but I'm not even sure if it's going to be enough to survive this. If it's definitely Helping Hand, I think it might even pick up the KO.
Yeah, it might, honestly. It's going to be so...
Oh, no, it's follow me.
Okay. Well, let's see. When we underestimate this battle
that is true.
Terra Psychic, Life Orb, Psychic Terra,
here we go.
Expanding Force is just not enough. We knew.
Our instincts are still key there, but you see the Citrus Berry proc on the Annihilate. This does mean, however, Rage Fist is now boosted, but the Follow Me clearly coming into effect in order to forego a KO onto the Espathra, but the Annihilate instead goes for the coaching onto the Dragonite, which does connect with its scale shot. That was so crucial, because if it missed, it would have been at the point where maybe it wouldn't be in contention of a speed war, let's say, versus the Espathra, but naturally speaking, it wasn't able to pick up a KO, but naturally speaking, the Espathra is always going to outspeed because it's at that speed benchmark that it's able to, and because of the speed boost accumulating over time at the end of each turn, it's able to do that. But that KO missed opportunity because of the 5th hit not connecting is key.
Yeah, that was like, honestly, like a really interesting turn there, because you've got a position where you could Tailwind instead, but then you don't get any damage off. If you get the 5th hit on a DD, it gets the KO, but like, we've got a Spathra that's put everything in range of another Expanding Force, so Victor is really on the back foot now.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing a Protect in anticipation of that Expanding Force. Gonna be going ahead and picking up a KO on Annihilate. It's got no way to defend itself, like we said, and all of a sudden, Victor already has his Terastallized Pokemon out of contention of this Game 2 quite early on, just on turn 2. However, this allows Victor to go ahead and bring in a Pokemon fresh from the back. But the fact that we've got a Spathra going on such an offensive onslaught, having redirection available, having Helping Hand support by its side, forces Mind Games, and we got confirmation Victor has indeed brought the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri combo.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what you need right now. You need to get up your special defense so you can actually start to take on these attacks. And wouldn't be surprised to see an Earthquake here just to kind of confirm that you get damage on the Espathra and get around any sort of Follow Me. Because at the moment, Roberto is looking really, really powerful right now. You definitely don't want to risk being hit by a Wave Crash here. So I think Victor needs to go for the Earthquake, make sure that Geo is picked up, and then threaten that into the next turn. But there is Terra Psychic. Like, it is looking so powerful, Costa. Like, I don't know my Spathra calcs, unfortunately. Don't know what combination of moves Roberto needs to go for here. We've obviously had a clue of it in game 1. Yeah. But now with Terra Psychic, like, it's like, you could argue just Follow Me, Lumina Crash, and then follow up with a Psychic, like, Expanding Force. Yep. And that's it.
Oh, here it is. Helping Hand going for maximum damage output. It is going to be the Expanding Force, but the question is, can it get a 2-shot onto this Dondozo with so many multipliers in hand? It can, but another follow-up question is, the leftovers on Dondozo, is it going to be able to put outside of the range the following turn? Earthquake will be dispatching of the Indeedee, but not the Espathra. All of a sudden, this Ostrich is the Ostrich that can.
It certainly can. Oh, my goodness. So there's the bulk as well that it needs as well. Where has the Spathra been on all these tournaments? It's looking so strong in this matchup, especially versus all of those like amazing Pokemon that we often see in that Dondozo as well. So really, really well played to kind of get all of that damage off there. Sneasler, though, is coming in this time, activating that unburdened ability now, which it didn't be able to get off consistently last game. And that's going to also enable it to outspeed Dondozo as well. So we're in a really interesting position where a Sneasler and an Espathra are just in a really nice position versus still a very boosted Dondozo.
Yeah, exactly, and that's sort of what we're saying. Now we're expecting the Protect, right? You want to be able to get leftovers recovery, maybe try to get yourself outside of the range of a KO, but it's quite awkward because of the Sneasler being available. Not only are you susceptible to a potential double up of a KO here because of, you know, just the outrageous damage that the Sneasler actually has capable alongside the Espathra, but also the statuses via Diet Claw. So if you're Roberto, you got a choice. Do you go for close combat, anticipating the double up being enough alongside the expanding force to be able to pick up the KO, or do you go for disruption? Do you go for the Diet Claw?
Yeah, that is a really good question, honestly. Like, Psychic Terrain is still there, which is a bit of a problem for this Dondozo. It really wants that gone at the moment because that will heavily reduce the damage that Espathra can do.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, maybe a bit of a reposition here because Espathra will go down to its own life orb after an attack.
That's a really good point as well, as we're going to see the Terra Psychic boosted life orb multiply expanding force. With a Psychic Terrain, not enough to pick up the KO, but does confirm to us that if the Sneasler did commit with an attack there, it would have been enough, but then maybe it would have allowed Victor a board state more preferable to himself by bringing the Dragonite in ready to move at the same time as the Tatsugiri versus Roberto's opportunity now. Because of that Protect, you go with the attack, pick up a KO on the Dondozo, and then your second last remaining Pokemon comes in and is able to deal damage onto the Tatsugiri.
Yeah, it's a really nice point, Costa. It makes it so much more efficient of a move where the Tatsugiri is just a sitting duck at that point and could just drop to a Draco from this Hydreigon if that just happens there. So, and there's not a lot Victor can do about that other than just hope for a miss at this point. And then the Dragonite comes in. It's then still very much damaged from previous attacks, and it's looking really like an uphill battle for Victor.
Yeah, as Dondozo does opt to go for the Protect. In that scenario, we see the commit of both the Sneasler and the Draco Meteor from the Hydreigon. At this point, I'm not sure what Victor can do. Even if he tries to get another 2 or 3 Protects, it's not going to put the Dondozo out of range, I don't think, from a double up of both of these Pokemon. And you can easily always target the Dondozo just in case it can't pick up. But there it is. It's the attempt of yet another Protect, which now does fail. Close combat, move of choice, guaranteeing no chance and no weirdness of Diet Claw not being enough. The Hydreigon will likely commit yet again with the Draco Meteor, or does have the option to just break. No, I think you need to go for damage. No! That's what I was going to say. Maybe get some sort of damage to be able to guarantee with the follow-up of the Sneasler in that scenario. That is so awkward. It does give Victor a bit more of a lifeline, however.
It does, but also you still have that special attack maintained as well. So if you did actually want to swap your Draco Meteor targeting onto the Dragonite, you can this time as well and still have that super effective hit. Likely going to be enough anyway, given the health of this Dragonite, but at least it kind of ensures it, right? So going to this turn, yeah, the speed is definitely in Roberto's corner with that Draco Meteor, with that Sneasler being so fast. This Dragonite also naturally a little bit slower than this Hydreigon. Yes. We don't quite know the training of this Hydreigon, like specifically whether it does outspeed it, because Dragonite often runs a lot of speed, and this is a more supportive Hydreigon with Snarl and Torn to protect, so it could be a little bit slower, and that could make a big difference if this Sneasler does not get the KO on the Dragonite, because then it's threatening that damage onto the Hydreigon instead. Tatsugiri, though we haven't even talked about here, now has that free turn and an opportunity to do something here. Again, we still haven't seen the speed interactions. So much that's still on the table here, because suddenly if we've got something that outspeeds, it will completely flip the matchup on its head, because we've got Dracos from either end that can target either slot.
Yeah, and talking about Dracos, I think the most crucial thing here is, will they connect or will they not connect? Both of our trainers will be hoping that to be the case. However, the Dragonite goes on the defensive, and the focus of the close combat into the Tatsugiri, not enough to pick up the KO. So, Hydreigon, where do you go? Do you try to get the small little Sushi Dragon or the big one? We've got the Draco Meteor connect into the Dragonite. This allows Tatsugiri room to try to get its own Draco Meteor off, which it does connect with. It doesn't pick up a KO on the Hydreigon, and now all of a sudden Sneasler is going to have to try to dig deep to be able to get itself out of a precarious situation.
It definitely is. It's still got a decent chance, though. Remember, we've got the Psychic Seed boost on this Sneasler, so it's got a lot of special defense still behind it. So if it can still get a KO on this Dragonite here, and the 1v1 versus the Tatsugiri should be fairly straightforward. But the Dragonite has a decent amount of bulk behind it. You just have to Dire Claw with Sneasler, and it may not be enough at this point.
No.
And that means the Dragonite has the opportunity to scale shot.
Here we go. Dire Claw's not enough. 8 hit points, no status. We've got Muddy Water. Will be just barely short of a 2-shot, but most crucially, the Stomping Tantrum gives Victor the comeback right now. Woo. He is one step closer in getting into Top Cut, and he's forced a Game 3.
Yeah, really nicely done here, honestly. That was an amazingly well-played set, but it's where you could see, right, where the RNG tends to even out. It usually evens out across multiple sets, but this time, it was within the same game.
Yeah.
Sleep onto the Dondoza game 1, very much rectified by the Draco Meteor miss in this game 2 here as well. And also the lack of paralysis or whatever on that Dragonite in the game 2 from that Dire Claw Sneasler hit too. So, game 3 though, is it going to be RNG free? We don't know. We don't know. Both times it seems to have been like really crucial for either end to kind of be able to see who got that win.
Yeah, and it's also factoring in the moment of recognition that the close combats, I think there were 2 or 3 at that point, so the special defenses naturally did drop off the Sneasler, so it would have put it within range of, I would argue, maybe, no, probably not a Draco Meteor at -2 from the Tatsugiri, but there was always that chance, and it's always a risk when you've got these moves that have a small chance of missing at the cost of them being so powerful and destructive. And obviously, looking at you, Draco Meteor, even Muddy Water to that extent, with the commitment from Victor in the end of that game 2. But going into game 3, do we see any sort of change? We saw an absolute onslaught from that Espathra as a lead. Are we anticipating that again?
I would say yes, honestly. I think it's a really consistent lead, even if Victor goes for the same lead of Indeedee Dondozo as well. Yeah. Because like, you still resist Psychic when you're Psychic, so if Indeedee goes on the offensive, you still take that hit fairly nicely, and then you'll outspeed the Indeedee on the following turn, so you'll only ever hit 1. So yeah, same lead, I think it's going to be a good call.
Oh, okay, we got Dragonite Dondozo over on Victor's side versus, yes, the same lead, maximum damage output, but then at this point, Dondozo has a potential of having his little buddy join it.
It does this time, and it's not the Annihilate this time, or the Indeedee, but the Dragonite. So a fresh new lead for Roberto to kind of think about a little bit here. And I really like it too, because that scale shot is something that can dish a lot of damage out, and even potentially get a chance of a KO on an Espathra, unless it's supported by that Indeedee. Now, of course, the Tailwind is there too, to be able to try and match this Espathra somewhat at this point. But both having Protect is also really key as well, because if all of the eggs go into the Dondozo basket with Roberto's play of a Lumina Crash, Dragonite completely gets away with any sort of attack. So there's nothing safe that the Roberto can do at this point.
No, and we're actually going to see the Dragonite switch out in anticipation. Most likely, yes, it is confirmed, the Tatsugiri. So Dondozo will now have that +2 Omni boost across the board for itself. It's going to be able to essentially be the best point of resisting so many multipliers over on this Espathra side if we do indeed get the terrestrialization commitment, which we're going to have to figure out. And there it is. It is indeed the case. Terra Psychic. I would not have expected this Pokemon to be the Pokemon of choice when it comes to so much damage.
Yes, me too. This is such a strong Pokemon. So we'll have to see how Roberto played this though. Did he target the Dondozo slot here? Because it's into the Dragonite. It's going to do nothing. It's that Follow Me instead though. And it's the Earthquake. A good call from Victor so far here. Predicting that, still being able to get damage on the Espathra. But what has the Espathra done?
Oh, Lumina Crash into the Dragonite slot, which is now a Tatsugiri. Not what you want to see. So many resources already lost, and momentum from that turn 1. Espathra is within range of another Earthquake in order to get KO'd, and at the cost of nothing, essentially, accomplished for Roberto's side.
Yeah, that was a really nice call from Victor there to just like completely go for that, but also risky from Roberto arguably there too, not going for an expanding force either, just committing that the Dragonite wouldn't protect either. So, but it obviously would really come back to bite him.
Yeah, because at that point, surely you'd think Lumina Crash into expanding force, even on a Dondozo Omni boosted, surely will be enough to pick up the KO. But with the Hydreigon now joining the field, it's going to, of course, have its ability Levitate to forego any sort of focus of Earthquakes, but that's not the case. It's going to be the order up, nearly picking up the KO as well. This Dondozo is up and ready to go. It's a +3 of its attack, and Roberto's lost so much HP with 3 of his Pokemon already.
Yeah, amazing calls coming out from Victor every single time right now. But with all the speed boost on this Espathra, it can still offer a lot of support here. Getting off that Lumina Crash and setting up for a potential sweep of some special attackers in the back. But at this point, though, the Hydreigon is on its last legs, or tank treads, or whatever's underneath.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, as we do have the Lumina Crash focusing into the Dondozo. Will be dropping its special defense now back down to neutral from that +2, allowing Roberto to go for the Hydreigon, focus into it, order up actually targeting the Espathra. The Levitate ability did force the Victor to have to choose which target he needed to select in order to be able to get a KO there, but the Hydreigon, can it pull it through with this Draco Meteor at neutral? It cannot. The Dondozo is so bulky, survives on 40 hit points.
Yeah, you can see the huge difference there that makes from Roberto's game 1 plan, where if he just Lumina crashed into the Dondozo, or if he just expanding forced, or if he dazzling gleamed, that might have put it actually in range of going down. But no, this time Victor is in the driver's seat here. No sleep on this Dondozo, and it's been able to do exactly what he wanted from the start of this set.
Yeah, exactly that. And Dondozo at this point pigeonholed in a way, in a pin essentially, where there's always going to be an attack that will most likely connect with the Tatsugiri.
So Hydreigon's on the switch out here. It's resetting those special attack drops that it had before. DD coming back in, so you can follow me away those single target attacks that can only hit it, which is not the Earthquake.
No, and Dondozo just wants to get a tiny bit more recovery going for itself. It was previously on 54 hit points, but by the end of this turn, it'll have a bit more. And most crucially, it's going to be able to maybe have a chance, I would say normally, if that female Ndidi wasn't there, because we know Helping Hand boost goes a long way, especially when we've got such a highly offensive physical attack on the other side of the field.
Yeah, 100% Costa, yeah. It's just having that Helping Hand really will kind of secure the KO on this Dondozo, especially if it's close combat that is locked into for this Sneasler here. So it's just how Roberto then responds to the remaining 3 very healthy Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, exactly, and we do have the confirmation. Close combat is going to go in, and it's going to pick up the KO. So, even though you're not able to capitalize off of attacking the Tatsugiri once it's popped out of Dondozo's mouth there, at least you've gotten rid of a very big threat. However, Victor does have 3 Pokemon remaining, and most notably, that Dragonite did not have its multi-scale broken because it was switched out turn 1.
Yeah, and interestingly as well, the Psychic Terrain has now actually faded. So if Sneasler comes in, it doesn't get its Unburden boost or Psychic Seed boost either when it comes in too. So it's actually like really perfectly timed from Roberto's point of view that the Psychic Terrain is now just not up at this point, where usually you want it if you're the user of it.
Right.
So that's going to really help kind of pressure the Sneasler to be taking a lot of damage going into the following turns. But it's actually Dragonite coming in here at the moment, potentially wanting to keep Sneasler in the back if indeed he switches out and back in again. And I really like it too. It's not being threatened by much damage. And as you mentioned, Costa, that multi-scale is so critical for keeping it like safe and doing what it wants. But that does not prevent it from Dire Claw shenanigans that could potentially come out at any point.
Yeah, and that's quite crucial. And maybe even the Dragonite's at a point where it wants to be able to start getting the speed boost going via the scale shot in order to have the potential of outspeeding a Hydreigon when it comes back onto the field.
Yeah, 100%. So we're actually going to see the Follow Me come out immediately there, because, yeah, you definitely don't want to be taking those Draco Meteors and scale shots. There's the Dire Claw.
Here we go. No status. It's going to be a Muddy Water instead onto both the female Ndidi and the Sneasler, dropping the accuracy of that Sneasler in particular, which at this point, I think there may have actually been a miss of the, oh my lord, scale shot, and that was essentially what Victor was trying to build up towards.
Yeah, it was. So that would have been a really nice KO to get there, but unfortunately not. Now, interestingly, Tatsugiri has been shown to be faster than this Dragonite, indicating some of the training going on of these Pokemon. Makes a lot of sense. You often want your Tatsugiri to be pretty quick to just get off what it wants before it kind of drops with its kind of, kind of pitiful defenses, honestly.
Yeah.
But Indeedee now is in range where you can Draco Meteor it and get that KO, and then pick up the Sneasler KO following up with another scale shot. Now, my question is a Helping Hand Diaclaw enough to KO this Dragonite? Because if it is, then Dragonite doesn't even have a chance of getting off an entire move. Again, probably depends on the training of both of these Pokemon, but it looks like Roberto is giving it a go.
Yeah, and so much damage coming out. Diaclaw! One hit point survival, but you've got the poison as well. Secondary effect. Draco Meteor into the Sneasler, picks up a KO in an attempt of revenge. But the Dragonite, can it even connect at this point? But the problem is the poison is so crucial. It's sort of like a double-edged blade. You survive, but at what cost? The poison.
The poison, exactly. The move is really crucial to come off there, though, because now you just have a very low health, very sad Hydreigon now in the back that's facing down a lot of Pokemon, and still another Pokemon in the back as well, which we know is that Sneasler, which is always going to be outspeeding this Hydreigon.
Yep.
Has 100% accurate moves as well, which just effectively locks up this game.
Yeah, and that's such a great way for Victor to be able to essentially preserve the Sneasler, not even bring any sort of side terrain of his own, because he's always anticipating Roberto to bring that mode, so he could even capitalize off of it if it's still on the field. But like you said, the speed tiering benchmark of these two Pokemon do guarantee the Hydreigon, unfortunately, has run out of gas. And there it is, confirmation. Victor Jimenez has progressed onto the top cut.
Massive congratulations to Victor there. Really, really well played. Like, just having come off of game one with your Dondozo, your mascot Pokemon, like fully asleep, doing nothing, and then suddenly coming back super hard, getting those calls right, left, right, and center, earthquaking when it was right, switching out that Dragonite in, getting the order up when the Espathra then protected. It was so well played.
It truly was, and I mean, it's always that thing of, you see a Dondozo in the lead, you're like, uh-oh, there's no Tatsugiri. That's a 50-50. Do you bring it? Do you go for a passive play and some sort of like tech play with the other Pokemon that isn't a Tatsugiri? Tailwind was a very viable choice here, or even Scale Shot, going for the damage initially, since there is the multi-scale, so surely you're going to be able to survive so much pressure and damage coming out from the Espathra, but you could just capitalize off of the Luminate Crash, saying, okay, well, what if my opponent wants to break multi-scale, drop the special defense of the Dragonite, guarantee that an expanded force the following turn will be able to pick up a KO whilst protecting Dondozo, but it wasn't that, and it was so crucial.
It was, yeah. It looked like game two there. That Annihilate lead did just about survive the attack, but with a follow-up attack, there was nothing stopping Espathra from KOing it there. And there, be able to get this Dondozo was also very crucial. The yes, of course, the Tatsugiri heading back with that Draco Meteor, which otherwise would have gone down if the Draco Meteor had actually connected from Roberto's Hydreigon. Like, so many crucial, pivotal turns in this match.
Yeah, that being the case there, order up, being able to pick up the Espathra in that game three, which had so much effort and value in Roberto's strategies, just not being able to get the target right in that game three. There we go, the Draco Meteor finally finishing off the Sneasler, which maybe could have contested against its a counter Sneasler on the other side of the field if it remained on the field itself, but it wasn't. And that was such a great way of Roberto being able, or Victor, apologies, being able to lock up that game.
Yeah, it really was. It was excellently played, and you can see maybe how Victor maybe didn't have as much experience versus, say, Espathra in terms of its damage calcs.
I don't blame him.
Or what it could do. Exactly, I don't blame him at all. And, like, it'd be interesting to know, like, where the idea kind of came from in the original sense, to be honest, from Roberto, and obviously a lot of the other Italian players who are also running it.
Yeah.
But, like, a good kind of time to kind of practice that sort of like team or something. It's a little bit more unusual. It's kind of like your local scene, right?
Yeah.
Where there's a little bit less on the line, but you still got a really good chance of getting some CP and surprising a lot of people, but also making new friends.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that maybe this team could have even been ran at the locals in Italy as well, I'm sure. And clearly, because we've got a couple of our trainers that have been able to do that. But if you do want to go ahead and get involved yourself and find the locals near you too, we've got a little cheeky video for you in order to illustrate how. Well, that being the case, that was the video. No, I kid. What we do, of course, have great links and ways for you to be able to access them yourselves. I think we've recently got some apps as well that have come out, which are really, really helpful in terms of being able to locate things around you.
Play Pokemon app.
Yeah, play Pokemon app. Thank you very much. But yeah, generally speaking, it's a great way to make sure that you can build up towards regional level, major event level competitions. And like you said, you get to know more of the community itself. We've got a lovely little QR code available that you can easily scan in order to find locations near you.
And that Play Pokemon app can actually like track your CP as well, so you've not only got it, you've all got it on there from across the games. If you play VG and TCG, for instance, you've got it all there for you in case you want to try and really maximize that World Championship invite chance as well. So yeah, definitely check it out as well. Like speaking of actually, and it's very similar to this game actually. Yeah. I went up at a locals like fairly recently where we had a Hisuian Bravery and Indeedee.
Oh,
so that same sort of like size spam sort of thing.
Terra Sidekick.
Terra Sidekick, so it lands and actually benefits from it. Tinted lens as well, so you can't resist the expanding.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Very cool.
Okay.
So that's where I learned about that at locals.
Wait, were you up against it?
Yes.
How did you fare?
Not so well in game 1.
Okay. Oh, all right. So game 2, and then, but still, like, it's such a cool tactic to be able to experiment with, right? And find different ways and more niche Pokemon that maybe aren't as commonly found in the current meta in terms of like usage stats and whatnot. There's always going to be some sort of angle that you can find and take advantage of a Pokemon that, you know, isn't as highly anticipated and has other strengths.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty of opportunity. This is so obviously over 1,000 Pokemon Costa.
Yeah, well,
how do you
above,
choose?
yes. Oh, my
exactly.
lordy.
But obviously, we've only got 6 Pokemon that all of these trainers can choose, and a lot of them are doing so well with them. Yep. But what we're going to do, before we head into Swiss Round 12, our final Swiss round of the day, we're going to cut to a very short break, and we'll be right back with some very more hype action here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
It's been amazing to see Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championship.
My name is Nicholas Morales. Currently, I live in Georgia. What Pokemon typing would I be? I want to say the poison typing. I think the poison typing has a really good defensive toolkit. I think they have a bad rep for being kind of bad, but I think there's a lot of amazing poison types out there. I first got into competitive Pokemon when I was around middle school, actually. I found it on the internet pretty much, just like competitive Pokemon videos during the Platinum days. That was my first step into it. I actually skipped Gen 6 and 7, but I really picked up during Double Restricted. In Swish, I really liked that VGC format. The overall strategy was just playing towards rain. You know, Archaludon, it's almost impossible to one-hit. You know, you have Basque Legion 2, who is a massive threat. So multiple threats, multiple big number guys. The first time I was on stream, I felt like the crowd was kind of rooting against me. I could kind of hear them. He was doing really well for most of the match. I was sitting there like, I don't know, like I gotta focus. Like, what are you doing?
3 HP and a dream.
The second time on stream, it was over pretty quickly. It's really nerve-wracking. like, I can keep my cool during like a high-stress situation, right? Like, I don't when I was playing up on stage, I didn't really let it get to me too much. Like, maybe my leg was shaking, but like everyone has that, right?
It's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales.
Finals, I could tell when I heard the crowd counting down the population bomb hits, I was like, okay, they're rooting for me. That's really cool.
Can it do it? Another one. Give me 2 more. Oh my goodness. This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all.
I've never been to locals before, so this is my first one ever. It feels surreal. I didn't even think I would day 2, let alone hitting the whole thing. My friends really kept pushing me along the way. My good friend Ming, he's really into the VGC scene. I would never have known like what EV spreads to use, common lines, team comps or whatever. I would never know any of that without him. The power of friendship, right? But honestly, they help you push that goalpost so much more, and then you all push the goalpost together. If I don't have fun with it, I'm just not gonna play. I did a lot better than I expected to, and you know, qualify for Worlds is great. I still don't think it's real. If I were winning my first regional ever into winning my first World ever, I would permanently retire.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Frankfurt Regional Championships. We are in phase 2 of the tournament. If you're just joining us, my name is Lee Provis and I have the pleasure to be joined by the lovely Zoe Liu. How are you doing, Zoe? We've had 2 rounds of Swiss already. We've got 1 more to go before we get into that asymmetrical top cut. It's been heating up pretty well.
It's been an absolutely phenomenal day. We just had an absolute treat on stream with an Espathra. That Pokemon was definitely
scary,
not on my radar, but that signature move of Lumina Crash reducing the special defense worked so well on that team, and paired with that expanding force with that special attacker Hydreigon, just, you know, makes it really difficult for players to overwhelm. But unfortunately didn't quite win that round, but we just saw how strong that was.
Yeah, very strong archetypes. I really love it as well. Everything about the speed boost makes the Dragonite really hard to kind of function with. That scale shot where it normally gets those easy to get speed boosts, where the Espathra's no, it doesn't really matter, because I'm just going to expand and force you anyway with that Psychic Terrain support. Yeah, the Dondozo Tatsugiri was played extremely well in that last match and just had enough and a little bit of luck alongside it as well to get through that. But I'm sure that's not the last we see of the Espathra team, because there are a few players piloting that Pokemon in this tournament and doing pretty well all in day 2 as well. So we'll see if we can broadcast a little bit more of it later on.
This is quite interesting because in the previous Regulation H 1.0, Espathra wasn't quite as much of on anyone's radar, but now here it is. But for the next round of the final round of Swiss, we are going to leave it up to you, the viewers at home, to choose who you want to see on stream. So look at those names: Florian Hoffman versus Alex Moreno, Valentine. I believe that's how, yes, Valentine Visser versus Eduardo Cunha, our former world champion. Louis Fonville versus Adam Cherpu, and Son Chi Kuo versus Victor Medina. So some absolutely phenomenal names up on the stream right now.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, how do you choose, you know, between the array that we've got here? What a selection for you at home, and the conundrum is there for you. All get voting for which match you would like featured next for this Swiss round 12. But like you say, some absolutely top names here on display and performances that are backing those up. Is there anything standing out to you? There's quite a few. Frostmoth there. There's quite a few Volcarona as well. And I was speaking to Victor earlier. I was able to go out on the floor and do an interview with him, and Victor was talking to me about how awkward the Volcarona is on a lot of these teams to face against. Normally these teams would be all right to approach to, you've got your lines into them, you know what you need to do, and then Volcarona thrown into the mix, it's really complicating a lot of those game plans. So you can see why a lot of players are leaning into that Pokemon, and for good reason. We've seen it perform very well when it's been on broadcast so far this weekend.
And Volcarona was even in the top 12 in usage in day 1 as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of really cool Pokemon, and of course the Frostmoth. That's where my eyes are drawn at. Bug types typically and historically aren't the strongest in VGC, just because their typing has a lot of weaknesses, but these Pokemon have really strong abilities. Frostmoth's ability, Ice Scales, reduces the special defense special attack, so it basically increases its special defense and allows it to take hits just that little bit better. Plus, when it's paired up in snow, defense boost, so hey, a little bit tankier than its typing suggests.
Yeah, and it's one of those Pokemon, I think, that a lot of the field probably don't play against that often, so aren't really familiar with the defensive capabilities of this Pokemon. It also gets Quiver Dance as well, so it can set itself up and become a real threat offensively. And like you say, when paired up with that Ninetales, on top of maybe an Aurora they'll boost, it can become really, really scary quite quickly. So hopefully, if that is a match that you'd like to see between Alex and Florian, then get voting for that one. I'm sure me and Zoe would appreciate that pick, but we're not going to mind whichever match comes out.
All
as
of
the
these
winner.
are so incredible. And
got a Clefable there as well with Adam Shafui piloting that one, and that has had some success in previous Regulation H events, you know, last season.
Even in Regulation G,
yeah.
Really good, it's fantastic ability.
Another unaware Pokemon as well with the Clefable. So
not Clefairy.
Clefairy with the Friend Guard, yes. I'd be, how powerful would Clefable be with Friend Guard?
Oh
that would be great. Yeah,
that would be...
I do love the unaware ability on it as well. It's also got Magic Bounce as an alternative if you want to go down that route. But I think for the value that you get with the unaware, like the Dondozo, it can just follow me, redirect, pull in, not worry about any of those setup options that we see so commonly used in this format. So might get to see Adam playing that, but of course,
look
there
at
is.
the Fable up on the screen.
We never really see the cute charm. It's a nice cute ability.
It's very cute, but it only really works.
Not so useful in the competitive scene.
Because a lot of the really strong Pokemon don't have genders, and doesn't quite. I think cute charm infatuates a Pokemon of the opposing gender. So
yeah, it's not the most consistent strategies to go down.
Yeah, but Magic Guard.
Magic Guard's very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the Unaware is the ability to have that with the redirection, the follow me, and in its own right, it can be quite offensive as well. It's got a very good move pool. You can get an array of different attacking options. Moonblast being one of them, and I think the big problem with Regulation H is we're searching for that premier kind of fairy type to use when we're at the loss of something like Fluttermane. It's been so popular throughout the Scarlet and Violet era where it has been able to, you know, fill that void, but we haven't really found that perfect fairy replacement yet.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to try and find those fairies, but you know, it could be one of them. So it looks like the results are in, so we are going to find out
Here we go.
We will be featuring on stream.
There we go.
It is the Frostmoth. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, we get to see that Frostmoth on stream versus Florian Hoffman with a rain team. So it's going to be, oh wait, no, there is rain. So it's going to be a bit of a weather war. That's
the Duck Malamar.
Duck Malamar versus
Yes.
and the Bridge Malamar, clearly. So this is going to be such an amazing match. I really hope we see that Frostmoth come onto stream, but this is at this stage of the tournament, you know, the stakes are so high. All these players are going to be trying their absolute best to make their way into the top cut. And we've just seen so many players this weekend as well. This is, of course, the first tournament of the major tournament of the season. And winning this tournament means you get that automatic invite to Worlds, and hey, you can spend the rest of the season then just refining your teams and your strategies going into Worlds.
Yeah, we'll let the players get settled in on stage. We'll get into the teams and the nitty-gritty of the matchup in a moment. But you've got to say that, you know, the level here at the tournament is so high. You mentioned it yesterday. We've got 3 world champions in attendance here this weekend. So that's the level across the board of the standards here. It's making it so difficult for our trainers. But talking more on Frostmoth, because it is a Pokemon that we haven't really seen too often on the broadcast, we can take a look at those details, the stat distribution, and that all-important Ice Scales ability that you mentioned, Zoe.
Yes, the Ice Scales ability reduces buffs up its special defense when an opponent attacks the Frostmoth with its special attack moves, such as, say, Draco Meteor or, you know, a Flamethrower. Although Frostmoth being ice ×4 weak to fire probably isn't going to enjoy taking that quite as much. It's also got quite a useful ability in Shield Dust. Now, I don't expect many Frostmoth to be using it. It's more seen, I believe yesterday on stream we saw Ribombi, and Shield Dust is basically like a covert cloak. So most of the time, it is still a useful ability. It just so happens that Ice Scales is just so much more premium.
Tips the scales almost.
Oh, nice one.
It's got that very unique typing, like you say, and the ice and bug as well. So it's got nice coverage. Defensively, not the best, I would say, but it does have its advantages as well. That bug typing is something that we see players kind of lean on a little bit more with Terastallization, because it's got nice resistances to fighting. It's got nice resistances to ground type attacks as well. But there is the drawback of that 4 times weakness to fire type attacks. But you look through Florian's team and they don't have any fire type attacks there. So
and it's also a rain team, so
yeah, well, it makes sense. But there is an Incineroar there, and I was thinking, well, the Incineroar could cause a few problems there, but there's no Flare Blitz on that Incineroar. So that is something that the Frostmoth has a little bit of an easier time coming into this one, at least.
Yeah, what's even better for this Frostmoth is that being an ice type, if snow is on the field, its defenses are also increased by 50%. So this Frostmoth, thanks to its ability, gets a special defense boost, and then thanks to its typing in the snow, gets a defense boost. So it's kind of like an Assault Vest and an EVO-like, kind of, if it evolved.
Yeah, yes, kind of like all in one and really easy setup almost as well. But I think it is going to be very important to keep control of the weather in this match. And that's, I think, when we have weather wars, one on either side of the field, it's normally the player that can keep control of that and maintain it on the field who comes out on top most of the time.
There's so many different Pokemon and so many different players on the field. Let's take a look at the statistics of this Phase 2 and what has made it to today. So look at that. Golden Go at the top of the usage charts. That fantastic Steel and Ghost typing, making it immune to all these fake outs. It's a fantastic ability as well. Good as gold with all the statuses that's spreading around the format. No wonder it's one of the top picks. And look at the rest. Ninetales and Pelipper up on the screen. So
yeah, you can see the Pokemon that have moved up between Phase 1 of this tournament and Phase 2 today here with the Goldingo, the Rillaboom moving up. The big thing, I think, the drop-off that you're noticing is Ursaluna was just on the heels of the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but now nowhere to be seen, has completely dropped off the usage stats, where Blood Moon has kind of solidified its place here as number 6 choice to be used by our trainers in Phase 2 of the tournament. Annihilate dropping down slightly, which is a surprise as well because of the amount of Annihilate and Mousehole that we saw yesterday, and that was a question that we all had. We were saying, okay, we've seen a lot of this combination in Phase 1 of the tournament. Are we going to see the players in Phase 2 answer this? And it looks as though that is exactly what has happened.
It's also really interesting with the Annihilate is that we've seen quite a few of them carry Final Gambit, but without the Choice Scarf. Now, Annihilate itself doesn't have the greatest speed, but it is faster than a lot of the Pokemon in the format, and I really like that adaptation from players to not lock it into a move with the Choice Scarf, meaning that it can swap around and that Final Gambit is there. If you see, say, you're going up against a heavy Trick Room team and you just want to remove one Pokemon from the field immediately.
Yeah, when that, you know, the opportunity presents itself, say in front of, you know, one of those, like you say, supporting Pokemon or setup Pokemon, you've got the option just to use it rather than go for the beat up in that scenario is a nice way to take that trade and make it worthwhile in those scenarios. So, like I say, really nice option. We didn't see too much of that yesterday, but it is something that has been present in this tournament. And, you know, I think the big thing there is, as well, mentioning the weather, the Alola Ninetales actually overtaking the Pelipper, which is a big surprise to me because I feel like the rain has already kind of made its mark more in Regulation H as a format than Snow has. Snow has done very well, of course, but I feel like the Pelipper, the Basculegion, Arcaludon have all been very common calls that we've seen frequently do well in this format, whereas the Ninetales has had good finishes, but it's not been as present, I think. But this tournament seems to have kind of tipped the scales there almost with that.
Yeah, well, winter is coming is what I think. It is almost in autumn, phasing into winter. Maybe Ninetales is here just to celebrate.
Set the scene going forward, yeah?
Yes. I think one of the points you made is in that Ninetales, snow, not usually the most common weather, but it tends to be more of an anti-weather. Most Pokemon, or most weather teams, like sun teams and rain teams, typically tend to have a lot of Pokemon that can take advantage of the weather. The snow, not so much, but it is just there to maybe set up the Aurora Bell and just disrupt the opponents.
Exactly. Well, we can take a look at the standings from the tournament so far and see how our players are getting on as they come into this last round of Swiss. We have got Fabian, who was undefeated before the last round, has taken a loss, but still top of the leaderboard here heading into this next round. John Garcia, who we were able to feature yesterday with those Fischers going strong, is doing extremely well in this tournament, taking that momentum from yesterday, carrying it on, and doing so well with this really innovative Dondozo Volcarona Baxcalibur team.
Yeah, that's such a cool team. The Volcarona, as we've seen on stream, and as we talked about over the weekend, its ability Flame Body has that small chance of burning an opponent every time they make physical contact, which makes it a really good way to neutralize a lot of the physical attackers. And it also gets access to Quiver Dance, which boosts up its speed, its special defense, its special attack, and also the fact that it just has so many utility moves like Struggle Bug, which can reduce both the special attack of the opponents.
Yeah, and not only that, we've got, if you go down a little bit further, Oliver Eskelin there, one of our players who's had very good success in previous formats, coming into this tournament and having a fantastic run with none other than Sableye as well.
It's such a cool team. When you look at everything but the Sableye, it seems fairly standard. There's that Malsape combination, the Dragonite and the Ursaluna, which tends to be quite a popular combo, and then the Rillaboom just providing that fake out support. But then there's also that Sableye. Sableye is quite an interesting Pokemon. It's very frail, but it's got a really nice defensive typing in the Ghost and Dark, so only fairies are super effective against the typing. And
well, yeah, and we were just talking about how there is a lack of fairies, so in a format like that, Sableye, one of those Pokemon that really doesn't like them, thinks, okay, I've got a free time now. Yeah, let's go. And Oliver obviously identifying that, really clever, bringing it into the tournament and then being able to utilize it to full effect, which is phenomenal to see. Hopefully we can get to see that on the broadcast later in the show, but of course it has got a lot of tools in its back pocket, you know, with that Quash can prevent opponents from going before anything on your side of the field. It's also got Sun, it's got lots of different utility disruptive moves to help support those Pokemon next to it.
Yeah, Sableye also with that Dark typing means it's immune to other prankster taunts. So it's a very slow Pokemon, but it doesn't care about those priority taunts. So just a lot of different fantastic utility options. But here we've got our players up on the stream getting ready for their game. And this is going to be so exciting. Rain versus Snow. Lee, how are your thoughts on this matchup?
Like I say, I think it really will come down to like what the players want to lean into for their momentum swingers, because I think the Frostmoth could play a big part in this game, especially for Alex here with that Snow being up. Like you say, it's got that nice Ice Scales ability, so the defense is already going to be bolstered, and if you can slide in an Aurora Veil on top of that, I think it's going to be very difficult to take down that particular Pokemon, especially when you look at the abilities it has to be able to set up with Quiver Dance. I think that's something that you're going to have to really keep in the back of your mind at all times from Florian, to be able to have ways to prevent that setup and be able to pressure that Pokemon constantly throughout the game. You look at its Terra typing, it is water there, so you do have ways to hit it for super effective damage with that Arcaladon.
Yeah, Alex is also really interesting, is that he's gotten last season quite consistent 5-3s. So this is his very first day of phase 2. So this is going to be a really big, big moment for him. And I don't believe we've seen Alex on stream before, so this is going to be a really exciting opportunity for him just to show off his team and show off how much he has improved at this game.
Yeah, definitely that, and that is exciting to hear, and hopefully this is not the last time we'll see them this weekend, especially with such an innovative team as well. We can have a look at the achievements from both of our players. Like you've just mentioned, Alex, this is the first time up on stream, so making it into phase 2 of the tournament, hopefully they can add an accolade to that name. But we look at the other side of the field, we got Florian, very established player, especially over the last couple of seasons. We have the Stuttgart Regional top 16 in 2024, top 128 finish at Worlds 2024, then Stockholm Regional top 32, and Utrecht Special Championship top 32 last season as well. So very familiar with this sort of environment.
So it looks like going to this, Alex will be a little bit of the underdog here, not quite as many accomplishments, but there's always a first time for every player, and this might be Alex's big moment, and it's just so nice to see. I really love seeing a lot of these underdog hero stories just up on the screen here. Alex's team, that Incineroar, Dragonite, Frostmoth, Ninetales, Alolan form, Ursaluna, and Rillaboom.
Yeah, the Ursaluna we talked about in the phase 2 statistics, it has dropped off from yesterday's phase 1, but Alex having a lot of success with it here, and it doesn't appear to be supported by Trick Room, which is what we'd normally see the preferred environment for the Ursaluna, but it will be held out by the Dragonite with that Tailwind, so you've got to expect it is a little bit of a speedier Ursaluna on this team. It's got nice support options, double fake out there with Incineroar and Rillaboom, so it helps get that Tailwind set up, helps get the Aurora Veil set up as well, and you've got some nice options to kind of switch around the weather there as well, because it's going to be so imperative. I keep talking about, banging on about it, that the weather is important. If you can get that snow set up on the field, it's going to help out the Frostmoth. We've talked about why, but getting that Aurora Veil up is going to be key. If you can kind of get your own Ninetales Ninetales onto the field while the Pelipper's out, you are guaranteed at almost, if you've got Fake Out support next to you, to help get that Aurora Veil set up.
And of course, Florian on the other side will be running a Rain team, and so the classic Weather War, Florian's team of Incineroar, Basculin Legion, which can take absolute advantage of that rain, the Golden Go, the Pelipper, the Archaludon, and the Amoonguss. So Florian running more of a standard rain team, both the Archaludon and the Basculin Legion can take advantage of the rain. Archaludon's Electro Shot no longer needs that one turn to charge up. But of course, if Alex predicts this and switches in a Ninetales as the Archaludon goes for the Electro Shot, then the Archaludon will unfortunately be stuck on the field on that one turn charging up. So there's a lot of different plays for our players here, and I think in this matchup, they're going to be holding on to their weather setters in the back.
Yeah, and I think if we look at Florian's team in an overview, the double steal here is going to be quite useful to help deal with the Ninetales and the threat from the Frostmoth as well. Goldingo could be a big key if you can get it into a position, get a nasty plot off, and stop pressuring with that Pokemon. But the Archaludon coming out as a lead from Florian alongside that Basculin Legion, as we see no weather here as Alex leads out with that Frostmoth and the Rillaboom.
Oh, Swiss around 12, and our players have selected their leads. Both the Basculin Legion and the Archaludon are fully ready to take advantage of a potential Pelipper switch, and the same can be said for Frostmoth up on the field as well. But it looks like we're just going to see a Fake Out turn one onto the Archaludon, giving it a stamina boost.
Yeah, that stamina boost is going to be really useful to help bolster those body presses, as we do see an attack as well come into it from the Basculin Legion. Side attack, flip turn into it. So we'll get that +2 defense straight away. It allows the Basculin Legion to get off the field and allow Florian to reposition, get some better support next to it. This Frostmoth isn't really threatened too much now with the Fake Out going into that Archaludon. It is going to be free to potentially get an all-important Quiver Dance up, and that will be huge if that's what we see from Alex here. And it is the Quiver Dance coming out, boosting that special attack, the special defense, and the speed by one stage.
Yes, this Frostmoth has gotten all those boosts. Now, it is facing two steel types, which both can hit it for super effective damage. But even though the Frostmoth, at that defense, it's going to be having a bit of trouble against these two.
Yeah, and I think what Florian's done is really great here, because you're pressuring with the Make It Rain, so you pressure the ice type there, and you also pressure the Terastallization, which we might be seeing here from the Archaludon with the Electro Shot that could potentially come out. At the moment, though, with no rain on the field, it's going to be a two-turn attack, and we are seeing Alex lock in with that Terastallization, the water type, very early on.
Oh, this Frostmoth ready to take a dive, and it takes another Quiver Dance, so just boosting itself up now to +2 special defense. This Frostmoth is really ready to rock, and Golden Go, of course, is going to start plotting away at all the different ways it can hit that Frostmoth. Oh, super effective, and it takes so much damage from this Archaludon at +2 defense. The body press takes the Frostmoth so low. Rillaboom does go for the U-turn onto this Golden Go, getting a little bit of chip damage and allowing the Ninetales to come in and potentially maybe setting up an Aurora Veil in the future. But of course, Frostmoth is now a water type, so it no longer gets that defense boost in the snow.
Yeah, and this is a nice play from Alex. You think, okay, you've taken a lot of damage from that body press, but getting the Ninetales onto the field, the Goldingo's just set up with a nasty plot. You're almost forcing Florian to say, okay, well, you've got the stamina boost on the Archaludon, you've got the nasty plot set up on the Goldingo. What do you do? If you want the Pelipper, and you're going to have to switch one of these out. So it's a nice play from Alex to kind of push that decision onto Florian. And if we don't see the Pelipper switch in, the Aurora Veil could be set up right now. We are going to see no switches, though, going straight into a Terastallization from Florian's side, and it will be the Goldingo, and it will be another Water Terra type here, as we see things heating up very quickly, although the snow's on the field in this battle.
Oh, this Golden Go deciding it also wants to match up, but the Blizzard comes off. Are we going to see a freeze? There's no freeze for the first time this weekend. No freezes on stream. Archaludon gets another special defense boost, and Ninetales now going for the disable onto this Archaludon, making sure it can no longer go for the body press. But now a +2 Shadow Ball comes up into the Frostmoth. Is not enough to take the knockout. Frostmoth survives this turn and allows this Archaludon to get a flash cannon off on the Ninetales, which is a one-hit knockout.
And is a huge turn here from Alex, surviving, getting that Blizzard off, and you can see the value of that Ice Scales here, taking the attack from the Gold Ingo there, which was already +2, nasty plot boosted, but you can see the Quiver Dance value, you can see the Ice Scales value there, and now getting that Blizzard off. Both Pokemon on Florian's side are now going to be susceptible to taking another Blizzard, another chance of freeze, and now the Archaludon looks in range of getting knocked out. And now the Gold Ingo has Terrestrialize as well. It is going to be susceptible to a fake out this turn from the Rillaboom, and the Ninetales almost feels like it's done its job after that disable into the Archaludon, which cannot use that body press any longer.
Yes, so this Frostmoth at +2 in quite a comfortable position. Golden Go also doesn't really enjoy taking any grass type moves from this Rillaboom now that it's terrestrialized into its water typing. So, you know, even though the Frostmoth is very low and very chipped, there is a lot to consider, but looks like Golden Go just wants to scout out and maybe burn that turn or fake out with a Protect. And yes, that Rillaboom looks like the fake out has gone into the Golden Go, so a bit of a whiffed fake out there, but it does allow the Frostmoth another turn into the Golden Go, so Golden Go manages to escape this turn unscathed. Oh, but the Blizzard now comes off and hits and gets rid of this Archaludon.
Yeah, it's a safe play there from Alex, knowing that you can take that Archaludon now with the Blizzard, so you can just go for the fake out into the Gold Ingo. Like you quite rightly mentioned, though, you're going to be able to pressure a Gold Ingo this next turn with a Grassy Glide into that slot, and because now it is a water type, it will probably be in range, so you can deal with that quite effectively. But now the Pelipper enters the fray. It is going to get rid of that snow and get the rain on the field. Is it going to be enough, though? The Pelipper can threaten the Rillaboom with those Hurricanes, but it's not going to be the fastest thing in the field. It's not going to be able to supersede the Grassy Glide that's got the priority now into the Gold Ingo that has just protected. And you don't have a safe switch in the back either, because the Basculegion's in the back. If you bring that in now, it's going to take huge damage from a Grassy Glide. So locked in, has to take the Grassy Glide as it comes out and picks up a huge knockout into that Gold Ingo.
Gold Ingo has been knocked out from the field, and now Florian will be down to his final 2 Pokemon. What does this Frostmoth go for? It goes for the Blind Missile, and it connects and knocks the Pelipper down to its Focus Sash, but there is no freeze, so Pelipper gets a super effective Hurricane off onto the Rillaboom, and Rillaboom is going to survive with a critical hit with 6 HP, but 6 HP is infinitely more than 0, and that allows Rillaboom another turn on the field to potentially go for another Grassy Glide onto this Pelipper in the future.
Yeah, that huge Blizzard then. Risky play, because now it was gone into the Pelipper, right? And if you miss that move, then things get really tricky for you. You're going to have to go for it again, but you've got the Rillaboom here. The unfortunate thing is that grassy terrain is ended, whereas in normal situations with that on the field, you'd be able to use a Grassy Glide and pressure the Basculegion. You can't do that. You're going to have to switch it out. That's why we're seeing Alex pivot in the Incineroar, but not a bad thing to do, because you're going to be able to drop that Intimidate, which is going to lower the attack on the Basculegion, which is such a threat now, especially with that Swift Swim ability activated.
Frostmoth goes for the Protect just to scout out what this Choice Band Basculegion is going to lock into. And looks, I believe that looks like an Aqua. Was that an Aqua Jet? Or, oh, it has to be Wave Crash. I don't
Wave Crash into the...
But it looks like the Hurricane goes up into the Incineroar, which takes it so well. And with that -1 attack onto this Rillaboom, onto this Basculegion, and Basculegion having locked into the Wave Crash means that once the Rillaboom comes back in, it is free to go for the Grassy Glide without fear of an Aqua Jet.
Yeah, that is very true. And you can see, Alex kind of hovering over the options that they are looking to lock into. Are they going to go for the Blizzard? Are they going to go for an alternative move? They really need to get rid of this Pelipper as soon as possible, but they do have the Basculegion outspeeds in the rain. It is faster despite those Quiver and speed boost. Basculegion, with that last respect, is going to pick up the knockout there and get a huge advantage going into the last stage of this match. Is the Weather Ball going to be enough in the rain? You would imagine it is, leaving that Rillaboom all on its own to deal with these 2 big threats.
Oh, Rillaboom is not going to have a good time here. He can, of course, go for a Grassy Glide on Basculegion. The problem is Rillaboom's attacks are a single target, and it is in danger of getting knocked out in one hit by any attack right now. So it looks like this game will be going to Florian.
Yeah, it looks like it, and it's all about that control of the weather in the end here. Keeping the rain until that last very moment was so crucial for Florian, especially when the Frostmoth had those 2 Quiver Dances. We do see the last respects come out into the Rillaboom, and Florian taking game 1 here in a very fast-paced game.
Well, that was such an exciting game. The Frostmoth managed to do so well, getting those +2 special defense like speed, but as you can see, Frostmoth itself isn't really the fastest Pokemon on the field, and Basculegion with Swift Swim doubles its speed in the rain, and once it was in the rain, unfortunately, it was able to outspeed that Frostmoth. I should say, fortunately for Florian.
Yeah, it's very close, I think, between the speeds there with the Frostmoth and the Basculegion, because not both are the fastest Pokemon without those boosts, but the Swift Swim, the automatic speed boost it gets from having that rain, and I think Florian timing the Pelipper coming in, you thinking as we're getting later into the match, has he not brought the Pelipper? Because you might want to get rid of that snow a little bit sooner to prevent the blizzards from being 100%. But yeah, keeping it right until the exact moment he needed to, knowing that the Basculegion and the Pelipper could be enough to deal with the threat of that, the Frostmoth, and then the 2 supporting options in the Incineroar and the Rillaboom, which really struggle against that Rain Core in general.
And we are ready for game 2. It's going to be once again Basculegion and the Chalodon up against this Rillaboom and Frostmoth. So exact same leads from game 1.
Yeah, exact same leads. Do we see any alterations? I think the Frostmoth really needs to prioritize going for those Quiver Dances. We saw Alex lean into that in game 1. I don't expect him to go any different in this game, because I think if you're going for those Quiver Dances, and even if you're giving free stamina boosts to the Archaludon, you shut it down here, you can go for an easy fake out into that slot because of the Assault Vest. You know it's not going to protect. The only worry is if it does fake switch out, but you're going to be able to get that free Quiver Dance, and you're relying on your special attacks then to hit the Pokemon, so you can kind of bypass those defense boosts anyway. We are seeing Terastallization locked in straight away. Water Terra type here as that fake out does come out into the Archaludon and give that free stamina boost.
Once again, this Archaludon is going to get that defense boost, and it's going to get flinched, which allows the Frostmoth to get a +1 to its special attack, its special defense, and its speed. And the Basculegion this time did not go for the flip turn. Maybe Florian predicting a grassy glide onto the Basculegion and wanting to just preserve it in the future.
Yeah, that's true. It could be something that we're going to see later on in this match, but Alex off to a strong start here with that Quiver Dance already. And
another one.
Doubling up with another one here, so it will be +2 on that special attack, special defense, and speed stat. Remember, it is going to need one more if we do see a late game Drizzle and that Basculegion with the Swift Swim enter the field. In response, we are seeing Florian set up a nasty plot on that Goldingo.
Once again, the Goldingo goes for nasty plot. This time, the body press onto this Frostmoth doesn't do quite as much and allows the Rillaboom to U-turn its way out of there onto the Goldingo, and we're going to see which Pokemon Alex brings out in the back. It will be that Ninetales. So activating the snow, which means 100% accurate blizzards are now online.
Now, if you, Alex, keep the Ninetales out, because I think in game 1 you revealed the disable into the Archaludon. You're pressuring that again here, so I feel like Florian not going to have the ease of just pressing body press once again. Maybe he wants to go for that Flash Cannon, not to get caught out by that play. So could you switch the Ninetales out, maybe preserve it this time rather than letting it go down to the Goldingo? You can then bring in something like your Rillaboom again or your Incineroar. We're not seeing any switches, straight up with another Blizzard.
Look at how much damage that does to this Archaludon at +2. Now, the Ninetales once again goes for this disable onto this Archaludon, so no more body presses allowed, but does allow the Goldingo to get a +2 Shadow Ball onto this Frostmoth, which is not quite enough to get the knockout, and means that there is another turn for the Flash Cannon to come up into the Ninetales, and once again a one-hit knockout. So this is looking very much like what's been happening in game 1.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Ninetales staying in doesn't want to have to deal with that body press. Utilizing the Frostmoth, you can see the advantage that it's got with those Quiver Dances, taking those attacks from the Goldingo very well and pressuring the knockout onto the Archaludon on the next turn. The one thing that you would say, though, that Florian's done very well in the early game is get rid of that Ninetales when the opportunity was there, because now if that Pelipper is in the back, you once again win that weather war. If you switch it in now, of course, there is the risk of without taking a blizzard, but you do get rid of the snow, which lowers the accuracy of it, which could be a big part of their game plan.
I do wonder if Alex will take this opportunity to go for another Quiver Dance to make sure the Basque Legion cannot outspeed it. But it looks like this turn, Golden Go firstly will just protect itself from any attacks. And we're going to see, once again, a blizzard coming off from this Frostmoth, and it will be able to take the knockout onto this Archaludon once we see that animation play out. And yep, there it is. Archaludon has been knocked out, and Golden Go keeps itself safe for this turn.
Yeah, and the difference between this game and the first one is that Florian hasn't committed to Terrestrialization yet on that Golden Go. Remember, it is still +2 in its special attack. The Frostmoth just took it so well because of the Quiver Dance that it's got under its belt, and also that Ice Scales ability that it is helping it out a bunch now. So the snow's still in effect. Now would be a good time to see the Pelipper and exactly what we're seeing Florian bring onto the field. It is going to overwrite that snow, take away the defense boost that the Frostmoth has got, and more importantly, lower the accuracy of those blizzards that are so threatening to the Pelipper, not so much the Golden Go when it's in its Ghost and Steel typing.
Yes, this Frostmoth also has Terra Blast, so if it wants to snipe down this Golden Go, it can go for that Terra Blast, and boosted by the rain, can deal a lot of damage. And we're going to see now, it does look like a Terra Blast, and it goes into the Golden Go. Is this enough to get the one-hit knockout? It is enough, and Golden Go goes down. That is a huge threat, knocked out on Florian's side.
Massive play here from Alex, taking the opportunity when it was there. The Golden Go protecting the previous turn, so can target freely into that slot and kind of keep a check on the Pelipper slightly with the Rillaboom there because of that grass pressure that it's got, especially now the grassy terrain still in effect. Grassy terrain has got that priority, and now down to 2 Pokemon. Florian is going to have to worry about Rillaboom potentially switching out again. We're going to see maybe a play here where the Rillaboom switches out, Incineroar hits the field once again. The Frostmoth might protect this turn. Does it open the door for the Pelipper to take advantage of that double into that Incineroar slot on the switch in? And you've still got to consider the last respect. It is going to be boosted 2 times so far with 2 fallen comrades from Florian's side. So we'll be hitting very, very hard if that is what is chosen.
This time, though, the Frostmoth is significantly healthier compared to last. And so the question is, if the Incineroar switches in, Basque Legion will be at -1. Can that -1 last respects boosted by 2 fallen teammates be enough to take the knockout on the Frostmoth? But I think this turn, we can see maybe Frostmoth just going for Protect to scout out what this choice band Basque Legion will lock into. And it looks like, yep, once again, the Incineroar coming in, wanting to drop that attack of the Basque Legion to -1.
Yeah, because it's boosted by that choice band. It is going to be hitting very hard, and now the Terrestrialization locked in from Florian with these 2 last Pokemon. It will be into the Pelipper, not the Basque Legion here, and it will be a Stellar Terra type. So boosting for 1 time after it's used it, the flying and those water type attacks.
The Frostmoth now goes for the Protect to try and scout out what this choice band Basque Legion will do. And it does look like the last respect goes off into this Incineroar, which takes us so well. But the Pelipper now goes for what looks like Weather Ball onto this Incineroar. This is going to be easily enough to knock out this Incineroar. And Incineroar goes down, forcing Alex to bring out his Rillaboom once again.
2v2 now as we get into the final stages of this game 2. We've got the Rillaboom to come back onto the field. I don't think Alex really minds the Incineroar going down. You get that all-important Intimidate, like we've mentioned, onto the Basque Legion. You know what the Basque Legion is locked into now as well, but you've got the grassy terrain in effect, and now you can pressure that Basque Legion with the Grassy Glide, and you can also stop the Pelipper from attacking at least 1 turn if you want to with that Fake Out, but you can't go the Fake Out into the Basque Legion pod Ghost typing, but the Frostmoth still in a nice position. You've got to try and stall out this Raynor, and it gets it. Double Protect.
Double Protect on this Frostmoth, which means that the last respects that's going up into this Frostmoth is going to be blocked and allows the Rillaboom now. Oh, actually, no, Rillaboom has gone for Woodhammer, I think. But the Pelipper first goes for a super effective Terra Stellar Boost. The Hurricane is not enough to get the knockout on Rillaboom. And Rillaboom now gets a super powerful Woodhammer onto the Basque Legion, which is a 1-hit knockout. And now it will be the Pelipper versus the Rillaboom and this boosted Frostmoth.
And you can see the value here of these leftovers on the Frostmoth. The Rillaboom goes down, but it's done its job. Really clever locking in to that Woodhammer, knowing that the Grassy Glide might not be enough, but knowing that even the Stellar boosted Hurricane, my Rillaboom is going to be able to take this attack as long as the Basque Legion attacks into the Frostmoth. Look how healthy it is. It's in a great position, going for that Terra Blast, and it will be resisted, but it will be doing some big damage still.
It down to its Focus Sash. So much for not very effective. When you're at +2 and you're boosted by the rain, you're going to be hitting very hard, but the Hurricane comes off, just tickles the Frostmoth. No critical hits. Frostmoth does not get a confusion, more importantly, so it means the Frostmoth very free to just click that Terra Blast for the next turn, and we are going to go into a Game 3.
Wow, what a game, and taking us all the way to Game 3. Exactly what we want. Back and forth from both players. This is a war of attrition, right down to it, to the deciding game. And you know, we saw Alex adapt a lot better in that last game, where he was able to get a lot more value out of the Frostmoth, committing to the Terastallization very early on again, but managing those protects a lot better, picking the right time to attack and protect when it was crucial to, and utilizing the Incineroar as a tool to come in, drop that Intimidate, get the Rillaboom in a position where it was able to just get rid of that big threat in Basque Legion.
Yes, that Frostmoth was so boosted by the end. We saw how strong it was that Pelipper, even though they resisted the Terra Blast, just was not able to take it, and it was only saved thanks to the Focus Sash it was holding. Now, I do want to call out, in that previous turn, Frostmoth did manage to get a double Protect off. So I think it's something Alex might want to be aware of, and its chances of succeeding on a double Protect are quite low. But we are going to go into the Game 3. We have a switch up this time with a Golden Go and a Chaladon. But Alex still has the same Pokemon as his previous two leads of Rillaboom and Frostmoth.
Yeah, I think we've seen from Florian in the last 2 games switch in the Goldingo rather than leading out with it. So getting it onto the field a little bit earlier is probably the better thing to do, and then you can get that nasty plot set up at the same time these Quiver Dances are, kind of try and keep pace with this Frostmoth as best as possible. There's also the play that Florian could always make at any point, switch in the Pelipper if you do suspect the Terastallization like we're seeing now, and take advantage of that Electroshock. But you've got to do it early on before these Quiver Dances start to stack up, because once that is happening, the special defense gets too far out of reach for you to really get that impactful damage that you want.
Oh, Golden Go now plotting away, thinking of all the little, schemes he can do to knock out this Chaladon. But the Flash Cannon comes up into Rillaboom, possibly predicting a Ninetales switch in. Rillaboom once again U-turns its way out of there with a little bit of chip onto this Golden Go, which is going to allow the Frostmoth to get an attack off. But first, we are going to see once again this Alola Ninetales switching in and bringing in the Blizzard, or the snow.
Yeah, I think this is a much better adaptation from Alex in particular, where you're not activating that stamina ability on the Archaladon and the initial damage that the Frostmoth took in Game 1 and Game 2 from those big body presses. Now it's been able to get that initial Quiver Dance off. You're going to be able to take the attacks from the Goldingo a bit better. Ninetales on the field, it does have the ability to potentially disable something as well. Are we going to see that? We're not. We're going to see the Aurora Veil. The opportunity is there, and taking it, bolstering those defenses even more.
Oh, Light Clay, Ninetales going for the Aurora Veil. And the Frostmoth also goes for the Quiver Dance. So this Frostmoth is just so well protected at this stage against these two special attackers. But Golden Go does go for a super effective Mega Ray onto the Ninetales. Once again, Ninetales gets knocked out in one hit on its first turn on the field. But Frostmoth takes that attack so well with that +2 special defense and hiding behind the Aurora Veil. And it hasn't damaged the Chaladon at all, which means the body presses won't be doing anything to this Frostmoth.
Wow. Look at how well it's taken those big, powerful attacks. You've got to think as well that the nasty plot has been executed on that Goldingo, so that is a strong Mega Rain, and it just shrugged that attack off. Now this Frostmoth is in a very strong position with 2 Quiver Dances under its belt. It is in a position where it can start firing off these Blizzards now that the snow is on the field. 100% accurate, of course, going to be doing good damage, although resisted by both of these Pokemon. Well, resisted by the Goldingo, neutral onto the Archaladon, but the Dragonite here, a bit of an adaptation, does offer Tailwind and a bit of an other offensive outlet that we didn't have in those other 2 games where Incineroar was bored, really didn't do anything but drop Intimidate. I think you get a lot more value, and I like the change up here with this Dragonite.
I really like this adaptation. Dragonite can go for the Tailwind, which guarantees that the +2 speed Frostmoth will get attacked, but the Frostmoth first goes for the Blizzard. There is no freeze. Our Chaladon does get a +1 to its defense, and Golden Go going for a Shadow Ball onto this Dragonite, just breaking its multi-scale and allows this Chaladon to get a Draco Meteor off onto this Dragonite. It's going to be easily enough to get the knockout, and and Dragonite goes down without having gotten any attacks off.
Yeah, that's a real shame there, and you can see the Draco Meteor just too much there. Once that multi-scale ability had been broken, Frosmoth's sitting pretty healthy, but the problem is Alex now down to the last two Pokemon in the Rillaboom that will return to the field now, and the grassy terrain is on a timer, so you don't have long to take advantage of that, especially if we know what Florian's been using the last couple of games, the Pelipper, and maybe that Basculegion or the Pokemon in the back here. All you need to do is stall out that grassy terrain, and the Rillaboom becomes way less of a threat. The big thing that Alex does have in their pocket is the Auroraville that is set up, and it's spot by that light clay, and not really getting any value out of the Pokemon that they're bringing alongside the Frosmoth, but maybe the Rillaboom can help change that. Has got Fake Out this next turn, can slow that Archaludon down at least for one turn, and we're seeing the Gholdengo Protect not wanting to take any incoming Blizzards.
No, this Gholdengo does not want to take it at all, but the Fake Out does go off into this Archaludon, so Alex wanting to give it a stamina boost in exchange for flinching it, and allows this Frosmoth to get another Quiver Dance off. So Frosmoth now, with 3 Quiver Dances, will be faster than a potential Basculegion in the back if it does come in the rain.
That's a great play here from Alex, identifying there could be an opportunity to set this Frosmoth up even further, and rather than attacking and clearing the Archaludon off the field, it's not really threatening right now. It is going to be going down to whatever comes out from the Frosmoth, and maybe that additional Quiver Dance is enough to allow the Blizzard, alongside whatever the Rillaboom goes for, into the Gholdengo to take these two down, tie up the scores, and make it 2 against 2.
Yes, Frosmoth in a really comfortable position here. Very free to get a Blizzard off, or if it's predicting, as you said, a Pelipper switch in, a super powerful +3 boosted Terra Blast Water type onto either the Gholdengo or the Archaludon. And now, this Frosmoth is behind Auroraville. It's fully healthy. He goes for another Quiver Dance.
Ow.
And +4 special attack, +4 special defense, and +4 speed. It is the fastest moth on the field, and Gholdengo goes for a not very effective Baker Rain onto this Frosmoth.
Yeah, not doing anywhere near the damage that Florian looking for, but in response, the body press does. Here we go with that Wood Hammer. It isn't the Gholdengo, and it will be enough to take it down. With +4, though, you've got to say that now you guarantee, even if the rain comes out, you're going to outspeed that Basculegion, no problem, so you don't have to worry about that swift swim so much. Like you say, once the rain comes onto the field, you're boosting your Terra Blast, and all the time, you're getting that nice recovery back. The combination between the grassy terrain, as long as it's in effect, and that leftovers is really vital for the Frosmoth. And the Archaludon sitting in a really awkward spot. If it takes one Blizzard, it will go down to that. But the grassy terrain now has come to an end. You don't going to get the recovery from that any longer. No priority Grassy Glide, which could be at the detriment of Rillaboom, especially when the Pelipper or maybe the Basculegion come onto the field.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a bit of a given at this stage that Florian has a Pelipper in the back just to win that Weather War and possibly that Basculegion. And Florian is really taking his time there, just thinking about which Pokemon he wants to send in. Archaludon is at -2 special attack from that earlier Draco Meteor as well. And it does look like the Pelipper will be swapped in. So enabling this Archaludon to maybe go for those super effective Electro Shots and try and boost up its special attack.
Yeah, you just need, if you're Frosmoth, to hit those Blizzards. That's what it's all about now. It hasn't got the best accuracy out of the snow, but it's still going to be very powerful if that's what you rely on. Remember that the Pelipper does have that Focus Sash, so you're going to have to commit 2 attacks into that Pokemon to be able to remove it, and we've already seen the interaction. It does outspeed the Rillaboom, so if the Pelipper goes after the Rillaboom here, it will be able to prevent it from getting an all-important attack off, which could be the difference between taking this match from a 2v1 situation down to a 1v1 situation.
This is so close. Frosmoth now goes for a Prime Blizzard, connects on both Pokemon, knocks this Pelipper down to its Focus Sash. So now it will be this Pelipper's turn to go for an attack, and we're going to have to see that Hurricane lands on this Rillaboom, does knock it out, which means now Frosmoth, fairly healthy, does have to try if it wants to hit both the Pelipper and whatever unrevealed Pokemon in the back. He has to try and connect that double Blizzard or go for a more safe Terra Blast onto the Pelipper.
Yeah, it's still a really difficult situation, because I think you need to hit the Blizzards if you go for it. You either go for that or you go for the Protect, right? You're going to be able to outspeed the Basculegion, but you're not going to be able to knock it out with a Blizzard from this range. We're going to see the Terra Blast as the option, though, from this Frosmoth. Is it enough in the rain? Boosted to +4.
Oh,
just misses.
Oh, the Basculegion survives the clutch survival, and the last next takes off this Frosmoth,
Absolutely incredible. What a way to finish round 12 here of Swiss rounds in Frankfurt. And massive congratulations to Florian. Big congratulations to Alex. Thank you to both these trainers for putting on such a show for us. But Florian will be coming away as the victor there, and so well deserved because of how well they kept preserving the Pelipper, kept preserving the Basque Legion till the end, utilizing those two to full effect and making sure that Alex just couldn't get over the line.
I think that was probably one of my favorite sets on stream this entire week.
Brilliant.
It was such a treat to be able to see Frostmoth. Didn't quite manage to, get there, but we
How
saw how
close was that Terra Blast?
+4 Terra Blast in the rain.
Just needed +5.
Just needed a crit, maybe. But, we just saw Alex piloting it really well. Didn't quite get there, but it was just such a treat to see a Frostmoth on screen and almost getting a win.
Yeah, it was, I think, not getting the value out of the Dragonite early on, or the Ninetales. You got the Aurora Veil up, which was great, but you can see here, the Flash Cannon takes down that Ninetales without it really getting any other kind of trade-off there. You get rid of the Goldinger very easily with that Terra Blast. You can see this in Game 2, that's stellar terrestrialization from the Pelipper, so strong. The Incineroar comes in, doesn't really get much return, but the Rillaboom, more importantly, took that Terra-boosted Hurricane, being able to get that all-important Woodhammer to tie up the set. Then we see a similar thing play out in Game 2, but rather than attacking just after those 2 Quiver Dances, we see the 4 Quiver Dances setup. But here we go, like I say, the Dragonite came in. It did offer something different, but we didn't really get to see it. And the Rillaboom needed that grassy terrain, which it just couldn't preserve because Ninetales went down so quickly, Dragonite went down so quickly. And I think if you could have just kept that grassy terrain active a little bit longer, maybe it would have been enough to tip the scales, so the Ice Scales Pokemon could have won the match.
I agree that Frostmoth just had a lot of support from its teammates, and Dragonite, a really cool adjustment from Alex, maybe seeing something that he was quite afraid of and maybe seeing a potential adjustment from Florian, but unfortunately because he was slower than the Archaludon, it just got knocked out immediately by that Draco Meteor after its partner Golden Go very cleverly, even at -2, got that Shadow Ball off to break the multi-sash.
Yeah, that
multi-scale.
The multi-scale was so important, wasn't it, in that scenario? And yeah, the Dragonite, initially, I think if it'd been able to get that Tailwind off, might have been able to kind of have a little bit more impact, because then if it sticks around on the field 1 turn longer, it can then help deal with the Pelipper that comes in, break that sash more importantly, and then you can really capitalize on the Frostmoth and maybe deal with the Basque Legion as well. That is such a threat in the rain because, yeah, like we've said all along, Florian keeping that Pelipper all the time, just not even hesitating to think, oh, I could bring it in here, it might help out this situation. No, I'm going to keep it because when it does enter the field, I need the Basque Legion to have that rain. It's all so important. And how strong is that last respect with the choice band?
Yeah.
It's just
not adaptability, Swiss Swim. You can't have 2 abilities on one Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
a whole item in the future that gives you both abilities.
Oh, let's not see that ever happen. That would be so
That'd be
scary.
terrifying.
But yeah, even without the adaptability, with that Swift Swim, it's just it's probably the premier rain Swift Swim user, I would say. Sorry, Kingdra. But Basque Legion is just so strong. It's got so much going for it with that Ghost typing. It's immune to the Fake Out. It's got the Flip Turn, which is really useful. We can see the synergy there with that Archaludon where you can side Flip Turn and also boost the stamina at the same time, reposition, so it can come back in on the field later and then do what it did in those 3 sets.
It really felt like that Basque Legion was the MVP of that game. It was able to come in, outspeed the Frostmoth in games 1 and 2 under the rain because of its Swift Swim ability. And then in game 3, even though it couldn't outspeed the Frostmoth at +4 speed, it was able to take that super powerful +4 Terra Blast. Rain, boosted by the rain, survived on a sliver, and then retaliated with that last respect.
Yeah, not just capable of being able to dish out the offense, but it can take it as well very, very well. But the unsung heroes in that match, we can't forget about the Goldingo and the Archaludon. They may not have seemed like they did very much, but they paved the way for that victory for Florian, and he played those two so well. I think the adjustment to lead with the Goldingo in game 3 was really smart, because then it gives you that immediate nasty plot pressure that you're looking for, and the whole time that Florian was able to kind of leverage the Archaludon to threaten with the stamina the whole time, so you were taking up time from Alex's side to go for those disables when the Ninetales was on the field, or go for the Flash Cannon just to remove it very quickly, and then also double up in game 3 with the Draco Meteor. Those two kind of helped set the stage and not get any return from what Alex was looking for from those Pokemon, but of course that was the match. We'll be hopefully getting some interview of some sort soon if we've got time for it. But of course, if you're watching at home, you want to get involved in the competitive scene, a good place to start is your locals.
Has started Frostmoth?
There we go, yes, no better. So check out this video all about locals in your area.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card. Yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
That's Pokemon.com/play. Check out all of the
excited.
information. I know,
I just want to go to the locals right now and start playing with, building up a snow team with the Frostmoth and just this is my way through.
That's what you know you're going to do for the rest of
Exactly.
Regulation Age. And it's a great Pokemon because once it gets in those positions, it's very strong to deal with everything. But of course, QR code on your screen right now. Scan that. It'll give you all the information that you need for locals in your area. Zoe rightly mentioned yesterday, you've got one about 10 minutes away from you, which is very convenient. So until you know, you won't know what you've got in your surrounding area, and it's a great place to go along, meet other Pokemon fans, people that are playing the competitive scene. It can help you out, get you bedded into the competitive scene, and help you get on your journey.
And there's also a brand new Pokemon app that allows you to find all your local events and regional events, just all the official competitive events in the circuit, and just makes it a lot more easier. Everything's just condensed down on one page. You can just browse on your phone. I really love that app.
Yeah, and it keeps a record of all how you've done at tournaments as well, which is really good. So you can keep track of your progress throughout the season. But not only that, we've got RK9 Labs, which is their website where you can register for the events like this here in Frankfurt this weekend, or international championships as well. All the information that you're going to need is rk9.gg/events/Pokemon.
And hopefully see you at the next regionals. That will be so exciting. What cool teams and exciting teams have you got planned? Let us know in the chat box, and we'll be so excited to hear about all the cool things you're cooking up.
Take some inspiration from Alex with the Frostmoth, because we love to see that sort of thing. And Florian as well, with that solid Rain team. It's great to see when a Rain team's played like that as well, executed perfectly against a very, very formidable opponent.
Yes, and I think it's also a challenge on being one of the strongest Pokemon in this format. It's also why we see it so popular and so high up in the usage statistics, and why so many of the teams that we see in the top, or not just yet top cut, we will be determining top cut after this round very soon. But a lot of the teams that have made it to phase 2 are these Rain teams, because they're so difficult to stop. And if you don't have a way to counter those water moves, you might just be washed away by the Rain.
Well, that's very true. But our Chaladon, in a lot of ways, is very flexible in its own right. You know, a lot of the time you might be thinking, well, the Rain's up. Are we going to see it be primarily a special attacker with things like that Electro Shot that is a one-turn attack in the Rain, giving you a special attack boost, setting you up that side? And then you can take advantage of things like Draco Meteor, Flash Cannon, or do you take advantage of that stamina ability? Once you get those defense boosts stacked up, you're going to have that body press there and also be able to utilize something on the physical side. So it's a really diverse Pokemon that you can kind of bend into the perfect scenarios with whichever team that you put it into.
Yeah, but enough of us just, you know, giving a bit of a serenade to our Chaladon. We have, we've got the interview with Florian ready. So let's throw it over to the couch and hear from Florian himself.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Lee. Yes, indeed, we have got Florian Hoffman here, the winner and one of our competitors going into Top Cut. Huge congratulations, my friend.
Thank you very much.
First off, how are you feeling? Because, oh my lord, was that a set, back and forth.
I'm so excited. I thought I would lose the entire time. Nobody ever hit me with a +4 Terra Blast.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been hit by one either. But yeah, something that you definitely weren't expecting when you were reading the team list, Frostmoth in that case,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
So what kind of a matchup did you initially, like, what were your first thoughts when you did see the Frostmoth?
Well, my first thought was, if I lose, I lose against Frostmoth, and everybody will make fun of me.
What are you talking about?
The second thought was I have to win the Weather War, so I don't lead Pelipper. I have to conserve it pretty much, because if he loses Snow, his Blizzard is not accurate, and that's my win con, and he didn't miss. So
yeah, I mean, literally, it must have had like some sort of lenses on instead, but it was actually a really key piece to Alex's team. We saw game one, you were able to go ahead and, I would say, have really good board control in terms of your usage of Rain and also the Golden Go bring too. You got the win, you had the advantage. Going into game two, things seemed to go Alex's way. He had some cool interactions with the Quiver Dance. He spotted that he had to try to go for. So what were your initial thoughts during game two and seeing Frostmoth pull in so much weight?
I think game two, I was about to win.
Yeah.
But then he got the double tagged, I think, and that was pretty bad for me. I knew he had to go for it, and it was his win con, and it worked out.
It did, but then in game three, we saw a turnaround where it was sort of up in the air between the both of you, right? And Frostmoth at +4, Quiver Dance boosted is pretty scary and something that no one expected, right?
Game three, I thought I adapted with the Goldengo lead because I didn't need the Basco in the beginning. Just for the defense boost, it didn't matter in the end. And I think he also adapted and made my life harder by Quiver Dancing even more aggressive.
I know. Adapting when there's no adaptability Basque Legion available. But no, once again, huge congrats. It has been amazing to see it. I wanted to ask you a bit about your team building, your team choice going into this format. So that being said, Basque Legion, Banded is very powerful. Swift Swim, we've seen variants where they're running around with Choice Scarf and maybe not necessarily with Rain. So what was your thoughts, knowing that it's one of the most popular compositions, on bringing this team? Is it just something that felt really comfortable in practice?
Yeah, actually, I didn't practice that much. I played like 2 locals for practice. And then I brought this team. I didn't expect anything for today. Last year I wasn't good in Reg H. I'm better in the higher power level formats with restricteds and stuff. But I got 1 day 2 in Reg H last year, and that was with Rain. And I noticed, oh, Rain is actually broken. That was the last tournament of the year. So now I guess I play Rain the entire season. We'll see.
That's fair enough. I mean, play to your strengths, right? Especially when there's such a powerful mode that you can go with the team, and there's so much great synergy with all of the different members, which is really fascinating to see. And of course the Golden Go, which puts in a lot of work as well, and you know, benefits off of Rain being there against fire types.
I think against fire types.
Oh, well, I'd say because of the Rain interaction and the steel weakness to fires. I mean, there are different ways of tackling, but like you said, the fact that you've got such a powerful special sweeper and nasty plot potential, it's just one of the most broken Pokemon I think we've ever seen in VGC.
I think the biggest advantage of the team is that I don't have to interact with Diaclaw that much, because there's not a lot of good Diaclaw targets. Doesn't want a Diaclaw Goldengo, doesn't want a Diaclaw Basco. And Akalodon has like the best Terra type against Sneasler. So
and you got double steel, right?
Yeah,
which is completely immune to Diaclaw, which is amazing. But no, it's been really good. Obviously, we spoke a bit about the Frostmoth, where it wasn't exactly a matchup that you were prepared for, but you handled very well under the pressure. So generally speaking, with your achievements last season, you were able to get a couple of top 32s. The most recent one, I believe, was Utrecht Special Championships.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
So how you're clearly having some really good consistency. You're finding the right rhythms. Going into this new format, you spoke about trying to identify a comfort pick. So that being Rain. So far, you've been doing incredibly well. Is there any sort of advice that you would give with your own experience going into, I would say, a different format, or at least a slower pace format versus what we had with the restricteds?
I think in restricted formats, you have to check what the meta is and try to adjust to that. But in this format, since there's so many viable teams, you should probably go with comfort and try to know your team better than your opponent does.
Yeah. I think makes sense, because play to your strengths, right, is what we're saying. But no, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, give you some time to rest in preparation for Top Cut, because that is what we will be entering very soon. So I did want to ask you, did you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody in the venue or at home? Or
Yeah, I want to shout out all my friends here. One of them was also 9-2 when I got here, so I hope he made day 2.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
I also want to shout out our Discord.
There you have it. Thank you so much, Florian. You have been a joy to interview and also feature on the stream match. Congrats yet again. What we will be doing is allowing you lovely folks to get refreshments before we go into the top cut phase at the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships. Thank you so much. I will catch you in a short bit.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean, they really did. Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to. So this will try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before Game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no-guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the Senior Division Final Championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Absolutely phenomenal here from Luca. He had it all planned out from the start.
My favorite Pokemon type, it's Ghost. I don't know. It just feels right. It's a great type.
We jump into the very first game of the Masters Finals.
I don't think I changed my strategy throughout the tournament. In general, I think it's just a hunch of how you should play. It really just comes down to the plays you're gonna make, and how you're gonna adapt to your opponents. My strategy was using Miraidons and Ogerpon Fire and Ushi for Rapid Strikes to run through my opponents.
Fantastic play by Luca, the one-hit KO.
While having Iron Hands and Fairy Giraffe to slow down the pace. Miraidon has been the best Pokemon in the tournament.
That is a massive turn here from Luca.
All the players I faced this tournament have been a challenge on their own. In general, I was worried about some supporter Pokemons, such as Landorus or Rock Ogerpon, when coupled together with other strong Pokemons like Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, or Terrapagos were really difficult to deal with. I think my strategy to beat this Pokemon was pretty straightforward. I just hoped that I was able to hit them harder than they could withstand.
And that is going to be Luca one step closer to becoming the world champion.
This was my 5th World Championships. I've never gotten this far. I was happy enough with just making it to Top Cut, but I started to realize there was an opportunity to do something even bigger, something that I never even dreamed of. The moment I knew that I was going to win was when I was able to knock out the Calyrex Shadow with Fairy Giraffe.
And he's done it. This is his first major win, and what a one to have.
It was unexpected, but I'm extremely lucky and happy to be where I'm at right now. I want to shout out my family for always supporting me ever since I started playing when I was just 14. My group of friends, they've been phenomenal, and I thank all of them for being there with me.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Frankfurt Regional Championships. The competition is seriously heating up with our Top Cup coming up next. And if you're just tuning into the stream right now, my name is Zoe Liu. I'm joined by the incredible Lee Provost. Lee, how are you feeling now that we're going to Top Cut?
Wow, yeah, excited to get into Top Cut, especially after that last round. You know, I mean, Florian played amazingly well. But you've got to give all credit to Alex to get this deep into the tournament with the Frostmoth. That really unique strategy and being able to pilot it all the way as far as they did was just phenomenal. And being able to see it on broadcast was great. It was so close to getting that
almost there, yeah.
But yeah, like you said before, I think one of my favorite sets of the weekend so far. But we've got so much more to come, so don't go anywhere. Hunker down, get yourself beveraged up and ready to go with Top Cut about to start.
I did take a little bit of a sneaky peek at some of the players who have qualified and will be moving on to Top Cut, and one of the teams will be an Espathra. So, you know, I always like to champion the more unconventional picks of the tournament, and I've really got my eye on that Espathra on an expanding force in DD team.
Yeah, well, it performed very well earlier. It was very close to getting the win in that set, but not quite getting there, of course. So, you know, I think one of the things that we are going to hopefully see a little bit more of is that Pokemon, which I'm sure you'll be very happy about. Shares the same typing with another very favorite Pokemon of yours.
You know, on the contrary, it is.
Oh, I like it,
I'm struggling now to actually chain that in a sentence. So, on the contrary, it is not a dark type. There we go. That works.
It's not a dark type. Unless
just work with me here.
What's its Terra type? Is it dark? No, but we can talk about that in a little bit. But yes, some of the players that have already confirmed their place in the Top Cut. We know Fabian, who we were able to feature earlier, will be progressing on in the tournament. A really strong performance, nearly having an unbeaten run in the tournament, only taking one loss so far, which is just phenomenal to see, you know, and the field of opponents that you've gone up against time after time. They played remarkably well earlier on the stream, and I'm sure they're feeling very confident going into the next stage of this tournament. We've got Oliver Eskelin as well. We mentioned them on that Top Cut chart we had earlier, and not the Top Cut chart, they are going to be in the Top Cut. bracket, but the leaderboard at the time. But Oliver piloting that Sableye, so hopefully that is something that we might get to see as we progress a little bit further deeper into the tournament.
I would absolutely love to see that Sableye on stream, and all of our players who are X and 1 in Top Cut, like Fabian, like Oliver, they will get a bye into this Top Cut. So it gives us a good chance for them to get a little bit of a rest, and it can give them a little bit of an edge as well as they take that time to refresh their minds, get ready and prepped going into Top 8.
Yeah, well, you know, refreshing our minds, a nice way to do that would be to look back at the very first Regulation H tournament, which was actually in Germany. It was Dortmund Regionals, where we had Regulation H first introduced. And, you know, it's going to be nice to take a look at the standings at that tournament and then compare them to the standings when we finally get there later today here in Frankfurt.
So we can see last season, the top 8 of the Dortmund Regional Championships was won by Davide Miraglia with a really cool team of Whimsicott, Hydreigon, Annihilate, Golden Go, Clefable, whom we mentioned earlier, and Garchomp, and just a really nice variety of teams. Not so, no snow there, but there was one weather team on Febzy Ozkin's side.
Yeah, only one rain team there, and that was like the conception of that rain archetype, really, and kind of from there on, players picked up on that and then innovated as we went forward in Regulation H. But a very, very different kind of compositions that we're seeing in this tournament to there, and it just shows the development, steps forward taken by our trainers with the team building. But obviously there is going to be the popular Pokemon still, you know, the Golingo's still there, the Annihilate's still being utilized very heavily, but the common premise of the supporting Pokemon still showing up. You've got the Magmars there, you've got the Electabuzz, a lot of P2, well, a couple of P2s there, Porygon 2, that haven't really seen much usage this tournament.
Yeah, quite a bit of a format shift. There was a lot of Dragapult there. We haven't seen Dragapult all weekend. Same with Primarina. I do want to call out Jack Clark with that absolutely wild team of Toxtricity, Hydreigon, Driftbloom, Indeedee, Mayo, Volcarona, and Como-O. And my goodness, that was
something.
Absolutely wild team.
Boom bursting Toxtricity. Yes. It was very good. Yeah, you can see the innovation there, and it just paid off in that tournament, especially for Jack. Great finish. And, you know, if you look at the other things there, we've got the Hydreigon. It is popping up occasionally on the broadcast. Davide had that success with the double dragon combination as well. Garchomp we have seen on a few teams. I'm not sure if any of them have made it into the top cut of this tournament, but I know there was combinations used. Tyranitar, Garchomp seemed to be a very common combination. I know there was that chat we had about Excadrill, Tyranitar being a very strong combination, but I think players have tended to lean a little bit more into the Garchomp rather than the Excadrill, just because of the dragon typing that it does have there, and because we aren't seeing as many fairy types in the format that we've already talked about. But Clefable there, winning last time out in that first Regulation H tournament. Are there any Clefables in the field still? Well, maybe it's still got a chance to take this tournament. I would love to see it do it all over again.
Yeah, this is just a really cool and interesting way to see how the metagame has shifted. So, Lee, my question to you is, if you looked at the top 8 of Dortmund last year, and you compare the top 8 to today's field, would you have guessed it was the same format?
Probably, because there's no Paradox Pokemon, there's no legendaries there, so it makes it a little bit easier. I guess only for those reasons, though. Only for those reasons. I think the steps forward we've taken in the format would say there's a night and day effect between where the format began to where it is now, because the development of these teams has come so much further on, and we've still got a long way to go in Regulation H, so I don't think that innovation has stopped. There will be a new archetype, I'm sure, at some point come along, and it will supersede everything that we've seen so far. But hold on, everyone, before we get anywhere, we have got the standings. They are ready, so we can take a look at our players that will be progressing into the top cut of the tournament here. We've got Fabian, top of the charts there, has been phenomenal all weekend as we go down.
And yes, after Fabian, it's going to be Oliver Ascolin, the only 2 X and 1 players in this top cut. So these 2 players will be getting a bye, and the rest of the players will have to be fighting it out into the next stage. So we've got Joan Garcia, whom we saw yesterday on stream, just playing so well, taking advantage of that really bulky defensive balance style team, which is able to shrug off a lot of attacks and just retaliate. And, you know, sometimes if the situation calls for it, you go for the funny move button.
The funny move button, I like that. Got some very familiar faces though throughout this top cut. We've got Nikolai Hauneson is made it in number 5th spot. And then we go down a little bit further, past Julian, past Victor, Shohei Kimura. Traveling all this way from Japan, still in the running in number 8th place. We'll have to play to get into the next stage of the top cut, but obviously from here on out, it is a knockout stage, so everything on the line. More familiar faces. Victor Medina, we interviewed earlier, has made it into top cut. David Carrera as well, another player that we keep mentioning, also playing that as path thrower. You'll be happy to know.
The competition could not get fiercer at this stage. As you mentioned, it is going to be single elimination, so players have no room to make mistakes anymore. One loss and they are knocked out of the tournament, unlike in Swiss rounds yesterday when some of the players, maybe they can afford to take a loss, but now they cannot.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now everything is on the line each and every round, but you know the familiar faces that we see there have been in this situation many times before. They're going to all be very comfortable at this stage of the tournament, despite the pressure that's on you to make sure that you do everything you can to progress to the next stage of this tournament, because I'm sure everyone that's made it this far does believe in themselves that they can win this whole thing.
Well, a lot of them have had some absolutely phenomenal achievements, like Shohei, who is a former world champion. So Shohei just here maybe trying to get that cheeky little world's invite, just winning straight up. And a win at this regional today means you get an automatic invite into Worlds. So, no, Worlds invite sorted. So.
Well, yeah, and one player that is on target to maybe claim that Worlds invite is Fabian Braun. We talked about Fabian earlier, and we've said what a phenomenal run they've had, but here is that run from the tournament. You can see the Swiss rounds.
Undefeated on the screen.
Absolutely
there.
Incredible. And the players and the teams that they faced in that phase 1 of the tournament.
Yeah, look at the wide variety of teams that Fabian has faced, and the fact that he was able to prevail against all of them just goes to show how well-rounded and how balanced his team is, and how much options it's got in terms of flexibility and adapting to an ever-changing situation.
Yeah, 'cause sometimes you can come into a tournament, you can play the same sort of team over and over again, but you can just see the sheer variety of Pokemon that Fabian's had to face down against and deal with throughout this tournament. There is a common trend, of course, in those grass types in Rillaboom, nearly on every single team there that Fabian's had to face, but being able to dispose and deal with those Pokemon very effectively.
Yeah, and the teams that didn't have Rillaboom had an Among Us. So besides Fabian's first opponent, which, I mean, Ribombi kind of... Oh, wait, no, there is an Among Us. It was just in a cheeky different slot.
There's 2 there. There's one in round 1 and then one in round 6.
So
Florian.
A lot of grass types just goes to show.
We saw how strong Florian was in that last round, and you know, Fabian was able to overcome that combination that Florian was able to bring to the floor.
He's got that Sinistra, so a very unique grass typing, but it's got such a great ability, Hospitality, which upon switch-in restores your teammates' health. So this is very useful for Pokemon like Ursaluna, who slowly gets chipped away by the burn damage it's holding from the Flame Orb. And also say an Archaludon, if you've taken a lot of attacks, you will have a boosted defense from stamina, but sometimes if you're really low on health, you can eventually get whittled down. But with Sinistra switching in, all of that's gone. And look at that. Fabian's only loss was to Oliver Escolin, so the only other X and 1 player in this tournament. So
that's Sableye.
Phenomenal run.
The Sableye popping up, causing all sorts of mischief with that prankster ability. But the nice thing, getting back to Fabian's team, I think that you've mentioned there about that Ursaluna, is that there's 2 flying types on the team that can sit next to that Ursaluna pretty safely while it earthquakes, which is really nice. And then you've got the Sinistra as well with that pod grass typing. It's one of those Pokemon that you can switch in. It's not really going to mind taking a side earthquake as well. At the same time, topping up the health on that Ursaluna. So there's a lot of synergy between the team here, and Fabian knows the ins and outs of it perfectly. We saw him go for a side skill shot earlier on broadcast into the Archaludon to get the stamina boosts up to make all the emphasis on that Pokemon, so it became a big threat very quickly. But just a really well-rounded team, and Fabian very comfortable with the ins and outs of everything to do with it.
There's a lot of really beautiful synergy on that team. Golden Go is weak to ground, but there's 2 flying types the same as Archaludon, so 2 steel types, weak to ground. Well, you've got 2 flying types. You've got Archaludon, Ursaluna, that's weak to fighting. Hey, you got 2 flying types and a ghost type with Rage Powder. Well, actually 2 ghost types. So there's just so much defensive synergy as well as offensive synergy. And when you look at that kind of team, you're gonna have to think, what mode do I predict Fabian to bring? How am I going to counter, say, something like this Golden Go? But if you brought your counters to Golden Go, well, like an Incineroar, well, the Chaladon might just pop out.
Yeah, and then you've got the Ursaluna to also worry about as well, which is going to cause you even more issues. So, yeah, it's not very easy, and especially when you've got Fabian as such a strong trainer as well, outside of whatever team they're using. You know, Fabian has been a player for a very long time, took a little bit of a break, but has came back last season, had a very strong finish regionals last year, and is kind of taking that end of in their stride and coming into this first one of the season and doing extremely well.
It's quite nice to see that variety in our players that have advanced into that phase 2. We have a lot of seasoned veteran players, but also quite a few breakout players, maybe say on their first season. And it's just really nice to see all that experience clashing. And speaking of experienced players, let's take a look at Oliver Escolan, the other X&1 player we have in this tournament.
The only player to beat Fabian as well, and the only player that I believe has Sableye. So here we go, can take a look at Oliver's run-in and taking that loss very early on in the tournament. So bouncing back very strongly, losing to Matteo in round 2. Not the best time to lose a game. But if you were going to lose a game in the tournament, it's a good place to do it because, like you say, it can fire you up, it can get you motivated to get you back on track, and that's exactly what Oliver's done here. And look at the array of Pokemon that Oliver has to have faced it off against as well.
Look, the Excadrill and Tyranitar, that's...
Yeah, and the Murkrow as well in round 3, so another prankster Pokemon that can cause you all sorts of issues alongside. It's very similar in a lot of ways to the Sableye and what it can do. Obviously different tools at its disposal, but a lot of the same sort of Pokemon that, in a variety sense, that Fabian had to face down as well as just a mixture of things that Oliver has had to overcome with their team.
Yes, Oliver also had to face quite a wide variety of teams in his tournament run. I can also see a little Hisuian Arcanine there. That's a Pokemon we haven't seen quite commonly in Regulation H because, of course, Incineroar is there, and if you want a bulky fire type, most players do turn to Incineroar, but sometimes that Arcanine with the access to extreme speed could be an option, but just goes to show the experience of Oliver with this very, mostly standard team, but the little Sableye there just causing a lot of cheeky disruptions. And I think one of the advantages then of using a slightly lesser known Pokemon is your opponent doesn't know what they're up against, and you can see Oliver just not dropping a single game today, just going so well, facing off against also, again, another Hisuian Arcanine up Davide Carrera.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the run-in he's had in phase 2 of the tournament, the last few rounds of Swiss, I mean, just an incredible way to kind of solidify your place in this top cut, really there with the talented players that we've been able to get through, David Carrera, Fabian and Victor. We've had basically Fabian and Victor already on the broadcast, seen how strong they are as players, but Oliver being able to overcome those. And you could say as well with the team, you've got the big kind of emphasis on the team. Looks like it's coming from the Annihilate, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and possibly even the Dragonite that has the option to be that offensive attacker and supporter as well at the same time. But you've got lots of heavy support. The Rillaboom there being a heavy support option, the Mousehold, of course, and then that Sableye being the premier supporter of everything that we're going to see.
So Oliver having an absolutely legendary run today. Phase 2 of a regional is typically the harder day because you've got all the players who have advanced to the next round with an X2 record, and this is a really high level of play, and the fact that Oliver didn't lose against any of these players just goes to show how strong of a player he is, and what an absolute amazing match he will be able to give us if we do see him on stream.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't really understate as well the fact of, you've had that momentum day 1, you had a really good finish, but you had a break in between that phase 1 and phase 2 of the tournament. You went away from the venue to come back this morning, but continuing in such strong fashion, it's testament to Oliver as a player, and we've seen time and time again previously how strong Oliver is, getting to finals, doing very well, claiming titles as well, and always being a very mainstay at the World Championships representing Europe.
we all know that if Oliver's in a tournament, he is capable of making that really deep run, such a consistent player. There's so many other really consistent players as well, and we featured them on stream this past weekend. Just, Victor Jimenez, really well played, and I'm going to have to take a sneaky look at all the players that did.
Help yourself, sorry.
Yeah.
Have a look.
But so many, it's just, I am so excited. Whatever match we feature next, it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. And it's one of the really fun things about Phase 2 is that as the rounds progress, the more exciting the games get because the skill level just builds up even higher and the tension builds up even higher as well because the stakes are so high, there is no room for mistakes. Players cannot lose or they will be knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think the contrast between the Phase 1 and the Phase 2 of the tournament is yesterday we saw a lot of Annihilate and Mousehole. That was a common mainstay throughout the day, and the players that were running it were winning on the broadcast. Today we haven't seen as much of it. We've seen a little bit more variety in it. Maybe that is the fact that, a lot of the top trainers in this tournament have better answers than we had yesterday, which is why they're at the top of the pack. But, of course, while we let our players get set up for Top Cut, we organize the match. We have a seniors interview with our seniors winner, I believe, with David. So we'll throw over to that and let you have an insight from our seniors winner from this weekend here in Frankfurt Regionals.
We're here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships where I have the opportunity to interview the senior champion, Matteo, who has kindly said that he is going to share a lot with us about his team and his win. Matteo, first of all, how are you feeling after winning the regional?
I'm feeling really good. I didn't really expect it. After my round 4, I was 2-2. And I thought, I'm not going to get that far, but I ended up winning the whole thing. So it's a surprise for me, but I'm very happy.
Yeah, you must be very happy. I mean, what sort of other accomplishments have you had up until this point?
I've had my breakout performance top 4 at the 2025 European International, and I've had a few top 8s at regionals here and there.
And you finally got that win. Yeah. That must feel incredible. So tell us about your team that you brought today.
My team is largely inspired by the team my friend Michal, also known as Nerud, used to get top 8 at the 2024 Gdansk Regional Championships and in the Masters Division, and is also using it at this regional as well. He's been doing really well, and the team is also really good. It's a King Gambit balanced team. King Gambit, Magmar, Olon Ninetales, Basque Legion, Rillaboom, and the Sneasler.
Sneasler, of course, in Regulation Set H, right? Did you play it last season as well, when we had that same rule set?
No, last season I wasn't really a Sneasler enjoyer.
Well, and you still turned up to the first one, then, of this current regulation, and still won it.
Yeah.
That's pretty incredible. Okay, so what would you say is the MVP of your team? Who does the best for you on your 6?
I would say King Gambit. It's a big part of why I won in the finals, and also it's just helped me win a lot of my Swiss rounds. It's just really good. It's just with the Swords Dance, and I have a defensive Terra Fire, so it doesn't go down easily. It also hits really hard with the +2 boosted Sucker Punches and Kowtow Cleaves. It has to be the MVP of my team.
Definitely sounds like it. I need to try that myself, I think. Okay. And Matteo, is there any secret to your success?
Probably just be happy if you set a goal that's not too high. If you achieve it, be happy with it, even if you don't go any further. That's what I do most of the time. Just set a goal that's not too hard to achieve, but I'm still gonna be happy with, and then just stop stressing for the following games.
Really wise advice from an amazing trainer. And finally, Matteo, any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
First of all, to my friend Gustav Bredberg for helping me prep for my top 8 game the day before. Also to my dad, of course, for making all of this possible. To Michal for inspiring me to use this team. To my friend Alex for also helping me prep a little bit. And to my friends and family, of course, for just being there for me.
Well, thank you so much, Matteo, for chatting with me. Let's get back to the action.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
wise
Mateo.
words from
Thanks.
Mateo there. And I really like seeing seniors play because these seniors will be our future masters. We've seen
Yes.
time and again a lot of seniors who have aged up into the masters division, like Aurelian Sula, just perform so well in the masters division. So these are the future of VGC.
I'm going to call it out. I said this at the World Championships. Kevin Hahn, I fear for Masters players.
Oh, yes.
Kevin ages up. Kevin is just aged up into seniors and then winning the World Championships. Perfect example. Such a strong player. And you wouldn't think his skill level would kind of fit in with, and I'm not saying that seniors aren't great because they are, but there is definitely a discrepancy across the board between the average level of a senior player and a Masters player. But Kevin really bridges that gap and he plays like some of the top Masters players around the world, and he's only a senior, so a very prosperous journey, I think, ahead. And I'm sure that the same can be said for a lot of other seniors out in the field, especially when we're starting a new season and these stories are yet to be told, and we can kind of follow them all the way to San Francisco next year.
I absolutely agree. When I was watching the World Championships, seniors World Champion, and I watched.
See, it's so confusing because the play is so high level. You think they're Masters.
And look at that! Wow,
Jan was just incredible as well.
These are absolutely amazing plays that these players are making, and once they're aged up in Masters, we gotta be very scared.
Very scared indeed. Up your game, Masters players. But they have been up in it here at Frankfurt Regionals, of course. We've had incredible games all weekend, incredible teams, and we are not done yet. We are getting into the top cut portion of Phase 2, and we'll be getting into our first top cut game very momentarily. We've been able to have a quick look at the tournament runs of Fabian and Oliver so far, and they've had a really tough run, and just showing the kind of highlighting the level of play and the variety of teams that these players have had to contend with over the weekend. So incredible. But on top of that, we can take a look at the top 16 bracket here and see what journey our players are going to have to take to get to that final, win that coveted championship prize.
We can see both Fabian Brown and Oliver Escolin, of course, with an X&1 record, will get a bye in this top 16. But the rest of the players will have to battle each other and get a win to advance to that top 8. And look at those names. We just had Florian up on stream, up against Shohei. So, that's going to be an amazing match. And of course, Nikolai Hoy-Nielsen with that famous Blood Moon Ursaluna that he has championed throughout the season, up against Valentine Vicia and Giuseppe Ilario versus Emanuel, whom I believe he was on stream.
Emanuel was on stream earlier, yes.
And Joan Garcia versus Adam Chafuli, Davide Carrera with that Espathra team.
Espathra
which is going to be so exciting, against Julian and Victor Jimenez versus Victor Medina.
Wow, just some absolutely corking matches for us in this first phase of top 16 here at the Frankfurt Regionals. But
Oliver will
how good would you feel if you were Oliver or Fabian now? You can have that little bit of time to kind of just take a breather, know that you're in and guaranteed top 8 of this tournament, while the rest of the field have to battle it out, to be able to make it into that next section of the tournament.
Well, Oliver knows he'll be facing a Victor.
Yes. You guarantee that. Victor will be my opponent in the next round. Which one it will be, who knows? What a matchup that is going to be, though. You know, we saw Victor play earlier with the Dondoso. We haven't had Victor Medina yet on stream, but Victor on an amazing run, taking a loss round 2 of this event and round 4. So on the cusp of going out of the tournament completely after round 4 and carrying on the run, making their way all the way to top 16.
Yes, and Victor is one of those players who hasn't quite gotten that big finish, but is so consistent.
So close, hasn't he?
It's quite really enjoyable to watch all of his games up on stream, the way he pilots around a lot of different situations. So why don't we take a look at all the notable matches that we've got going on that's being in this tournament? And oh man, I just know without even looking that it's going to be absolutely amazing. Davide Carrera versus Julian Front, and that is going to be that Espathra team versus a Rain team.
Well, you got your wish, and this is the notable. I mean, every match in our top 16 is definitely a notable match. We can only fit 4 matches on the screen, though. Unfortunately, that's just all we've got room for on our graphic. But yes, we will be featuring David Carrera versus Julian Front, and it is going to be an absolutely amazing match. So you got your wish. You're going to see the Espathra up next. But the other matches, Florian, we've just had on the broadcast going up against Shohei Kimura from Japan. Shohei showing what a strong trainer they are. Going to be tough, though, going up against Florian, who's come off that last round win in such convincing fashion. Joan Garcia as well. We saw yesterday with that Dondozo on an absolute
crazy
tear with those
Dondozo.
Fishers, going up against another very strong opponent in Adam Shafui, representing France. And then the
2 victors.
Victor versus Victor. Who will come out on top? We know Victor will.
Yes, I can guarantee that. It's really interesting also to see Shohei piloting one of the few remaining Mouse-Ape teams we have in this tournament. Mouse-Ape was just very dominant throughout yesterday's stream games, but today didn't have quite a strong conversion rate into that phase 2, but Shohei still championing that. And if there's any player I do not want to face who's piloting Mouse-Ape, I think it'll be Shohei. That is going to be an absolutely terrifying matchup.
Yeah, and we saw the adaptation with how well Shohei changed up the strategy in that game, losing game 1, you know, against that flying Terrestrialized.
Oh, I remember, +2.
And it was a very dominating one-sided game, but then adapting their game plan, knowing, okay, I'm identifying what I can do to get around this threat and doing it so well and executing it perfectly in games 2 and 3. So that's the experience that Shohei's got. Going to be hard for Florian, but of course we can't concentrate on that game because that's not what we're featuring. We have got another absolute corking game with 2 phenomenal trainers here to take us into top 16 of this tournament.
Oh, I am just so excited to see an Espathra on stream, and hopefully it does come into the match. But of course, our player Davide himself can be the only one who can decide whether or not this is the situation to go up against. And on Davide's side, it's going to be let me just have a quick look at the team.
We haven't got the teams just yet.
Oh, okay.
We'll get into the teams in a minute. But I mean, David Carrera is one of those players that is, you know, very familiar with this setting, has had phenomenal results in the past. We'll be able to go over the exact details of those accolades in a moment. But the players are just setting up, warming up, getting ready for this top 16. And like we've already mentioned, this is it. This is everything on the line for our players. You can't make any mistakes at this point of the tournament because it is all on the line. And both players so close, hands away from picking up one of those medals. So you want to give it your all at this stage, and I'm sure both our trainers will.
A win puts them one step closer into that top 8, which means one less game to play before they can get their hands on that shiny champion medal. And this is going to be such a phenomenal matchup. Davide up on the screen, and no stranger to the big screen, has been featured on stream over and over again. Just such a consistent and such a top player, and with a very wacky team this time. It just goes to show that if you know what you're doing, you can make those really deep runs with some very unconventional Pokemon. And we've got our players' accomplishments up on the screen right now. Davide Carrera with that world's top 8, the Players' Top Cup finalist, and EUIC finalist, and Leipzig regional finalist.
Yeah, very strong accomplishments there from David, and he's done it time and time again. Can he do it again this weekend? And maybe this is the time where he gets that championship title to their name. But Julian on the other side, more recently a newer player to the scene, has got that accomplishment, top 128 at the Utrecht Special Championship event last season, and doing phenomenal. Going to be able to add top 16 from the Frankfurt Regional Champions this season to those accolades, maybe even better accolades after that. So we'll see how they get on, but going to be a brilliant match for us to feature here in Frankfurt.
I think we've seen quite a few stream matches this weekend of a seasoned veteran player up against a little bit more of an underdog with not quite as many accomplishments under their belt. And all the times we've seen these matches being played out, I've always been just so, happy to see our underdogs playing really, really well and taking these surprise knockouts from a well-known player. And Davide's team up on the screen right now, it's going to be that Hisuian Arcanine with a Mirror Herb, up with the Espathra, the King Gambit, the Sneasler, Indeedee Female, and the Hydreigon. So a really, really cool team composition. That Arcanine with the Mirror Herb means that it can just switch in to, say, an Annihilate and actually take advantage of the fact that its Defiant gives a boost, and suddenly Arcanine is also the one with a +2 attack boost.
Yeah, that's the nice thing, whereas you do intimidate the opponent. They get the attack boost to +1, but you get the +2 because you get that boost with with the Mirror Herb, a really useful item. We've seen it in very early formats in the Scarlet and Violet era, but not so much recently. But like you say, the Espathra, that combination with the Indeedee there with the Psychic Terrain to be able to set that up and then have those big, powerful attacks. Expanding Force, the Lumina Crash, and boosted by that Life Orb. Very scary, opposing Pokemon to take on for Julian. But we can take a look at the overview of the team here. Julian will be playing the Incineroar, the Goldingo, Pelipper, Sneasler, Orcaladon, and the Rillaboom.
Ooh, a really nice balanced rain team. There is no Basculegion on this rain team, but it's replaced by that Sneasler, which is also a really powerful Pokemon. It does have the Grassy Seed and the Unburden, so once it switches in with the Rillaboom, it's going to proc that Grassy Seed and be really fast.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, that Sneasler does have a Dark Terra typing, so it's going to be really useful if you want to commit the Terrestrialization on that Pokemon to sit in front of those big psychic threats like the Espathra and the Indeedee. They're not really going to have a way to get around and hit that Pokemon for super effective damage. The Espathra does have a way in the Dazzling Gleam, but you kind of then split the decision there for the Espathra. What do you click into with suspecting maybe super effective psychic attack going into a potential terrestrialized dog Pokemon, or do you go for the Dazzling Gleam for that consistent damage, whichever way the Sneasler glows? But of course, the Dazzling Gleam not very effective into that poison type. It is going to hit for neutral damage. So some questions to ask yourself. Maybe both players want to just feel out game one. We'll have to wait and see as we get into this top 16 here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships between David Carrera and Julian Frond. And we are going to start David going with the Indeedee and the Espathra straight out the gates, and Julian leading with the Sneasler and that Orchaladon.
Oh, immediately the Psychic Terrain is active, so this Espathra is quite free to start going for those expanding forces. Now, the Orchaladon being Steel type is going to resist the Psychic type attacks, but also to take neutral damage from the Fairy type. But looks like the Orchaladon doesn't want to stay in at all, and it's going to be the Rillaboom switching in, overriding the Psychic Terrain immediately.
Yeah, really nice play here to keep control of the terrains. Bit like a weather war, the terrain war is something that you're going to have to try and keep on top of throughout. Julian doing that very well early on in this game, activating that Grassy Seed, getting a nice defense boost to that Sneasler, as well as activating that Unburden ability, giving it a bit of an advantage against the Espathra before those speed boosts interact. And following up with that, we see a Dark Terrestrialization. It is not one to entertain those psychic type threats and put on a lot of pressure early on.
Indeedee making itself the center of attention with that Follow Me, keeping its partner safe, and it's going to have to take a Terra Dark boosted Throat Chop for all of its troubles, and is not enough to get the knockout. Indeedee hangs on with 90 HP and chips away at the Sneasler with the Rocky Helmet. In the Espathra, however, called that Terra Dark and went for the Dazzling Gleam and knocks down the Sneasler to quite low health.
Yeah, that's a nice catch there from David. He doesn't want to really take the risk of locking in with those psychic type attacks because of the threat of the Rillaboom switching in. You might then lose the benefit of that expanding force and also the threat of the Dark Terrestrialization on the Sneasler. If that does happen, you're getting nothing. So the consistent damage there was always going to be the Dazzling Gleam, catching that Sneasler really nicely. David taking a lot of damage with the Indeedee, but it is there to do that. You're protecting the Espathra throughout this match, and that Sneasler now under a little bit of pressure, but it has got the support of the Rillaboom, it has got the fake out that can come into the Espathra, and now the Psychic Terrain's not in effect. You can enable that a little bit better going into this next turn, so the Sneasler can try and get a knockout onto that Indeedee, which will be all important, or whatever switches in as it is leaving the field.
David recalls that Indeedee for the Hydreigon, so a really nice switch in. It means that the Indeedee is preserved in the back, ready to switch in again and override the terrain. Espathra just wanting to keep itself safe for this turn. But the close combat is in the Hydreigon. It's a one-hit knockout, and the Hydreigon goes down, which means David is down one Pokemon so early in this game one, and he will be forced to bring out another Pokemon.
That is a huge call here. We said what a great call David did with that Dazzling Gleam turn one to catch the Dark Terrestrialization, while flipping the tables right around. Julian calling that Indeedee, well, it will go down if it stays on the field to a close combat, but if that Hydreigon comes out suspecting a Throat Chop because it's going to resist that, well, I'm going to catch it with a close combat. Exactly what happens, taking a huge threat down from David's side of the field, and now Julian looking in a really strong position.
I agree, and David, he's got that very chipped Indeedee. Yes, he does get the Psychic Terrain back in his favor, but now this Assault Vest Rillaboom it's not really going to be knocked out. If David goes for the Expanding Force, that will do quite a bit of damage to the Rillaboom, but then the Sneasler is unaffected. So, a bit of a tricky situation for David here.
Yeah, and it does have the Protect the Sneasler, so there is room for you to maybe protect the Sneasler this turn, keep it out of harm's way, switch the Rillaboom out, so then you can switch it in the next turn, get rid of that Psychic Terrain, because I think you want to try and keep the terrain control as best as possible. No switches, though, coming just yet. We might see a U-turn, though. That might be the option for the Rillaboom to switch things up. No, protects you. It's just a throw chop, and it will be enough to take down that Ndidi. Julian taking an early lead, 4-2 here.
Unnecessary critical hit right there on this poor Ndidi, forcing David down to his final 2 Pokemon. Now the question is, what did the Espathra go for? It goes for Dazzling Gleam, which does knock out this Terra Dark Sneasler with a very unnecessary critical hit, but does allow the Rillaboom to now go for an extremely powerful attack. Are we going to see a U-turn, or are we going to see a Wood Hammer? We will have to see what Julian goes for. It is the Wood Hammer, and it's going to connect with the Espathra easily enough to take the knockout, and David will be down to his final Pokemon.
Wow, what a knockout from the Rillaboom. You think it might need that grassy terrain for the additional boost to get the knockout, but no. This Rillaboom is very strong, and the Espathra going down, leaving David with just that 1 Pokemon. It is the Sneasler, and it's favorable, right? It's going to be able to hit the super effective damage into the Archaludon and hit that Diaclaw into the Rillaboom. But you can only hit 1 Pokemon at a time. That's a problem. You're going to have to deal with 2 threats from the opposite side of the field. And Julian still has 1 Pokemon in the back, which is going to be revealed right now as that Rillaboom is preserved. And Incineroar dropping out. And it will drop an all-important Intimidate to lower that big attack stat from the Sneasler.
Yes, Sneasler in a bit of a tricky situation. Does go for the Diaclaw, which is a critical hit onto the Incineroar. Gets the paralysis, but leaves the Archaludon wide open to go for an attack. It's just going to be an Electro Shot outside of the range. So this thing is a Power Herb Archaludon, so it will immediately get recharged and allow it to get a super powerful attack off onto this Sneasler. So +1 Electro Shot is not enough to get the knockout just yet, but Sneasler just in a really poor situation here.
Yeah, and because of that, we see the forfeit there, but you can see the value of that Psychic Seed. Some really good information for Julian from the Sneasler there, taking that boosted Electro Shot very comfortably. So something to think about going into Game 2. What a well-executed game plan there from Julian.
A lot of good information that Julian was able to gain from that final turn, knowing how much damage his Archaludon with that +1 special attack was able to do. So now, Lee, if you were David, how would you adjust to this?
I think the Sneasler is a bit, it's very difficult to deal with. And yes, you've got the Espathra, you've got the Dazzling Gleam. You can kind of chip away at it, but that's the point. You're chipping away at it. You're not removing it quick enough. And I think with a Pokemon like Sneasler, you need to remove it as fast as possible from the field. The problem for David was he was a bit unfortunate, got caught with that close combat. All credit to Julian for going for the close combat into the oncoming Hydreigon, because then that Pokemon isn't an issue at all. I think if you get a bit more value out of your Hydreigon, that is a Pokemon of choice for this matchup, then things will shift a little bit more. Do we see something like the Kingambit? That could come and play a part, but I think you're going to have to deal with that Sneasler first, because as long as that Sneasler is in effect, you're not going to have a good time against it. But adjustments are going to be needed. It's not going to be easy. Getting more value out of some of those big hitters is key for David in this Game 2.
Game 2 is ready, and it is going to be once again the Ndidi and Espathra up against this Archaludon and Sneasler. So a little bit of a switch up here.
Yeah, there is. And the Sneasler now, I think there is always the option. You went for that Dark Terror type turn 1 if you're Julian. Do you have to commit to a turn 2? Because is realistically David going to click those psychic moves? But I feel like if you don't go for it, you will get punished to the point where you're going to lose your Sneasler. It's just not worth not committing that Dark Terastallization. You can get that good damage onto the Ndidi as well. And the Archaludon at the same time is in a position, if it stays on the field, it can help chip away at the Ndidi. Or you've got that similar play where you can get rid of that Psychic Terrain very quickly by just switching in your Rillaboom, and we know it's not really threatened by anything once that Psychic Terrain is not in effect any longer.
So it's because it's the exact same leads from that previous game. The question is, will the players make a change? And it does look like it's going to be a bit of a switch up. Ndidi switching out for the Hisuian Arcanine. So a fantastic quick adjustment from David there, getting that -1 attack onto the Sneasel and making sure its attacks will be doing less damage. And it looks like a turn 1 Terrestrialization will be coming out once again onto this Sneasel. So it will be Terra Dark.
And it'll be interesting to see if this Sneasel now, it is -1 after the Intimidate, but will that boosted Terrestrialized Throw Chop into the Espresso be enough?
Here we go.
Follow me.
We have to see the Throw Chop comes and it's enough to get the one-hit knockout on this Espathra. Espathra goes down and David has lost another Pokemon so early on.
A key Pokemon as well, that's the thing. The Espathra was key to the plan, and what a play from Julian, getting it all right there. The Indeedee switching out because of the threat, the potential threat of that Rillaboom coming in, overriding the Psychic Terrain, thinking I want to stay ahead of the game, get my Indeedee in the back so I can bring it straight back in, activate that Psychic Terrain, get things going with Espathra, but no getting punished for that. The Sneasler toggling down so smartly. Now the Sneasler coming onto the field, it is going to be able to activate that seed that it's got, but really in this situation, it's not helping so much against that Sneasler in front of it because of the physical attacks and also the body press that could be threatening that Arcanine pretty heavily this next turn.
It's nice to know that at least the Chaladon cannot Terrestrialize out of that fighting type weakness. So this Sneasler on David's side hits both that Terra Dark Sneasler and the Chaladon for super effective damage. So, you know, David, it's not over yet. He's still got two very strong attackers, and of course, you can't ignore the Hisuian Arcanine. That's a really powerful attacker. Very different to Incineroar, which is normally a little bit bulkier. Looks like now David also going for his own Terrestrialization onto the Arcanine. So this Hisuian Arcanine will be the Terra Water type. So getting rid of that fighting type weakness.
Yeah, and now you have to be careful around the Archaladon. So may indicate where you're going in the close combat, straight into that slot.
Oh, not enough!
Not quite enough to pick up the knockout, but enough to take it right down to that sturdy ability. So it is activated on 1 HP. Now anything the Arcanine puts into that side of the field will be enough. Can it survive this close combat?
Oh,
and it
so
can!
close.
It can survive. 5 hit points left, leaving it to get an attack off and hopefully clear the field from this Archaladon as it does. Commit to that, take it down, and remove that big threat from Julian's side of the field.
A double up into Archaladon. So Archaladon is now gone. But at this stage, David has two incredibly... No, the Arcanine is heavily chipped. He's got an Indeedee in the back, which doesn't have much offensive presence. So David has to be very careful now. That Sneasler is really, you know, that Pokemon that he will have to rely on to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that's so true. And especially now you've got the Incineroar coming in and kind of evening the score with those Intimidates. It's going to drop an all-important one onto both of these physical attackers. So they're going to be less impactful going into this next turn. The Arcanine is going to be heavily threatened from the opposing Sneasler because I don't feel like the Sneasler on David's side has enough in the tank to be able to remove it from the field. Although the one thing that you would say is that the close combat does threaten that dog type. So have you got room to be able to take that dog trust, that close combat? You have had a defense boost, but at the same time, you've already used close combat yourself, taking a defense drop. So I think threatened here is the word from the Sneasler on Julian's side. Is it going to be able to get an attack off into the Arcanine? And you're not going to be able to do that with a fake out as long as the Psychic Terrain's active. Maybe a Rillaboom switching could be something that Julian leans into. Reset the Intimidate drop on the Sneasler and allow that Incineroar to get an all-important Intimidate on fake out onto the Arcanine just to remove it from the field.
Oh, there we go. That Sneasler is so heavily threatened. It does get replaced by that Rillaboom. So the Psychic Terrain has been overridden by that Rillaboom switching in. So it's going to be quite a nice switch, which means fake out is also active, but the Arcanine also switched out for the Indeedee. So no Pokemon was able to take advantage of that grassy terrain because the Psychic Terrain just gets immediately reset. And now the question is, what does Caesar go for? It goes for the Protect just to keep itself nice and safe for this one turn.
Yeah, it's a really nice play here from David just to make sure that, okay, well, I think you're going to switch in the Rillaboom. Just to cover that, I'm going to switch out my Arcanine, which is going to be slower than your Sneasler, and guarantee that my Psychic Terrain's out on the field. And now I'm in a really strong position because the Sneasler threatening the close combat damage into the Incineroar and the Dire Claw threat into that Rillaboom. And all the time you've got your Indeedee on the field that has got that lovely redirect with the Follow Me, can pull in any of those threatening attacks. More importantly, keep that Sneasler safe and sound, allowing it to get these attacks off. And we all know if Dire Claw comes out, it has this really annoying secondary effects that can activate, and this could be the difference between tying this matchup, taking us to a game 3. Otherwise, Julian might be one step closer to moving into top 16.
Well, there we go. That close combat immediately on the Incineroar is not enough. enough at that -1 attack to get the knockout, but does allow that Incineroar to survive. And now the Rillaboom goes for the high horsepower. No, a critical hit, not quite enough to get the knockout. Does a little bit of recoil damage to itself, but the Flare Blitz follow-up from this Incineroar is not enough to get the knockout on this Indeedee. Indeedee hangs on with 24 health and means that Incineroar also takes a bit of chip damage. It's brought down so low at this stage. I almost wonder if David might just want to target down the Rillaboom and allow the Incineroar to knock itself out from Rocky Helmet.
Yeah, I think that's the key here. You can just utilize that Indeedee. Go for the Dire Claw. Is the Dire Claw going to be enough, though? That's the question onto the Rillaboom.
At -1 attack as well.
You feel like it might just miss out there, which then would allow the Incineroar to get an attack into the Sneasler. But is that the worst thing that can happen here? We are going to just see another Follow Me is going to draw on all of those single target attacks from the Rillaboom and this Incineroar. But not the Incineroar because it is the target of that Sneasler. So only the Rillaboom will be attacking this turn as the Intimidate Cat will be removed from Julian's side.
Incineroar is now down. So Julian down to his final 2 Pokemon. Rillaboom goes for a Grassy Glide. No priority with the Psychic Terrain active. It does deal a little bit of recoil damage to itself thanks to that Rocky Helmet. But more importantly, now that Julian's down to his final 2 Pokemon, he cannot switch out and reset the terrain.
No, he cannot. And there was always the argument there, is Julian better off going for a U-turn there to get that Grassy Glide back on the field and maybe have that and the Fake Out active? But this isn't how it's played out, of course. Now we've got to look at the board state. The Arcanine coming in, it is going to be heavily threatened from that Sneasler on the opposite side of the field. The one thing that you would say is the Arcanine doesn't have access to extreme speed, so it is going to be susceptible to anything that Sneasler throws out. And now it's had that defense drop removed. Is it still going to be threatened by the close combat from the opposing Sneasler? It's going to come down to speed ties here. Which one can hit first? The one on David's side has taken a lot of drops, so maybe the right targeting into that one could be enough to pick up a knockout there, but you can't ignore the Arcanine that is threatening big damage. You know, the close combat that has got access to the Rock Slide and that Flare Blitz that is heavily threatening that Rillaboom this turn.
Oh, the Sneasler goes for the close combat first. Is that enough? It is enough to get the one-hit knockout onto this opposing Sneasler with a critical hit, which means David's Arcanine is now free to go for a Flare Blitz. But first, this Terra Dark Sneasler will be knocked out and will faint to the close combat. And now we're going to see a Flare Blitz play out, and that should easily be enough to get the knockout on Rillaboom, which means we will be going to a Game 3.
Yeah, David, no one to give up easily here and doing everything they can to turn the tables, tie up the match, take us to a Game 3, and doing so in really great fashion there. It is going to come right down to the wire with which one of these players is going to progress into the top 8 here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. And really well played there from David. I think the one thing that you would say is, okay, you lead that Espathra and the Indeedee, so you kind of force the hand of Julian to go for that Terastallization with the Sneasler, but then you know you've got your own Sneasler in the back that can come in and threaten with those close combats onto that Dark type that Sneasler's now become, and you've also got the Arcanine that can threaten all of the other support elements there as well, alongside that Intimidate. That is a really nice game plan, I think a very good adjustment from Game 1 where the Hydreigon came and it really put on the pressure that David kind of wanted. The Sneasler, the Hisuian Arcanine seemed to complement that Psychic core very well, but I think there were elements where Julian could have made adjustments, going for the U-turn maybe with the Rillaboom to get off. I say the U-turn.
Oh, there's no U-turn.
There is no U-turn, so that's why we didn't see it. So there was no option there. But if that was, of course, that would have been a play. But why we saw Julian play out like he did with the Rillaboom. But I think managing the terrain is very important. We talked about in Game 1, we saw the importance of how keeping control of your preferred terrain was, and David was able to keep that Psychic terrain intact all Game 2, pretty much as and when he wanted, and it really played into him being able to overcome the threats on Julian's side.
It was also a fantastic adjustment from David, bringing in that Hisuian Arcanine, which I would say played a really big role in securing that win, even after quite a bad turn 1 start when that Espathra just got knocked out immediately. And, you know, David losing access to one of his really strong attackers was quite bad, but he was able to prevail through it, which means we are now going to go into a Game 3, and our players have made their choices. So this is the deciding game of this top 16. David leading with the Sneasler and Hisuian Arcanine. Bit of a switch up, but Julian leading once again with the Sneasler Sneasel and Archaludon.
Yeah, not going with that Psychic Core in the Spatra and the Indeedee from David, changing things up. The Arcanine coming out early on is really nice because it gets an all-important Intimidate onto the Sneasel on the opposite side of the field. And now it's not going to be as effective as it was in those first few games. And do we see the Terastallization from Julian, or maybe switch up? There's no real immediate need to go for the Terastallization here with no Psychic threat on the board.
It looks like the Sneasel on Julian's side is very heavily threatened, does not want to take that Intimidate, wants to reset the Intimidate, and Julian responds with his own Intimidate on this Incineroar, which is going to get that attack drop on both the Sneasel and the Arcanine. But it looks like a turn 1 Terastallization once again will be coming off, but this time onto Julian's Archaludon, which is going to Terastallize into Terra Electric. So an indication that perhaps an Electro Shot, an incredibly powerful boosted Electro Shot, will be coming off.
Yeah, and now will be to boot. It's got the Hellite and the Power Herb, so it will be a one-turn charge here. But a double protect from David's side is very smart here to get around and scout out what Julian is planning on doing. The Terastallization's being commit, so you can approach the next turn a little bit better. We are seeing a special attack boost from the Electro Shot, the one-turn setup there, and now it's going to be hitting a little bit harder going into the next turn, but all importantly, blocking that big attack. Maybe trying to scout out a Terastallization on the Arcanine there to get away from that fighting threat. But there we go, the Mirror Herb is copying those boosts as well. So the Arcanine going to have a little bit of special attack to its name. Well, they're not going to be able to take advantage of that one little bit.
Yeah, so that was a fantastic double protect from David there, baiting out that Terra Electric and also wasting that Electro Shot. So really nice turn for David.
Yeah, but the one thing that's not good about the double protect is the fact that Julian's played into that and saying, if that is a possibility, I'm going to get my Incineroar onto the field. Now I've got Fake Out, so you can't really protect again safely, so I pressure them, meaning we're seeing some forces to switch out from David. Why we're seeing that Indeedee coming in is the perfect answer if you're really worried about a Fake Out coming out from that Incineroar.
Well, Psychic Terrain is now active, which blocks all priority, but Julian does not fall right, but the Flare Blitz coming off onto this Archaludon is not quite enough at -1 attack, but Archaludon does respond with a Dragon Pulse that does quite a significant amount onto the Indeedee, which takes a parting shot. I think that Indeedee was very happy to take those insults from that Incineroar over there. And now Julian does get to select a Pokemon in the back, and I would guess if there was a Rillaboom there, he'd probably want to override that.
Yeah, it's a nice option to bring in now. You get rid of the Psychic Terrain, you've got another Pokemon with Fake Out that can actually use it, where the Indeedee's now on the field, so it makes it a little bit more clunky for David to get around that. And this is a different Archaludon. It really doesn't, you know, it's operating a little bit differently. We don't see that stamina ability. It is relying on that +1 special attack, kind of putting a lot more emphasis on it being a bit more offensive on that special side of things, and maybe something that David's not that familiar with facing. So we are seeing that Rillaboom hit the field. It is going to get terrain up, and it is going to threaten with that Fake Out coming into this next turn.
Ooh, now that the grassy terrain is the active terrain on the field, I wonder if that Indeedee might want to think about switching out just so that there is that Psychic Terrain later on. Arcanine, quite a nice position. It does heavily threaten the Rillaboom. Of course, the Rillaboom, as you called out earlier, could just go for a Fake Out.
Yeah, you can see David kind of hovering around the options that they've got there. The Follow Me going to be a nice option to pull in the single target attacks and get something onto the field alternatively for the Arcanine. Of course, it does threaten the Rillaboom here, but there is always the threat of the Fake Out double up into that slot. The other option is you could just protect this turn, see how things play out, or you could switch in the Hydreigon. The only risk here is if we do see a Dragon Pulse from the Archaludon, predicting maybe the Hydreigon coming onto the field, and this could be a big opportunity for Julian if that's how things play out.
It looks like the Rillaboom, maybe predicting a bit of a switch out, is just going to get recalled immediately. And once again, Incineroar rejoins the field. So now gets an attack drop on these two special attacks. So that's not going to matter. But now the crucial question is, after the Indeedee protects, what did this Archaludon go for? Did it go for Dragon Pulse? Did
Just into the wrong slot. Went for it, but not into the right slot. So David gets away with it, but getting that Hydreigon onto the field is huge because now this powerhouse can start pressuring with those snarls. It can lower that special attack boost onto the Archaludon, and it can also threaten with the Draco Meteor. It's going to do not super effective damage, but big damage into either one of these, Incineroar or the Archaludon. But again, you've got to get around the fake out that's now present from that Incineroar. It puts on a little bit more pressure. It doesn't give you the freedom just to go for those attacks, but you've also got to think, is the Incineroar going to go for the fake out, or is it going to go for another parting shot? If it does, I can get an attack off, and that might be the difference between getting a momentum swing or not.
Yes, there's so many different options for our players here right now. And you can see both of them just really taking their time. And it looks like, indeed, following Rillaboom soon is going to switch out for that Arcanine. So once again, dropping all of these Intimidates on that field. That's going to be quite nice on this Incineroar. But the question is now, Hydreigon is faster. We are going to see a Terra Ghost on this Hydreigon, which means it will be immune to a fake out if that Incineroar does choose to go for it, and allows the Hydreigon to get an attack off. So, what did this Hydreigon go for? And it is a Draco Meteor. Is that enough to get the knockout on this Archaludon? It is enough! And Archaludon goes down! A huge threat removed on Julian's side.
Wow, the opportunity was there, and V takes it. What a great knockout there, going for the rationalization, getting around any incoming fake out, but in return, Julian going for the knockoff. Super effective, getting rid of the safety goggles and saying, okay, if I do lose my Archaludon, I'm going to get some return from this. The Intimidate, though, from David's side, really helping that knockoff. But you've got to worry now that the Throat Chop threat is on the board with the Sneasler. It is going to be able to threaten that Hydreigon, outspeed it and the Arcanine, so it threatens it from both sides, but you can only target one of these Pokemon. The one thing that you would say is the Hydreigon is not much of a threat anymore as much as it was the previous turn, because that Draco Meteor, the special attack drops, it's going to be really threatening a knockout, whereas the Arcanine kind of is threatening some big damage onto either one of these, Incineroar or the Sneasler, depending on what attack it goes for. But the Arcanine can't rest easy either, because that Terastallization's been eaten up. It will be subjected to super effective damage from a close combat from the Sneasler, which will probably likely be enough to pick up a knockout there. So David can't rest easy, has to probably make some adjustments here, and can Julian capitalize on this great position that they've got right now?
Oh, David going right down to time. Arcanine very heavily threatened by that Sneasler will be recalled for the Indeedee. So once again, we're going to get Psychic Terrain back on the field. The Sneasler is still the fastest Pokemon on the field. So it goes for the Throat Chop, which is easily enough to get the knockout on this Terra Ghost Hydreigon. So now, both our players have lost their Terastallized Pokemon, and it's going to be a really close game. Both with their terrain setters also active, but I would say Julian could get that Rillaboom swapped in right now with that parting shot. So Indeedee switching in, not getting quite as much value here.
Yeah, playing this Incineroar extremely well, picking the right moment when to attack, getting the knockoff onto the Hydreigon the previous turn, and then not attacking this turn, saying, yeah, I might suspect the Indeedee coming back in, so I'm going to parting shot here and then get my Rillaboom out to keep control of that terrain. We reiterated how important it is to keep terrain control throughout this game. Julian doing it so well and making it very difficult for David to get any sort of momentum here. Can't really bring in that Sneasler as long as the Psychic Terrain's not in effect, because you're not really getting that Psychic Seed boost, but more importantly, it's not really the special defense boost that you need, it's the unburden ability that you need it to activate so it can get the speed boost. We know from previous interactions it did outspeed Julian's Sneasler, so you kind of want it to have that. But as long as this Indeedee's out on the field and it is soaking up or helping handing with the Follow Me or the Helping Hand, then it's not getting off the field to bring that Psychic Terrain back into effect.
Looks like this Indeedee is actually opting to stay into this game. If I saw a glimpse of what David decided, but this Sneasler on David's side will be moving after Julian's Sneasler, and where there's a Diaclaw, there's a chance of getting some status effects, so this is quite close. But Indeedee now, firstly going for that priority helping hand onto its teammate, making sure that Sneasler is going to do a lot of damage. The close combat comes up is easily enough to get the knockout onto this Indeedee. So David has lost 2 Pokemon and will be down to his final 2 Pokemon, but does allow this Sneasler to get a helping hand boosted attack off. So what did David go for? It is a close combat, and +1 is enough to get the knockout on the Rillaboom. So Julian now also down down to his final 2 Pokemon, which is going to be that Incineroar and his own Sneasler.
Wow, it's coming right down to the wire here. Sneasler versus Sneasler, but I would say that Julian's definitely has the advantage here. The Incineroar going to come onto the field now. More importantly, it's going to drop a big Intimidate onto the Hisuian Arcanine and the Sneasler on David's side. The Arcanine in return going to drop that Intimidate first, of course, but the one advantage that Incineroar has over that Hisuian Arcanine is the Fake Out that it can utilize this next turn. You get this Fake Out right and combine that with an attack from the Sneasler, and you could look at taking one step further into top 8. But of course, David does have the option just to double protect here and burn that Fake Out. Is there any way for Julian to take advantage of that play? I don't know, but that's a nice thing that David has in their arsenal to kind of just delay things and approach the turn after this one.
Yeah, Julian doesn't really have a way to punish something like a double protect, so looks like that's what we're going to see. But Pokemon David's Sneasler will be going for the protect, so does the Arcanine. Just a nice, safe turn to make sure that the Incineroar cannot go for that Fake Out. But now that the Fake Out's gone, we are in the same board positioning. Julian Sneasler is the fastest Pokemon on the field, and at -1, do you think that's going to be enough to get the knockout on this Hisuian Arcanine?
Yeah, I don't know if it will, but I think the Incineroar probably will be able to take a knockout. So there is obviously the play where Julian has the option to protect their Sneasler this turn and maybe get a knockoff into the Arcanine with the Incineroar. Hope that you've got enough in the tank to be able to take maybe a double up from those Pokemon, get that initial damage off to put that Arcanine in range, and then go from there. But it is risky, of course. If you protect the Sneasler, the double up comes out from David into the Incineroar, knowing that there's no protect on that Pokemon, and it goes down. The tables turn very quickly, so you've got to make the perfect decision right here and get it right, because whichever player does will probably most likely be advancing into the top 8 of this tournament.
This is so close, and exactly why our players are taking their time. The close combat comes off onto this Arcanine. Is it enough? It is not enough to get the knockout. Arcanine hangs on, and it will be David Sneasler's turn next to get a close combat onto this Incineroar, and Incineroar with that -1 attack drop on the Sneasler is able to survive it easily. And now the Arcanine, did it go for a Rock Slide? No, it goes for the close combat onto this Incineroar. So Incineroar goes down, and it will be now a 2v1 against Julian's Sneasler.
Yeah, and this is really tricky as well, because all these Pokemon have Protect. Where do you target into if you're Julian? Because again, it's even worse now if you get that decision wrong. If you hit into a Protect now, especially after the close combat drops that you've taken, those defense drops are going to be a real detriment to you, because you're getting closer every time you click that move into one of these other attacks taking you down. All coming down to the wire. What do you go after? Do you go after David's Sneasler here? Do you go after the Arcanine with such low health? Or do you just Protect to maybe scout out an oncoming Protect, and then that opens the door up and makes your decision making a lot easier going into the following turn? The risk is, if David doesn't protect either of his Pokemon here, having the number advantage going into this last few turns of this round.
Jesus, on Julian's side, does go for that Protect just to scout out what happens on David's side, and maybe, just try and see if there's a turn of a grassy terrain, health recovery. Arcanine does go for a Flare Blitz, so that's going to get whiffed into the Protect. It is worth knowing that Sneasler on Julian's side does have +1 defenses thanks to the Grassy Seed, so it could, I think at this stage, do you think we'll see a Diaclaw mirror situation?
I think Diaclaw could play a big role. I think if we see Julian target down the Arcanine, of course, that would be able to remove it pretty easily. And then it would allow David to get a Diaclaw into the opposing Sneasler on Julian's side, and then we know what can happen there. But you can see the close combats have kind of undone that Grassy Seed boost, defense boost from earlier on, so it is going to take big damage. Close combat coming out though into the Sneasler. On David's side, it's not enough. It takes another defense drop, but it's going to have the onslaught of 2 attacks. One from the Arcanine, one from the Sneasler. The Diaclaw coming out, doing about 50% damage. And the secondary effect, it falls asleep at the last hurdle.
Now the Arcanine follows up with the Flare Blitz on the Sneasler. It's enough to get the knockout, and David Carrera will be the winner of your Masters Top Cut and advancing to top 8.
Wow, what a way to finish. Top 16 is always so exciting. Our players are phenomenal, but what a way to do it. David Carrera will be moving into top 8 here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, and it couldn't have been any closer, right down to the wire at the end.
Oh my goodness, just could have swung either way. It was just on the edge of my seat, although I am standing, so edge of the
proverbial
floor.
seat.
Yes, it was so close and just so masterfully piloted from David's side. And you can see this is exactly why he's such a strong and consistent player. He didn't have quite the best. Game 1 didn't go so well. Lost that high Dragon immediately upon switching in. Game 2, it looked like it was almost over from turn 1 when that Espathra just went down. But he was able to navigate basically on 3 Pokemon and then...
I think the same kind of feeling. You had the same feeling in Game 3 as well, where you felt like David didn't really get a hold of the game, like maybe as quite as much as they wanted, and they felt like they were like behind the whole way until that very late game when the Arcanine and the Sneasler were on the field, and you thought, okay, well, now you've forced a situation where Julian has their back against the wall, and for the first time in the match, Julian had to really get some calls right. You can see the match replays here as we get into some of the highlights. The dazzling gleam to catch the terrestrialization from the Sneasler early doors. Really good, but really didn't pay off. I mean, the Sneasler's return in Game 1 was too much, taking the game for Julian, but then we had kind of a turn of events going into Game 2. David kind of sat up and thought, okay, well, let's approach this a little bit differently, getting more value out of the Sneasler and making that adjustment. Not bringing the Hydreigon, bringing the Hisuian Arcanine, which was so valuable in both Game 2 and 3.
I think that Arcanine was really the key to David's victory in Games 2 and 3. And just beautiful adjustment in that Game 3 without even bringing that Psychic Terrain expand. Oh, he brought Psychic Terrain, but no Espathra. And the Hydreigon actually managed to get something accomplished in that Game 3. Unlike Game 2 where it just got knocked out. And Game 1 where it got knocked out. But that Draco Meteor so useful, knocking out that key threat in Archaludon and allowing David to really slowly, put himself in a position to take the win.
Yeah, and both trainers kind of going for the terrestrialization on Pokemon they hadn't done in Games 2 and 3, so really changing up their strategies there. And, Julian got a little bit of value back from the Archaludon, of course, going for the Electroshock, but then once that Hydreigon come onto the field and the timing of that terrestrialization was great, getting around the potential fake-out threat because the Indeedee was kind of pinned at that point. You couldn't get anything to get around that, and of course, as well, the Hydreigon has levitated, so it's not really affected in that way by the terrain anyway, so you have to go for the Ghost Terra typing. I mean, Julian makes a nice call with the knockoff to get good damage, but the return in being able to remove the Archaludon was so big, and then that forces the Sneasler out into the field, and that being your only offensive outlet, because can you rely consistently on Rillaboom and Incineroar against what they're facing down against to be the offensive outlets that you need? Well, no, you can't. You can use them as supporting tools, but the Sneasler is the key, and once the support options had gone down, it become a lot easier for David, and he was able to do it, like you say, quite masterfully.
It's also, I do really like Julian's team, and a very unusual and unconventional Archaludon set. Instead of the stamina, it had Stalwart, which ignores all the...
Sturdy.
Oh, Sturdy, sorry.
Sturdy, yeah.
Nice catch.
Yeah,
yes.
it was,
it allows it to survive that one hit. And also means with the Power Herb, it didn't have to worry about losing the Weather War, even though there was a Pelipper on that team. It could just go for a guaranteed Electroshot off. And if in the future you want to use Electroshot, you could then potentially bring in the Pelipper in the back. Or, as they saw in that match, the Pelipper wasn't brought, but because of that Power Herb, the Archaludon was still able to get that really strong Electroshot off.
Yeah, it's more often than not when we see Archaludon, it is normally holding that Assault Vest because it's got that kind of 4-move syndrome where which moves you pick because it's got such a variety of good attacks. But you can see with the Sturdy ability, you've got the option there of kind of an ability that gives you a Focus Sash, and then you get an item choice on top of that with the Power Herb, which gives you that instant Electroshot, which is very, very strong. And it would kind of probably indicate as well how the Archaludon's been trained, a bit more frail than your Assault Vest variants, because normally if you see a Draco Meteor into it hitting neutrally, you'd say, probably does take that. It's a good defensive Pokemon, but not in that case. And I think David identifying that as the build of Archaludon and saying, okay, well, my Hydreigon didn't quite get it going game 1, but if I can weave it in, get it on the board, it is going to be in a position to get rid of these big threats. And if it had been able to stick around a bit longer, it would have been able to pressure the Rillaboom pretty well, and to a certain extent, it would have been able to get good damage onto the Incineroar, although it was a Ghost type, and it didn't really want to entertain any of those Dark type threats.
I do think it was really interesting play from Julian when he actually read the Terra Ghost on the high jump and did not go for the fake out and went for a knockoff. And that knockoff on the safety goggles, you know that Julian was just, you know, getting that read correct. But even though he got the read, David was able to just prevail and win the game. But it looks like our interview with David will be ready. So I'm sure he'll be ready to tell us all about that game himself.
Thanks, Zoe. Yeah, of course, we've got Davide, who has just got into top 8 here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. I mean, how are you feeling right now?
I'm beyond happy because this is the first time in the Scarlet and Violet era that I win a match in Top Cut at a regional level event. And so finally I managed to break the curse. And now at least we'll see where we will go, but at least now it's also a starting point. I think also the first time I won on stream in the Scarlet and Violet era. So after a crazy match and best of 3, so well, I'm happy. Super happy.
As you should be. You played that so well to also come back in those last 2 games as well versus Julian. How are you feeling after that game 1?
Yeah, I mean, I tried playing around based on Espatra. I tried to bring Espatra because a friend of mine, Roberto, played the same team. I faced the same opponent, and I expected like Pelipper and Arcaludon lead and playing like a mind game, like either Tailwind or Muddy Water, trying to deal some damage, and then with Rillaboom and Incineroar in the back. I didn't expect this plan at all. So that's why I tried some adjustment for game 2 with the Intimidate with Arcanine, but Sparta didn't survive that Terra Throat Chop. Maybe I need to make some calcs because when we test a team, we try a lot of calcs to see what you survive, what you don't, and I kinda missed that. I mean, that's my fault because I think it's important calc to survive. I don't know if it was a roll or anything, but I usually survived when I faced a daughter Sneasler after Intimidate. So I'll have to check.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a roll there.
Yeah,
but
and then in game 3 I tried, didn't bring a Sparta, I tried with the other 4, and it worked. So
yeah, you did excellently well. And really to show off that Arcanine as well, which obviously we've seen so much in Incineroar as well, haven't we, throughout this regulation and previous ones. So it's quite refreshing to see Arcanine a little bit too. So did you, in terms of the team building itself, did you kind of build as a group, or was there some sort of influence from somewhere else?
The whole team, the idea behind the whole team started with my friend Daniele that really wanted to play Espatra. We built a team last year around Espatra. We played at a Grand Challenge. It was okay. It didn't go super well, but it was like a very different team. Espatra had like Mirror Herb, Sword Power, Calm Mind. So at least the matchup against Dondozo Tatsugiri was much better, that version, rather than this one as we saw on stream before. But then, okay, then Regulation H ended, so we moved on to Metagames, and now it came back, and we tried again with a team around Espatra. The core members of the team, of course, were NDD, Sneasler, and Espatra. And then there was like Pelipper, Arcaludon, and a filler lot. The first change was, I think I put Arcanine in the last slot. Izuyan Arcanine precisely, and not any other. Intimidate because I wanted a Mirror Herb, plus Intimidate was great against a Dragonite. In case of Scale Shot, you can get a boost. And then the next step was replacing Pelipper and Arcaludon because they didn't work super well, and also I still couldn't win against other Trick Room teams. So, I mean, if I can beat Torkoal, why am I playing Pelipper and Arcaludon? So, first of all, I tried the Hydreigon because with Terra Ghost can wall Ursaluna. can touch you, and with Taunt you can deal with Trick Room stuff a little bit. And then the last member slot was King Gambit, because with a Southwest it gave the team way more flexibility. Also great against, it's a single Pokemon, it is great against Incineroar, Rillaboom, Goldengo, Dragonite, even maybe a Nilep if you are flying. So it was kind of the last member of the team that like completed the puzzle, you could say. But still the matchup against Rillaboom plus Incineroar together isn't easy at all. If you only have one of the two, it's much easier. But in this tournament, I faced 9 Rillabooms in 13 rounds, which is a lot, but the team worked, so it's great.
Yeah, you pushed through either way, yeah. Thank you so much for explaining that kind of all the way through. That was really interesting. I think particularly for our players at home who are wanting to kind of build a team that's similarly creative and quite exciting as well. So obviously you're in top 8 now, Davide, so where do you want to finish this weekend?
No, I'll see. We'll see. I'll try to go as far as possible.
Fair enough. And what about your future projections for the rest of the season? What are you kind of aiming for?
Well, of course, I'm trying to feel my best finish limit. So at least I'll play also 4 or 5 more regional level events, or international. So we'll try to get them right. Yeah.
Fantastic. And finally, Davide, any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Oh, yeah. First of all, to the eParrots eSport team that's supporting me, but also to the Spatra boys, Daniele, Davide, and Roberto.
Fantastic. Davide, thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you.
Good luck in your top 8 match as well. And we'll be shortly getting back to a top 8 match indeed. So do not go anywhere.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2015. I had just moved to Los Angeles, and I was kind of looking for a way to make friends. And I figured, well, I like playing Pokemon. Maybe this would be a good way for me to meet people because I'm a little bit shy. So yeah, I've been playing ever since. My favorite Pokemon, without a doubt, is Dragonite. It is a Pokemon that's been with me ever since the original Red, Blue, and Yellow. And because it made one of the craziest comebacks in VGC history with Dragonite. So I really love that Pokemon. Right now, one of my daily goals is to study Japanese. I'm moving to Japan in December, so I want to make sure that once I'm there, I know the language a good amount so that I can, be able to communicate with people. After going to Worlds in 2023, I really fell in love with the country, so I'm really excited to be moving there. For me, definitely Wolf is one of the people I look up to. He not only is a fantastic player, but also a really good friend and just an amazing person. He's someone that, he has all the accolades in the world, but it doesn't really get to his head. And I think it's really cool to have someone like that in the community that is a good player, but also humble about it. And I look up to that. My goals at playing Pokemon, it varies by the season, but most of the time is always to try and win Worlds. I did Top Cut Worlds in 2016 when I had just started playing. And ever since then, I've kind of been failing to reach that same height. So the goal is to always win Worlds, but every year it gets more and more difficult. The players these days are insanely good. So it makes the competition, that much more fierce, but also makes your wins feel much more deserved. My favorite meal during events is always breakfast. Breakfast is just my favorite meal because I really like having coffee. And for some reason, coffee always tastes better in the morning than it does later in the day. I don't know why. I don't know the science, but it's just the way it works. Probably New York style cheesecake. Pretty bland, but I like it. My favorite city that I've been to, without a doubt, has been Vancouver. I think it's a beautiful city. You can take a train right from the airport to the downtown area. There's great food in there. There's really good nature as well. It's very clean. Every year, whenever I can, I try to always go to Vancouver because I know I'll have a good time there. My friends always tell me I have really bad music taste, and that's fair. I do enjoy a little bit of rock and roll. I do enjoy a little bit more classical music. Video game music is some of my favorite as well. So a little bit of everything, but I definitely don't listen to the more popular songs, and I constantly get made fun of because of that. Maybe Team Brock, because I feel like he's actually one of the more difficult gym leaders, because right at the beginning, and if you chose Charmander, you're gonna in for a rough time. But Brock is cool, and he's really big part in the anime. He's kind of like the father figure for Ash and Misty. So yeah, I like him.
Hey everybody, we're in top 8. Frankfurt Regional Championships Day 2. We are so excited. Finally down to just a few players before we find our winner later today.
Yeah, and we've already got one of our players already qualified, featured on the stream just now, Davide Carrer, which we know is no stranger to high-level competitive VGC action. With all of his accolades, has been able to be build up, seeming to keep that going. He's got a top 8 ensured, and is going to be followed up by 7 other trainers.
Yeah, it was great to have a chat to him on the couch just now as well, because he gave a really good insight into the building of his really creative team that he was running, that a lot of also the other Italians are running as well. Yeah. So it was kind of inevitable that something this creative and kind of meta-breaking in a way actually made it this far, and it just happens that Davide is the one that's kind of really got all the way.
Yeah, and like we said, followed up by 7 other trainers. We do have a bit of a breakdown over the brackets, sort of progressing and monitoring everybody's progression in of itself. Other trainers that will be joining in, of course, Shohei Kimura versus our current undefeated trainer, Fabian Braun. Then we've got Valentine Visser versus Emanuel Briganti, which we did feature the latter earlier today, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Joan Garcia versus Davide, and Victor Medina versus Oliver Eskelin. Seems like Victor was able to, at least for this tournament, prove that he was the better Victor versus Jimenez.
I swear I was looking at the pairings, and Victor Medina was 3-2 at some point on day 1.
He was.
He must have just continued to win, just kept going.
Dude, just win.
It's like, oh, I can't get any more losses now, I'll just keep winning. And he just did it.
Yeah, I know. It was extremely impressive in of itself, right? And that's classic Victor.
It is classic Victor, honestly. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, we need to decide somehow on who we're going to feature.
How do we do that?
I don't know. I'm not really in the mood for deciding, honestly.
Are you not?
We ask somebody else.
Yeah. Maybe we'll ask you for that opportunity. Yeah, please do help us, you lovely folks at home, or even if in the venue, if you are so. We have got some spectacular sets upon us with a very interesting accolade of Pokemon in of themselves across all of these pairings. Fabian Braun, like we said, versus Shohei Kimura. Honestly, both these trainers absolutely up on their game in terms of form, but also innovation.
Oh yes, so we've had a lot of these trainers on the broadcast already, actually, but we haven't actually had Oliver Eskelin there with a Sableye. That could be quite an interesting pick too. Fabian Braun, obviously we've had on already, but seeing him again could be really amazing to see just how far he can push it with that amazing team and play of his. And then Duan Garcia as well, obviously the infamous set yesterday with all those fishers as well was really interesting to see. And yeah, again, with the same team that he was bringing to Regulation Set H tournaments last year and doing so well with as well. So, and he's still got it here. Nothing's changed. And does that mean he's going to take it all the way this time? Who knows?
Who knows? He was able to get a top 4 last season. He's definitely one step away from meeting that accomplishment with this set. But so many interesting matches. Victor Medina, like we said, current, or should I say, since last season, LAIC finalist, was up against Marco Silva in what was such a dramatic final, still rocking a rain composition. And like you mentioned, David, Oliver Eskelin with his very fascinating Sableye. I'm curious to see what role it serves on that team composition. And yeah, not a Pokemon that you would expect going into this.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't. It's a really interesting Pokemon that it gets Prankster ability, which is obviously really, really useful, which we're used to seeing lots of Whimsicott on. But being a Ghost type as well means that Fake Out can't hit you. Also being Dark type, kind of like Grimmsnarl, you can't be Prankster taunted from other Prankster users.
It is really good.
So it's really hard to stop Sableye doing what it's doing.
Yeah.
The main thing that probably holds it back slightly are its stats, which are not very high at all. I mean, arguably, I think its highest stats are like attack and defense, and you don't use its attack at all.
No, you don't.
Yeah, and we're not at the stage where we're using Mega Sableye either, so we've got to rely on all of those really sneaky support moves, of which there are a lot.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's just one of those Pokemon that has the 4-move syndrome because there's just so many great tools that you can add to it. It's one of the few Pokemon that actually get Quash alongside Prankster, which is so big. However, that move is sort of in contention with all of the Psych Terrain that's available in the current meta, so that may not necessarily be a good move at the current moment, but if you've got terrain of your own to break it, it serves a really good purpose. But then it's got access to weather setup moves, Sunny Day, it's got Rain Dance as well, and just the whole lot, really.
Something else it gets in Scarlet and Violet, which you didn't used to get, is both access to Encore and Disable.
Yeah!
Which a lot of players like I find do not see that coming. So one of the grand challenges I did last year, I was running that with Eternatus, Encore Disable, and Fire Spin Eternatus. Like, I regret it so much because every game was taking like 20 minutes and I used to do 45 games and I just couldn't get through it. I wasn't winning anyway, and I would not recommend it. It was fun for like 3 games and then I was like, oh my goodness.
Self-burn much in that scenario?
It probably was.
It does get Will-O-Wisp as well, sorry, talking about the burn, which, oh wait, does it or does it not?
Fire Spin, no.
Fire Spin, no, Will-O-Wisp, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Will-O-Wisp, yes, it does.
Yeah, it does. So that's another potential option as well. But yeah, I think all sorts of shenanigans that Pokemon is capable of.
Well, thank you for deciding, everyone. We have the results ready of our community choice for our first top 8, and it's going to be Victor Medina versus Oliver Eskelin. Thank you, chat. That is a great decision, honestly. So either of these players we've not had on yet as well, so that's a really big pick. And of course, we've been talking about Sableye as well, so phew, gamble paid off.
It truly did, hyping up the little thing. But I think something to note as well, aside from the great accomplishments that they have, they are both international championship finalists across the past couple of different seasons. Oliver Eskelin in here, actually, this location back in 2022 for the European International Championships, where I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was Sword and Shield Series 12, where we had Dynamax still in effect, and he went up against Eric Rios, and what a phenomenal finals that was. And like we said, Victor, on the other hand, coming off from last year's LAIC.
Yeah, exactly. I was getting so close yet again for that win, but just losing at Tomako Silva, who then took it home again for himself. Like, being a 2-time champion is amazing. So Victor is still yet to win a major event. We still have not seen it, but yet he's been so consistent, getting so many run-ups, so many top 4s, and of course top 8 at the World Championship just a few weeks ago as well. Again, just shy of an auto-invite to next World Championship, so he still does have to push through, but given his consistency, I'm sure he'll get there.
Someone's going to do it. It's going to be Victor. There's no doubt about it. His plays are phenomenal. He is so consistent. All he needs is that one really strong breakthrough, which he's already done to this point, because he even came off from, if I'm not mistaken, it may have been, was it Lille last season? Was it up against Niels Dunlop? He reached the final.
Oh, yeah.
And he had the Volcarona Terra Fairy sort of balance going for him. So clearly showing he's familiar with this format. I'd probably say arguably one of his best of recent seasons, because he just keeps on reaching the highest echelon of tournament status, just being one step short of that medal.
Yeah, exactly. And that was where I think you maybe had that Ninetales team and managed to freeze the Corviknights that Niels Dunlop was using, which was then stuck in the air like this, not be able to move. But yet, Niels was still able to come on top. Just, again, just about getting there against Victor Medina. So maybe this time, he's in top 8 again.
It's true.
Who knows?
He's got 2 more sets ahead of him if he wants to go ahead and try to run out with the finalist, or should I say the winner's title in of itself. But I guess when it comes to sort of player predictions and whatnot, there's also our predictions of the Pokemon that we did think that we're actually going to make a big splash on the event. Hold up. I think production... What is wrong with David's graphic? Why do you have Malamar's, mate?
There's nothing wrong with it, Costa.
Oh, no.
Nothing wrong at all.
Not you as well.
Malamar is just
David.
such a great Pokemon.
David, I thought you were better than this, man.
Look, Malamar has a lot going for it. Honestly.
Okay, what? Go. I give you 20 seconds.
It's got Fake Out, Knockoff, Parting Shot. It's really good. It also gets Grassy Surge, Root Hammer, U-Turn as well to kind of switch on out. Okay. It's also got Coaching. Okay. And it also gets Drizzle to set up for those electric shots that it can also use as well. It's really, really strong. You should
just say
Malamar.
Drizzle?
yeah.
Okay, that's the only thing out of like all of these supposed quote-unquote factual points that you made. The only thing going for it is its quad weakness against like a U-turn. That's all I see when I see that Pokemon.
What bug moves are you seeing in this regulation right now?
U-turn.
On what?
On something that is choice staffed. I think
there aren't any. All the rhythm people running high horsepower.
Oh no, sorry, Dragapult. There you go. What are you going to say to that? Choice spam.
We haven't seen any Dragapult this weekend.
On stream.
On stream and on the day 2 usage stats and day 1. You need to be back in Malamar, Costa.
David,
it's the play here.
Stop this, please. I don't agree with any of you. I don't think Malamar's that good where you use up all 4 slots. In my personal, professional opinion. And I'm sure that stream will back me up. I hope you back me up too, because this is preposterous. I'm the only one that's left against this Malamar takeover. Like, no, get away with your hypnosis, my friend. I'm not about that life.
It's just a matter of time, Costa. Okay. You will realize very soon. Very soon.
Okay.
You will realize Marla's the way.
Goodness me. This may be something that I may be subject to, but hopefully not. Malamar's got some stuff, I guess, going to it, but regardless, we've got trainers which know a lot more stuff than us when it comes to playing at the highest level. I'd say that. You're a regional champ as well. There you go. I'm going to big you up. Not Malamar. I'd rather big you up. But Victor Medina, we've got versus Oliver Eskelin. Victor Medina, we've already glazed his achievements because he deserves all the glazing there is.
Oh, yes.
He is that good of a trainer, and he's got a lot of accomplishments accompanied by this rain composition he has brought to this event.
I mean, yeah, look at that. It's like, when you see the accomplishments and how little amount of text there is, you know there's an IC there, or it's Worlds, because it's the wordy ones that need to be the regionals, the grand challenges, but when they're really short, you know, oh, that's some good accomplishments there. So LAIC finalists, double top 4 internationals, and 2 Worlds top 8s, and that's not to mention all of the really good top cut regional level events he's been to as well. So, like, just Victor Medina is possibly the best player in the world who's not won a major event.
You know what? I will agree with that. I was half expecting you to say Malamar, but I'm so happy you took it seriously because I'm in complete agreement. He is genuinely just... at this point, we're kind of surprised that he hasn't been able to get that first spot, but the build-up of all of his accomplishments sort of already make him a big champion in my eyes, in particular, and I'm sure a lot of other people's, because, yeah, he's just one of the best in the EU, and he proves it time and time again, and it's all about a matter of time when it comes to a first spot.
It certainly is. And I don't know how much Skip Bloomham has affected Victor's life there. I need to talk to him a bit more about that, I think.
Yeah. We may have to ask him at some point. Perhaps maybe after this match, we'll have to see.
Yeah, okay, we will. Well, let's have a look at his opponent, Oliver Eskelin from Finland, of course, who is also a very strong player across the years and like in years gone by as well, where he has done incredibly well and becoming the Gdansk regional champion a couple of years ago.
Yeah, fierce competitor, one of the most fiercest, in all honesty. He is quite integral to, I would say personally, meta influencers in the past because he's well surrounded by a lot of high top players, friends, mates with him, where they all are just like the top of the game, and they contribute to finding ways to break the meta. And seeing Oliver bring, let's say, a very uncommon prankster user in the form of that Sableye doesn't kind of surprise me, because he's just got such a knack for the game. He's able to see it at a much lower level than most competitors.
Yeah, he certainly is, and there's so much experience behind him. And what I find quite interesting as well is that I was looking back at his team from like Gdansk when he actually won the event itself. And there's some similar pieces there that you can see. There was that Rillaboom, Hisuian Arcanine, Golden Go, Fluttermane, Tornadus, and Urshifu.
Yeah.
So, but like if you imagine it though, just bear with me. That's obviously a Rillaboom.
Let's try.
And then the Tornadus is a Dragonite.
Okay.
The Sableye is a Fluttermane.
I see it.
The Arcanine. Too late.
Arcanine,
can't remember. Hang on.
There wasn't a fire type. There wasn't a fire type.
Yeah, there wasn't a fire type. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and then Golden Go is probably an Urshifu just because it's really good.
I think there was a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Blood Moon Ursaluna. That'll be it. That's a bear.
Yep.
Urshifu is a bear.
Get in.
Exactly.
Well played, man.
Yeah, there we go. So much kind of forethought to the previous winning championships.
Yep.
So maybe he'll win this one. That's what it means.
Well, I think it's a really good shout out, sort of trying to analyze the pattern of play style and dependency when it comes to the different sort of pieces that each trainer feels most comfortable and at bay with. And that's sort of the strengths to playing your favorites, or at least things that work based on how aggressive your play style is, based on how much of board state control you want to be able to sort of force onto your opponent to essentially give them little room to be able to predict what sort of one or two chances or choices they've got in the sort of lines and flowchart path that they have to try to carve out.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It's such a high-level game at this stage where we're now in the top 8. And there are players on your screen getting sat down, getting ready. They've been here before, of course. And Victor's getting the nodding in there as well, going, yep, know what I'm doing and know I'm here. We're in Frankfurt. We're ready to win this. Let's get into it. So, blame him. So, yeah, there he is.
Yeah, Victor. Yeah, I mean, what a phenomenal player. Like you said, you know, multiple times. At this point, someone might even call it his second home, the stage of VGC when it comes to stream matches. But Oliver himself is exactly in the same sort of spot. He's been at the biggest of stages, multiple worlds attendances too, and yeah, they're just great guys, but phenomenal trainers. Over on Victor's side, however, we do have his 6. Now we've got a bit more information to break down. Incineroar, Basculegion, Golden Go, Pelipper, Moongus, and that Archaludon. Archaludon being the Terra fighting with the body press interaction. No choice staff on this Golden Go because it bears some similarities to the Elizabeth composition he brought at LAIC last year. However, he's got the Swift Swim Choice Band Basculegion, which hits so hard on the physical side. So you've already got 3 support-esque Pokemon alongside 3 sweepers.
Yeah, I like that kind of breakdown there, Costa, honestly. It's a really good kind of summary of like this just generally really good Pokemon all put together and with a little bit of speed control in that Tailwind and that just nicely fast Basculegion there too. But interestingly, we've not actually seen many Amoonguss here this weekend.
That's a good shout.
And yeah, there is one there. So I'm actually shouting out the Amoonguss as the niche pick here this weekend. Yes, I'm not scraping the barrel, I promise. And interestingly, having that Terra Psychic, which really popped off in late Regulation Set H last year as a really nice way to kind of counter the Psy spam lead of Indeedee and Sneasler as a really offensively oppressive like option, and that DD male specifically as well. So not going to be as relevant in this matchup here, but still could be a really nice bring because Amoonguss is Amoonguss, right? Like it puts so many things to sleep, and we've seen a lot of our Archaludon not being Terra Grass, which they often used to be back last year, going for Terra Electric, Terra Bug, Terra Fighting here as well. So it's a really nice pick, I think.
Yeah, definitely is, and at that point, you know, it sort of allows you a bit more room in certain matchups. But over on Oliver's side, we've got the Dragonite. There it is, finally the Sableye Light Clay, Taunt, Disable, Reflect, Light Screen. It's sort of like you had some sort of expectation. Half right there, not missing the Encore, but the Taunt is going to be so useful. Terra Water, Annihilate, Mousehold, Ursaluna, and Blood Moon, and the Rillaboom. So the AV set on that Ursaluna Blood Moon, Vacuum Wave allows a lot more lines going into certain Pokemon, like a Golden Go for endgame scenarios, or even just breaking sashes that, you know, Ursaluna should not be able to do given how slow it is as a Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a really good call. We've seen a lot of Ursaluna, which were the leftovers with the Yawns, or maybe Life Orb, but yeah, the Assault Vest is another really good item you can run on it because it does give you that flexibility to have 4 moves, but yet still have the bulk to kind of survive other attacks. So yeah, a really nice pick there too. But yeah, the Sableye, really interestingly, is that Screens variant with Taunt and Disable as well. And that could be really critical into the Basculegion, which is Choice Band as well. Disabling that means it shuts it down completely.
Yeah, I think that's such a good point too. But guess what? We've got game 1 of this top 8. Make some noise, folks, in the event area. We've got the leads. Annihilate, Sableye versus Bastion Legion Pelipper. Rain mode is already active.
Okay, really interesting. So we've got that interaction of the potential disable onto the choice band Bastion Legion, but obviously that only activates if Bastion Legion is actually used to move in the first place. Yeah. So, but this Sableye is Terra Water, so it might be able to survive the attack, especially if it goes for Reflect, and then it takes that Wave Crash, and then it can get that Disable off in the next turn. But if you're Reflecting, you're not light screening, and therefore this Annihilate could be open up to a Hurricane, which would do so much damage. So we may even want to see a Terra Water on that side as well. So either way, Victor's had a really nice lead here because he's already pressuring a lot of damage into either slot, and Oliver may need to play defensive or just go for a Terra Water on either side to be able to actually survive the turn.
Yeah, and it's so important to be able to force your opponent's hand earlier on in order to be able to limit their adaptations further down the line in the individual game. It's going to be the first Thrustalization. Over on Victor's side, the Bastion Legion is going to be dealing so much damage. You've got the Rain multiplier, you've got the Terra multiplier, you've got the Choice Band multiplier, aside from the same type attack bonus. However, on the other side, you've got Terra Water Annihilate, most likely accompanied by a Reflect in order to be able to allow it more room to take damage, but it's going to be Light Screen, clearly, actually, maybe anticipating the Pelipper being a crucial piece here. Wave Crash is going to be unleashed onto the Annihilate! No! So much damage! I'm not even sure if that's a critical hit. No. What we said, there's so many multipliers. This is why a Pokemon like Bastion Legion is so popular. Bulked up from the Annihilate, but the real question is there's no redirection on Oliver's side. The Pelipper, if it goes for the Hurricane, will it be enough, or Weatherball actually, to take this down? But I don't think so because of the light screen.
That was so close. If that had been a Hurricane, that would have been a KO instantly and a completely wasted bulk up as well. But Oliver getting off that light screen meant that Pelipper could not KO that monkey right now. But this Bastion Legion is looking very strong, but crucially disables on the board now. It can literally be shut down this exact turn, but that leaves the Pelipper open to do exactly what it wants to do. Yep. Go for a Hurricane into either of these slots, because if the disable goes into there, it's going to disable the Weather Ball instead. It's also got access to Tailwind, etc. So Victor is in a really nice position to kind of just switch out that Bastion Legion to prevent it from being disabled, and maybe just go on the offensive with that Pelipper to ensure that Annihilate goes down before it gets off any attacks.
Yeah, and Victor clearly, taking that into consideration, does not want to get locked in with the Choice Band to disable. Brings that Amoonguss in, Annihilate going on the defensive immediately after, because might want to try to be able to avoid that focus from the Pelipper. Oliver taking it a step further, saying, I'm going to ignore the obvious focus onto the Bastion Legion, go for the Pelipper instead. Make sure you're not allowed to set up any Tailwinds or go for future protects.
Exactly that. So Pelipper does get away with pretty much nothing at the moment because it doesn't do a lot of damage in the last turn, but then what's stopping it from doing even more going into the next turn here? The Annihilate has been hit twice, so that Rage Fist is boosted by quite a lot, especially with that extra attack boost. Yep. But this Pelipper is Focus Sash. It needs at least 2 hits to go down. On top of that, even if it didn't, Amoonguss is on the field to redirect anything away. So it's just a really nice position for Victor, honestly. And we're at the position where Oliver is kind of done what he wants to do with Sableye. It's not throwing any disables. It can maybe get up a Reflect at some point, but otherwise it's not actually offering any offensive pressure at all here. Yep. So Oliver really needs to reposition to actually start dealing damage to Victor's team.
Yeah, exactly. And the Rage Fist counters have not been reset. The moment that they do happen, they last whilst it's still in the bench and comes back later on the field. So Oliver will still have 150 base power later on, but the Rillaboom is now on the field. He'll be able to avoid any sort of Spore focuses in that slot, but of course we see the Amoonguss go for the redirection, which will now be disabled because of the Sableye still on the field. Hurricane, however, move of choice. What a great way to be able to just focus down and punish any sort of adaptations into it, bring it under half of its HP.
Yeah, okay, so does disable obviously the Rage Powder, but Rillaboom gets around that anyway at this point. So still a really nice move for Victor here. And now that means the Sableye is such a safe slot to just throw a Spore into here because the Rillaboom's already on the field. That's probably the only thing that wants to take a spore at this point because there's no safety goggles Pokemon. The only thing stopping that is the taunt that the Sableye could offer out, but then you're kind of negating one move, and then the Pelipper still has a lot of freedom to kind of switch around. Yeah. So Victor still is very much in the driver's seat here, and especially having that speed advantage when Basculegion comes in safely later.
Oh, bringing the Archaludon in is such a good move because not only are you sort of baiting in potential stamina procs there, you're able to just better position yourself to even resist any sort of move that will come out from that Rillaboom. Taunt onto the Moongus means that it's not going to be in a lovely spot and take advantage of any cheeky spores it could go for. So it no longer has any sort of support moves available to itself, at least for the next couple of turns or a switch out.
Yeah, 100% there, Costa. So now the Annihilate is vulnerable once again. Most likely outspeeds the Archaludon, though, given its naturally slightly higher speed there. But the Archaludon can kind of pressure that Annihilate to ensure that if it does go for an attack, at least it's getting to have to pay for itself because it will go down. And that allows Basculegion to come in a little bit more safely on this turn if you allow coverage for that. Yeah. So the last thing that the Sableye hasn't really done yet is just go for a Reflect here versus what eventually will be the Basculegion that comes in. Yeah. But not wanting to do that right now, Oliver switches out and wants to get in. Ooh, the Maushold, Costa.
Oh, okay. It, of course, does have Friend Guard, so it's going to be able to try to assist Annihilate, but Annihilate being so low on its HP means it could be quite problematic unless the Drain Punch is able to get so much more HP back. Not able to quite two-shot that Archaludon, but we're going to have to see. There is a bit of recovery. Light Screen is still in effect. Friend Guard, is it enough to be able to allow the survival to this Electroshock, bringing the Archaludon up to +1 of its special attack? I think it should still be able to do so, but we're about to find out. Archaludon launching it, picking up the KO. Annihilate, unfortunately, wasn't able to get as much damage or HP recovery via the Drain Punch as it would have liked. And Oliver has been on the back foot, I would say, from the start of the match, ever since Basculegion's move, because this is the only time Oliver has been able to finally get some sort of damage dealt onto Victor's Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. That's just about it, because Oliver knows that other than the fighting type moves from Annihilate, there's not a lot that's going to be able to hit this Archaludon on Victor's end. The main last thing being Rillaboom's high horsepower. Yep. That's about it. And with a defense boost already on Archaludon, it's already going to not be in range of a KO from there. Might even be a range of yet another one after a few protects and some switches, because this Maushold is the population bomb variant. Yes, but that's exactly what you do not want. No, versus Archaludon here, you just give it all the boosts and it doesn't do anything. So Oliver sees the writing on the wall. Victor takes game one.
Yeah. And takes it in such, I'd say, a stomping fashion. The fact that he was able to just launch out so much damage on that turn one, Terra Water, Wave Crash, in the rain. You've also got the Choice Band multiplier on top of that. Through a resisted Terra Water, Annihilate, might I add, bringing it down to, what was it, David? Like 5% of its HP? Yeah. Before, obviously, we saw the Citrus Berry proc, and that's too much of your resource already removed from yourself. And, you know, you weren't able to sort of bring it back with sustainability. The Maushold doesn't even have beat up if you want to try to go immediately on the offensive with the classic Mouse Ape strategy.
Exactly. It's a little bit of a different team here, and yet was still brought to this matchup, which is really interesting, actually, because you've got a Golden Go you've got to go up against, you've got a Basculegion, which is immune, Incineroar, which can be intimidated, and, of course, Archaludon, which can easily take it. So I don't know if Maushold is going to maybe come to this next matchup. I think you probably want another way to be able to deal with the Archaludon, namely Ursaluna. Yeah. I expect we might see that little switch up here, because there are a lot of special attackers going around. Of course, Rillaboom needs to come. That Basculegion was so offensively oppressive, wasn't it?
It really was.
But I doubt Ultimate is going to let Victor get away with what happened in that game one. Because Victor just went absolute gamble, because it could have been a protect.
It could easily.
So easily.
Easily.
So easily. But Victor was like, nah, there's no way. It's just so obvious. Sableye is such an easy target with no protect.
Yeah.
And then absolutely capitalizes.
I think it was the sort of, the telegraph sort of, it's too obvious, so I'm going to go on the aggressive from Oliver's point of view. But then that always has a way to backfire if you're a bit too risky, and Victor was able to absolutely capitalize, saying, okay, well, that's going to force you into another play, and if I get it right, I can run with so much momentum into that game. But we've got game 2 ahead of us. Same leads from Oliver's side, but a bit of a change-up from Victor, bringing that Archaladon in as well, accompanied by the Pelipper. Clearly, maybe eyeing the Basket Legion for sort of late-game sweep.
Yeah, so this is still a really nice lead for Victor here. Yeah, as you said, Basket Legion was probably very well in the back here. But yeah, you can kind of pressure with Hurricane hitting Annihilate super effectively out of Terra. And then with Terra, Electroshock hits super effectively. So you've got a really nice pin on Annihilate right now to be able to KO it, potentially, unless Oliver obviously makes any sort of defensive play. But no Protect again here.
Hello.
It's just a light screen.
Wow, it's going to be able to bulk itself up, both through the actual move as well as the special defensive side aid by the Sableye. But Electroshock will be launching itself out, bringing that Archaladon once again up to now +1 special attack. These boosts keep on stacking, and they can prove to be so problematic at this point because of the additional support of the screens and no Terra commit there. Not quite as much damage as Victor would have liked. However, he does have Tailwind. But like you said, David, Oliver left himself open to a Hurricane focus too.
He did, but obviously there's that Mind Games turn 1, isn't there? It was like, oh, I really should have protected last game. I really feel the pressure to do it now. But then Oliver, knowing that from Victor, and then just doesn't.
That's it. Exactly. Trying to always be a step ahead of the obvious play. Now opting to go for the Protect instead. This may be a great way to be able to sort of get that Disable going onto the Electroshock, which he does. It's going to be fantastic if Victor has locked into that again, but he doesn't. Draco Meteor, trying to target down the Annihilate there. There could have been a chance he could have perhaps dealt so much damage onto the Sableye, and it's just going to be the double up there. Clearly just wanting to maybe capitalize off of all of this aggressive play coming out from Oliver's side.
And a great play from Oliver there, actually, because not only do you protect from all that damage, but also you've now bought your Sableye turn to disable Pelipper now as well.
Exactly.
Because Hurricane is absolutely going to be shut down, and that means Annihilate doesn't even feel like it needs to protect Terra anymore. And you could save that for a Pokemon a little bit later. And now Annihilate having already been hit, Rage Fist is definitely online and could do a lot of damage here as well.
Yeah, it's currently at 100 base power, but that may not be the case, especially because of both of these Pokemon trying to focus down on it. However, we've got the Mousehold being brought in, wanting to be able to bring its passive support via the availability of the Friend Guard. And it's going to be able to bolster up the defenses a bit further. With additional multipliers of the light screen, it could be quite impactful as we've got Terra, Water on the Annihilate Draco Meteor. This is going to be a close one, whether the Pelipper will be able to, I'd say, pick up the KO, but the fact that we've got the Citrus Berry recovery most likely means it's going to be out of the KO range unless there's a critical hit. At this point, there is none, but there is a confusion. Whoa. This could be quite problematic if the Annihilate doesn't get a Drain Punch off onto the Archaladon. We're going to have to see. The build-up is imminent, and that's a self-hit. That is such a big issue for Oliver to have to contend with because you needed that recovery. You had so many boosts of the Rage Fist going. We don't know what he was trying to lock into, but it's not a good spot.
I mean, at least Mousehold's Friend Guard kind of reduced the damage from the attacks, but also from the self-hit as well, from the confusion.
Yeah.
So, definitely made it able to survive, but Tailwind is still up at the moment, so it's still in Victor's court as to what he wants to do going forward now. So it's going to be a Terra responding this time. From Victor, it is the Archaladon going for its fighting prowess.
Yeah, clearly wanting to maybe try to pick up a cheeky KO, if it can, onto the Mousehold. If there's no sort of protect coming from it, there isn't. It's just going to be the follow me redirection, wanting to make sure the Annihilate is set up for success. Body press coming out with the Terra fighting and the combination. Not quite enough to pick up the KO just yet. This could be additional bulky variant of the Mousehold naturally, but it's not enough to survive the pure double up of this very, very frightful duo between Victor's Pokemon. But confusion, is it online? Is it not? It is not. Finally, the Annihilate can move, deal what is going to be a very powerful Rage Fist, but not quite enough to pick up the KO.
Definitely not, but Tailwind has now expired, and as we saw from earlier on in the game, Annihilate does naturally outspeed both the Pelipper and the Archaladon going forward, and what a better support than fake out pressure from this Rillaboom, which can really help out, and plus the grassy terrain will help this Annihilate heal up a little bit more, and as we can see, we've got all those screens set online from the Sableye, so this is what Oliver was trying to do and really set up for. Now the question is, what is in the back? And Victor very kindly showed us being that Basket Legion, being that thing that can really get this Annihilate even when no speed control is on the board. It will naturally outspeed thanks to that rain, thanks to that Swift Swim. But of course, it needs to watch out for that Rillaboom. So that Victor really needs to deal with Rillaboom so that it enables Basket Legion to deal with Annihilate. How does he do that going forward? Well, you've got Hurricane still, and we've got Archaladon with a lot of damage, but a few disabled moves and can't protect. So Pelipper most likely wants to either get up Tailwind or start getting damage on Rillaboom.
Yeah, and I think it's so key there because, like you mentioned, Rillaboom is sort of the piece in order to check that Basket Legion, but we're going to have to see how it unfolds. Pelipper opting to go for the Protect. It wants to make sure its Focus Sash is still intact for future threats coming its way. Annihilate finally angry enough to snap out of its confusion. Goes for the Rage Fist. Will be able to outspeed the Archaladon now that there's no longer a Tailwind. Finally picking up a KO over on Victor's side, bringing it down to a 3 versus 3 affair, but we've got some key players and pieces still in mind. Annihilate and Rillaboom, they are the main front for Oliver to be able to try to etch this back and force a game 3.
Yeah, 100%. Amoonguss, though, is still very much healthy here. Yep. Can't redirect any attacks from this Rillaboom, but it's looking like a really nice option. Amoonguss typically has enough bulk to be able to survive those Rage Fists as well, similarly enough to Archaladon in some ways. Yep. So with that Spore pressure and with that Rage Powder pressure to keep Pelipper safe, it's looking like still a really decent option. If you try and protect from Spore, try and get around it, Pelipper has the opportunity to get up a Tailwind as well. So even if the rain isn't up for Basket Legion, at least the Tailwind is up instead. Yep. That can still do it too. The other thing Victor might want to try and do is stall out this grassy terrain that Rillaboom has set up as well. And Oliver is probably inclined to start pivoting things around, get that Rillaboom out, get it back in for another fake out, and get Sableye online to start controlling the board, getting up those screens once again to reduce the damage. Because with enough turns, this Annihilate could get quite healthy, especially with a boosted Drain Punch that could come out at some point.
Yeah, that's a good shout. As Annihilate will opt to go for the Protect right now, it will be able to get some residual HP recovery at the end of the turn. Redirection via the Rage Powder will do nothing against this Rillaboom, as the Hurricane was trying to focus down on the Annihilate. You need to try to get rid of it ASAP. Wood Hammer, however, is going to be able to bring the Pelipper down to a single hit point and allow the activation of the Focus Sash. And this is quite a precarious situation for Victor, because not only is your Pelipper susceptible to a Grassy Glide KO, you've got a Basket Legion in the back. You've already utilized Terrestrialization. That Basket Legion is going to be taking so much damage, and if it does try to switch in here.
Yeah, it definitely does. Most Basket Legion can survive a typical Grassy Glide from Rillaboom, but this Rillaboom is Miracle Seed. Exactly. Instead of that normal Assault Vest, and that is enough, usually, to be able to pick up the KO on Basket Legion with one pure Grassy Glide, which can't be redirected from an Amoonguss Rage Powder.
Yeah, exactly. And, of course, Pelipper opting to go for the Protect, wanting to make sure that it could stall out an additional turn of Grass Terrain. I think the strategy here is to try to expire the Grass Terrain to the point where Basket Legion can do stuff. Rage Fist, so powerful, leaving Amoonguss initially on 30 hit points, proccing, of course, the Citrus Berry to get some recovery. High horsepower from that range most likely will not do much, I would say, the next turn. But the most crucial thing here is Annihilate has now been put to sleep. It's got a mandatory sleep turn in the subsequent one.
Yes, exactly. So pretty much a very non-active slot at the moment. Yeah. And even if Sableye comes in, Sableye's not that active either. It doesn't dish out a lot of damage here. So Victor at some point either needs to sack Pelipper or needs to try and worm Basket Legion in a little bit safely here. And we can see Victor kind of locking in that switch as well. It's a dangerous one because, yeah, that Rillaboom could still take it out, but it might be the play he needs to make and the call to kind of get himself back into this.
Yeah, I guess there could be a way if it's able to survive, to maybe go for a side Pull and Puff or just try to focus Pull and Puff onto the Rillaboom. But does it survive? It doesn't even survive! That is the miracle of the seed in effect from that Rillaboom's item slot. So powerful, held and powered by such a powerful Pokemon in of itself. Pull and Puff trying to deal some damage. Oh, wow, that might even, I'd say, it be a critical hit. And it is indeed showing the ramifications of the Assault Vest not being a accompanied by this Pokemon too.
Yes, a really great KO there. As we were saying, that Rillaboom is just so powerful. Pelipper does come in now and can probably protect from what I think is the last turn of grassy terrain at this point as well. So at least the priority moves on that Rillaboom and then shut off, and then you can start to get the KO on it later on. But Oliver can pretty easily switch it out and get it back in again. So you know you've always got that grassy glide online for at least another 5 turns once the grassy terrain has been set up again. So there's the protect from Pelipper. Let's see what this Annihilate can do if it wakes up.
Yeah, and the Rillaboom hasn't even switched out, so there could be a case that Victor might indeed be able to essentially stall out the remaining turns of grassy terrain. Annihilate is still asleep. This is proving to be quite an issue for Oliver, and you see the safe play of getting a Spore locked into the target of the Rillaboom in case the Sableye does switch in there. So just trying to cover either side because, like we mentioned, grass terrain is finally over, which allows Victor to be able to most likely find a way to move ahead of the Rillaboom, but it depends on the training of both Pokemon.
Oh, there's the wake up here. Does not quite go to sleep for long enough for Victor to be able to take this, and Rage Fist does get rid of Pelipper.
All right, there we have it. This is most likely going to be leading to a Game 3. Such excitement to be found. Grassy Glide, sure, it's quad resisted against this Amoonguss, but every little piece of damage helps, and Pollen Puff there essentially is chip damage, and Victor's already seen the writing on the wall, is going to input a forfeit in order to progress onto what is going to be a cataclysmic Game 3.
100% there, Costa. Man, that was an intense game there. So much back and forth, and yet again the Annihilate getting so close to being KO'd, but as it just really goes to show, unless you've absolutely KO'd the Pokemon, it is not over yet for that individual, because we saw it dish out so much damage with those boosted Rage Fists as well, even at such low health for so much of that game. And the Rillaboom being the perfect partner to be able to deal with that Basque Legion once Tailwind had expired. So Victor has to change things up a little bit here, potentially. I think, arguably, the Amoonguss didn't do a whole lot here, honestly.
Yeah.
The Rillaboom was the main problem, and you need to support your Basque Legion from it. And Amoonguss can't do that at all because Rillaboom's a grass type.
Yeah.
And it never got to the point where Pelipper had the pressure of the Hurricane onto the Rillaboom to be able to KO it either. So it's a really tricky kind of scenario when you hope your Pelipper is going to be enough.
Yeah.
So we might even see a switch up to the Golden Go potentially into this matchup. That helps into the Rillaboom a lot and deals super effective damage to the Annihilate.
Yeah, there could even be a case for Incineroar, but you just need to be able to better position yourself around an Annihilate. But we already seen adaptation from Oliver's side. Blood Moon Ursaluna, where have you been, my friend? You've been missing from Game 1 and Game 2, but not Game 3.
Not Game 3. Oliver's done you a favour, Costa.
Thank you.
Brought it to this match just for you. Aww. He's not worried about how he's going to play this game at all.
No, whatsoever.
But yes, of course, Victor going with that mode that he went with in Game 1 that saw him so much success. And now versus 2 Pokemon without Protect.
Exactly.
And this Ursaluna is looking wide open for a huge attack right now. Its Terra type doesn't resist water either, being that Ghost. So it's just a really safe hit into that slot. Sableye, yes, can get up a Reflect, but other than that, there's not a lot you can do until the following turn.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting and risky at the same time. Oliver trying to forward go and maybe go down the path of, okay, maybe a Reflect and Terra typing outside of my weakness to water will be enough, but there's no Terra Water commit from the Basque Legion, so it may well actually survive. It doesn't have that additional multiplier, but no commit of the Wave Crash. Just going to be a flip turn, but even a flip turn deals about 25% of its HP, which is already so much in a battle of attrition when it comes to a strategy that is mainly employed by the Light Screen Reflect sort of scenarios.
Huge damage. Our Chaladon coming in there. Hopefully there's no Weather Ball for Victor going to that slot, but the Weather Ball covering the Ursaluna going as well. Still not enough damage, and the responding Blood Moon into that Pelipper, knocking it down to that Focus Sash.
Yeah, and you're finally able to at least position the Pelipper to the point where maybe it's going to be able to no longer be a threat for your Rillaboom, which is most likely in the back is such a great Pokemon to bring, and once you're able to dispatch of it, you get rid of the Tailwind support, you get rid of the Hurricane focuses as well, because it seems to be relatively speedy, I'd say, for a Pelipper, which makes sense with the Focus Sash set.
Definitely does. But now, as you mentioned right at the start, Costa, Ursaluna has Vacuum Wave, and so that can really pick off this Pelipper before it even has the chance to attack. Unless Pelipper locks into that Terra Ghost, which it could do to be able to survive. I don't know if you want to commit it just for that when you have so many switch-up options, but it's there.
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's the beauty of Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's got Mind's Eye, so it's still going to be able to hit the ghost types as well and pick them off. But Bastia Legion, in anticipation, is brought in right now. It wants to start doing what it knows best. Sweeping alongside its lovely bridge friend, Archaladon, which at this point are both propped up to be big threats for Oliver going into the next turn. But at least for this one, Electroshot will allow Archaladon to get the +1 in its special attack to rival that light screen that has been set up and essentially start dealing damage. It's all about resource management when it comes to this matchup. However, Annihilate now has an individual proc of the Rage Fist. It's going to be hitting for 100 base power if it chooses that move.
But a really key thing here is that Oliver, in the first 2 games, has been terrestrializing his Annihilate into water to take all of those attacks so much better. But he's terrored his Ursaluna already, and this Annihilate is wide open for an attack from this Bastia Legion right now. We saw how much damage a resisted Wave Crash did to this Annihilate. It did 90%.
Too much.
Way too much. And now it's not even at 100%, and it's not Terra Water.
Yeah.
So it's looking pretty dicey for this Annihilate right now, which can potentially protect from it, and then you've got the option of Sableye then disabling it after that, but does Victor play around that?
Yeah, it does seem like Oliver at least is going to be switching the mouse hold in. Oh my lordy, I've just realized Rillaboom hasn't even been brought, David. Mouse hold's going to be taking so much damage just from a flip turn, a pivot move, crying out loud. But it allows its Victor to get better positioning into the following turn, clearly hovering over the Amoonguss because of the great sort of aspect of going for redirection, but most importantly, that Spore.
Exactly, yeah, which is now even better here. So, kind of eating my words earlier here, I felt like, oh yeah, drop a Moongus. No, it's not very good. You want something for the Rillaboom here. Yeah. But Oliver may be calling that, and then just keeps tries to switch up, and Victor calling it and keeps things the same.
That's, yeah. I mean, the different levels of mind games is insane. We have got Flash Cannon, however, at +1, even against the light screen, enough to pick up a KO on the mouse hold, which I would say relatively is actually surprising because some of these mouse holds especially tend to be a bit more bulky, maybe a bit of an indication that the wide lens variant is a bit more offensively built. But Sableye, shiny Sableye, is now back on the field.
Yeah, there it is, to be able to threaten those disables and those taunts to really shut this Amoonguss down that could otherwise be quite a thorn in the side of this Annihilate. But Archaladon is now live and on the field as well. And yes, it's going to take a lot of damage from some of the Annihilate's moves, having taken attacks, but it definitely has the options for it as well. It can't be disabled at this point either, and Amoonguss is definitely here to support it too, with Rage Powders, keeping it really nice and safe, making sure this Archaladon gets online very, very quickly, because you do not want this Annihilate to start running away with the game at all.
No, and that's exactly what it's sort of built to do. That is its responsibilities when it comes to any sort of team composition that has the pleasure of having it on board. Terra Fighting, however, is also active right now. Wants to be able to forego its weakness to the fighting type Drain Punch over on the other side of the field and get some stamina boost going if possible. Sableye trying to focus down on the Amoonguss there that couldn't even terrestrialize into, let's say, a common Dark Terror of choice in usage that goes around every now and then to be able to forego itself away from that, as we have the Bulk Up now being set up on Annihilate side, followed by the Electroshot. I would say number 2 right now, bringing it back to now +2 of its special attack, but most crucially, hitting the Annihilate, I would say, but it's actually going for the Sableye, guaranteeing a 2-shot on it, maybe wanting to avoid another proc of the Rage Fist.
Yeah, exactly. Very much not wanting to do that, because if you just are able to position your Bastia Legion in the right position, make sure it's not being threatened by anything else, just go for that attack, Annihilate just drops.
Yeah.
So Oliver needs to try and get their Annihilate to be able to survive that attack with a combination of Reflect and that Bulk Up that we've just seen as well. And the other thing that Victor really has to be mindful of is Oliver's potential to heal that Annihilate with those Drain Punches as well, so that's why I really like the Terror on this Archaladon.
Yeah, exactly that, as redirection is available via the Rage Powder. Once again, Taunt, however, of course, goes into that slot. It will mean the Amoonguss will not be able to use any status moves in the subsequent turns, but the Bulk Up number 2 is now here. Annihilate starting to power itself up and maybe actually lure the Archaladon into its slot to further boost it up. up, given the amount of support it's got on its side, but it needs to survive, I would say, once again, from the Archaludon. But most crucially, as we mentioned, focus down on the supporting cast from Oliver's side, and you will be able to start dealing single target onto the Annihilate, because if you're able to sort of marginalize it to the point where it no longer has its support, which really allows it more room to navigate, then you're able to have more resources against it.
Yeah, 100% Costa. Now, Amoongus has been taunted this time, so it can't really do a lot to support this Archaludon. Another question will be is whether Annihilate, now with all of these attack boosts, 2 of them to be precise, is enough damage to be able to deal with Archaludon with a Rage Fist. I think it's going to be really close here, honestly. But what you do definitely need from Victor is to get up that rain, so you've got this Basque Legion to be able to dish out the damage you need to. We're getting to the point as well, if Victor gets actually enough self-KOs, that Last Respects gets very powerful, and that can deal with either of these targets very effectively, being super effective.
Yeah, I think it's one of the reasons why Basque Legion is so good in this format. Vacuum Wave onto the Annihilate in order to get an additional proc of 50 base power. Is it enough to be able to pick up the KO onto the Archaludon? It is not! Oliver was hoping to be able to get that cheeky self-proc play going in order to beat Victor to it, but Archaludon's powerful, I would say, stance when it comes to its defensive prowess is something that was not overtaken. Electroshot from the Archaludon into the Ursa Luna is able to dispatch of it, leaving Annihilate on its own. It needs to be able to somehow find a way in this 4 versus 1 scenario that is not the best.
Not the best.
No.
No, yeah, that's honestly well put. Not the best for Buddy Annihilate here, who looks like is facing down 4 Pokemon versus 1. And Oliver sees it. Victor Medina has advanced to your top 4.
What a way to go about it as well versus Oliver Escalina, fellow IC finalist in what was such a tantalizing set. You see how happy, how proud, how joyous he is for that. He was in the zone, he was locked in, he was focused, and now he's in the top 4.
Certainly is. So composed as well at the end there, actually. Just a little... Yeah, I know what's up.
I did it.
I know, 4-0 in that game 3. But like...
It was impressive.
Yeah, it was. Like, it looked quite dominant from a numbers game, but actually that Annihilate was really close to getting, like, really threatening, right? Because it was outspeeding so much. The taunt was shutting Amoongus down. It was outspeeding a lot. It had a lot of defense boosts to be able to take on Basque Legion's attacks when it came to later in the game. So it almost got there, but that just really crucial survival of that Archaludon as well. Not quite enough. Just Victor's just training, I don't know, charisma, making it survive.
The Riz, as the kids say nowadays. That's what I've been told. So Annihilate there, of course, being the main focus point of all, or most of Victor's attacks there. The confusion, self-hit was quite crucial in that game too, because you know that it would have been able to deal so much damage, and this was a battle of attrition in order to be able to preserve and expire the resources on the other side of the field, and the mouse hold going down there as well means it no longer had Friend Guard to support.
Yeah, exactly. Rage Fist into the Archaludon, getting that KO there too. Yeah, see how the Terra fighting was actually quite critical for Victor in a lot of those games to take away that fighting weakness, so you will feel a lot safer going up against that Annihilate, but also denying a lot of the healing that Drain Punch could potentially give as well. So yeah, honestly, really, really well played. Just going with the known for that Victor knows is going to be effective versus Oliver. Unfortunately, the switch out of that Rillaboom for the Ursaluna wasn't quite enough. We saw it maybe Blood Moon into the Pelipper down to Sash and maybe and Vacuum Wave, obviously, but yeah, wasn't quite enough of a change up, unfortunately, for Oliver. But well done to him. Congratulations for getting top 8.
Yeah, 100%. And like we said, yet another accolade that he can put to his very well distinguished VGC career portfolio, I would say. But yeah, I mean, just once again, giving us an absolute treat of a set. Like both of them, they're just of the top trainers that we always do see their names crop up every now and then, and it's to no surprise when we see that high level of competition being played out.
Yeah, absolutely no Yeah, no problem at all. Like, yeah, there's so many good teams here and so many great players. And I think Oliver's team is something that really shines brightly as well amongst this top cut too. Something really interesting and kind of this hybrid mousehold that we saw between the fully supportive set that we usually see with Annihilate and the fully offensive one we've sometimes seen in other previous regulations as well, with that population bomb and technician. But this is a blend. The friend guard, but still have the violence population bomb answer means you can still dish out so much damage and maybe crucially get some KOs on some Sash Pokemon like Sneasler, for instance, but still provide that support and that follow me. And suddenly switching something in and having more bulk on your partner is something that's really strong and still provides that.
Yeah, I think I do quite like the idea of the hybrid version of it, because like you said, it's at the cost of dropping beat up, essentially, because Torn, I think, is very crucial in certain matchups, like maybe Trick Room matchups, in order for you to be able to have a bit more of say or disruption focus onto your opponent's side of the field, and just being able to capitalize off the fact that a lot of Pokemon Terra outside, let's say Ghost types, tend to Terra outside of the Ghost typing in of itself, so it allows room for Population Bomb to be able to flourish. But one thing I would say, David, is do you think there was any room for Dragonite from Oliver's side? Because it's got a lot of good stuff going for it when it comes to the scale shot, actually dealing some pretty substantial amount of damage, maybe even reaching a point where it could pick up the one shot onto Pelipper. It's got the typing, generally speaking, resisting the water attacks, but the problem is, I guess, the Archaludon and the Amoonguss, right?
Yeah, you kind of answered it already, Costa. Yeah, honestly.
I guess I did.
Yeah. No, that's right. No, it's a good point. Like, scale shot, you definitely want to be getting a lot of knockouts, right, with it, because it's so powerful. As soon as you start missing those knockouts consistently, you're not really making it worth it, especially if you then lower your defense afterwards and get hit by all those physical attackers quite hard. So yeah, you're not KOing Pelipper, you're not KOing Basque Legion, you're not KOing Amoonguss, you're just going to be proccing stamina on Archaludon if it happens to switch in on you. Yes, you could haze later, but you're wanting to boost your Annihilate.
Right.
Which is so that some sort of counter synergy that you don't really want, especially if you feel like you want to go the Annihilate route.
Yeah.
So
with the self-proc scale shot as well, you could with the Rage Fist, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's true. So like that is definitely an option. Yeah. But yeah, maybe not in this one, I guess. I think Rillaboom was probably always going to be the way, just to kind of sneak through, but who knows? Who knows, maybe in another world, Dragonite was to play, especially with a certain combination of Pokemon that Victor brings.
But we did see that Oliver didn't bring Rillaboom in that Game 3 as well, but who's to know? At this point, we may have a chat with him later on, but at least for now, we have got your winner and your first top 4, should I say semi-finalist, available, Victor Medina on the couch. Let's hear it from him.
Thank you very much, Costa. I am here with Victor Medina, the victor of our last round, who will be advancing to the top 4. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I mean, I'm pretty nervous, but I guess whenever you come far in a tournament, you are nervous. So it feels amazing to be here. It feels amazing to do this, the first tournament of the season. And yeah, but nervous, of course.
It's so amazing to always see you perform so consistently in these tournaments. Now, of course, we had a look at your journey, and from speaking to you beforehand, you did start off this tournament at 2-2, and can you tell us a little bit more about your journey?
Yes, it was a rough start. I started 2-2, 0-1 into losing also round 4. And the fun fact is my two losses, I already faced them in cut. It was my top 8 and my top 16. It was Owie and Victor Jaco, who are amazing players. I'm so happy to take my revenge in those 2 losses. And yeah, they are amazing players. And I played so many good players this tournament. So I'm pretty proud. I'm also very happy of all of my journey, and that the mental did not affect me, because starting 2-2 is rough.
Yeah, I can imagine. And the fact that you beat all the players that, that were your losses during tournament means that technically you are undefeated so far in this tournament. And so I wanted to go a little bit more into your last match against Oliver. That was quite a scary matchup. What were your thoughts to that?
It was. I was very, very scared of Owi's matchup. My thoughts were like, Rillaboom is so difficult, as you saw in Game 2. And my thoughts was like, if I put so much pressure with Basque Legion, it's difficult for him to take all the damage with his win condition, because Owi's team is just like, he positions a win condition, mostly Annihilate, and he plays for it. So if I burst Annihilate quick enough, I am in a very good spot.
That's amazing to hear. And you just piloted that so masterfully. So we are going to let you get ready for your top 4, but did you have any shout-outs you wanted to?
Yeah, of course. Shout out to Antonio, to Sophie, Pokemon Granada, Miguel. Shout outs to the whole international community, Team C. Shout outs to Darts, shout outs to Kian, shout outs to Mari, so many people. But I want to say thank you to everyone who supports me, because it really feels amazing. Yeah, I feel so supported. Always I come very far. It's amazing.
Yeah,
truly.
We are so proud and happy to see you achieve this constant consistency and high results in tournaments. So we're going to let you get ready for the top 4. We will be cutting to a short break, but don't go anywhere as we'll be right back.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでください。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Welcome back, trainers. Yes, that is a flash from the past. Guess what? We are here, hello, at the Fan Zone, aka Fun Zone, of the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships. I am Costa, and this is the lovely Teresa. Hello, Teresa. How are you feeling?
I'm great, actually. It's been a long day, but it's great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to see. I mean, there's a lot of activities going around in the Fan Zone. Of course, you are one of the lovely staff that's coordinating it. So I just wanted to ask you a bit around what kind of activities we're actually finding over here.
Okay, so over here we can see some Nintendo Switches.
Yep.
And people can join for playing Unite. They can play alone, or if they come group of friends, they can play together. It's actually really nice.
Yep.
So yeah, that's a Nintendo Switches.
Awesome.
Yeah. And on the other side here, we can see our main area. We have here drawing, puzzles, and some board games. We have Pokemon Labyrinth. Here some people are drawing. And over there by our desk we have some pre-prepared pictures to color, or some also brain activities, let's say.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
And over there is a really beautiful picture which we can maybe show.
Hello, guys. Hi. Do you mind showing us your lovely drawing, please? Way! Oh my God, that is so good. Had you sort of gotten inspiration from anywhere there? Was it just something of your own? Are you a big fan of like Misty, Water type, Psyduck, of course, naturally? Yeah.
Yes, Psyduck. And mine is Jigglypuff, and that's also his head, and that's his favorite card, you know, Misty's Psyduck. And I thought I had to include my Jigglypuff there.
Oh, I mean, it's very cute. It is amazing. Thank you so much. I mean, what's your name? Apologies.
Marina.
Lovely to meet you, Marina. Thank you so much. There you go. I mean, so in other words, there's lots of action for you to be able to tune in with. So I guess, generally speaking, is it very straightforward to be able to go ahead and get involved?
Well, you can draw the pictures, bring them to us, and there is a drawing contest. So our judges will then choose the most beautiful ones, and winners could win some nice things.
Perfect.
We have some plushies, maybe.
Yeah.
Don't spoil. I don't want to spoil anything.
Hey. Well, if you do want to find out, make sure to attend yourself in one of the future events as well. This has been Teresa. This has been Costa signing out. Thank you so much for your time as well. And we'll be seeing you very soon.
Bye.
The first EU regional level event of the season in Dortmund showed us team archetypes beginning to establish themselves a few weeks into the regulation set age format. As always, though, there was plenty of innovation alongside. Charlie Merriman here to take you through it. Dragapult and Sneasler really rose to prominence. Dragapult valued for its lightning-fast speed and often holding a choice band with the Dragon Terror type to maximize damage, while Sneasler, of course, threatens opponents with those status conditions via its Diaclaw move. There was much debate over the premier Follow Me user, Electabuzz or Magmar. Both often hold the Eviolite item to boost their defenses, both have the Vital Spirit ability to prevent sleep, but whereas Electabuzz tended to run more supportive damage-dealing moves like Electro Web, Magmar would run the more offensive Heat Wave or even Overheat. And yet, none of these Pokemon ended up on the winning team. Defying the archetypes, Davide Moralia ran a pretty unique composition featuring Whimsicott, Hydreigon, Garchomp, Goldengo, Annihilate, and a different Follow Me user, Clefable. With its Unaware ability ignoring opponents' stat changes and access to the move Misty Terrain blocking status conditions from Sneasler and the like, Clefable was a great meta call. Davide faced previous regional champion Matty Morgan in the grand finals, and their Annihilate just proved too much for Matty, boosting with multiple bulk ups, dealing damage while recovering with Drain Punch, and running away with ramped up Rage Fists. Not even Pokemon VG staple Amoonguss could slow it down, Spore and Rage Powder being nullified by Annihilate safety goggles. With Goldengo alongside to mop up with Make It Rain, no one could rain on Davide Moralia's parade, as they claimed their first ever regional championship title. How will the metagame continue to develop this weekend? Stay tuned to find out. And if you'd like a shot at following in Davide's footsteps, head to Pokemon.com/compete.
We're finally here. We've got the semi-finals upon us, and what a way to be able to just keep the hype going in this top cut of the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships. This is David, this is Costa, and we are so excited to be able to feature our first semi-finals for you.
And who'd have thought that in our first semi-finals we'd have Shohei Kimura, the 2023 World Champion, here in Frankfurt for the first regional level event of the 2026 season.
Yeah.
It's quite incredible. And the fact that Like, he must have known this or something. I don't know. This is just crazy, honestly. Could he really do it?
I mean, he's 2 sets away from it, right? Like,
yeah.
He's just going to go ahead and say, you know what? Sure, this isn't my region, my competitive region, but I might as well go for it because there's an auto invite to Worlds that's up for stakes, and it's just so impressive to be seeing someone of this high caliber, our world champion of the 2023 season, being able to just run amok here. And yeah, I mean, there's not only Shohei, there are a couple of more trainers, namely 3 that are in contention for getting that #1 placement, and we got the bracket to be able to feature it.
So here we go to see the path of our trainers, of how they've made it here into top 4 here. So obviously we're going to be featuring the top bracket first there. Shohei Kimura versus Emanuel Briganti, who we had earlier on today versus Fabian Brown, who actually lost that set, but obviously have overcome that and already in top 4. And at the bottom there, we've got Davide Carrer and Victor Medina as well, who like just narrowly beat Oliver in a 3-game set, but Davide very convincingly beats Juan Garcia.
I know, and I mean, it's just so impressive to see all of these great representatives of their own individual regions come to the fore right now. Unfortunately, Fabian Brown, the local last standing representative, was not able to overcome our previous world champ, Shohei. And yeah, what a quartet of top-level trainers and matches we're about to be able to feature, starting off, as we said, with Shohei versus Emanuele. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we've been wanting, especially from the first major event globally to kick us off with the new season too.
Yeah, 100%. This is exactly the fire that we were hoping to see, and of course we would see as well.
Oh yeah.
There's so much more on the line every single year, right? Because Pokemon just gets so more and more popular every single year, and that just means the competitive scene gets even more intense, right? Yeah. And all of our great players, obviously, are still practicing. They're always getting better as well. So the standard keeps getting higher and higher, and that means for us at home, obviously, and here, we get to see even more high caliber games every single time we have a game.
Yeah, it's such a treat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially when we're able to see such consistency from a lot of our heavyweight trainers on the field. At this point, it's not only our heavyweight trainers, it's the fact that, like you said, the standard keeps upping every now and then, to the point where we've got new trainers that are developing through the sort of tiers of experience, and you never know, they may even go ahead. It might be their first major event and just win it all. We've seen it before. We've seen the Justin Tangs of the world be able to do it. And yeah, it's such an incredible way to be able to sort of celebrate both our veteran trainers as well as our newcomers into the community and the competitive scene.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, doesn't mean you can't be a newcomer, because yeah, as you said, you could literally sail through and win multiple regionals just right out of the gate. It does happen multiple times as well. Even Mikhail Kelsch as well was one of those players who came out in their first season and got runner-up at Worlds versus Shohei. You know, like, nuts. So it absolutely nuts, obviously. Yeah, so like, and we've got so many top players here, and obviously we've got to really shout out like to their teams that they've had along the way, and I'm sure they've got a lot of friends as well who've been able to help them too. It's often not an individual journey. That's the kind of the main thing. You often meet people at these events along the way. You're kind of making those connections, and you're just hearing a little bit further ideas, not only from yourself, obviously, in that inner monologue that kind of keeps you up at 5 a.m. going, what if I bring Bishop to this matchup? You know, you've got other people telling you that as well.
I feel targeted. But that's a good call out, because I'm sure like that's an expression and a feeling a lot of us feel going into a major tournament as well. You're just trying to find a way to be able to sort of like get your own dent into the meta and find something that is niche enough where it targets some very popular calls in such a way where you're able to sort of essentially kind of counter them, or at least disrupt the match flow that they're anticipating going into your team.
Yeah, exactly. So you either kind of go for a team that's, a bit anti-meta, you know what you think you're going to go up against, or you just become very good at what we know is standard. But things are standard for a reason, right? They just generally have a really nice matchup. And it's those meta-breaking teams that might be great into what is common, but as soon as you go up against something that's just slightly off meta, you might have things might fall apart slightly.
Right.
So there's always that risk that people run, which is why we're obviously seeing so many consistent teams here. But I'm really excited to see actually what happens after Frankfurt, honestly, because there's been a few little techs that we've seen that could really pop off. I think, for instance, that Sneasler set that we've been seeing a lot of, which is not your traditional fake-out stuff, but it's that sword dance on Burden with the terrifying acrobatics, which has been so cool, doing so much damage.
Too much damage.
Too much, you could say, yeah. I can see that really kind of taking flight, as it were.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I like it so much I might run out of tournament soon. But still, I think to your point there's a lot of innovation that's still available, even though this is 2.0 of Regulation Set H. We did have it last season. There's still room to be able to sort of make your mark in terms of very, I would say, creative ways to counter the current meta. And yeah, it's sort of to the point where even though we've got Frankfurt right now, there's still, let's not forget, another regional that's being played over across the pond. It is Monterrey, and that it will also have consequences and influences on the meta moving forwards alongside our lovely event here over the weekend.
Yeah, it's a great point. Plenty of influence from there as well, which we'll obviously see play out the results of, hopefully, at some point later tonight, I suppose.
Oh, yeah.
Big time
8 hours behind, I think, if I'm not mistaken, compared to us.
Yeah. Yeah, which is good. Anyway.
It is great.
We can focus here, and then we'll focus over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is great. But let's have a look at Shohei's kind of run throughout this weekend here, because we just need to see how he's done it, honestly. Just kind of coming out of the gate from Japan and taking down so many of our trainers here this weekend. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I know, and I do love this graphic in particular. It's got so much detail in terms of the run itself. A lot of wins, as you've seen. Only lost against David Barker, a great trainer as well from his region too. Seems like the core that he lost to was Dragonite, Golden Go, Annihilate, along Ninetales, Blood Moon, and Rillaboom, which we've seen even more popularized as time has gone on.
We have, and it's almost the exact same team that Shohei's running anyway.
Yeah.
It's just another differently white-coloured Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's the Mouse and Ninetales, and obviously that was just too much to handle.
Hey, at least in that mirror, but at this point, Shohei's been able to do so well in going into Phase 2, where he's gotten wins, greens all over the board, losing against Joan Garcia's team, which is that Solo Dozo variant, balanced with a Baxcalibur.
Oh, yeah, okay. So we've got a loss to kind of that balance with an ice type. Basically, that's the kind of commonality I'm kind of seeing here.
Yep.
And it makes sense, right? If you look at Shohei's team, the 3 Pokemon there really don't like ice.
No.
Yeah, maybe going forward, we might see their opponent potentially has an ice type as well. I believe they've got a Ninetales.
Yeah.
So that could be something that puts a thorn in Shohei's side. We'll have to see if he's been able to have enough practice over the weekend versus that to overcome it.
Yeah, exactly that. But let's not, go over the wins as well against great trainers that he was able to accomplish. Actually seen now in the top 16 and top 8, the last standing local representatives of Germany, in order to just run past them straight into top 4, 2 more sets away from winning the whole thing.
Yeah, so close now. There is Shohei on the right and Emanuel on the left as well. Imagine how both these trainers are feeling right now.
Yeah.
Just obviously Shohei so used to the limelight at this point, and Emanuel is still with a decent few top cuts and a really good finish at EUIC as well.
Yep.
But obviously not quite the contention of Shohei just yet, and honestly has already probably done a very well accomplished achievement already.
Yeah.
Gotten to top 4, honestly.
Yeah, this is the highest that he's been able to reach. He's previously got top 32s across the board, actually, over the past couple of seasons, across specials that we've hosted in Bologna and Turin, as well as EUIC top 32 2 seasons ago.
Wow. Okay. So, yeah, just as we were saying, people just keep getting better, right?
Yep.
And so here it is. Here is that kind of proof at the moment. So the question is, though, it's not only the players, it's also the teams at the same time as to how these trainers will kind of go up against each other. But because the 6 are fairly on the standard side, you imagine a lot of these trainers have had practice versus their opponents, right? Yep. And so, in a way, you can play the team as much as you like and know what you do, but then you need to also play the player on top of that. How they lead, how they play, how risky they play. Do they tend to just leave Pokemon and not protect them or not terror them? Do they like switching out? Do they like protecting? Do they follow those lines that they've probably practiced day and night? That is the question. And if these players don't know each other very well in their playstyles, then that's going to have to be found out across the entire set that we've got here. But with a well-known player like Shohei, potentially there's a little bit of information about how he plays.
Well, it's an information game in the end of the day, right? Both with the sort of utility of the Pokemon, the sets, the items, the abilities, the Terra types, but also the playstyles, like you said. Being able to sort of render an imagination of the board state differentials that could occur based on whether your opponent is aggressively playing, is passively playing, maybe trying to find a bit of an in-between combo and sort of say, okay, well, this is going to advance my board state, whilst at the same time trying to cover for, let's say, an aggressive play of trying to get possession from my opponent's side. And just trying to find the right line is so key, and I think having that instinct is very indicative of top-level trainers. They kind of notice when they need to do it and how to do it in order to further advance their own win conditions, and that's what we're about to see.
Costa, if you were world champion, like, how would you live your life?
Just repeating I'm world champion multiple times. I mean, I would be great. I'd be having the time of my life. But I would also...
Opposed to now.
Yeah, I know, right? But I would also still have that passion to want to do more. It's for me personally, very competitive. I would just want to keep it going, because in the end of the day, you can make yourself your way into the Hall of Fame once, but as a competitor, you want to do it again.
Yeah, it still has that fire.
It does, doesn't it?
Inside you, doesn't it? Yeah. No, I think I know what you mean there. So here is Emanuel on the left there, feeling absolutely ready. Already on stream, already a little bit of a warm-up today as well. So that might help him going into this top 4 match, especially when the stakes are just a little bit higher right now. Potentially going to the final and up against a world champion as well. But he looks pretty calm and collected, honestly. Yep. He's got the old chair swivel here that a lot of our champions also have. Nils Dunlock, a big chair swiveler as well. He has done very well.
I love that you noticed that.
Oh yeah, very consistent chair swiveler. So he's adopting that playstyle here as well.
Yeah, and I think it's a great strategy going into this, David, if I'm completely honest. But jokes aside, it genuinely is a bit comforting. You just want to be able to feel a bit loosened up in terms of less tension and, find your ways to be able to do it. You are on the big stage. You are in top 4. You are up against the 2023 World Champion and recently finalist at Japan Nationals at the end of last season. So, yeah, anything that can help you have a cool, calm, collected mind. And Emanuele has proven time and time again this weekend he's got just that.
Oh, yes, he does. And with a really cool team as well. As we've seen before, he is running the aforementioned Swords Dance Acrobatic Seasoner as well. So we're going to see the potential teams on either end very soon on your screen. But I think that's going to be a really nice option, especially versus those Annihilate teams. Because with that Terra flying and all that power behind it, you are getting so much damage on the board.
Yeah, exactly that. And we've mentioned Shohei's accomplishments time and time again. But it's worth just highlighting them because they are so impressive. He's a Japan Champions finalist not once, but twice, back in 2017 as well, accompanied by last season, like we said, World Champ 2023 in Japan, his home region, and EUIC Top 32 just the very past season.
Yeah, just like really past the season. So that's not definitely a one-hit wonder, as few people are, honestly, to be honest. If you're good enough to get the world champion, then you're probably pretty good at really a lot of other things as well, and just consistently going up against any other trainer, to be honest. So here is Emanuele's team. For anyone who did not watch that previous Swiss round with him on, if you weren't, what are you doing? But also, here it is again anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be Incineroar, Golden Go, Sneasler, Alolan Ninetales, Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and that Rillaboom. So we've already got that distinguished Sneasler Grassy Seed Swords Dance Acrobatic Terra Flying set, which has proven to have a lot of mileage versus the counterpart standard of the Sneasler with the Psychic Seed. And if you're able to set this up, it really goes a long way. However, conversely, you've also got another main sweeper on the field, being the Golden Go on the special offensive side, accompanying support partners in Incineroar, Rillaboom, Fake Out, Disruption. They've got so much great synergy in their typing with one another. And then Ursaluna, Blood Moon, the set that we've been talking about all weekend. Leftovers, Yawn, Earth Power, Blood Moon, Terra Electric. What a way to be able to position yourself in certain situations, playing between Protects, Blood Moons, as well as Yawns.
Yeah, definitely. And what is interesting, though, is that we've got the Ursaluna, the Rillaboom, and the Golden Go on both sides of the field here. So actually having the speed interactions between those two is going to be really interesting. And neither of these trainers may know that. And the significance of that could be pretty huge, especially when you've got two Golden Goes that can one-hit KO each other with a Life Orb Shadow Ball. It's going to be very impactful.
Yeah, and over on the other side of the field, we have got Shohei 6, Dragonite, Golden Go, Annihilate, Mousehold, Ursaluna Blood Moon of his own, and the Rillaboom. This is going to be the classic beat-up Mouse-Ape combination, although there's the other option of Scale Shot on the Dragonite, so you don't necessarily have to go for Mousehold. But Golden Go, Life Orb variant, you got Nasty Plot, you've got the additional damage output from that. So as long as you position yourself with, let's say, Tailwind or Fake Out or Redirection, you're good as gold.
You're good as gold. Love that. Yes. Big fan of that, Costa. Points for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. Right, let's get back to it. Hang on. Lock in, Costa. Come on.
Lock in.
Right, so that Dragonite could be very interesting here to shot off a lot of those boosts with that haze there and getting around that good as gold from the Golden Go too. But I think Ninetales is going to be really big for Emanuel in this matchup. As we kind of maybe identified, those two losses that Shohei had that ice coverage on them in that Batcalibur or that Ninetales that was on that team. And looking at it here, it also looks really good. Focus Sash means it's going to survive any of those bigger hits, but it has that spread type blizzard damage that gets around the follow me potential that Mousehold can do. And the Terra goes to get around the Fake Out that Rillaboom provides. So a really good Pokemon here.
Oh, as we're going to be having the Game 1 leads revealed to us, our first semi-final. Please, everybody, make some noise. We've got Mousehold, Golden Go versus Rillaboom and Sneasler already having the Grassy Seed proc from the get-go, Unburden activated. You've got +1 in your physical defense and Fake Out available. So you want to be able to maybe straight away go for the Sword Stance. But on the other side, you've got Golden Go, which at this point, Sneasler doesn't have a good way to attack.
No, it doesn't. However, we have seen the Sneasler, this particular build, after a boost and after a Terra, do like 60 to 70% to a Golden Go with an Acrobatics. Way too much. And so combined with like a high horsepower or just even a Wood Hammer from Rillaboom, that may even be enough for a KO at this point. But Shohei has supported it with that Mousehold now, offering that Friend Guard and that Follow Me support. So Emanuel is not going to be able to do that quite yet.
As we do have Ursaluna actually switching in right now. Just a raw Acrobatics, no Sword Stance set up and no redirection from the Mousehold, opting to go for the Super Fang, bringing the Ursaluna down to half of his HP, putting it definitely within the range of a Make It Rain at +2 of Golden Go special attack accompanied by that Life Orb. You've got additional multipliers stacking in effect to the point where the damage becomes quite outrageous, if you ask me.
Now, this is where I feel like the world champ difference is actually a real thing, okay? We just saw Shohei do no protection for the Fake Out, no Terrors, and just set up and do no damage. And that's because Emanuel is like, this is a world champion. I need to predict lots of stuff and predict the Terrors and protects, and then just really overextends, goes for a non-boosted move, does a switch and doesn't use Fake Out at all, and Shohei's completely gotten away with it.
Shohei's got that aura about him, right? And clearly coming to effect. Now Emanuel has to consider a potential Terra on the Ursaluna in order to be able to resist the Make It Rains.
So there is that Terra, and it's going to be that Terra Electric, which is a really nice type because it's only weak to one type, and it's just a really all-round nice defensive Terra because of that, and using the Ursaluna's natural bulk. But Mousehold is actually going to go onto the Protect here, so let's see where Emanuel targeted.
Yeah, it's a great way to be able to preserve the Friend Guard in effect, but it's also actually going to be a double Protect, should I say, individual per Pokemon on Shohei's side, close combat, trying to focus down onto the Mousehold. Shohei clearly trying to go ahead and can scout out his opponent's moves, and most importantly, the targets that he tries to lock into. Earthbower trying to catch out that Golden Go whilst close combat, naturally speaking, at this point, unless there's a terrestrialization to the Ghost typing from the Mousehold, will be able to most likely pick up the KO, no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt, honestly. It's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, to be honest, but Shohei does have a lot of offense in the tank right now. Life Orb and that +2 is nothing to shake a stick at. Interestingly, though, Shohei did actually go for the double protect there, and Sneasler could have capitalized with a Swords Dance. That would have looked pretty scary. True. But at the end of the day, the Mousehold would have still been able to survive, redirect away those single target attacks, and still get off that damage that most likely one-hit KOs the Sneasler.
Ooh, but the Mousehold's going to be switching out, David, and in favor of the Dragonite that's been brought. It's a great way to be able to maybe position yourself against this Sneasler in future turns. Of course, it does have the multi-scale intact, which is really good against a +2 in attack Sneasler, which is out to deal so much damage, but the Shadow Ball trying to focus down onto the Blood Moon. Because the Terra Electric is now in effect, Make It Rain is going to not be able to essentially get much damage onto it. You need to try to focus down, take advantage of your +2 in special attack, and that is why Shohei used Shadow Ball.
Yeah, 100%. That was a really good play from Emanuel, being able to say, right, my Ursaluna could do so much damage to your Golden Go with an Earth Power right now. You need to respect me by either going for Terra, or you need to try and KO me, and so capitalizing on that, going for Protect, and even better, getting a free Swords Dance on that Sneasler.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what you want if you are Emanuele, as he's going to be revealing his final 4th Pokemon, being the Ninetales, which does have a Focus Sash. It does have Disable, so maybe trying to catch Shohei out at this point, but better actually face against this Dragonite. However, Make It Rain is going to be coming out. This is definitely not what Ninetales wants to see. It's going to be bringing itself down to its Focus Sash, individual hit point remaining. Dragonite, however, either goes for Tailwind or maybe a focus of a Scale Shot in order to try to guarantee a KO onto the Ursaluna Blood Moon, which seems to be the case. Well played, Emanuele.
Yeah, really well played, but it could have gone wrong pretty quick if that Dragonite had actually gone for Tailwind there, and then allowing that Golden Go to actually outspeed the Ninetales and get that KO. But now the Ninetales is guaranteed to be able to get off any attack it wants. Dragonite cannot touch it. Scale Shot is its only attacking move right now.
Yep.
So Golden Go will still be able to get that KO afterwards, most likely, but at least you'll be able to threaten a Blizzard right now, or at least an Icy Wind to slow it down, and then putting it a little bit slower than maybe some of your Pokemon in the back, namely your own Ursaluna potentially, depending on the speed training. Now that Sneasler is that +2, so whatever it hits, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Just under 50% damage, accompanied by a Blizzard, which does pretty much the same, guarantees a 2-shot on a multi-scale quad weak Dragonite. Make It Rain will make it rain so much, but not enough to pick up a KO onto the Sneasler, remaining with 2 hit points, but Dragonite has yet to move. Can it connect with a Scale Shot, focus into it, or does it maybe go for a Tailwind, which it does? You want to try to guarantee the speed advantage, or at least try to rival this very quick Sneasler, or at least its counter supportive Pokemon by its side.
Yeah, but with that Unburden ability, that Sneasler is still just really, really quick.
Yeah.
But that Sneasler survived a +2 Make It Rain for Life Orb from Golden Go.
It did. That is very impressive.
That is very impressive, honestly.
No Psychic Seed in order to prod the special defense, right?
Exactly. But that does mean you've got to like sacrifice some sort of stat for all of that, and that could be speed.
Yeah.
So there could be some Pokemon that Shohei has, even that Dragonite maybe, and maybe that Mousehold that can then now outspeed it going forward, and that could make a really big difference thanks to that Tailwind now. But we've got Rillaboom in now for Emanuele. A really good Pokemon to start slowing things down, and with that Assault Vest can most likely survive most combinations of attacks here. Yep. So if Shohei cannot get a double KO this turn, it allows Emanuele to basically double target this turn and see if he can maybe nab a KO into either slot.
All right, and Golden Go actually goes for the Protect, followed suit by its partner Dragonite, doing the exact same. So like we said, wants to make sure that it doesn't get susceptible to any sort of fake out, at least on the Dragonite side, whilst also allowing further HP recovery at the end of the turn for the Golden Go. It's not the leftovers variant, as we've discussed, in order to be able to capitalize twofold by the end turn recovery. It's just so powerful with that Life Orb.
Okay, so we've got 2 more turns of Tailwind, as Emanuel has kindly showed us. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that likely means that obviously Golden Go can outspeed this Rillaboom. But as you can see, it's taken a lot of hits, especially with that Life Orb recoil too. And it looks like it's in range of an Acrobatics, but it's actually going to the Dragonite and picks up the KO.
Yeah, it secures it quite nicely. Finally picking up one of Shohei's Pokemon, but Make It Rain following immediately after is going to be doing the exact same. A bit of a trade in that scenario, but much to Shohei's advantage at the current moment because Emanuel is down to his final 2 Pokemon, but the Rillaboom has yet to move. It goes for the Wood Hammer. At that range, it's more than enough, and it also covers any sort of Pokemon switching in from the back. 2 versus 2.
Yeah, but what is that Pokemon that Shohei has brought here? Is it going to be enough to defeat a very healthy Ursaluna with a Terra Electric boost? If Shohei has their own Ursaluna, this could be looking rather nice, especially if you've still got Terra option available. But is the Annihilate actually instead here still a decent Pokemon to have, especially when combined with a Mousehold as its partner?
That's such a good point, because right now you've got Redirection available, you've got Beat Up available, and you just need to be able to focus down in one target at this point. And the Ursaluna no longer has its normal typing, which means it's going to be susceptible to a Rage Fist focus.
Yeah, exactly. So Beat Up plus Rage Fist, but could potentially get a KO here. But Ursaluna has a big defense stat, honestly, and this one is probably very bulky, given it's the Yawn set, and that's only 2 times it hits, because there's only 2 Pokemon that haven't been fainted. Let's see how much damage this does.
Oh!
That's a KO.
That's a KO, just enough at 150 base power. You don't need any more than that, at least for the Rillaboom KO. Yawn coming into effect right now. Emanuel trying to focus down into the aspect of, okay, I've still got grass terrain on the field. I get some recovery in combination with that and the leftovers item, and I go for the safe protect. I guarantee the sleep onto the Annihilate. I don't have to overcommit with a Blood Moon and get caught out. But it sort of leaves a 50-50 scenario on what does the Mousehold do in anticipation?
Yeah, it's a really good question. You've got Super Fang, which is obviously doing a lot of damage into the Ursaluna, but then you do less and less each time. It's a really safe protect for Ursaluna, but it looks like, has Shohei maybe called the no protect this turn? Has he gone for the attack, or is he bulked up?
Oh, he's gone for the bulk up. A sort of in-between turn, I'd say. Not too aggressive, but not too passive. Means that it will get so much more damage going for it, but the Ursaluna Blood Moon will be enough to pick up the KO onto the Mousehold, leaving a 1 versus 1 between the Ursaluna and the Annihilate. We've seen the speed interactions. Annihilate is the fastest thing, but guess what? It's not going to be able to move because it's now been put to sleep.
Right, it comes down to this. This Annihilate is very strong with its Rage Fist now. Most likely one-hit KOs this Ursaluna as soon as it gets to attack.
Yeah.
But as we've seen the Earth Power come out, Blood Moon can now come out next turn for Emanuel and most likely get the KO. Shohei needs to wake up.
Oh, he really does, and there was a chance for the special defense drop to further bolster its attack, but no, he hasn't been able to wake up. The Blood Moon will be unleashed. It rises from the heavens, and it absolutely picks up the KO onto the Annihilate. Shohei down a game, Emanuel up.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Emanuel must be feeling so pumped right now after such a close game and taking that win and really showing how that Yawn Ursaluna is so strong. Like, just Terra or not, you just apply that pressure so well. And an amazing call at the end there to just go for the attack and not protect as well. Nab that KO on the Mousehold, stop it going for any more follow me's or redirections, which it really could have done into the following turns, and giving Shohei the opening to stall out those sleep turns. But no, Emanuel went for it, he made the play he needed to, and absolutely got it.
Yeah, what a way to go about it, especially up against a trainer like Shohei, previous world champ. And that sort of is what we were leaning into a bit, discussion-wise, David. Trying to read and figure out the playstyle of your opponent, whilst also information wars. And at this point, Shohei didn't want to go too aggressive, but was anticipating, just in case there's a defensive play from Emanuel, I want to be able to still capitalize, get an additional boost, but unfortunately, did not make the right call. If he went on the offensive, may as well have just been able to finish off the game, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you could argue, yeah, was it a bit too much to go for another bulk up? Yeah, it's a good question. You just have enough damage there, then maybe you just hope it's just enough, to be honest, and then you get the KO and you can avoid the whole shebang after that. But yeah, not the case, unfortunately, for this time. Obviously, Shohei probably knows these calcs better than we do.
Oh, definitely.
So maybe knew he wasn't getting the KO without that extra bulk up. So we'll never know as we head into game 2.
Yes, we will. Get ready. It's time for the leads. We've got Golden Go, mouse hold yet again from Shohei's side, but a bit of a change-up from Emanuele's. We've got the Alola Ninetales, now accompanied by the Blood Moon Ursaluna, absolutely tossing the table out. Maybe try and anticipate an adaptation from Shohei and going for his own.
Now, something Shohei can really do here is Super Fang plus Make It Rain / Shadow Ball to get pretty much any KO he wants to at the moment. Something that would be really incredible to be able to do right now, because it would just turn on the heat and do the exact opposite of what he did on game 1, which was be really passive, switch, nasty block, which could catch Emanuele off guard here. But Emanuele, of course, has tools of their own as well. And even if it was Super Fang to Make It Rain, this Ninetale's still going to move off.
Yeah, as we do see the first Terastallization, and it's going to be that electric typing on the Blood Moon. You want to make sure that you don't fall short of losing too much HP resource from a very offensive play of the Super Fang and the Make It Rain. So, seems like that may just well be the case. Icy Wind, however, will be coming out. The Blood Moon Ursaluna has a good chance of actually outspeeding, dependent on the training, but it does not. Make It Rain, however, is going to be able to not only deal a relative good chip damage onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, however, also bringing the Ninetales down to its Focus Sash, now allowing the Ninetales to be able to go for another Icy Wind and most likely... Oh, wait, no! Of course, the Earth Power isn't actually able to pick up the KO. Icy Wind might even be able to pick up the KO now with the double target.
Yeah, it's really close to it now, honestly. It's like, and there's nothing stopping it either. You could just Blizzard, you can Icy Wind. Like you might as well honestly Blizzard, to be honest, because there's nothing stopping that, to be fair. And then there's no way that this Mousehole can get a KO on the Ursaluna anyway either, because it's just got Super Fang and it's got Beat Up. So really excellent positioning for Emanuele, actually, based on that. Crucial survival from Golden Go, but in some ways you may have even wanted to go down there, so you get the kind of page switch into the Annihilate, and then start maybe trying to go for some setups beyond that time. But instead, it's kind of stuck there like a sitting duck, and it wants to kind of protect and switch around. So here's Shohei's attempt here to reposition his board.
Yeah, you want to be able to at least preserve that mouse hold. In anticipation of an Annihilate being in the back, you want to be able to have like a dual stream sweep of potential in order to be able to rival Emanuele's disruption from his side of the field. Golden Go does go down at this point. Blood Moon, you see, trying to focus down onto the mouse hold. Getting 2 KOs would have been so good in terms of remaining pieces, but like you said, David, Shohei at least wanting to try to preserve.
So we'll have to see what he brings in this time. So obviously the Ninetales is so speedy at the moment and can really threaten a lot of damage. So yeah, if it was Dragonite in the back, which it most likely is if Shohei brought the same 6, Annihilate has to come in at this stage. So obviously also very much would happily take an Icy Wind.
Oh yeah.
3+2 attack boost.
Why not?
Why not indeed? And the other move on this Ninetales is Disable, which it can't do a whole lot with at the moment either. So it's a really good position. Shohei still has Friend Guard online as well, and so there is an opportunity to start setting up here. Obviously, he's a Pokemon down, so he needs to really play this carefully. The other thing that's got going for Shohei is that Ursaluna has already spent the Blood Moon, so it can't go for it again here. So it needs to go for a slightly weaker Earth Power as well, but Yawn is a very real threat.
Oh, but Icy Wind is the move of choice here. This is very dicey and risky from Emanuele's side. Like you mentioned, we've got a speed drop, but in favor of a Defiant. Now at +2, Rage Fist means it's got an additional proc on it. It is enough to pick up the KO onto the Ursaluna. Already such a powerful piece from Emanuele's side, out of contention.
Yeah, really good call there, honestly. And there's the mouse actually being slower actually than itself because of that Icy Wind from before. But either way, still enough to get that KO. Likely thanks to that Ninetales actually attacking it. Without it attacking, that Ursaluna likely survives. And that becomes really, really awkward. But Shohei, being the expert player he is, absolutely calls it really nicely. Now, it's pretty threatening. It's +2 attack. What do? Well, Sneasel with the acrobatics is really nice too, but we've still got Follow Me on the board. And the issue is, you can't get the KO on the mouse hold and then follow up with Sneasel at this point yet. Because Ninetales can't do a lot of damage. It's the Sneasler that needs to KO that, and it needs to KO the Annihilate. So if you want to try and get Sneasler to the point that it can actually survive an attack from Annihilate, Rillaboom needs to come in at some point. So that is the tricky scenario here, and makes Emanuel quite vulnerable because of how predictable that play is. And we can see him locking in here now.
Yeah, there it is. Rillaboom is being brought in. Grass Terrain online allows the activation, of course, of the Grassy Seed. +1 defense. Yeah, I think this is going to be such a crucial turn, which may well decide who becomes a finalist or if Shohei can force a Game 3. Now, Sneasler is going to be able to move first outside of priority, but Mousehold wanting to make sure Friend Guard is still available online. It is not susceptible to a close combat focus, but this allows the Annihilate to actually move, which didn't go for a defensive play. Rage Fist, is it enough? At +2 and multiple Rage Fist counts. Of course it is! Defense boost! Annihilate says, no, not for me, and not for you too. KO'd absolutely outright.
Emanuel must be really regretting that icy win now, particularly as the Annihilate was still fast enough to outspeed the Ursaluna as well in that previous turn. So yeah, that attack stat is really paying dividends right now. Sneasler, even through that defense boost, all that bulk training has absolutely gone down. Now, at least Rillaboom is in here with a fake out turn, so you can at least kind of threaten the Mousehold a little bit, and you can go for use the Ninetales to maybe disable the Annihilate, try call the move that's coming out, but with all that attack, Drain Punch is still really effective as well. There's not a lot stopping this. Well, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, but Blizzard Freeze is away.
Why did you do that? We're going to have to see. And he sort of blasted.
I have to say it.
You do, you're right. You are contractually obliged, my friend. We have got Annihilate now protecting. A double protect effort from that Mousehold. Fails. Blizzard from the Ninetales will now come out. Not quite pick up a KO, but if we got the safe target into that slot, then it would have been enough. But no, Woodhammer trying to lock down with this Annihilate. We've said time and time again, it is the main sweeper from Shohei's side. He's still got a Pokemon in the back that hasn't even been revealed, and Emanuele is down to his final 2.
Now, what's actually quite awkward about this turn is that Blizzard, if it hits, can actually pick up this Mousehold, and now the Woodhammer gets redirected into the Annihilate. Whereas the previous turn, you could have had a Follow Me and a Blizzard, and then the Woodhammer goes into the Mousehold, and then Annihilate gets to go for an attack. But this time, Annihilate is a little bit worried it could take a lot of damage, but luckily for Shohei, it's that Terra Fire. However, Rillaboom has high horsepower. What has Emanuele locked into?
Oh, it's going to be close, and it's going to have to be enough. Oh, wait, there's a protect from the Mousehold. It's going to be able to, of course, preserve the Friend Guard still online. Blizzard, it's just the only thing it's going to be doing is, I would say, only... Okay, there's no freeze, cool. It's going to be able to get more Rage Fist counters actually compiling against one another, especially because of the Woodhammer. This means the Rillaboom will be felled as well. There is too much power behind this outrageous fist from Annihilate. There's been an absolute sweep and masterclass from Shohei's side. And I think, like you said, David, Emanuele is going to really have to think long and hard on this because the Icy Wind seemed to bite back in this scenario with that Defiant +2 prop.
Yeah, 100% there. I mean, like, even if Blizzard gets a ton of freezes here, it's probably going to run out of BP before it can even take this game. We haven't even seen what's in the back either, so we can see Shohei knowing that end game as well, making sure that his Pokemon stay as long around as possible and stall out this Blizzard's VP.
Yeah, and I think Shohei's thought process there is, I might as well go for the double protect, because let's say Annihilate does get frozen, it will force my final Pokemon to come out, which I do not want to reveal any bit of information going into this final Game 3, because at this point, Shohei may well feel comfortable in being able to bring the same sort of variation of 4 that he brought to this Game 2.
Yeah, it's a really good point, honestly, Costa. I think it's you can see how the game played so differently, even though we had the same 6 Pokemon as well. So that turn 1 was really interesting. It kind of really switched things up a bit, didn't it? Where Shohei went on the offense, basically kind of using his Golden Go as just a little bit of a cannon, just to kind of throw a load of damage out, just kind of accept maybe it getting fainted afterwards, but having at least that damage on the board, chipping the Focus Sash on the Ninetales and getting all that damage onto the Ursaluna, which otherwise is just so bulky. But going to game 3, this is where a lot of trainers may consider switching things up, especially when they've gone with the same game plan. You want to try and catch your opponent off guard a little bit, and having 4 different Pokemon may completely change that up. So we've got to be looking at some of the opportunities for Shohei to potentially go with that Dragonite, for instance, or maybe its own Ursaluna as well, which would do very nicely into the Sneasler, particularly if it gets off that Earth Power and goes into that Terra Water. But either way, that Ninetales is very scary.
Yep.
But Emanuel is likely to play different too, because knowing that Icy Wind is not enough to lower the speed of Annihilate, like all that Golden Go for Ursaluna throughout speed means that he's probably not going to do that play again.
No, and I wouldn't blame him, in all honesty, unless he finds a line that it makes the most sense and he could quickly dispatch of it during that turn, because at that point you just can't afford to give it free boost. And that's sort of the beauty of Defiant users or competitive users, because you're able to just capitalize off of either a misplay or a risk play from your opponent's side and absolutely just complement your Pokemon and get outrageous damage output going. So it's going to be quite close. Both of our trainers are thinking long and hard, because this is their tournament lifeline that is up for grabs. Final game 3. Which of these 2 trainers will be entering the finals here at Frankfurt Regional Championships? Play the leads. We've got them on screen. Golden Go Mousehold for Shohei versus yet another variation from Emanuele's side, the Blood Moon, accompanied now by the Sneasler.
Yeah, so a brand new lead from Emanuele, actually. So I quite like this, to be honest, because the Ursaluna, as we've seen, applies so much pressure, especially onto that Golden Go, kind of forcing Shohei to actually have to go for that Follow Me if he wants to avoid significant damage onto it. But at the same time now, Sneasler offers that threat against just a passive play by setting up with a Swords Dance, and of course, being able to one-hit KO a Mousehold with a close combat at any point that Emanuele wants to go for. That's a really threatening lead, and Shohei doesn't have a particularly safe play versus that, unless he kind of commits, say, a Terra, Ghost onto that Mousehold.
Yeah, and that's such a good call-out too, because it sort of allows Shohei to be able to burn out the Terra early on from Emanuele's side, and then maybe try to target down a mid-game sort of Annihilate brilliant, similar to what we saw in that game too. Superfine does miss the Ursaluna. This could be quite crucial, because every little piece of damage matters. Sword Stance being set up on the other side of the field. Emanuele has got things running. Shadow Ball clearly trying to focus down on accomplishing what it could not last time, and because of the Superfine miss, it could have been so close, maybe even a roll to pick up an outright KO onto Emanuele's Pokemon side. The life of Recoil, oh my lord, it's a critical hit onto the Golden Go. It goes down in turn 1. This could be so huge.
Emanuele has just gone absolutely ham with this play here. Earth Power, getting that KO on Golden Go without it even doing like 50% to the Ursaluna is absolutely massive. Mousehold getting away with doing like absolutely nothing, and Sneasler getting away with a Swords Dance already. Golden Go off the board, being the only Pokemon that can resist both of the like same type attack bonus, like moves that Sneasler has, and the acrobatics, means Emanuele is in an incredible position.
Yeah, it truly, at this point, it seems like the odds are in his favor. He's doing an incredible job to be able to take advantage of it. However, this game is not over. Annihilate, the pseudo Shadow Sweeper, right after Golden Go, is back on the field. Now, in Game 3, accompanied by Mousehold, easily susceptible to its beat-up strategy potentials, and I think Ursaluna's identified that.
Yeah, 100% though, but the Ursaluna is switching out into this Rillaboom to be able to get that defense boost online. We've seen critical hits before, we can see them on Shohei's side in the future as well. There is still very much potential here. We've seen how Annihilate can 1v4 teams this weekend, so we can definitely see the potential for a world champion to do just that as well. Gratis Seed boosting up that Sneasler, and now we see the responding Terra here. It's going to be that Annihilate going for that Terra Fire that was so strong earlier, taking away that weakness to those acrobatics.
Yes, as it's going to be able to sort of absorb the damage in order to be able to improve the damage count of the Rage Fist. The acrobatics not quite enough to pick up the K on the Mousehold, which means the beat up has been able to be lodged. But because of the Golden Go going down, it's going to only hit 3 times. We have got a 200 base power Rage Fist going into the Rillaboom because of missing that additional 50 base power. Not quite enough to be able to pick it up.
Rillaboom as now on the field. Fake Out is now on the board and can also affect this Annihilate. Obviously, it's going to boost up that Rage Fist potential damage, but you're kind of at a point where does any further damage really make a difference to his damage potential, to be honest?
No, I don't think so.
Not really.
No.
So, yeah, like, it's probably quite a safe play to do, and Mousehole can't do a lot in return. Obviously, we can see that double protect that could come out again. Again, is Shohei worried about more Soul Stance boost on the Sneasler? For the same reason? Possibly not. It's probably getting a KO on anything it touches at this point as well. So maybe a little bit safer to just reposition, get in that Dragonite, start setting up a little bit of speed control maybe.
Yeah, speed control, name of the game right now, and it's got such a great positioning in terms of, I would say, the multi-scale being intact, but that's not the case, because it's been broken by the Fake Out, accompanied by another Sword Stance. Oh my lordy, this Sneasler is so primed and ready to just go on the offensive.
Yeah, it's looking so scary now. I think, like, obviously the multi-skeleton's broken there, and this is going to be a +4 acrobatics that could be coming out here. I have to see the train. I don't know if I counts on this. There's the Grassy Glide. Mousehole down. Sneasler next.
It's going to have to connect and pick up as well if we don't already see. Oh, well, it's going to be the case. It's enough! Acrobatics, what are you doing? You're picking up a KO on what is a very powerful Gen 1 Pokemon, and that has put so much wind in Emanuele's sails versus a solo Annihilate. You have got all 4 of your Pokemon. Grassy Glide, sure, you'll increase the base power of Rage Fist to 250, but Sneasler is here. It's a +4. It's able to break the defenses of Annihilate and lead Emanuele into the finals!
Huge congratulations to Emanuele Briganti here, toppling the world champion who was almost on their way to steal that world invite from the EU region, but Emanuele said no. Here he is into the final, clinching it in such good fashion as well, with his amazing team and amazing play. Love it.
It was insanity. It was just so good. The highest level of competition is here in Frankfurt this weekend, and we just seen it on stream. There were so many back and forths between both of these trainers to the highest of levels, but there is always also the factor of rolls, RNGs, etc., but you need to be able to capitalize off of it, and that's exactly what Emanuele did. Ran away with the Super Fang miss on the Ursaluna. Shadow Ball clearly was the best combination there, and it was a great read as well from Shohei. Unfortunately, he got punished for it.
Yeah, really punished, honestly. We've seen him protect in front of a potential for a further boosting item, but it did not pay off here, because likely that extra Sword Stance was enough to be able to KO that Dragonite, so it could set up a Tailwind, couldn't go for a Scale Shot, and was just falling pieces for Shohei after that.
Yeah.
Every Pokemon was just dropping to this new meta-breaking Sneasler that seems to be coming out of this regional, and I'm excited to see where that goes.
Yeah, well, it's gonna go far. It's going straight into what will be an emphatic finals. And yeah, I mean, Golden Go being felled there, Annihilate being MVP in that game too for Shohei, running through Emanuele's side of the field. But then again, Emanuele, like we said, game 3 was able to go ahead and get things going for itself. We've seen 3 consecutive KOs in that game 2 from the Annihilate. Should I say 4, might I add? So an absolute sweep. And there it is. Unfortunately, Shohei saw the Fang missing in that scenario and also got a critical hit Earth Power into the Golden Go. It could not go worse in that turn 1.
Yeah, it really could. There wasn't a lot to do there. I mean, we did see, though, the Super Fang would have obviously done half damage there, which is 104.
Yeah.
And we saw the Ursaluna live on 109 from that attack. Either way, that Ursaluna was still surviving and getting off that Earth Power. Obviously, we did see critical hits, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
But which we see maybe the Golden Go still survive anyway.
Yeah.
But still, very unfortunate. And
I mean, Yeah. I mean, it wasn't guaranteed, though. I feel like that could have been very close to roll sort of territory.
Potentially, yeah.
We don't know. Maybe we'll try to find out and ask a couple of questions later down the line to both of our trainers, in all honesty. But what a way to be able to seal your position into the finals of the first major event of the new season. You just beat Shohei Kimura, 2023 world champ. What a way to be able to just absolutely flex.
I mean, Emanuel will always obviously remember this. He has done so well. This is by far his best accomplishment so far as well. Like, he's done so well at other events too, EUIC, a lot of other top cuts as well. But now getting into the finals in the 2026 season, defeating a world champion, he must be on Cloud9.
No, truly. Cloud9, no Golduck in sight, or Altaria, take your pick. It's just going to be Blood Moon, Sneasler, Rillaboom, Incineroar, and Alola Ninetales. But yeah, I think we were talking a bit about there being very crucial turns in all three of those games, Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, but this is the most crucial turn, at least given that Game 3. The fact that not only do you have the Super Fang miss, which we did just see right there, you had the absolute capitalization of Sneasler going for the Swords Dance. Then followed suit, as we saw, by the Golden Go. It wasn't been able to actually pick up the KO. So let's talk a bit about a scenario where Super Fang does connect. Like we said, probably it's going to be a roll, picking up the Blood Moon, right?
Yeah.
But then again, you've got the critical hit that forms down the line and is able to pick up a KO. So I want you to talk me through a scenario if the Golden Go survives. What do you feel, David, could have been the plays for Shohei moving further down the line there?
Well, as soon as you've got the survival of that Golden Go, it's on very low health.
Yeah.
So you then have the Sneasler still very much threatening that Golden Go in the next turn.
Yeah.
Especially with the Source Dance you've just provided.
Yeah.
But Maelstrom is still very much online to be able to start using Follow Me and redirecting some attacks away.
Yeah.
So the Golden Go is still very much safe and can get off more attacks. But because it's that Life Orb set, we've got a 10% recoil damage onto it as soon as it goes for an attack.
Yeah.
So it means that Golden Go usually probably only has one more attack left in it either way.
Yeah.
And then if that gets spent later on in the game, after Ursaluna is gone, maybe after Sneasler is gone, on something that, say, a Rillaboom switching in on a Make It Rain, as something else protects, then the Golden Go isn't doing a whole lot, right? It gets a little bit of chip and just goes down. So Shohei would still have to be very careful to make sure it positions it in a correct position to make sure Golden Go is pretty happy before it goes down.
Beautiful smiley.
Thank you.
the stuff of legends of artistry. There we go. That's a perfection sort of there. But no, seriously, I love it. I love the breakdown because in the end of the day, at least it opens up some different lines that Shohei could have followed immediately after and not just be chucked down with so much of a loss of momentum as we saw in the remainder of this turn. It was just too much, I feel. It was the most detrimental turn one that I think I've seen across the entire event. Not only, no, in complete honesty, because it all happened turn one, it was in game 3. It is literally the last set before going into the finals.
Yeah.
There was so much on the line.
So yeah, unfortunately it does happen, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, you might have got some good RNG earlier on, and then it just kind of fizzles out at this point.
Yep.
Sometimes it was bad earlier on, and then it's good at this point.
Yep.
But if it was bad earlier on, you may have never gotten to this point. It's down to what you choose that you want to bring to a tournament at the end of the day. And Super Fang with 90% accuracy, you play 15 games or sets or whatever across the set, then you need to expect to miss 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it really mattered.
It did. I mean, it's variance. It's the law of variance, right? Because at some point, it's going to happen. It's just how probabilities work.
Yeah.
But you just have to hope that it doesn't happen at the most crucial time. And at least it's at a point where you can afford for it to be able to miss. And yeah, game 3, top 4. That's tough. That's tough, man. I'm going to be honest with you. But Shohei, knowing him, he's just going to keep on going, you know? He's got top 4. He's already got a lot of CP. Sure, he didn't get the auto invite he was chasing this weekend. That doesn't stop him from going into another one very soon.
Yeah, 100% Costa. I think he's already done so well to get this far. So much championship points behind him, and like also the prize money, don't forget that, and the booster boxes that he's just earned as well.
Yep.
Yeah, he must be feeling pretty good, honestly, and really should to get all of this way. And like, probably feeling the effects of jet lag on top of that. And like, yeah, I don't know how he does it.
He's not flinched by these effects. He's absolutely got that inner focus that worked so well for him. And yeah, huge props to him. Congrats, commiserations. But we've got to hail through with the absolute performance that Emanuele has been able to just show on display, you know, like so proud of him with how well he's been able to sort of try to adapt to the circumstances. He's now in the finals.
Yeah.
He's one step away from an auto invite at the very first event, you know. Some people could argue, well, maybe he just wants to chill and lay back if he's able to win it all at this point, because you can. But knowing that he's a competitor and he's reached this stage, he's probably not going to be able to. There are travel awards you can chase, there's glory, there's a lot on the line as well. More prizes too.
There is, exactly. But of course, there's only going to be one player in their way, and that's going to be either Victor Medina or Davide Carrera.
Oh.
So like, they are strong players.
Oh, yeah.
But we've seen him take down Shohei. That means anything is possible, honestly.
Arguably, if not factually, one of the strongest players of all time in the Hall of Fame when it comes to VGC. And yeah, like you said, one more challenge. But that does mean one more semi-final that we're going to be able to go ahead and feature very shortly after a lovely little sit-down with Emanuele himself, our first finalist on the couch area, ready for an interview.
Thank you so much, Costa and David. Well, I'm here with our semi-final winner, Emanuele. And firstly, congratulations. What an absolutely incredible semi-final. And congratulations on making the final. How are you feeling after that?
Well, amazing, of course. Can't feel any different. Also for, like, the opponent I faced during the way makes me proud of it. I got to be honest.
Yeah, and we were just having a chat off camera before we came over, and this is the first semi-final that you've got to in a competitive event.
Yeah.
And to go up against such a formidable opponent, it must have been quite daunting kind of going into that match.
Yeah, I was like... So, in general, I approach these semi-finals as I approach the whole tournament, because I didn't want to ruin the experience. So I was like, I prepped for it, so I do the best I can, and it goes as it goes. I didn't like try to think too hard on it, so I would just already get stressed before playing. So I was just trying to be chill about it.
Yeah. Emanuele, I just pushed the mic a little bit closer because we want to hear what you have to say. So sorry.
No worries.
No, but that's really good insight to hear. And about Shohei as well, obviously, being such a formidable opponent just puts more emphasis on how well you played in that match and how incredibly well you've done in this tournament to get to the finals. You've got to be feeling confident going into the finals. Of course, it is, you know, another match against another top player, but that's natural. But how are you feeling confidence-wise with the team as well going into the finals?
As I told you, I feel confident because I know I played a lot. I tested a lot, so I'm okay on that side, but still I don't want to, like, feel already too, how do I say it, like, too hard on myself and ruin the experience because maybe I get in finals and it stops there. So I'll just do as I did in semis. So I'll try my best. If I win, it's better. If I don't, it's okay. I'll try next time.
I think that's such a really great way to look at it, you know, and something that a lot of players can take inspiration from to carry into their own experience. The team itself is incredible. Is there anything that you want to add about the Ursaluna, especially that end play? Were you quite confident that it would take the combination if you saw the Super Fang and the Shadow Ball coming into that slot?
Yeah, I knew I could take I would take, like, most of the times the combination. And it was also a bet because you also had to guess the Terra, because if I don't, then Shadow Ball doesn't even have effect. So I think I had 2 out of 10 scenarios going better for me than the Rim. So I was like, I'm gonna play my odds if I have more and just stick with it.
Yeah. Well, we know that you've got a final ahead of you, so I don't want to keep you too long. Is there any shout outs for anyone here in the venue or anyone back home that might be watching, supporting?
Yeah, for sure. Of course, my family, my girlfriend, and all my friends that keep supporting me for the tournaments, my team, the Tomodachi as well. And that's it, I guess. Everyone that cheers for me, even at home, everyone.
That's brilliant. Well, Emanuel, it's been an absolute pleasure having you up here. Hopefully we can have some more time with you. But all I want to say is good luck in the finals. You've been playing amazingly well, and I'm sure you're going to give us a great show. So looking forward to it. Sit tight, everyone, because we've got one more top 4 to come. We'll be back with the action very shortly.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design, and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region. I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are two of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet. So when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building. And yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers, and it was really, really cool. They are so cute. And yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
For the first stop of the 2025 ICs, we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Over 550 trainers competed in the video game across the juniors, seniors, and masters division. This was the big international showcase for the Regulation H rule set. No Paradox Pokemon, no legendaries, no restricteds. Just back to the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities, trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts of team archetypes and unique Pokemon choices, and it was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen. 5 international champions, 2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each other in the finals, or for LAIC to finally be won by a Latin American player. But in the end, it was Marco Hamanta Caladura Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals. A classic sun versus rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
In the seniors division, Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC, adding another IC champion trophy to his cabinet.
Pietro Nihal Caladura Silva will be your international champion.
In the juniors division, Ismail Hogi finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in trick room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it, Ismail Hogi.
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. After that absolutely phenomenal match, we are ready with our second top 4. My name is Zoe Liu. I'm joined by the amazing Lee Provost. Lee, are you pumped
I am
for this
so pumped.
top 4?
I really am, yeah. I mean, after that last top 4, the Emanuel and Shohei, it was just incredible. It sets us up perfectly to go into this one, right? And really nice being able to take some time to speak to Emanuel and get a bit more insight and his feelings, how he thought that match went, and going into the final as well. So very excited for them, and also for our 2 trainers that we're going to be featuring next, which is Davide Carrera and Victor Medina, which is, you know, 2 titans in the VG scene.
They have been in the game for so long, have had such consistent results. Both of these players have not won a regionals just yet, so they will be chasing that. But let's take a look at the top 8 bracket that our players have gone through and their journey into this top 4.
We can see here the road to the finals. There we've had Emanuele in that top 4, coming off the back of a win against Valentine and taking on Shohei in a very close game and making their way into the finals. On the other side of the bracket, of course, we've had Jean Garcia, who we featured yesterday, Davide Carrera overcoming that Dondozo with us. So accurate for sure. And then Victor Medina, we had that on the broadcast against Oliver Escalin. That again was a very close-knit match. And now we've got these 2 to decide who will be going up against Emanuele in the finals.
It's such an interesting team matchup as well. Davide has this really, really crazy and amazing Espathra team. That was not on my radar. I know that there was a team going around, but I did not expect it to make it this far into the tournament.
Very deep.
And then Victor, of course, running that really hyper-offensive rain team with that Basque Legion choice bandit. Just does so much damage in the rain with that wave crash.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful around that, because we've even seen when it's a resisted hit, it's still doing... Yeah, it's still doing incredible amounts of damage, so you cannot get away from it. Maybe a Gastrodon could. Blue is anywhere to be seen. She will be championing.
One.
Yes, the blue one, yes. Yeah.
That's
but
green.
No, it is a very strong team, and once it starts to get in those positions where Victor prefers them to be, with the rain setup, the Pelipper in a nice sporting role where it can offer tailwind if needed, the Basque Legion is going to be a very strong Pokemon to deal with, especially if any of the partnering Pokemon have went down, because that last respect is another thing you're going to have to worry about. Of course, there is the choice band item there, so Victor has to choose very wisely, but I think showed a very good way of doing that against Oliver Escalin, not really wanting to commit too hard, knowing 3 steps ahead of where he wanted to be and choosing wisely on the path to victory, you know. But Davide Carrera, another player who is very well familiar with this scene and got that interesting team. We've already seen him piloted very well on stream earlier in the broadcast. We've got that Hisuian Arcanine. It can be very strong. King Gambit, of course, the Sneasler, and that Hydreigon.
It's really interesting that both these players, Davide has Psychic Terrain, Victor has Rain Mode, and neither of these players have opponents who have countering terrains or countering weathers. So both these players, if they choose to lead or set up with their terrains and their weathers, there's no way for their opponents to override it. So this is going to play a really interesting dynamic into this upcoming match.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well, because a lot of the time we're talking about who can win the weather war, who can win the terrain war. Well, both players can kind of do their own thing here and just really see which one is going to come out on top, because the other player can't really deny it. Now, are there any things on Davide's side that can take advantage of the rain? You look through, you say probably not. On Victor's side, is there anything that can take advantage of the psychic terrain? Probably not.
There's a Terra Psychic Amoongus, but it has no psychic moves.
We were close, right? But no. And I think that's a good thing to identify as well, going into the actual details of the team. The Amoongus with that psychic Terra typing, I know we talked about it earlier. It's not something we see really at all.
I've never seen defensive Terra type that was psychic.
It's going to pay off really well against at least a couple of big threats from Davide's side, where the Indeedee can set the Psychic Terrain, the Espathra. At least you have a way to resist it, and you don't then fall afraid to those powerful fighting type attacks that are coming from the Sneasler. So that Psychic typing really good in a lot of aspects. You're going to have to be careful around things like the King Gambit and the Hydreigon, though. The double Dark Davide's side is a big threat if you do commit the Trustalization into that slot.
So much explosive damage from both our players. Let's take a look at Davide's accomplishments up on the screen and his team. And there is, of course, his opponent, Victor Medina. Both these players so accomplished. This is going to be such an incredible and extraordinary match. And oh man, I can feel that in this match, just every turn is going to really matter. And we might be seeing some very explosive one-hit knockouts.
Yeah, and you can see how much it means to both the players here. You know, you're not getting so close once again for both of these players. They're just in touching distance of claiming the championship, and who, you know, it's going to be so fine margins throughout. We'll take a start with the accolades of both our players. Davide Carrera, top 8 Worlds finish in 2022. Players' Cup finalist in 2020, EUIC finalist 2019, and Leipzig regional finalist 2017. Not quite over the line, but some incredible accolades to their name.
Some incredibly decorated players here. Victor Medina, of course, fresh off Anaheim Worlds where he got the top 8. And Victor as a player just has had so much consistency in the game. And I can see either of these players just advancing really far into this game. And now, Davide's team, we've seen it before on stream. It's going to be that Hisuian Arcanine with the Mirror Herb, that Espathra, the Sneasler, the King Gambit, Indeedee female, and the Hydreigon.
Yeah, some nice combinations here. Of course, you've got ways to get around ground threats. Nothing on the other side of the field. You're looking at that rain threat more often than not. The Espathra is going to be quite key, I think, if Davide relies on it because of that speed boost. It's going to give you a way to get a run on the Basculegion ahead of that in the Swift Swim. You can get around that. 2 speed boosts might be enough. And then it also allows you to get around the threat of that Archaludon as well and try, maybe force Trustalization into that slot, and then you can hit for super effective damage as well, especially when you combine it with that Luminant Crash move where it's lowering that special defense.
And speaking of Archaludon, here is Victor's team, that Incineroar, Choice Band, Basculegion, Golden Go, Pelipper, Amoonguss, and Archaludon. So a very, very powerful offensive rain team with a lot of different options on how they wish to dish out their damage. Now the Golden Go also being that steel type, weak to fire, but hey, there is a rain on the field, so it can help weaken, say, fire type attacks from that Arcanine.
Yeah, and you look at the Basculegion, I think, from Victor, and you say, okay, this Pokemon can have a huge impact in this game. What has Davide got to really kind of combat that? You've got the King Gambit, it's got the Sucker Punch, so that is away, but if that Psychic Train's on the field, you're not really going to be able to utilize that attack.
Oh, here we go. Top 4, make some noise for Victor Medina versus Davide Carrera with that Pelipper Basculegion lead up against the Indeedee Espathra.
Yeah, the Basculegion is in its perfect preferred position with the Swift Swim activated, the Choice Band under its belt. It is going to be offering some big damage here, especially into the Indeedee, which you would say is probably the more prime target because the Espathra probably wants to protect here. It does, if it goes for the protect, Victor has the opportunity to go for a Tailwind on the Pelipper to put that Basculegion even further ahead of where it is already with that rain set on the field. And if it goes after the Indeedee, it does have to be careful because of the Rocky Helmet item there. You don't want to take any unnecessary chip damage, but if it does mean securing a knockout, if you're confident in that, it could be the difference between winning and losing this first set.
Well, already that Pelipper is going to be withdrawn for that Incineroar. A really nice switch in. Just wanting to make sure it's going to be immune to those psychic type attacks coming off from either the Indeedee or the Espathra. Espathra now immediately going for the turn 1 Terrestrialization into the psychic type, indicating it is possibly wanting to go for an expanding force, and paired up with Indeedee might be doing a lot of damage, but Indeedee now becomes the center of attention with that Follow Me, which allows space for the Basculegion to go for a flip turn and takes off quite a bit of health from this Indeedee. But now Basculegion gets the chance to swap out.
Yeah, and it's a really nice safe play from Victor, getting some good damage onto the field already. That Indeedee going to be threatened by another flip turn or another strong attack later on in this game. You get the Archaludon onto the field, and this is going to resist those psychic type attacks. So you've got one immunity in the Incineroar, great play, and a resist in that Archaludon, and at the same time, it's going to boost that stamina ability, give you a +1 in defense. It still takes quite a lot of damage when you're considering that the Espathra has Terrestrialized. It's got the boost there, and also from the Psychic Train. And there we go. There's the speed boost. One of those getting started. A couple more of those. The Basculegion isn't going to be in as good a position as it was before. But now the Incineroar out in the field, it is going to offer a lot more pressure onto that Espathra. The knockoff going to be very threatening. And also that Indeedee can't really feel as safe as it once did. The Archaludon has that body press that it can go into that slot, hit for neutral, +1 defense. It is probably going to be enough to pick up the knockout there, leaving the Incineroar kind of free to go after the Espathra.
Incineroar's just in a really, really nice position here, and it's just not threatened at all. It can even maybe go for a parting shot, but it looks like Indeedee now going to swap out, maybe quite threatened by, say, a knockoff or a body press. But the Hydreigon is going to switch in. Espathra now keeping it safe for this turn, just trying to scout out what Victor is going to do. And looks like the Electro Shot will be coming off from this Archaludon, getting that +1 to its special attack and getting ready to target down a Pokemon. It is going to be that Hydreigon, so a very nice switch in. Going to be resistant. Takes it really, really well. And now what does the Incineroar go for? It's the knockoff into the Espathra, but which protects.
Yeah, really nice protect there. Again, you're going to get another speed boost, putting you further ahead. And the Hydreigon, a really nice switch in, is going to be able to resist those elemental attacks coming out from the Archaludon. It is going to be weak to the body press, and because of that initial chip damage that it's taken, it probably will be susceptible to a knockout there. You don't really have as many safe switch-ins either with the Indeedee. If that comes in, probably will go down to a body press. So an easy target for Victor this next turn. We'll see what the choices are.
Oh, a Lumina Crash of Terra Psychic doesn't do quite that much, but more importantly, gets that special defense drop on this Archaludon, which means the Hydreigon, which is next to move, will be able to double up into it with a Draco Meteor, which connects and knocks out the Archaludon with an uncritical hit. And that is going to be the first knockout we're going to get in this game.
Yeah, big knockout for Davide and taking down a really important piece of Victor's puzzle here, but the knockoff is in response.
Knockout!
Big knockout in return from that Incineroar into the Espathra, taking down that huge threat. There is nothing to really take advantage of that Psychic Terrain on Davide's side any longer, and the Hydreigon weakened because of that Draco Meteor. It's had to commit -2 on its special attack. It will not be hitting as hard going into this next turn with that Indeedee in the back. Switches are limited now with the Basculegion coming back onto the field and that rain still active. It will be able to pressure that Sneasler that has entered the fray for Davide.
It's so interesting seeing a lot of these Pokemon on the field. There's no speed control, but Sneasler with Unburden gets double speed. Basculegion in the rain also gets double speed. Now, Sneasler typically tends to be faster than Basculegion, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it outspeed. And it hasn't taken an attack drop, so it heavily threatens this Incineroar with a close combat. Hydreigon, as you mentioned earlier, at -2 special attack, really won't be doing very much.
Yeah, and the one thing about Sneasler that it's got up its sleeve is it does have access to Throat Chop, so it will be able to put a lot of pressure onto that Basculegion this next turn where it can potentially pick up a knockout, prevent that Pokemon from getting too carried away. But the one thing that you would say that Victor does have up their sleeve is still Terrestrialization. They can commit that if they do threat that Throat Chop.
So Davide goes for a bit of a slower turn here with that Protect, which blocks the flip turn from the Basculegion, which allows this Hydreigon to get an attack off it. It is going to be the Draco Meteor onto Basculegion at -2. It does barely anything, which means this Hydreigon now at -4 and is going to get that safety goggles knocked off. So not a lot of damage this turn, but now the Sneeze has gone for a Protect. It's going to be able to get an attack off this next turn.
It will get an attack off this next turn, but it is going to be in the... You know, it really comes down to the Throat Chop. If the Throat Chop can pick up the knockout, where you would say probably yes, it can now because of that chip from the Draco Meteor. It didn't do a lot, but probably enough to put it in range for that Sneasler to pick up a big knockout. It does leave the Incineroar kind of open, though, where it can go for a parting shot, or it can go for an attack even into the Sneasler here, just to get some chip onto it, although you're probably better off cycling that Intimidate, so parting shot coming out into something like the Hydreigon, or that Sneasler might be the better option here to try and lower the offensive capabilities of that Pokemon. Basculegion is in a bit of a pinch. Does it stay on the field? It looks like it does.
Oh, close combat into Basculegion. Did not get the call right, and Basculegion now gets the flip down and the one-hit knockout into the Sneasler. Sneasler goes down, and Victor is able to swap out his Basculegion for another Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, huge overcompensation. You could see what Davide is trying to do there. Think that the Basculegion so pressured by that Throat Chop, it's going to switch out. I'll catch something on the switch in, go for the close combat, or even predict that Terrestrialization. Didn't happen. Victor being very brave there, getting a huge payoff and picking up a massive knockout on the biggest threat that Davide still got left in their side of the field.
Hydreigon's special attack won't go any lower. It's gone for 3 Draco Meteors, so this parting shot doesn't really do anything to its special attack, but does allow Victor to swap out his Incineroar for that Basculegion in the back. And now Davide down to his final 2 Pokemon, an Indeedee and a -6 Hydreigon. There's really just no offensive pressure coming off from Davide's side at the moment, and I'm really struggling to see how Davide can pull this game around.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult from this position, especially when the Hydreigon special attack is -6. It's not really going to have the damage output that you require against the 3 remaining Pokemon. Of course, you still have Snarl to kind of chip away at things, but then again, your partnering Pokemon, the Indeedee, still not really the preferable offensive choice that you need. The overextension there on that previous turn with the Sneasler to try and capitalize on a Terrestrialization from the Basculegion just really came back. High risk, high reward, but that risk came back to bite Davide there, and you could see what was happening. Victor capitalizing off it, and I think the players now probably just want to play this out. We know it's going to go to Victor, and just taking their time to gather their thoughts, especially Davide, on how to approach game 2.
Fantastically played from Victor there, making that aggressive read and keeping the Basculegion in. Now this Incineroar is going to switch and get a very unnecessary attack drop on both these special attackers. Snarl does come off. There's no critical hit. Tickles the Basculegion a little bit. It does allow the Basculegion now to get an attack off. And yeah, both special attack drops not quite mattering, but that absolutely gigantic wave crash coming off onto this Indeedee knocks it out. Basculegion takes a bit of recoil from both the wave crash and that rocky helmet.
Yeah, now this next turn, we've got the fake out that the Incineroar can just apply to the Hydreigon, followed up with a wave crash, but it might see a forfeit just around the corner, and that is what has happened. So Victor Medina taking game 1 here in this semi-final, 1-0 up, one step closer to the finals here in Frankfurt.
What a fast and decisive game that was. It really could have gone either way. I think that turn where that Sneasler went for that close combat, obviously trying to get that read onto the Terra Water. Had it gone for the throw chop, the Basculegion would have just been knocked out, and then it would have been possibly a very different game outcome.
I think it would have been completely different. I think Davide would have clinched that game if it went for the throw chop, and it always comes down. It's a real highlight of these 50-50 moments in a game where if you get one of them wrong because the margins are so fine, the match can go the other way, and that's exactly what happened. But you've got to give credit to Victor there because, you know, all of the mind games going on, saying, okay, well, he knows I could terrestrialize. I haven't used it yet. Is the likelihood that he's going to use throw chop? Maybe he thinks I'm going to terrestrialize. Let's see if I can get away with this. And it's exactly what happened. And in the return of it, picking up the Sneasler, which was a huge threat. It got no return in that match at all, which was incredible for Victor. Not so incredible for Davide. But you can see the pressure that Davide applied at the start of that game. If he can kind of replicate that going into game 2, he might be able to overwhelm Victor with this psychic kind of combination between the Espathra, the Indeedee, and the Hydreigon, to the point where Victor can't make a comeback.
Oh, here we go. This is game number 2. Victor has to win if he wishes to advance, and Davide has to win if he wants to bring it to a game 3. So we are ready for game 2. Once again, the Pelipper and Basculegion, but this time a switch up, a complete switch up of Hydreigon and Kingambit. So a double dark lead on the field.
Yeah, you can see how much of a threat this Basculegion is to Davide on the choice of Pokemon with the Hydreigon, that Kingambit. You're pressuring now with the Sucker Punch onto the Basculegion and almost forcing it to go for that Terrestrialization to get rid of that dark weakness there. And that might give Davide a little bit of an advantage knowing where that Terrestrialization is coming. And it looks exactly like that from Victor here.
Turn 1, Terrestrialization onto this Basculegion. Does not want to take a super effective Sucker Punch coming off from this Kingambit. But now this Basculegion with Terra Water type in the rain with the choice is going to do so much damage. Sucker Punch does not take more than half health on this Basculegion and allows it to get a phenomenal flip turn off on this Kingambit. Not quite enough to get the knockout, but gets this Kingambit down so low on this health. And now we're going to see which Pokemon Victor brings out in the back, and it is going to be that Archaludon. So another Pokemon that can take advantage of the rain.
Yeah, we do see a Taunt come out from the Hydreigon, preventing potentially a Tailwind coming out here, but it's not the Tailwind. The double up into the Kingambit and a quick knockout onto that big threat on Davide's side. Victor taking an early lead here.
Oh, a fantastic knockout for Victor here. Now that there's no more threat of Sucker Punch, that Basculegion is quite safe. Of course, we did get a glimpse of the Pokemon that Davide has in the back, which is the Sneasler and Indeedee, which means if the Sneasler gets that Unburden boost, it will still be faster than Basculegion.
Yeah, and to get that Unburden boost, you're going to have to get that Indeedee on the field. It does mean switching out the Hydreigon, which isn't in a terrible position right now, but it is going to be threatened by potentially a Draco Meteor from that Archaludon. So you've got to really commit into that slot, which isn't the worst thing in the world because you know the Assault Vest there. There's not going to be any Protect, so you can pretty freely go for close combat and the Draco Meteor into that slot and know that you'll pick up the knockout potentially with both of those attacks as long as that Draco Meteor does connect.
And, well, now the Sneasler is in a good position. You know that our Archaludon cannot terrestrialize anymore because it was used up by the Basculegion. Looks like Hydreigon, as you called out, is going to swap out for this Indeedee. So it's going to activate the Psychic Seed for the Sneasler and give it that Unburden boost and also give it that +1 to its special defense. So Sneasler is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field for this game, and we're going to get a switch also from Victor's side, from the Pelipper into this Incineroar. So a very nice switch in, getting that -1 attack drop on the Sneasler, which will help with that Archaludon surviving a potential close combat.
No close combat this time, though, just to protect to scout out what Victor decides to go after here. But we are going to start off with an Electro Shot in this matchup in front of the Archaludon, though. That Psychic Seed special defense boost going to be actually really useful. But for free, the Archaludon has got a +1 to its special attack. This next time around, it is going to be hitting that a little bit harder. But the Sneasler does have a little bit of an ace up in its pocket. It's got the Helping Hand support from the Indeedee, so boosting those attacks even further. The Incineroar can't utilize the Fake Out because of the Psychic terrain, and it is going to be prone to getting knocked out by a Helping Hand close combat this next turn.
Yes, this Archaludon is so heavily threatened, and here we go. Here is the Helping Hand on this Sneasler. It's going to go for a super effective close combat. Is it enough to get? Okay, it is not enough. Archaludon hangs on, and this means Archaludon will be free to get an attack off onto either Pokemon on Davide's side.
Yeah, it's going to be another Electro Shot. It will boost its special attack once more. One turn attack because of the rain being active on the field, and then which target it will be into. It looks like it is into that Indeedee because it doesn't have that boost to its special defenses, and Incineroar left alone here, able to get a all-important parting shot off into the Sneasler, lower that attack even further, and more importantly, the Intimidate is now nestled in the back, so whenever Victor wants to bring it back onto the field, further weaken that Sneasler, it is going to be able to do that.
This is a fantastic point. Sneasler is at -2 attack, so if the Incineroar does choose to switch in next, which, you know, you can see that Archaludon's so heavily chipped, it might want to be replaced by the Incineroar. Sneasler at -3 attack really is not a threat, and now you've got this Swift Swim Choice Band Basculegion in the rain. That is an absolutely terrifying Pokemon to face up against. Indeed, he can keep Sneasler safe with a Follow Me, so there is that option for Davide.
Yeah, there is that option, but I think one attack is all that Victor is going to need to dispose of that Indeedee, and once that's down, then the Sneasler is going to be pinned on the field, and it's already taken two Intimidate, an Intimidate and a Parting Shot, and that's -2, so it's still not going to have that impact. The one ace of Davide's hand is the Dire Claw and that status condition. If it can get it into the Basculegion, it's not going to be able to knock out, but it might be able to pick up a key, but it will guarantee a knockout if it goes for that close combat like it's doing into the Archaludon and remove that threat.
Archaludon is going to get picked off by that close combat, which gives the Basculegion room to go for an attack, which has been redirected into the Indeedee if it did choose to target a different Pokemon. But the flip turn now comes off onto this Indeedee, knocks it out, takes some recoil damage, and it does mean that Davide is down to his final 2 Pokemon, which means his Sneasler is stuck on the field with that -2 attack and potentially a -3 if that Incineroar comes in.
Yeah, it will be -3 once that Incineroar lands on the field once again, making it way less effective than what it would be coming fresh onto the field, of course. The Psychic terrain's still in effect, so the Fake Out not really a problem for the Sneasler so much, but that Hydreigon that is going to come in, they're going to have to rely on the Draco Meteor for that big damage, because outside of that, it does have Snarl, but it only has Taunt and Protect. No damaging attacks outside of the Draco Meteor, and the drawback of Draco Meteor, if it misses those key knockouts and you need to use it again and again, you're taking -2 special attack every time you're doing it, essentially weakening yourself. So you really need to make sure your targeting is on point here to capitalize and try and get back into this game.
Oh, now the rain turns are also close to ending, I believe. So there's a lot of different options for Victor here. He's taking his time to send out his Pokemon, which is going to be that Basculegion. Sneasler at -3. I wonder if that's going to be enough to get the knockout.
You would say probably not from this range. I think Basculegion very good defensively anyway, and I think with the -3, you feel like the Sneasler are going to really struggle in this scenario where the Basculegion is going to have kind of a free shot at going for the flip turn into the Sneasler, and we've seen before that do the damage. That is going to probably be enough to pick up the knockout, especially when you look at the defense drops that the Sneasler's taken from the close combat. The Incineroar in a nice spot where it could potentially just go for a parting shot. It's going to get that really slow pivot off the field and allow the Pelipper to come on the field again. The problem doing that is you get the Pelipper onto the field and the rain stops and then you have to switch around again. But is that so much of a problem? Because then you cycle Intimidate a little bit more. You wait out that Psychic Tree until that Fake Out becomes available. So could be an option. But double protect here from Davide. Just wants to see what this Basculegion's locked into.
Yes, what this Basculegion has locked into. And also for the Hydreigon, since it is not immune to a Fake Out, since it's levitating, it also blocks that nice Fake Out. And we can see now Basculegion has locked into the flip turn, which of course is going to be whiffed by that protect. But more importantly, rain has expired. So this Basculegion no longer has doubled speed, which means the Hydreigon likely outspeeds it.
Yeah, there is the safe switch of the Incineroar just directly switching out, the Pelipper coming onto the field, activating the rain again with the Drizzle ability. So the Basculegion can at least get the jump on the Hydreigon. It's an easy target this next turn as well. You've just got to be worried about potentially a Diaclaw from that Sneasler. And at this point, it's not the damage that you're worried about, it's those secondary effects that can be a bit detrimental.
Oh, close combat. Immediately, it's not enough to get the knockout. Basculegion hangs on with 1 HP. And that's going to allow the Hydreigon to get the cell. Oh, he missed the... Oh no, the Incineroar gets the knockout on the Basculegion. So Basculegion is failed without being able to do anything and forces Victor to bring out his final Pokemon, which is going to be that Pelipper in the back. But first, Incineroar gets a Flame Blast. Maybe he's a knockout on this Sneasler as well.
Yeah, identifying, okay, if the Basculegion goes down, then that's fine because get the Flare Blitz into the Sneasler, and this Hydreigon is going to really struggle to deal with this Incineroar, especially if we see parting shots come onto it, weaken it even further, and my Pelipper can come onto the field. It is going to be powered up by the rain. It is going to have those 100% accurate Hurricanes. Yes, I might have to deal with Snarls, but also you're going to have to deal with potential confusion turns, and it's 2v1 in this scenario.
Yeah, I'm really struggling to see how Hydreigon can win this game. If it goes for Draco Meteor, it's just reducing its own special attack, and Incineroar just in a really nice defensive position here.
Yeah, it is, and it can just chip away with those knockoffs. It can even Flare if it wants to, even though the rain's up. But we are probably going to see the cycling of the parting shot coming out into this Hydreigon now. We are going to see the first Snarl, but you'll be able to weaken it so easily with the Incineroar here. We might even see a knockoff just to get that chip damage onto it. But the Pelipper just wanted to preserve its health and its ability to attack a little bit harder this next turn. There is the knockoff into the Hydreigon.
Yep, Hydreigon now has had its safety goggles knocked off. Not very relevant in this game. But now it gets that chance to maybe drop a super powerful Draco Meteor onto this Pelipper. It is going to be a Snarl, connects on both Pokemon, does a good amount of damage to the Pelipper. More importantly, gets that special attack drop on the Pelipper, which means that its Hurricanes won't be hitting very hard, and we're going to see just how effective that is. Yeah, look how well this Hydreigon took it, but it's just slowly getting whittled away by this Incineroar.
Yeah, it's going to be close with another combination of the Hurricane and the knockoff, but you've got to say with another Snarl, it'll probably weaken the Hurricane a little bit further, so the Hydreigon will be able to survive. Now, can a Draco Meteor pick up the Pelipper? Because if it can, then you can start going after that Incineroar, but you're going to have to hope for a critical hit, I think, at that stage after the initial drop. But if the Draco Meteor gets the Pelipper, then we're 1v1 again. Things even up a little bit, but you've still got to say that everything falling and looking like it's going in Victor's favor here.
Yeah, this Hydreigon really also just needs to also connect its Draco Meteors. Looks like Pelipper not really wanting to run the chance of getting knocked out by a Draco Meteor, going for a protect. So Hydreigon's Draco Meteor now doesn't affect the Pelipper at all, which allows this Incineroar room to get another knockoff, which does about 18 damage to this Hydreigon.
Yeah, so another 3 knockoffs, well guaranteed. Can the Hydreigon knock out both the Pelipper and the Incineroar in time. You've got to say the Draco Meteor probably coming out into the Pelipper now. That will be enough, but it leaves the door open for Incineroar as the Draco Meteor is dropping.
Oh, it is enough to get the knockout. So, can this Hydreigon get a critical hit?
That's what it needs against the Incineroar. That is the saving grace. It will be able to take this knockoff as Victor throws it out into the field. It's going to be very close. If it's a high roll, it might even get it this next turn, but it all comes down to this Draco Meteor. Has to connect on the Incineroar. Has taken a little bit of damage before, so we'll see if it can connect. And I think we all know what Davide is hoping for here to tie this set up. If not, Victor is one step, a hair's width away from getting into the final here at the Frankfurt Regional
Here we go, here we go. Draco Meteor is not enough. Then does not get the critical hit on this Incineroar, which Incineroar, in fact, didn't even go for the attack that time. Just goes for a nice save parting shot onto this Hydreigon, which is now at -5 special attack.
And now the rain stops. Now you can utilize that Flare Blitz. Now it's not weakened and pick up, hopefully, a knockout. Another Draco Meteor, though. No critical hit. One last stitched attempt. And it looks like Victor Medina will be progressing to the finals here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Well done, Victor Medina, for progressing to the finals of the Frankfurt Regionals. What an absolutely phenomenally well-played 2 games. Just, I'm in awe.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. Victor never ceases to surprise us with the ability that he has as a player, as a competitor, and making his way into another final. Is this the time where Victor Medina finally claims that coveted title? Could this be one of the best ways for Victor to kick off the 2026 season, lock up that Worlds invite early on with that golden ticket, and get one of those coveted medals alongside it? But Emanuel is standing in their way, and it will not be an easy match.
Going to be such a phenomenal matchup, and I must say, this must feel so fantastic for both of our finalists, because this is the first major tournament of the season across the world. So imagine just getting a Worlds invite immediately right now. You're all set. You've got your Worlds invite, and you can just relax for the rest of this. Or maybe not relax. Maybe do some training, but there's a lot less.
You can kind of relax, all right?
Well, there's less pressure to do, to get that high placement tournaments.
Oh, exactly that. Well, we can take a look at some of the highlights from the match. Some big moments. The knockoff into the Espatra was huge for Victor, taking a trade and really paying off there. And then this turn was a pivotal one, where the close combat was predicted by Davide. Fortunately, no terrestrialization, no switch there, and getting punished with the flip turn was enough in the rain. Choice band to get rid of the Sneasler. Then the King Gambit getting doubled up into Game 2, Turn 1. Losing that early on was not great. And then the Basket Legion managing itself, getting the damage it needed, going down at the right time for Incineroar to come in, claim a knockout onto that Sneasler, and take it one-on-one with the Hydreigon.
And Victor used that Incineroar so well, cycling it in and out with those parting shots, just switching it in, and just heavily neutralizing the Sneasler. So even though the Sneasler was the fastest Pokemon on the field, it wasn't really able to get much damage off. We didn't actually see any Dire Claws coming off in that game, so
I don't mind that. I'm sure Victor didn't either.
Yeah, so, there wasn't that chance of sleeps, and I wonder if at that point, maybe Davide might have wanted to consider going for that Dire Claw, roll the dice a little bit, try and get that cheeky sleep or paralysis to, slow down Victor.
It's a good point. It's not the most consistent way to go about battling, and I think when you look at Davide as a player, he always seems to choose a very consistent route to winning. But in those scenarios where your back's against the wall, I think sometimes that's an option that you've got to look at and say, okay, I'm going to go down that avenue. I'm going to see if I roll the dice, if I get 6, and if I do, then yes, here we go. But unfortunately, we didn't see that, and Victor just played it out very well. I want to just talk about the Incineroar. You mentioned it there. Often on these rain compositions, you do see Incineroar in there because of its useful nature, ability to drop Intimidate, slow cycle out, parting shot, fake out support as well. But you are seeing a trend of Flare Blitz being dropped on those Incineroar for good reason, because of the rain and things like that. But Victor's decided there are going to be scenarios where the rain's not on the field, and I can take advantage of that. So I just, identify that as something I think is really key piece of the puzzle for Victor, and it probably helped them out a bunch over the weekend.
Yeah, and Victor must be so proud of his accomplishment. He is so close to that sweet, sweet medal that he's been coveting for so long. So why don't we throw it over to the couch and hear from Victor, who's now ready for his interview before the finals.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Lee. Yes, we have got Victor Medina on this couch once more, going into a finals. My friend, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
You are the definition of consistency in my books. How are you feeling? That was up against Davide Carrer, another fellow EU IC finalist. Must be a lot of emotions right now.
Yes, I mean, I already played against Davide 2 times, and I was 0-2 against him, so I really wanted to get my revenge. I'm happy. He's such a great player, of course. I am feeling great. I want to play finals, but I'm feeling a bit nervous and a bit tired, honestly. A lot of rounds, but yeah, at the same time, I'm here. I'll do my best in finals, and yeah. That's pretty much it.
Just full stop, wrap it up, we're done. No. But honestly, I mean, it makes so much sense. There's so much emotion, so much effort and hard work that you've gone through, in all honesty. And like we said, you know, what's the secret sauce, man, to your consistency? You're just so good. You're so top of the game. I mean, going into game 1, we saw that there was a very critical turn where Davide was trying to read a terrestrialization on your Bastia Legion. Just break down your thought process very quickly in terms of that interaction, because I feel like that was game-changing.
I mean, it was kind of a 50-50, in my opinion, but because I already played against Davide a bunch of times, I kind of know how he plays, so I went for not doing Terra, because he also knows how I play, so it's a bit of mind games there. But yeah, I decided not to go for Terra, and it paid off. It was a 50-50, so there's not much thought process behind it.
That's fair enough. I mean, it was a flip, right? And you took your chance, you made the read of the read in order to not do the read.
Yes.
Kind of. But then game 2, you handled yourself very well in terms of being able to navigate around all of the pressure that the Sneasler was exuding, and you did really well with that Incineroar. You got the Intimidate drops, you had the parting shots. The Sneasler wasn't able to get that KO on the Bastia Legion after you had already terrestrialized, and just being able to get so much pressure going was so crucial. But it did look like it could have maybe gone either way towards the end once Bastia Legion was gone. But were you just confident in trying to whittle down the oh my lord, what was it? That was you had Pelipper Incineroar versus
Hydreigon.
Hydreigon, of course. Were you confident that you'd be able to do it with the sort of back-to-back protects?
Yeah. I was confident that I was in a favorable spot in that endgame, because if he lets my Pelipper do 2 Hurricanes, I think he's in a bad spot. So he needed to Draco the Pelipper, and then Incin, we saw the damage that Draco did. I love Incin. I really love Incin. It's such a great mon. I love playing with Incin. It's just like you can do very safe turns. Of course, you can get crit when you lower your opponent's stuff, but like fake out, parting shot. What else can you ask for?
It's true. You've just got the perfect bundle, right? And the typing as well is really helpful too. And just being able to position it, I think it's sort of like a safety cushion in a way it feels, right? Where it just absorbs all of the pressure and dispatches it in sort of like a disruptive way onto the other side of the field. So, I mean, Victor, you are one step away from getting the first spot. I want to hear it from you right now. What would it mean if you would be able to go ahead and pick up that title?
Okay, it would mean a lot. Now that I'm in finals, I obviously want to win. But I also want to say that being this consistent and doing these results, it's a win for me already. So even if I lose these finals, I'm sure this is a win in my books, and I'm sure I will compete. And if it's a win, I will be amazed, but at the same time, it's a win. It's not the end, it's only the beginning. So let's see.
See, to me, that is a champion's mentality, the best one there is. Thank you so much for your time, Victor. What I'm going to do is final opportunity for shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody in the venue or at home.
Okay, shoutouts to my family because I forgot before and they were not happy about it.
Okay. Oh, they're not. Oh.
No, but shoutouts to my family, to the whole community, to Antonio, to Miguel, to Sufi. You all know the deal. To Team C, to all the international community. Honestly, it has been amazing. I have so much support. Mari, my roommate here. What can I say? I have such great friends in this community.
Beautiful thing. Thank you so much for your kind words and your time. Now, it's the moment that we've all been waiting for. Victor, we're going to let you go over, prep up for the finals here at the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships. See you there.
I started playing competitive Pokemon in 2009, so this is my 15th year. I was at Philadelphia Regionals back then. Luckily, I got into the lottery, got to play. Unfortunately, I went out in like round 4. I got handed to Mudkip, one of my favorites, but I'm really a Johto guy, so Totodile is my favorite. I mean, I guess I kind of have a motto, gentle, patient, kind, because I think I sometimes forget to be all 3 of those things, so it's just sort of a reminder for myself. Yeah, lots of people. I think it's amazing that Wolf Glick can play as consistently well as he does at every tournament that he attends. I'm excited to see how he does. Pokemon, for me, gives me this opportunity to engage with people, so I love how I can see so many facets of a person from playing the game. It's also a competitive outlet. I mean, there are parts of me that like really love going to battle with people and competing with them and challenging myself, and it gives me such a great way to continue to find ways to improve and explore. So it's kind of multifaceted, both towards others and towards myself. I stay out of the convention center stuff because I'm pescatarian. So I don't eat most of the meat and like chicken tenders and stuff like that. My favorite convention center meal that I've had, or well, regional meal that I've had, was in Knoxville. There was a falafel place. I went and got a falafel salad at lunch, and it was lovely. And I felt so energized the rest of the day. My girlfriend, we make cookies a lot. We make lots of different varieties of cookies. And she calls me a cookie vacuum because we have to small batch all of the cookies, because if not, I just eat too many of them too quickly. I can't help myself. So I would say warm cookies are definitely my favorites. Charlotte, because I'm from North Carolina. I also I have a lot of fond memories of Athens, which most people watching this won't even know has ever hosted a Pokemon tournament. That's Athens, Georgia, just to be clear. But it was really quaint, a little college town, and just a pleasant experience. I've been listening to a lot of electronic music, especially because I'm a PhD student, so I have to work and listen to music while I do it and keep myself from getting too bored doing the data analysis. But usually I listen to alternative and folk and that kind of stuff. Maybe. Why are you asking?
Welcome back to the Frankfurt Regional Championships. If you're just tuning in, I will say, where have you been for the action that we've had this weekend? But you're here at just the right time for the finals. My name is Lee Provis, and I'm joined by the ever so lovely Zoe Liu, and we are here to guide you through what is going to be the first EU Regional Finals of the 2026 season.
This is going to be so exciting, and the player who wins this regional will be the first player in the world outside of the 4 that we've already had qualified from Worlds last season to qualify for this season's Worlds.
Yeah, it's very exciting, isn't it? And everything on the line. These players have done incredibly to get to this stage of the tournament, and one more step is all one of them is going to need to take. But it's not going to be an easy one, because both players have proved throughout this weekend that they are just phenomenal trainers. They've overcome massive odds to get here, massive challenges in the top trainers that have traveled from regions all around the world to be at this first EU regional.
Yeah, both these players, we've seen them on stream throughout this whole weekend, just making these fantastic, phenomenal plays, punishing opponents for maybe making safe plays, getting those aggressive reads right. We saw in that last game, Victor keeping that ghost-type Basculegion in the game, whilst that Sneasler then went for the close combat, and of course, Davide got the read wrong, and...
Yes, it just happens, doesn't it? Especially at this high level, you can go for those plays and it can go your way, and sometimes they don't go your way, unfortunately. But Davide doing extremely well and put on a great show this weekend for us, especially with that really unique Espatra Hisuian Arcanine team that we really hadn't seen make a splash previously in Regulation H. So nice to see some different things that we weren't expecting going into this tournament. But we have seen some things that are quite familiar, and Rain being one of them, and that's what Victor's been piloting all the way to the finals. Can it be the archetype to take him to that championship title?
Well, opposite the rain that Victor is bringing, his opponent Emanuele will be bringing a snow team. So we are going to have a bit of a weather war. Emanuele also has terrain control because Victor has no terrain. So there's that Rillaboom with that grassy surge that brings out the grassy terrain upon switching.
Yeah, and one of those big powerhouses that Victor's been really leaning on throughout this tournament is Basculegion. And that is not really going to have the best time in front of a Rillaboom, especially with that priority Grassy Glide, and Victor not having a way to change the terrain or get rid of that. You kind of have to stall that out, get rid of the Rillaboom in the meantime, and then position your Basculegion at the perfect opportunity to take advantage of those big, powerful wave crashes and the last respects as well.
Oh yeah, choice band last respects. If you bring out that Basculegion towards the end, if your teammates have already been knocked out, well, the base power of that last respects is just going to go straight up, and that's just going to hit so hard. And for Victor, I think he might be quite relieved to see that the Rillaboom is an Assault Vest set, not like the Miracle Seed set that he faced earlier, which means the Basculegion can probably survive one grassy terrain boosted grassy glide, but you still don't want to leave your choice band Basculegion in against that super effective grass type attack if you can help it.
Yeah, the double-edged sword here is that you've got that water terror type on the Basculegion, so yes, you can increase the damage, especially when the rain's up, those wave crashes, those flip turns. We've seen how devastating they can be onto the opposite side of the field, but at the same time, you've got no defensive terrestrialization to get around that Glassy Glide or even a Wood Hammer if that's what is chosen, if the Rillaboom's in the right place at the right time for Emanuele.
Not to mention, because this Basculegion is a choice band set, it cannot protect, so there is a very safe attack onto the Basculegion. If it stays in, it can take super effective hits. If it switches out, then well, something that's switching in is going to be taking a really powerful hit.
Something you really cleverly pointed out as well, there could be a detriment of that choice band. You get the trade-off of the huge damage, but you are locked into one move, and one move that Emanuele has on their side of the field with their Ninetales, which they're likely to bring to this match to disrupt the weather, is Disable. If that Basculegion gets disabled, then it's kind of
struggle.
Yeah, struggle its way to victory. Can it do that? I don't know.
Well, choice band struggle, you know, it might be enough.
Probably does enough, right?
the Ninetales is focus sash, so if you knock it down to its sash, you could struggle.
Scenarios we could be foreshadowing.
That would be quite funny to see. And here we've got our players up on stream getting ready. Emanuele on the left and Victor on the right. So our players now taking this small bit of time to just focus, getting to the right mindset for this finals. The winner of this finals will get that world's invite.
Yeah, and this will be, you know, I think the bigger thing to identify here is this will, whichever player wins here, this will be their first major accomplishment in the Video Game Championships, and that is just one of those phenomenal things to be able to be here to witness, whichever player it does end up being. You know, Victor has been there, been so close so many times. You know, Latin America International Championships last season, so close.
And top 4 at Worlds just recently.
Yeah, you know,
incredible player.
Just an amazingly consistent player, just never quite got that win, not that first place, and I'm sure Victor is so hungry for it. And the same can be said for Emanuele, you know, really wants to just come into this and enjoy it, despite what the outcome is. And I think that's a really great way to come in and play the game, even at this high level, you know, because I think it takes the pressure off you so you can be the best that you can be in this scenario. And it's going to be a really tough matchup for Victor, because you look at the teams, we'll get into them in a minute, but this is crunch time for both of these players. They've done everything to get to this position. Who is going to be the player that takes that step and takes that winner's medal.
Oh, the tension is building up. Emanuele, this first time getting so far in the tournament. He played so well earlier against Shohei. I was so impressed by that level of play. In that game 2 against Shohei, when I thought all was lost, he managed to pull out the win. And then from then on, he just played so well, positioning his pieces in the correct positions to take that sweet win. And now Victor on the screen there, a player whom we've seen time and again, every single time he competes at any event that he's in, he makes a really deep run, but he's still chasing that win that he has not yet managed to achieve.
And you can see how much it means to Victor here. Getting a little bit emotional, but it's understandable at this stage, been so close so many times. But let's take a look at the accolades of these incredible trainers. Emanuele, 2023, Turin's Special Championship Top 32, same at EUIC, that next year in 2024, World's Top 128, and more recently, that Top 32 at the Bologna Special Championship event.
And he can also add Frankfurt finalist,
yes,
possibly Frankfurt Regional Champion to the list of accolades that he's got. But his opponent, Victor Vedina, a very decorated player. Look at all of these accomplishments. LAIC finalist, NAIC top 4, EUIC top 4, 2-time World's top 8. My goodness, that's got to be a big hill for Emanuele to climb. But he's beaten Shohei Kimura, former world champion, and Emanuele does have the skills and the talents to beat a top player.
Definitely does, and he's got the teammates to help him do that here. We can take a look at the team once again. The Incineroar Goldingo, Sneasler, the Ninetales Alola, the Ursaluna Blood Moon, and the Rillaboom. And what a combination of Pokemon it is. It is very centered around that Ursaluna, which has that interesting Terra type there, the electricity that is going to be terrestrialized into, gives you nice immunities to things like the Goldingo, so you can sit in front of it, take those Mega Rains, just even if it goes for the nasty plot, and return with those big powerful Earth powers of Blood Moons. And it's also got that nice tech there, the Yawn, which can start to disrupt your opponent, but more importantly, the Ninetales with that Disable, with that Snow Warning ability to disrupt the weather and stop the flow of Victor's team.
Yes, I agree. That Ninetales is going to be so key for Emanuele in this game. And now we're going to see Victor's team up on stream. It is going to be that Incineroar, that Basculegion, the Goldingo, Pelipper, Amoonguss, and Archaludon. These Pokemon have served Victor so well throughout the tournament this weekend, just getting all of those KOs. But of course, Emanuele will not be making it easy for Victor. That Basculegion, so powerful, but just so heavily threatened by that Rillaboom.
Yeah, you do have ways to get around the Rillaboom, of course. You've got the Pelipper, and the Goldingo's not going to be too bad. You've got the Incineroar with the Intimidate here that can help out against that. And you've got that Archaludon that can come in. If it does get any of those stamina boosts, that Body Press becomes a big threat. And if the rain's on the field, then you've got things like the Electro Shot to boost that special attack. You've got the Flash Cannon as well that also can hit that Ninetales with super effective damage. Just got to be careful about having that weather in effect and on the field, and no threat of it being changed if you are clicking into that Electro Shot option.
These weather walls are going to be so important throughout the match. The trainer who can successfully get their weather in control of the game is going to have a much easier time against the opponent. And oh my goodness, this is such a close matchup. I do think Emanuele has a bit of a slight edge in terms of team matchups against the Victor, but these two teams and these two players are just so close. And it looks like we are going to be ready for the finals of the Frankfurt Regional Championships. So let's get started right into it. Make some noise for our players, Victor Medina and Emanuele Briganti.
Here we go. We're going to see the leads out from Emanuele, leading with that Incineroar and that Blood Moon Ursaluna. On the opposite side of the field, Victor going with the tried and tested Goldingo and their own Incineroar.
Oh, this Goldingo not really in a great position here against this Incineroar and the Ursaluna. It's very heavily threatened. But there is that fake out from Victor's Incineroar on the field, so, there is that option to buy some time for the Goldingo.
Yeah, and it depends which one is faster if you're trading fake outs here, of course. If you are Emanuele, you kind of have to commit to the fake out into the opposing Incineroar. Do you want to do that? If you're the slower of the two, you're kind of wasting a turn when you could go for something a little bit more valuable, Parting Shot, or maybe even a knockoff into that Goldingo if it's not protected on Victor's side. Like you said, both Pokemon pretty threatened right now. That Ursaluna positioned very well. Can put some big damage on with an Earth Power into either slot.
Well, it looks like the Incineroar on Victor's side is going to be withdrawn immediately for this Pelipper. So Victor getting a bit of an early lead in the weather matchup, but now the Golden Go just really heavily threatened and just does not want to deal with any attacks coming its way. Goes for a Protect. That Fake Out goes into the Pelipper. That breaks its Focus Sash, and the Blood Moon comes up from the Ursaluna onto the Pelipper, gets a knockout, and Victor loses a Pokemon on turn 1 of this game.
Wow, what a fast start here from Emanuele, targeting down into the Incineroar, saying, okay, I'm going to go for the Fake Out here because I believe that I'm the faster. Follow it up with a double up from the Blood Moon, and it is enough. Unfortunately, the Incineroar sticks around, but it is that Pelipper, the all-important weather setter, that has been lost for Victor, putting him behind, especially if Emanuele has got that Alolan Ninetales in the back, can get rid of that rain at any point that they want to.
Yes, Emanuele now has comfortable control of the weather, and yes, we did see that Ninetales in the back. But right now, Victor does have a fresh Fake Out option on his Incineroar, so there is the option to go for a Fake Out. Now, Golden Go, because it protected that last turn, it was a bit of a wasted Protect. Can't really protect again, and we can see Ursaluna, can just simply go for another tap onto it. But it looks like we are going to get another terrestrialization immediately on that Golden Go. It will be that Terra flying.
Yeah, so it gets that nice immunity to the Earth Power that could be potentially coming out from the Ursaluna. We know it can't lock into the Blood Moon because it cannot do that consecutively. Fake Out from Victor's Incineroar into Emanuele's, and now that nasty plot, the all-important boost to those special attacks, and it will try to pull Victor back into the game. We'll see what this Ursaluna went for. Earth Power, and it is into the Incineroar. Not quite enough to pick up the knockout, but some very valuable damage.
You can see how this Ursaluna, not holding a Life Orb, is not able to get that knockout onto this Incineroar. Incineroar very heavily chipped, but now this Golden Go is in a very comfortable position here. It's no longer threatened super effectively by this Incineroar, and I would imagine, given that this Ursaluna is not that offensive, it could probably survive a Blood Moon.
Yeah, that's the big question here, that the Blood Moon now is going to be active for Emanuele. So can target into that Golden Go now, and it will not be resisted because that's lost that Steel typing. So Victor has to be very careful about that. What do you choose your attack to be? And do you see the terrestrialization in response to try and take that potential Make It Rain coming from the opposite side of the field a little bit better? And it's exactly what we see. The Electric Terror type from the Blood Moon. It will be going for that. And are we seeing it combined with that Blood Moon attack?
Here's the Golden Go now going for a Make It Rain. Resistant, but still does so much damage to the Incineroar and the Ursaluna. This is a resistant here at +2. It is now at +1 special attack. But the Flare Blitz comes off onto the Golden Go, barely does anything at -2 attack and in the rain. But the Blood Moon follow-up in the Golden Go is enough to get the knockout, and Golden Go goes down, and Victor is now knocked down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, Emanuele really utilizing the Blood Moon Ursaluna to full effect here. You can see how beneficial it was to terrestrialize there. The Flare Blitz from the Incineroar not doing anything, -2, but the chip damage was maybe all you needed alongside that Blood Moon to take down that Golden Go. And Emanuele, you've got to say, is doing everything to pressure Victor perfectly in this match. Force that terrestrialization because of the threat of the Earth Power. And now it's sitting pretty nicely in a position where it can continue to pressure this next turn. Maybe if you are Emanuele, you want to start to consider switching out the Incineroar, and you've got the space to do that because you have so much resource in the back, unlike Victor that is now going to have to rely on the Incineroar and that Archaladon.
Oh yes, and now Emanuele just has so many different options. He can swap in that Ninetales, reset the weather, and make sure that the Archaladon does not get a 1-turn Electro shot off. It does look like the Incineroar will be recalled, and in comes this Rillaboom, which is going to set the grassy terrain and also activate Fake Out on the next turn. So a really nice switch in for Emanuele here.
Yeah, it is, and we'll see how this turn plays out. But yes, just to protect from the Ursaluna, doesn't want to contend with any of these attacking options from Victor's side of the field, especially with the rain up. You've already mentioned the Electroshot could be an option, and it is a way for Victor to start setting up an Archaladon. But it's just a body press coming out. Not really any stamina boost to make that impactful, but getting some useful damage all the same into that Rillaboom.
Yeah, that's a very sad body press off of a unboosted Archaladon. Does mean that this turn, at least all the Pokemon on the field can regain some health, but we now that the Rillaboom was on the field, there's a threat of a fake out, and it looks like Victor is going to concede this game.
Yeah, that was such a convincing win from Emanuel in game one. Came out the blocks flying and utilizing that powerful Blood Moon Ursaluna to full effect, just overwhelming Victor from start to finish and getting all the decisions right as well. You've got to really point that out, that Emanuel got every decision when he needed to. Spot on, catching the Pelipper on the switch in, getting the knockout there, and then leveraging the Blood Moon Ursaluna, forcing the Terastallization onto the Goldinger, putting it in a spot where the Blood Moon can then take the knockout once again. Everything for Victor to do in this game 2. Can they bring it back? Can they tie it and take it to a game 3? If you're Victor, Zoe, what are you doing to adjust coming into this next game?
Oh, it's so difficult to say. Victor was immediately put on the back foot when he lost that Pelipper turn 1, which meant that he lost the weather. It's also interesting to note that Emanuel actually never brought out his Ninetales despite the fact that he had it in the back. In fact, he never revealed it, so it was a really dominant game 1. And I think Victor really has to be more careful with preserving his weather setters in this game.
Do you lead out with the Basculegion? Because if you see that Ursaluna and the Incineroar again, do you just lead Pelipper and Basculegion, or do you lead Basculegion and Incineroar with the thought of, okay, I'm just going to not Terastallize my Basculegion, but I'm going to flip turn, I'm going to switch out my Incineroar to the Pelipper, get the rain onto the field, and then start utilizing the Basculegion to go after the Blood Moon Ursaluna a little bit earlier in this game to try and remove that threat. And then that might enable your Goldengo, that might enable the Archaludon a little bit later in the game for you if you can leverage those Pokemon early on.
Yeah, the Basculegion could potentially be an option for Victor here, but it looks like now we are going to get started very shortly into the game 2, and the stakes could not be higher for both of these players. Emanuel needs to win this game, and Victor has to win to bring it to a game 3, and our players will be leading with that Goldengo and Basculegion, as you called out, Lee, and the Incineroar and Ursaluna.
Yeah, so here we go, the Goldengo on the field. It isn't in the best of positions right now. It's threatened by the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar, the Earth Power from that Ursaluna does have the opportunity to Terastallize. Do you want to go down that route again and become a bit more susceptible to the Blood Moon? But the big important thing is you could switch it out, bring that Pelipper onto the field, get the rain activated, and utilize that Basculegion to start getting the damage you need onto the Ursaluna. Despite it Terastallizing or not, I think it has to Terastallize in the face of the Basculegion to get rid of that water weakness that it's currently got.
Oh, this Basculegion in a very strong position here, just hitting both of these Pokemon super effectively. Looks like Incineroar does not want anything to do with these super effective choice banded water type attacks, and in comes the Rillaboom ready to soak up any water damage onto its slot. And now we're going to have to see which Pokemon did Victor target with that Basculegion. It looks like we're going to get a turn 1 Terastallization immediately onto this Ursaluna. So this will now be a Terra Electric type, which means it will be taking neutral damage from this Basculegion's water type attacks if it does choose to go for it. And now the Mega Range just comes up immediately, does quite a bit to this Rillaboom with a critical hit. So quite a big critical hit. And now the Basculegion is time to go for an attack, and it will be that flip turn. Does just a little bit onto the Rillaboom.
Yeah, it's really useful damage all the same though, but it is going to get itself off the field more importantly and kept around for later when it's in a more preferable position, because now a Blood Moon Ursaluna is in a spot where it can fire off either a Blood Moon or an Earth Power into either one of these slots. Earth Power into either the Goldengo or the Incineroar is going to be a huge amount of damage, but it is the Blood Moon into the Goldengo, expecting the Pelipper, and this time not paying off.
Very, very nice read from Victor there. Goldengo, of course, Blood Moon is a normal type move, but thanks to Ursaluna's Mind's Eye ability, it hits Ghost types, and Goldengo, even though it got hit by the Blood Moon, its Steel typing protected it and allowed it to take that resisted hit. But now this next turn, you know there's definitely no Blood Moon coming, but there is an Earth Power, and there's 2 Pokemon on Victor's side that's weak to ground.
Does it open the door for you then, if you're Victor, to maybe switch in the Pelipper now and get that rain set early on, get the Incineroar off the field, maybe protect the Goldengo? You still have access to Fake Out here. You've got to worry about the Rillaboom, but now it's switched off the field. There isn't any need to worry about that. that.
Oh, now the Rillaboom is going to be withdrawn for an Incineroar on Emanuele's side. So Victor's Incineroar will be taking that -1 to his attack, and it looks like another Mega Rain goes off. Does barely anything to the Incineroar, and the Ursaluna also means the Golden Go will be at -4 special attack. But that doesn't matter because the Earth Power now comes up into the Incineroar. Incineroar soaks it up so well and allows it to get a parting shot off on Emanuele's Incineroar, which means both of these Incineroar are at -1, but Victor's one will be retreating to his Pokeball.
Yeah, we could be kind of reverting to turn 1 again with those leads. If Basculegion's opted for to come out here for Victor, because it is the one Pokemon you can bring onto the field. It is, with that Ghost typing, going to have the immunity to the Fake Out, and then you have that nice switch from the Goldingo into the Pelipper this time, where you could potentially Terastallize. You could go for that Wave Crash into the Ursaluna, and with the rain boosting that, the Terastallization on top, it would be probably enough to get the Ursaluna from this range. You've got to be worried, though, about a potential Protect from that Pokemon, because there's nothing stopping it just clicking that button and allowing the Incineroar to potentially go for a knockoff or a parting shot. So getting the decision right this turn is really key. Do you just flip turn into the Incineroar if you're Victor, a more safer option, but still switch that Goldingo out to try and reset those special attack drops that you've taken from the 2 Make-It Rains from the previous turns?
Oh, I can really see this Goldingo maybe wanting to switch out, but Basculegion, as you called out earlier, might want to just try and flip turn its way out, because if it doesn't manage to take a knockout, it will be heavily threatened by whatever responding attack from Emanuele's side, and our players are really taking their time to make those decisions. Looks like Goldingo will be withdrawn, does not want to stay on the field any longer, wants to reset those special attack drops, and there we go. There is the Pelipper activating the rain, just boosting up the power of this Basculegion's water-type attacks even more. But in response, this Incineroar is going to be withdrawn for the Rillaboom. So rain is still active, and with the rain, with the Choice Band, I think the Rillaboom is just going to get knocked out if the Basculegion targets its slot. So, which slot did this Basculegion target? It's the Wave Crash into the Ursaluna! So the Ursaluna is going to keep itself safe for this turn, and now we got Fake Out and Grassy Glide active.
Yeah, now we have, and that Basculegion is not in a safe spot at all. Like you've mentioned before, at the top of the match, I think the Basculegion is probably in a space where it can take at least one Grassy Glide, but you really want to keep it as healthy as possible for the end game without really sacrificing that HP too much. Can you switch it out at this stage? If you do that, you still got the Pelipper that you can lean into, and you can go for the Weather Ball into the Ursaluna here. You can go for the... You can't really click the Hurricane, or you could dispatch of that Rillaboom. You could go for the Hurricane into that slot. It's guaranteed. You've got to worry about the Blood Moon, though, that can come out into the Pelipper here. Would be enough to take it down to the Sash. And if we see a double up here from a Grassy Glide, a Blood Moon into that Pokemon, then things could get bad very quickly for Victor, because you're losing that Weather Setter once again without much return.
Well, it looks like the Ursaluna will be recalled for what looks like the Ninetales. So winter is coming. There is no more rain. All those raindrops have been frozen in the sky. But the Fake Out comes up onto this Pelipper, buying its teammate a turn for the Wave Crash that goes up onto this Ninetales. Comes so close to the knockout, but thanks to the defense boost in the snow from this Ninetales, it is able to hang on.
Yeah, and now with that switch in for the Ninetales, perfectly done from Emanuel. And now the Pelipper's out on the field. It's not in a great spot at all. It's going to have to switch out, but you have got the Incineroar in the back of your Victor. It's got a nice, easy switch in. You've got to try and get that Basculegion off the field, though, as well. It doesn't have the swift swim ability, and it is going to be susceptible to a potential disable. Not only that, it is going to be susceptible to a Grassy Glide as well, so that's also not in a great spot. Which one do you switch out? Preferably your attacker, your offensive option. The Basculegion has to come off the field. Can Emanuele capitalize on this and maybe take a little bit of an advantage, get that Auroraville set up when the opportunity is there?
We could potentially even see, say, a double switch out from Victor's side, because he really doesn't want the Pelipper and the Basculegion on the field right now. Looks like Basculegion will be recalled. Are we going to see the Incineroar, or are we going to see the Golden Go? It is the Incineroar, so dropping a very nice Intimidate onto this Rillaboom, and it also means it's going to take those Ice-type attacks from Ninetales really well. Pelipper now actually not withdrawing, just goes for the Protect to try and scout out what Emanuele is going to do.
Yeah, if the Incineroar can get through this turn, it's going to be really useful for that Fake Out the next turn, where it can potentially stop the Ninetales from disrupting with another Blizzard here. It is going to fire into the Incineroar. It is going to be able to take that pretty comfortably. Now the Pelipper are going to be in that position where it could potentially get a Tailwind set up, and that will be key because then you don't really worry so much about what weather's on the field, right? You've got that Tailwind, your speed control, but it's only for a set amount of time, so you're going to be on the clock to take advantage of that. I mentioned Auroraville. There is no Auroraville. There is Icy Wind, though, that the Ninetales can use, and also that Blizzard, but there is Disable as well that has to be considered.
I almost wonder if the Pelipper actually wants to weatherboard the Rillaboom right now. That's going to be an Ice-type attack. Now, of course, Rillaboom is going to move before the Pelipper, but at -1 attack, I don't think it's going to be able to knock it out also without the grassy terrain. So it's going to be quite interesting. Is Victor just going to keep his Pokemon on the field and maybe make a little bit of a read?
We'll see as the Ninetales is going to be withdrawing from Emanuel. We want to keep that for later on, especially if the weather does adjust and the Pelipper moves off the field to bring that drizzle back on. Like we're seeing here, at least you've got that Ninetales nicely tucked away in the back to disrupt from both players going forward. Goldingo going to make its way back onto the field. Great position for it to be in front of the Rillaboom. And it is a revolving door of Pokemon. Had to drop it in. Don't apologize. The Incineroar going to come back onto the field from Emanuele, drop an all-important Intimidate down onto that Incineroar and get around any potential fake out coming from the Incineroar. But that's not what we see. It's just a Flare Blitz, and it is into the Incineroar. Great switch there from Emanuele to take that powerful attack.
Oh, wow. So now that both Incineroars are on the field again at the same time, Victor's one has already been on the field, so it cannot go for the fake out. But Emanuel's Incineroar can. So a Pokemon, Incineroar, could potentially get faked out on Victor's side, and Emanuel's, I would say he's got quite a good control of this game right now.
Yeah, do you think you need to go for the fake out here? You've got the pressure. I think your parting shot's quite a nice option into the opposing Incineroar in this scenario. Or, you know, you've got that Blood Moon that's pressuring with the Earth Power into the Goldingo, so you can go for that slot. And then maybe, if you need to, you can go for the fake out into the opposing Incineroar just to slow it down. Maybe even get close enough to pick up a cheeky knockout there with the fake out. As weak as it is, that Incineroar on Victor's side, very low health at the moment.
Oh, yes. Now, Goldingo going for a Protector. Keep itself safe. Maybe try and bait out an Earth Power into that slot. Incineroar does go for the knockoff, which is going to be nullified by that Protect. What did Ursaluna go for? It is the Blood Moon onto this low health Incineroar, and Incineroar is going to get picked off by this Blood Moon. So Victor now has lost his Intimidate user and will be forced to bring out either his Basculegion in the back or the Pelipper.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting which one Victor leans on here, because I think the Basculegion's a nice option, right? It's going to be able to pressure both the Incineroar and put immediate pressure onto that Pokemon with even a flip turn where you can guarantee an attack into that slot. The Incineroar either goes down or it switches out, and then the Rillaboom comes in, takes a little bit more damage there. Or do you go after the Blood Moon Ursaluna? If you go after it with a Wave Crash and you get that target, you could be in a position where you can remove what is, I would say, the biggest threat for Victor on Emanuele's side of the field.
Yeah, Victor actually has not gone for a Terrestrialization just yet, so he could possibly go for that Terra Water and then remove that Dark-type weakness from the Incineroar. And if he switches in the Pelipper, then I could see that actually getting knockout straight up onto this Ursaluna. So the targeting is going to be so close now. It looks like Incineroar does not want anything to do with a super effective Water-type attack. The Rillaboom is going to come in once again to try and soak up this hit, and it's going to set the Grassy Surge, so all the Pokemon on the field will be able to slowly recover. And now we see a Terrestrialization. I would guess it's into this. Oh, it's into the Goldingo, into the Terra Flying. So if there's an Earth Power into the Goldingo, it will be immune.
This could be enough for Victor as he's setting up possibly an endgame here. Nasty plot coming out, going to have that immunity to the Earth Power, if that is what the Blood Moon Ursaluna has chosen. Flip turn coming out from the Basculegion, wants to be as safe as possible, not wanting to take any risks. And by doing so, you're able to not only get it off the field, preserve it for later, but get that Pelipper back onto the field, override that Snow, and get away from any sort of Earth Power that we know is the only offensive option that Blood Moon currently has after the Blood Moon was used the previous turn.
Oh, look at that! Ursaluna went for the Earth Power onto this Terra-flying Golden Go, which takes absolutely 0 damage from that Earth Power. And now this Pelipper has come in, has summoned the Rain, and it's setting up for its teammate Basculegion in the back. But of course, Emanuel does have that Ninetales ready to swap in and override the Rain.
Yeah, not only that, the more immediate threat is the fake-out support alongside the Blood Moon that the Rillaboom and that Ursaluna have for anything on Victor's side of the field. Now, the Goldengo has terrestrialized. It's got away from that weakness that the ground-type Earth Power has. It's not going to have to contend with it here, but it might have to contend with the Blood Moon. Of course, now that is going to be a later threat as the Incineroar makes its way onto the field. I'll drop an Intimidate, not really that useful, but more importantly, it is going to have a resistance to any Make-It Rains that come out. Has to be careful about what that Pelipper decides to do, though, but not this turn because of the flinch from the fake-out and a timely Shadow Ball.
Oh, that did so
even though resisted, not taking as well as probably what Emanuel would have liked there, coming off a +2 special attack from that Goldengo. Now it's sitting in a good spot where probably you can get a Make It Rain off and pick up a knockout on both these targets. The only issue is Fake Out is active on the Incineroar, so it is going to be able to prevent at least one of these Pokemon from attacking this next turn.
Yes, I agree. Goldengo is in a very comfortable position here. The Rillaboom can't really threaten it with its grass and ground coverage. Incineroar, of course, it is in range of getting picked off by any attack from this Goldengo. It does have the Fake Out. If it fakes out the Goldengo, which is no longer a Ghost type, it will get flinched. So Victor will really have to consider which Pokemon goes for the Protect. Looks like Rillaboom doesn't want to have anything to do with maybe a super effective Hurricane coming its way. Ninetales coming in. The snow once again will be set upon the field and all these snowflakes are flying in the air. Goldengo just wanting to keep itself safe for this one turn with the Protect. And Incineroar, however, gets the correct target onto this Pelipper. So Pelipper does not get a single attack off this turn.
That is a phenomenal predict there with a Fake Out into the Pelipper, because if you go after the Goldengo and you miss out and you go into that Protect, things could get very bad very quickly, especially if the Pelipper had locked in with potentially a Tailwind there that would put that Goldengo ahead of everything the opposite side of the field. Now, the Ninetales coming in. It's going to be in a key position to fire off a Blizzard. It's going to be super effective into that Goldengo now with that Flying Terror type, so this could be very detrimental to Victor's game plan if he can't protect this Goldengo.
Oh, the Goldengo gets a double Protect off! A huge double Protect, because now this Ninetales' Blizzard will no longer be hitting it super effectively. And more importantly, the Goldengo can now swap out for a Pelipper in the back. Is there a freeze? No, there is no freeze. And instead of the knockout into the Goldengo, a fantastic Protect. They're coming in clutch, and Basculegion swaps in for free.
And this could be the lifeline that Victor's looking for. The double Protect is what he needed there. Now, like you've mentioned, Zoe, switch out the Goldengo, activate the Rain onto the field, pin in that Ninetales, and really utilize the Basculegion. You can either get rid of the Incineroar, it can't protect, it's got to switch, or you go after the Weather Setter in Ninetales. Which target you go after, and which one are you going to be able to secure this turn? One thing is for sure, Victor can secure at least one knockout if he gets the targeting right.
Oh, this is so close. Emanuel still has 4 Pokemon, whereas Victor only has 3, and they're all quite heavily chipped. Now this Ninetales will be recalled in the back for future use, and the Ursaluna comes in. So that is a full health Ursaluna, just really ready to take a neutral hit. Looks like actually Basculegion just doesn't even want to have anything to do with attacking. It just gets recalled immediately for the Pelipper. So Rain will be set once again. The storm clouds are gathering, and a Make It Rain comes up and knocks out the Incineroar and brings the Ursaluna down to under its half of its health.
Yeah, it's one piece of the puzzle lost for Emanuel, and a really key one as well. Victor taking full advantage of those nasty plot boots from the Goldengo, and now in a nice position to do even more pressuring this next turn. The one thing that Emanuel has is the Ninetales in the back. They can bring that back in and then apply that pressure once again to the Pelipper and this Goldengo, especially with those Blizzards that are going to be super effective against both of these flying types. They're not super effective against the Pelipper, of course, but it will be hitting it for good damage, and it's probably in range to go down to a Blizzard this next turn. Can you squeak in switching out the Pelipper once again, which you need to try and get control of the weather? Doing so, though, is going to put your Basket Legion at big risk. Of course, if it comes onto the field, it will have to contend with potentially a Blood Moon or an Earth Power.
Oh, this Pelipper now swapping out for this Basket Legion, which will take those Ice-type moves very nicely. Golden Go, once again, protecting, keeping itself safe from this super effective Blizzard that's coming its way. Now, Ninetales gets to fire off a Blizzard. It's going to be not very effective on this Basket Legion. Barely does anything. Does not get the freeze, but the Blood Moon from the Ursaluna is going to come off at the Basket Legion and knocks it out!
That's a huge knockout, and one of the biggest pieces for Victor has fallen. And now it's only the Goldingo and the Pelipper. It is going to be able to come back onto the field, set the rain, but is it going to have enough alongside its partnering Flying Terra-type Goldingo to take any sort of advantage to get back into this match?
Oh, this is so difficult for Victor right now. Ninetales, of course, the Blizzard in rain is not 100% accurate, but if it does manage to connect, I think it could be just game over right now. Of course, Ninetales could swap out. It looks like Ursaluna keeping himself safe. Are we going to see a Blizzard from this Ninetales?
Looks like the Icy Wind was what was locked into. It does connect with both Pokemon here, so it is going to lower the...
Oh, it gets the knockout to the Golden Go!
That is going to be it!
Oh, Pelipper now knocked down to just a sliver of its health, but Pelipper only has single targeting moves, and Emanuele has 3 Pokemon. There is no way the Pelipper can get through all 3 of Emanuele's Pokemon, and it goes for the Tailwind, but... Oh, this Pelipper...
A little bit too far.
Can't really go through.
For the Pelipper to do with such little health here. The Icy Wind decision was such a good choice there. More accurate than Blizzard. And there it is. The battle cancelled. Emanuele is your Frankfurt Regional Champion.
Huge congratulations to Emanuele for his first ever championship title and the World's Invite. What a phenomenal match. Just getting all those reads correct and oh my goodness, that game too. All the switching. How many times did the Ninetales swap in? How many times did the Pelipper swap in?
So many times. The weather was just... The weather wall, that was a real weather wall in that game too. Back and forth. So well positioned from both players. The Pelipper coming in, the Ninetales coming in, vice versa. And both players preserving their Pokemon extremely well. You've got to give credit, though, to Emanuele because of how well they leveraged that Blood Moon Ursaluna there. Made it extremely difficult for Victor to get any sort of momentum swing, especially even in Game 2 when he positioned that Basket Legion so well in those really threatening places and, you know, then protected the Ursaluna when it needed to, switched it out when he needed to, got the Rillaboom onto the field. And it was only at the end stages where maybe the Incineroar went down that you thought Victor might have a way back into it. But once again, preserving the Ninetales, bringing it in at the right time, and then not clicking the Blizzard, choosing the more accurate of the 2 options there, Icy Wind, and it was enough to get rid of the big powerhouse, the big threat that was left on the field at that stage in the Goldingo.
Oh, look at that Blood Moon Ursaluna knocking out the Pelipper upon the switch-in that Game 1, and it's just such a powerful move, knocking out the Goldingo as well. You know, we saw throughout the weekend Emanuele clicking Yawn on his Ursaluna, but in this game, he went on full offense, just used that Ursaluna to target down his opponents with those super powerful Blood Moons and Earth powers.
Just incredible, wasn't it? And you can see the value in that electric Terra typing as well. Probably not the most conventional Terra types, but it does the job. It does exactly what it's needed to do. It resists those Make It Rains. It takes away the weakness from those big, powerful water type attacks. And even when the snow was on the field and the Pelipper was out and you say, well, the Weather Ball is active, well, you've still not got the weakness because you're an electric type. You've only got the one weakness, and there was no other ground types present from Victor's side of the field, giving it a pretty easy time if just played and positioned well and targeting exactly where he needed to with those Blood Moons at the right time.
Yeah, Victor put up an absolutely huge fight there, but in the end, Emanuele was able to prevail. I do think he had a little bit of a team matchup advantage, but that doesn't take away from Emanuele's win. It was just so well played. I do think that Terra Electric Ursaluna was a really key identification into the current metagame development, because if you look at the current metagame, the dominant ground types are Ursaluna, both the forms, and maybe you might see a Garchomp here and there, maybe a Hydreigon with the Earth Power, but there just really isn't that many ground types. And ground is the only type that is super effective against electric, and combined with the leftovers and Ursaluna's natural bulk, it was just a really good Terra option.
Yeah, in our last game, I mean, the Ursaluna, it took the +2 Make It Rain, and then later on in the game, we saw the benefit of that grassy terrain, the recovery there, alongside the leftovers, and the Ursaluna was nearly back to full health again.
Yeah.
Oh, all that damage I've done, just been undone. I've got to do that all over again. And I've lost resources on the way to doing that. So, yeah, really difficult to deal with that Pokemon. But an incredible, incredible decision to bring it to the tournament and pilot so well as Emanuel has done throughout this event.
Yeah, it's been an absolute thrill to watch that masterclass of positioning. There were several turns where nothing really happened, but actually, slowly Emanuele was whittling away at Victor's resources. And we can see here Emanuele's run throughout the tournament, having that one loss in round 4 to Flynn with that Porygon 2, and is that a Flamigo? Yes, a Flamigo team.
Yes.
A very cool team, but Emanuele just doing so well, both in Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the tournament.
Yeah, you can see some big names there that he's had to overcome in Phase 1 of the tournament, especially after you say, you know, that round 4 loss in the middle of the day where you take a loss, and it really starts to hinge on how you're going to do for the rest of the tournament, how you bounce back after that early loss. And Emanuele obviously bounced back perfectly, going up against Jade in that next matchup with, you know, that Caledon, the Annihilate, and then Michelle Kelch after that, the following round, and able to overcome them. Then we can move into the Phase 2 of the tournament today, as we see the run, taking one loss to Fabian, who, you know, was our undefeated player at the time in Swiss. And then after that, it was just all plain sailing, got into their groove, found their flow, and made their way all the way to the finals and overcome Victor Medina in the end to claim that championship title.
Emanuele just put through the absolute gauntlet with these absolutely phenomenal trainers. Now up against Shohei Kimura in top 4, and then against Victor Medina, just these two powerhouse players.
Hard to say how it could have been any tougher. I mean, you've had probably one of the toughest regional runs that's been, you know, seen in a long time. So a massive congratulations to Emanuele. Flawless play throughout all of the broadcast games that we've seen from them, and it's just very exciting to crown a brand new regional champion at the beginning of the season. But this is their first major championship as well, and I'm sure it's not the last one, because I'm sure they've got a lot more to come. But more importantly, so you keep mentioning it, the golden ticket, they've got it locked in that place at the World Championships this year in San Francisco, which is not this year, this season, you know what I mean, 2026.
Yes, but we've seen how well Emanuele plays on stream, so this is definitely a player to watch at Worlds next year in San Francisco, and this is going to be really exciting. But looks like we're going to go dive into an interview with Emanuele and hear from the champion himself.
What an incredible weekend it has been here in Frankfurt. The first regional of the season, and what a way to kick it off as well. Now, please join me in congratulating our finalists here. First of all, our runner-up, who is no stranger to Top Cut and had an incredible last season. It is Victor Medina! Victor, congratulations on getting the runner-up position yet again. You are incredibly consistent and such an amazing player, off of a top 8 at the World Championships as well. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, I wish I could have prepared a bit more finals. It was not my best set at all, but at the same time, I feel grateful to be here, to be in finals, to reach this stage once again, and this is a real win for me. So congratulations to my opponent. He played amazingly. He read me every turn, and yes, it was very deserved. But overall, I'm feeling very happy. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone, because it was a really great tournament. I really had a great time.
Thank you so much, Victor. What a gracious runner-up that we have as well. Victor, any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Sure, shout-outs to Antonio, to Pokémon Granada, to Sufi, to all the community, honestly, to my family. I need to be so thankful for everything. it's crazy, but I'm very, very grateful. Thank you.
That's all right. Will we see you again?
For sure, for sure. This is just the beginning of the season. You'll see me in Lille. For sure.
Fantastic. Victor Medina, everyone. Thank you. And now, it is time. A player who defied all the odds, beating world's caliber players throughout their entire run, and now has taken it all for the first ever regional of the 2026 season. It is Emanuel Briganti! Emanuele, how are you feeling?
Well, amazing, of course.
Amazing. Like, that's all it is, isn't it? It must be, like, do you have any other words? You must be, like, just dumbstruck right now.
Yeah, I'm just tired. I don't have many words. I feel amazing, describes everything. I think that's enough.
What were you aiming for coming into this tournament?
Well, of course, the goal is always to win, but I didn't want to ruin my experience if I didn't, so I just prepared, went in, and how it went, That's it.
And, of course, it won as well. That is amazing. Yeah, of course. Now, obviously, you were up against so many players, right? You went up against Michael Kelsch and won, Shohei Kimura and won, and, of course, Victor Medina and won. How did it feel going up against all of those players?
Well, amazing. Also proves me what I wanted to prove for myself, that I should have what it takes to do what I want.
Amazing, and you certainly did. And why did you bring this team particularly to this tournament?
So I was like trying different stuff, and once I found the Ninetale Cincinnati Rillaboom core, felt familiar because of what I played in the past metas, so I felt like might as well go with it since I feel it's a good team for me.
Yeah, and it certainly was. Now, of course, I'm guessing that you were kind of aiming for a World Championship invite, right, this season, which you've now just already done. So what's next for you?
Well, still keep enjoying the game and would do it with my friends that have supported me along the way.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Emanuele. And finally, any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Yeah, of course, to my friends that supported me all the way, my girlfriend and all my friends and my family, of course, and of course, my team, the Tomodachi.
That's amazing to hear. Give it up one more time, everybody, for your winner, Emanuele Briganti! Amazing. Thank you so much. Go join your friends. That's not all we've got here this weekend. We're going to be wrapping up the couch very shortly. Join us there.
There we have it. We've got our first crowned champion here in Frankfurt for the 2026 season. Emanuele Briganti. And what a way to go about it against Victor Medina there in the finals. I'm Costa, this is David, this is Zoe, and this is Lee. We have been your casters for the entire weekend, and what a joy of an event this has been. One trainer already through to Worlds. Who would have thought the first weekend we started 2026?
Not me, Costa.
No. Did you not?
No, I had no thoughts going on.
Nice.
It was honestly an amazing weekend, wasn't it? Like, what a way to kick it all off, to be honest. And Emanuele played so well throughout the sets that we saw, honestly. And, like, even in that earlier set of today, where he actually lost that match, you could really see the grit behind the player, right? And how he was able to kind of adjust and kind of come back in certain situations. And despite that loss, he really turned it around, didn't he?
Yeah.
And still took down so many strong players.
He did, and talking about strong players, we of course do have the top 8 to feature in order to be able to sort of analyze a bit in terms of what the meta did look and did not look.
Oh, look at all of our players in the top 8 and a really nice wide variety of teams there. My eyes really drawn to Davide Carrera's team of Espathra and the Hisuian Arcanine on that Indeedee Psychic Terrain team.
Yeah, I think there is a nice variety, especially with how Phase 1 of the tournament started. When we've seen a lot of Annihilate and the Mousehold, and that doing well, you kind of thought, oh, is this how Phase 2, Day 2 is going to turn out of this tournament? But really, we're getting down to the top echelon of players here, and you can see the variety, the ability of all of these different teams to perform at the highest level, which is brilliant at the start of a new regulation. Point 2. You know,
2.0.
Yeah, 2.0.
Yeah. But I mean, that's a really good point in of itself, right? Because in the end of the day, there's just so much more iteration that you can sort of continue the legacy of the previous version of it, or, you know, duration of it, going into this event and the beginning of this new season in of itself. But yeah, we got ahead. We saw Emanuele versus Victor there. It was such a fascinating preview between both of them. And there it is. Emanuele has already been the first person to be able to be revealed, not to be a Pikachu, apparently, to be a human being. Yes, and our first champion.
Yeah, congratulations, obviously, to Emanuele. Like, commiserations to Victor Medina. He's made it to this position so many times, it's quite hard to count. But obviously, having that consistency and still, that's such success to be able to get that far is still amazing.
Yes, and we've still got 8 more major events happening in Europe, so that's 8 more automatic invites into the Worlds.
It's so true, yeah, and to think by the end of the season we'll be getting closer to the World Championships, as you can see at the end of the road, but we don't want to look too far ahead because we've got so much excitement ahead of us very soon. We're in Frankfurt this weekend. We have just closed the championships here, crowned our Frankfurt champion, and soon enough we'll be in Lille and to crown our next champion before moving on to Gdansk and then the first international of the season, and then Stuttgart, Birmingham, London for that international, Seville, Prague, Utrecht, Turin, before we get to New Orleans and then San Francisco.
Oh yeah. And you had to put it in.
I had to.
Yeah, I know. I was going to do it for you. I was like, no. But I do want to call out as well, Lille and Gdansk are only 1 weekend away from one another, which is something that I think we haven't seen for a while occur in past seasons. So it'll be quite fascinating to see how the meta is going to be shifting from 1 week onto another in particular. And yeah, all has left to be seen, but with that being said, it has been such a fascinating time here in Frankfurt. The first time we've come back ever since the 2022 European International Championships. And yeah, it's been an absolute joy in of itself. So if you haven't already been watching, and maybe you're watching in the future, we have got a call out, of course, to the Twitch schedule that we've got coming up in terms of the upcoming features. Starting from Tuesday on the 16th of September. We've got Mega Month Dragonite Marathon. You thought Dragonite, you know, is all about in this meta. You've got more. Guess what?
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good option, doesn't it? To really highlight those Pokemon that maybe you've got some new Megas with Legend ZA coming out as well. That might be quite interesting to see what sort of stuff comes up there. That'll be great. And then obviously Wednesday is the Toronto Regional Championships as well from last year. That was the same regulation as it is right now, and the one that Wolf Glick also won. Definitely a really good watch if you haven't seen that yet.
That's going to be so exciting. And there was also the anime if you wanted to watch it, and also the live regionals over at the NA region.
Yeah, that's Pittsburgh next weekend, I believe, which is very exciting for our NA players. And I cannot wait to see what those players decide to bring, how much may be influenced by this event in particular.
Yeah, and I think just generally speaking, like we mentioned, it is exactly 1 week ahead of us, and there's going to be a lot of meta influences, not only from our lovely corner of the globe, also with the concurrent and still ongoing Monterey Regional Championships, and there's a lot to be had and a lot more regulation set H to be developed. But the next EU Regional Major event, like we did discuss, is of course going to be upon us, and it's none other than Lille. October 25th to October 26th. You do not want to miss it at all in terms of competition, as well as making sure you are following all of our platforms. And we've got a generally very great hub as well available. But that being said, I think we've sort of discussed a bit around caster predictions, and I think we had, you know, the initial audacity suggestion from Zoe being Malamar.
I was right. Malamar won the finals. It was an all Malamar team. 6 Malamar versus 6 Malamar.
Yeah, but you guys are right. You guys are absolutely right.
Thank you.
Malamar did indeed win, and we all predicted it.
Yeah, there we go.
My friend Malamar.
Malamar.
But no, yeah, like, I mean, Malamar, it's just so ingenious of a Pokemon, you know? It's got, like, that mind that surpasses all others in any sort of attempt. Trick Room, it's got multi-scale, it's got Mind's Eye, it's got everything you can think.
It has every ability and every move in the game, and all of its stats are just sky high. So it can take every hit and can just knock out Pokemon in one hit.
Exactly, and it's immune to everything as well. And if you want to catch more action from Malamar in person, or should I say online, we have got Pokemon.com/broadcast, where you're going to be able to make sure that you don't miss anything from our good old friend. And he's always there to be able to distribute entertainment and fun along the way. But that's not the only way to be able to do it. We've got the following channels: YouTube or Twitch. If you're live, you're going to be watching us from one of those two. And finally, we have got our socials. If you want to go ahead, interact, and praise our good old friend Malamar, make sure to go ahead, utilize the hashtag #PlayPokemon and any of these 4 mediums to do so. With that being said, this has been an amazing event. We've seen world-class competition left, right, center. We have literally had multiple world champions present. I think it's time to sign off and look forward to Pittsburgh next weekend. So from all of us, from production, thank you so much, everybody, for everyone's hard work, to all of the tournament staff in particular too. It has been a blast, and we are looking forward to our next event next weekend. Take care, and we wish thee farewell.